hi! Hello! Today we are in Five Nights at Freddy's for, I would say, more than 9 hours. Hi! Thank you for the raid, Beryl, thank you. Welcome, raiders. Hi, my name is Mielu. I'm a French cat girl. Usually I own a tea shop, but today I'm a FNAF autistic. I mean, I am every day like that, but today even more, because today we're gonna have a react of super cool FNAF lore video. Yeah. I hope you guys are doing good. The bite of 87. Actually it's 83, but we're gonna see that in the video. How are you guys doing? Hi. Like in the good old days. Yeah. Do you hear the noise? Do you hear the ambient noise as we are in Freddy Fazbear Pizza? I don't know. Yeah. Good early morning. What time is it for you? Because for me it's not even the morning anymore. It's 1 p.m. It's not the morning anymore. I'm gonna say hi to everyone. Thank you, hi Brady. What do you mean 70 in 17? Is it 17 in the morning? Wow. 17 in the morning. This is such a unique time. 5 p.m. Okay. Let me say hi to everyone. Hi Razman, hi Tenchi, hi Justin, hi Eyes. Thank you for the streak. Eyes. Oh la la. Oh la la. 130. That's a lot. Thank you so much. And hi Burial, thank you for the raid again. Hi Seals Enthusiast, welcome. Hi Valori Bending Over, welcome, thank you for the follow. Hi Fab, hi Father, hi Talking Pet Press, hi Slime, hi Daywolf, hi, how are you guys doing? Yeah, this is such a weird time for me to stream. I don't stream at this time usually. Hi. So yeah. And hi Ty, hi, hello. And hi YFG and Nimby on YouTube. Hello. Hi. I've been awake for 20 hours. Oh my god. Why didn't you sleep, huh? Ow! Thank you. Thank you, Slime. Hor. It almost said it the right way, like hor. Wow. Okay, very cool. I always forget about my username. Sorry, like Valerie Bending. Is this a pun or not? Is this a pun? I don't get it. Thank you, Miel, after watching lore for 8 hours. I took a shower yesterday, so it's fine. I guess. Working hard, hardly working, and I will focus on FNAF lore, I guess. Yeah, for 10 hours, you know. And hi, Oogie. No hi? Okay, never mind. No hi. Why? What did you say hi and I didn't tell you? No. You just didn't say hi. No hi. Okay. Nyanko, Mia, just like me. Hi, hello. No, wait, it's another Mia. Hi. Hi, Mia. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. My name's Mia. So cool. Thank you so much. Welcome. I'm gonna continue making my blender thing. Yeah. This stream is gonna be very chill. Okay, it's gonna be a react. So don't worry if you don't talk much. We're gonna watch a video, okay? You have the right to just do something while putting my stream on background. It's okay, don't worry, okay? After this, you should take a FNAF quiz to see how much you will remember. Actually, I don't really know if there is good quiz. And after the video is gonna be like late for me. It's gonna be pretty late for me, to be honest. So yeah. Hi Boo! Hi! I will search for now. Okay, thank you. 12-hour stream! 24 hours stream! Hell yeah! Okay. Why is this less expensive to redeem no pause for? Huh? Less expensive to redeem no pause for twice compared. Because I just did random. I just did it randomly. Just before the stream. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah. By the way, I've made some redeems so you guys can choose if we don't pause the video for X time and stuff. So I will be forced to not pause it, and I will not be able to yap about it if I want. Yeah, or I will yap over the video, I guess. But yeah, I like your life today is very good. Thank you, thank you. It has been made by Para. Para. No, there's no WW anymore for her Twitch username, but it's Parazi. Parazi, the blue bunny. Here she is. She's my mama. Would be a shame if I had enough points to prevent poses for 8 hours. You're talking. Do you have enough? I think. I don't know. I tried to make it like expensive, but I think people can actually do it, right? I think people can actually do it. Yes. Oh my god. Oh no. I know that person. Yeah, she's so cool. I have 1k. Okay. I don't risk a lot of stuff with you. Even I got. Oh my god. I'm just so. Please.
Hi.
Oh my god. Hi Val! Hi! Hello. How are you doing? Oh yeah, so I've made gamer subs for today, so I don't fall asleep on the video. Because it's gonna be long. I mean, it's not too late to change the prices. Do you want me to change the prices? How much do you want me to put it? You rigged yourself? Oh yeah, I rigged it myself, but I'm not a professional rigger, you know? I'm not a professional at that. It's up to you, really. I'm gonna assume you guys will not abuse of it. I'm gonna keep it like that. No? Might be fun to watch. Actually, gamer subs usually prevent me from sleeping when I take it too late, but 1 PM should be fine, I hope. You could also try to trust us. Yeah, I will trust you. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm trusting you. I am trusting you. Yes. Okay. This is so menacing. The emote is so menacing. I'm scared. I'm gonna take a sip of my gamer soup right now. I think it's the mango flavor. It was a sample I got. Smells like mango. And it was like radioactive orange looking when I made it. Yeah. Oh, it's good. I'm not sponsored by gamer subs, by the way. I'm genuinely saying it's good. Yeah. However, Para has a code. Bon, voilà. Which flavor? It's a mango meta, I think. Mango meta. will take a while for me to get used to you being Mia also. Yeah, it's... I've seen there's multiple Mia VTubers and I'm like, wow, I'm not that unique. I mean that's my nickname. My full name is Miaelu, so I don't think there's a lot of Miaelu in VTubing. So yeah. Are there? I haven't seen any other Mia. I think there's a cat. I think she's a pink cat. I've seen her. I don't remember her full name, but it was like Mia something. Or was it you? No, I don't think so. I don't remember. Well. Hi Mia! Hi Mia! And hi Mia! I don't know if she's here. I don't think so. Apparently they're all cats. But I don't know. Mia feels like a cat name. I think. It's cute. It's simple. I don't know. Bon, anyway, are you guys ready? Because I am, and I think we shouldn't talk too much, and we should start. It feels like a cat name. Yeah, right? Okay. Oh. You hear? Do you hear this footsteps? Did you hear that? Oh my god. Got scared. I got scared. Okay. Starting the... Oh, Cannelle. Oh. But my cat, Cannelle. For those who don't know, I have a cat. Her name is Cannelle, and she's trying to... Oh, did you hear? She was on my desk, and she went away because she hates when I talk. Oh, sorry, that was me. Okay, it's fine, Ben. It's fine. Okay, no more that, and no, we are... I am going to... let me set up everything. Down. This way, here, like that. Yay! And if I remove this, we should have a video. Hell yeah, and if I do that, I should be here. Yay! Okay, are you guys ready? I hope you are. I've also put how is it called? Subtitles directly on my OBS. I tried it. Okay, let's go. Wow! Okay. Hi, please. Hi. Hello, hello. Are you gonna watch it all in one sitting? Like,
my name is
like everything at once?
Over 100
yes.
pages before, but I have never tackled a subject like this. This is the most complicated narrative I have ever unwound on my channel. If you're a long-time viewer, then you know that my bread and butter are unbelievable, stranger-than-fiction true stories and fictional worlds
no breaks.
that are
Nah,
so detailed they feel like
almost
reality.
no breaks, I think.
And the most interesting thing I discuss are the intersections between these fantastical fictions and the unbelievable stories and joy behind their creations. In this video, I'm going to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's! Yay! Sorry. I'm hyped.
And they are correct. Well, this video is going to serve as a full overview of the franchise, so even people who are completely unfamiliar with it will be able to follow along.
Who doesn't know Five Nights at Freddy's? Who doesn't know Five Nights at Freddy's here? Because if you don't, at the end of the stream, you will know everything. Yeah.
But I will also go into
me? Liar! You know everything about FNAF already.
And craft a coherent, all-encompassing timeline of events in FNAF.
Oh my god, I wonder if he's gonna talk about the books.
Or if you just want to know what all the fuss is about with the new movie coming out, stay tuned. We're about to go on a journey together. Buckle up for the next 7 or so hours.
Ooh. Fancy, okay. History. I know Freddy Fazbear.
Five Nights at Freddy's started life as an indie game developed by a single man, Scott Cawthon. It has since spawned nearly a dozen
Thank you for the care package.
multiple series of novels, and
oh my god, the books, no!
produced by horror juggernaut Blumhouse. I say upcoming, knowing full well that
not the books.
This video will be outdated.
Not the Springtrap pregnancy one. Oh, Benical, yeah.
I can't sit on this video forever. Most people know the story by heart, but it's important to cover the origins of the franchise, because I think that...
What do you mean, of course you're doing this? Did you guys redeem something already? No, okay. But by the way, I started listening my Audible book yesterday. I chose Step Closer. It's a FNAF book. So yeah. I'm trying to get interested into the FNAF books. I don't know. How are you? I just passed like the wind. I need to go buy me a look. Good stream, everybody. Thank you, please. Thank you. I'm doing good. Thank you very much, and good luck for your stuff. Thank you for passing by. The MatPat Emperor book review. Actually, the guy is named Matt. That is not a coincidence. This was made on purpose. Yeah. I wanted to listen this book, but I was like, maybe I need to choose a more serious book. So I took Step Closer, which is talking about Foxy, I guess. Yeah.
Understanding the author is one of the best ways to start looking into the meaning of a piece of art.
Don't hesitate to tell me if the sound is too low or anything.
Before Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh my god, it's the Scott Calson lore!
Stylized graphics that look straight out of the early 90s. Something that's brought up a lot is that Scott is a devout Christian, and so his games featured themes that you would find in works created by religious people. I don't think that's actually an important part of the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, which I'm going to call FNAF from now on, because that's just way too long of a title to keep saying. I think the internet just likes highlighting Scott as being religious, because it makes the turn from bright and chipper games he used to make to the dark and legitimately disturbing FNAF, all the more drastic, dramatic.
Hi, Rasha! Hi, how are you doing?
In works created by faithful people. I think a lot of religious people would say that God is present in all of their creative
I'm probably gonna go now. Bye. Goodbye, Slime. Goodbye.
That people label Scott as a Christian.
Thank you for passing by.
Creators, especially here in America, are Christian. I've never seen a video essay about Skyrim opened by discussing how Todd Howard is Catholic.
Okay.
I just think it's wild that when people are discussing FNAF theories, someone will say, well, you know, Scott is Christian. As if the vast majority of art people consume isn't.
Why does it even matter? I don't get it.
The game he made right before FNAF was actually called Chipper and Sons Lumber Company.
Chipper and Sons reference. Wow. Oh my god, no. Okay, no pausing the game for 5 minutes. The video.
A much darker game in 2012.
I would like to play this one. I wanna play this one.
This game is intentionally dark, frightening even. Scott didn't go from Veggie Tales to child murder. He was a normal, adult creator who made some games for kids and some games for older people. Again, I think the focus on Scott's past is meant to point to FNAF being this breaking point, where he was so desperate with one final chance for success that he let the inner darkness of his soul come out to make this horrific experience. But I honestly don't think it was that dramatic. A major criticism of Chipper and Sons was that the characters looked like scary animatronics, and so Scott decided his next game would have intentionally scary animatronics. I don't think Scott was waving his fist in the air saying,
Oogie!
if this is what you want, I'll be scary. I think he did
I
what
will
he
never
would
trust you
to do while
again.
making the FNAF series. He made his
why
next
at the
game
beginning,
using
like
the feedback he got from his previous game.
1 hour?
And so Five Nights at Freddy's was born. A horror game about demonic-looking animatronics right out of your 1980s Chuck E. Cheese-inspired nightmares. Like Slender, the 8 pages before it, FNAF
I bet you're gonna do that like every hour. Every new hour you will be like, oh yeah!
Scream loudly at the camera to entertain their
What's the best of you? I don't pose! I don't pose! I will not pose.
What the f***, okay?
The game became very popular after being picked up by big Let's Players like Markiplier. It sold enough copies that Scott could quit his day job and develop games as a career.
I'll be busy this afternoon. You're lucky. Oh my god, yes.
I think it was a happy
Thank
accident.
you.
But that's not to take away from what made the original FNAF really great. FNAF is this weird mix of many video game
genres. It will make this even
that
funnier
really
for us.
before.
What would you do?
You just sit in one office.
Does the
which is
time
really just a
redeems add
stretched
up? Yeah.
JPEG that's been given a cylinder shape, so you can look
Oh my
side to
god,
side and
okay.
be given the illusion of depth. The only thing you can do
I'm
is
gonna
look
make
at
the
security
video,
cameras and close 2 doors on either side of you. It's not exactly a
double
survival horror
speed
game.
for
It's not
10
exactly a
minutes,
tower
okay.
defense. It's not exactly point and click. It's
I'm
not
not,
exactly a
not
game of
pausing
Pac-Man.
the video.
It's a weird combination.
Okay, are
of
you
all
ready?
of these things.
Let's go. Fight Night at Freddy's! Yay!
Let me set the stage for you. Pun definitely intended. If I was a security guard at a fictionalized version of Chuck E. Cheese. They got arcade machines, they got pizza, they got animatronics that sing and entertain the kids, and they got animatronics that sing and terrify the kids. It's just how it is. You have to stay there from midnight until 6 a.m. and just watch the building. But soon
I
you
don't
learn they're not there
understand
to
what
keep
he
vandals and
says
burglars out.
anymore.
You're there because of the animatronics. Every night you hear a recorded message from the previous nighttime guard over the phone, which led the community to dub this character Phone Guy. Phone Guy explains
Phone Guy! I love this guy.
from walking up, and that they can't do it during the day because in the past letting them walk around led to the bite of 87, in which someone lost the frontal lobe of their brain. The animatronics have some level of artificial intelligence, and Phone Guy says that if they see you, they'll probably think you're an endoskeleton in need of a mascot suit, so they'll drag you to the back room and stuff you into a spare suit, which would kill you. The game, then, is to survive until 6 a.m. by warding off characters and protecting yourself from them using strategy and techniques that you learn through trial and error, with some hints from Phone Guy. You survive 5 nights, get a paycheck, and the game ends.
5
That's
nights?
the basis
Fight
of
Night
Five
at
Nights at Freddy's.
Freddy's?
It's just pattern recognition with a creepy atmosphere and some
Hi,
subtle lore and lots of
Rose.
jump scares, which made it
Hi.
the perfect game to play for a YouTube channel. It's one thing to play the game and slowly learn how to beat each night and best each animatronic, but when you do, you get frustrated every time you die because you just don't know why. The game's not great at communicating exactly what you're supposed to be doing, which led to a lot of myths and legends at the time about easy ways to best certain characters like Foxy. But if you're watching somebody play, not only do you get to watch them figure it out on their own,
Oh,
but when
I
they
should
die,
have
it's not
put
frustrating, it's hilarious. They
a
scream and make funny
cooldown
sounds.
for it, for the redeems. I'm so
And of
dumb.
course, all the boring parts will be edited out, so you just get a smooth, engaging narrative of your favorite screaming YouTube boy fighting his way through each night.
Blah, 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 which kills you. Blah, 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 blah.
FNAF is a great game, but in its essence, it's actually
Oh
better
my
than
god,
the
this
video.
is so
The
goofy
fun
with
parts are still fun
the
because you, the viewer, still get to figure them out, and the frustrating failures are
with
fun
the
because you're
sped
not
up
the one failing.
video.
Again, I think it's accurate to say the game is accidentally great for Let's Plays, and that's one reason that people love it. But the other reason is the lore I mentioned earlier. The bite of
The
87.
lore?
The lived
Oh my
in
god,
feeling of building and history it
really?
implies. Nowadays, we might say it has the essence of a liminal space. We see a party room, empty, with hats set up for a party, welcome to attend. You're seeing something outside of its normal context, and for some reason we find that creepy. There's also newspapers on the wall. You can
Okay,
read that tell a
wait,
very vague,
I'm
also
starting
easy
to
decipher story.
sweat
The
because
original
it's
Freddy
too
Fazbear's
hot
pizza
in
was
my
down with 5 children
room right
inside,
now.
and their
I'm
bodies
gonna
were never
remove my
found.
sweater
Kids
again.
vanish at local pizzeria.
I'm
Bodies
not
found.
pausing the
2 children
video.
reportedly
I don't
lured
hear
into
it
a back room
anymore,
during the late
but
hours of
it's
operation Freddy Fazbear's
okay.
Pizza on
You
the night of
guys
June
will tell
26th.
me
While video
what
surveillance
they
identified
said,
the man
right?
responsible and led to his capture the following
I'm
morning.
just
The children
removing my
themselves were
sweater
never
for
found
now.
and are presumed
Ugh.
dead. Police think that the suspects dressed as a company mascot to earn the children's trust.
Okay.
5 children now reported missing. Suspects
Okay,
convicted.
better.
5 children are now linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's
Actually,
Pizza,
I
where a man
can't
dressed as a cartoon mascot
open
led
my
them into a back
window
room.
because
While the
there's
suspect has been charged, the
stuff
bodies themselves were never found. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been
like
fighting an uphill
stuck in
battle ever since
the
to convince
window.
families to return to
I
the
have
pizzeria.
like a lot of
It is tragedy.
stuff.
Local pizzeria threatened with shutdown over
Thank you for the
sanitation. Local
lyric.
pizzeria, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, has been threatened
They
again
said
with
me
shutdown
as
by
very
health
cute.
department over reports of
Wow,
foul odor coming from much
really?
loved animal mascots.
So
Police were
cool.
contacted when parents reportedly noticed what appeared to be blood and mucus around the eyes and mouths of the mascots.
This is one of my favorite FNAF details, like early FNAF details, like the fact the animatronics have blood and mucus coming out of them.
These characters will live on.
Remember, I was like
CEO. So yeah,
14 when... Oh no, 12 years old when FNAF came out. Oh, so they smelled bad. Yeah, that was my favorite detail at the time. But I was 12. I don't know if this is concerning.
And because of that, all the details surrounding it are extremely important. The newspapers explain that cameras picked up someone in a mascot suit luring children into a back room. This happened in June, and the next day after the footage was observed, the guy was arrested. But even then, the bodies were never found.
Reference.
We know and you can assume that they were stuffed into the suits. That's why it's the missing children incident and not the dead children incident. There's some speculation about when this occurred, but basically everyone agrees it was 1985. The newspaper specifies the month of June, and the 1985 number comes from the books that describe the incident, as well as the fact that based on later games in the series, we know it takes place between 1983 and 1987.
Backrooms in FNAF, yeah.
From now on, I will refer to as the MCI.
Imagine falling into the FNAF backrooms.
How silly it was for our main character security guard, whose name we learn is Mike Schmidt, to keep coming back.
Mike Schmidt!
How dangerous the animatronics are. This is what we nowadays would call.
Do you guys understand what he says? Because I barely understand it, to be honest.
5 nights, which no reasonable person would. The character only acts the way they do during
Yes, okay. I mean, you have the subtitles.
And oh, how wrong they were. You see,
yeah, but I'm not ESL. That's because I'm ESL that I don't understand.
And now we're going to transition away from the game, and we're going to start talking about the story.
I watch most videos on double speed. This is the first FNAF trailer. Choo, choo.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a Chuck E. Cheese analog within the universe the game takes place.
Hell yeah.
It's a fun kids party destination where families can watch an animatronic band and eat pizza.
Kind of, if I really pay attention. Okay.
Off the main stage is Pirates Cove, where Foxy the Fox
10 minutes might be too much. Yeah, probably.
His name's actually a play on Teddy Bear. He is Freddy Bear, conjuring the image of a
Freddy Bear?
more so than a frightening wild.
It's Freddy Fazbear.
A help wanted ad in the local newspaper. Freddy is looking for a night shift security guard to work from midnight to 6 a.m. The newspaper claims the company is not responsible for injury or dismemberment. It pays $120 a week. Upon arriving for the first night,
I'm gonna change the redeems after.
Posters, drawings, and toys.
I'm gonna change them.
Celebrate, and depicts the main stage with Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, a brick wall behind them, and cloud decorations floating by their heads. On the desk are several old TVs, trash in the form of crumpled tinfoil, a soda cup, papers, and a constantly spinning fan.
Hi, Aku! Hi! These kids have lost to evolution by following creepy guy in the back rooms.
It's titled My Fun Day. Another also titled My Fun Day, but
as a kid, I think I would have followed them.
A yellow My Fun Day drawing shows a boy opening a small present with Freddy and 5 other children watching.
1 minute is enough. Fun for us, less annoying for you. True, yeah.
And a final paper shows the lower half of
How many minutes do we gain by double speeding the video for 10 minutes?
The kitchen is broken and the camera footage is very
Like
staticky. Freddy,
20 minutes? No.
And Foxy is behind
I don't know.
Which is closed and out of order. Foxy's body is noticeably damaged, so perhaps the state of the animatronic is the reason for this closure.
Just say it's 10 minutes of the video, so it actually only lasts 5 minutes. Oh, well, in that case, I can remove it. Thank you. Thank you.
Freddy also makes his way toward you, but for him the system is.
What if I hit you? You can pause for 1 hour. Someone already did it.
On the first night, the phone rings.
Don't do it again. Hello, hi. Okay, normal speed.
I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact. So.
Oh no, I'm not putting the speed like that.
But I'm here to tell you, there's nothing to worry about. You'll do fine. So let's just focus on getting you through your first week, okay? Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-up alike, where fantasy and fun come to life. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage to property or person. Upon discovery that damage or death has occurred, blah 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 blah. I struggle. Blah blah blah.
Now, it might sound bad, I know, but there's really nothing to worry about. The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but do I blame them?
They what?
No. If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got a bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable.
This will be, but it will extend the video so much. Yeah, I don't want to the stream to be like 24 hours.
Be aware, the characters do tend to wander a bit. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night. Something about their servos locking up, they get turned off for too long. They used to be allowed to walk around during the day too, but then there was the bite of 87. Yeah.
The bite of...
It's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know?
87? Wow.
Your safety, the only real risk to you as a night watchman here, if any, is the fact that these characters, if they happen to see you after hours, probably won't recognize you as a person. They'll most likely see you as a metal endoskeleton without its costume on.
They're so dumb. What about the bite of 2024? I made it. Sorry, that was me. Sorry.
Now that wouldn't be so bad if the suits themselves weren't filled with cross beams, wires, and animatronic devices. Especially hi,
DJ Music Man on YouTube. Hello. Hello. Good luck learning all the FNAF lore. I know already pretty much of it, but what the fuck is that?
Recorded various
looks like AI. What the fuck? Ew.
And now no longer
remove that from my screen.
The setup is a little weird because he recorded these.
It looks like AI.
And left them for us. And each one is delivered to us as a phone call. But it's a recording.
Go away.
The phone is programmed to ring at midnight each night with a different message,
Foreign
even
guy.
though all of them were already recorded.
Phone guy.
Which is weird considering what happened later. Phone guy alludes
purple
to the characters singing the same stupid songs for 20 years. This date will eventually become important, but for now it just means the restaurant has been around for a while and has clearly seen better days. He also mentions the bite of 87.
87?
One of the animatronics bit someone's head, which is unfortunate. Although we can gather that Phone Guy was employed back in 1987, which further teaches us some history of the building. The most alarming part, of course, is that the phone guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human after hours, but will think we're a naked endoskeleton. It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable
My
to
theory
recognize
is
humans.
that this is the case because, like, the pizzeria is, like, all in the dark and they don't recognize properly. Like, they don't see well in the dark. It makes sense, right?
Night 3 has more
I
story
think.
bits, with phone guy stating,
Most people don't last this long. I mean, you know, they usually move on to other things by now. I'm not implying that they died. That's not what I meant.
It's unclear if he's actually being
Yeah, it
serious
makes
or
sense,
not.
actually.
It might just be there to set the spooky mood.
Then they would see
Or
you,
maybe a bunch of
see
employees
when
have
you
died,
sit
I
in the
don't know.
light, no?
I think it's more
But the
likely
light
that
is...
nobody else has died
You
because this
barely have
topic never comes
light.
up
It's
again
not
in the
the same
entire
as
series.
a
Some
fully,
people interpret this as saying that there have been many other night
how do you call
security
that?
guards, but that's not how I
a fully
interpret it. I think that
lightened
he's just saying that
room
even
or
the
daylight
daytime
and
shift and
stuff. It's
daytime
not the
workers have a
same.
high turnover rate. It says that he was the last security guard. So again, I think the high turnover rate is for the day crew. Night 4 has one of the most important story moments for the entire series. Take a listen.
Oh, hey!
Hey! Day 4, yay!
Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. It's been a bad night here for me. I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you. When I did, hey, do me a favor.
He's gonna
maybe
die.
sometime, you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there. You know.
Freddy Fazbear!
Oh no.
Freddy Fazbear! Oh,
Phone guy just died. Now
he
stuff is getting
died!
real.
Oh my god,
For the tone of the game,
no!
obviously, this is meant to ramp up tension for the final nights of the game. Now it's actually hard. Now the tutorial
But
guy is dead.
did your music
The
man,
wise old
like,
master has died, and now you must rise above
William
him.
Afton's
Also, I
kid
bet
is
Scott
called
really regrets
David?
this, 'cause
I thought it was,
really limits storytelling
oh,
going
what's
forward.
his name?
So the animatronics killed Phone Guy, and his body has been in the back room since before you started working here.
Edwin.
Yeah,
Edwin's
there's no
kid.
way
I thought
he's
it was
still alive.
Edwin's kid.
R.I.P. Phone Guy.
And,
So these animatronics, these monsters,
and the crying
are the
child
real
got
deal.
bitten
Sure,
by
in-game over streams, they've
Fredbear
killed you before
instead of
to kick off
Freddy?
the game, but that's not technically canon. Obviously, your
It was
character
the bite
might
of
survive to the end
83
the game,
and not 87?
But now, in the story, canonically, they have killed.
Yeah.
These things are murderers, monsters. Clearly, they are pure evil. Or not, maybe they have a good reason to kill the phone guy. I don't
Remove
know.
the AI!
The Night 5
Oh
phone
la
call sounds
la.
like this.
One guy just died. Yeah. Oh look, this is Freddy Fazbear talking to us. I think it's more Golden Freddy than Freddy Fazbear. It's Golden Freddy. AKA Fredbear. I'm tired, sorry. It's
This audio
okay,
is
don't
broken
worry.
text
We're gonna
from the
learn
book Autobiography of a Yogi
and
by
remember the
Paramahansa
FNAF lore
Yoganda.
today anyway. Don't worry.
Agricultural development is stated by Foley.
What?
Would not be easily possible to employ some of them in quick laboratory equipment to indicate the influence.
I didn't know that. Wait, what the fuck is that?
You are right. Apples usually made by cute and array. Seldom knows a perennial. The joy of creating.
The
Huh?
book is somewhat famous and is definitely something Scott
I
makes
didn't
pick up
know it
and
was
read
coming
just
from
by going to
here?
college or being recommended it by a
Wait,
friend.
what?
People like Steve Jobs swear that it's like the greatest book ever. The final line became really
I did not
popular
know
in fandom
that.
and birthed the phrase "the joy of creation," which became a sort of tagline for the
You
series.
can just call a man's
It brings to
pixels
mind
on
a sort of
AI like that.
Frankenstein-like character,
What if he
a mad
cries? I don't
scientist who
care, this is
derives their
AI.
pleasure,
This
their
one is AI
happiness
too,
from
what the fuck?
creating things, even if those things are abominations.
Stop
But this
using
is a
AI
misquote.
in your
The line is
videos.
actually
What?
the joy of creative service.
The joy
But
of
that doesn't
creation?
mean it's not important.
Reference? Oh my god,
Scott's
the joy
writing
of
and the
creation
fandom
reference?
interpretation of the games are a sort of twin snake Ouroboros. They feed into each other in a constant loop.
This
So
is a
even though
FNAF
that
fan
wasn't
game,
Scott's
by the way.
intention, it's very
Stop the
possible that
AI!
fans
Oh my
interpreting
god!
the game this way led to the
I'm
mad scientist
upset
Dr.
at
Frankenstein
the video
character,
right now.
who would eventually become the antagonist of the series. Now, if my college degree in English literature with a focus in creative writing and a minor in philosophy has taught me anything, it's not to spend $120,000 on a liberal arts degree, but if it's taught me two things, It's when a work references or alludes to another work, that other work is important to the text's themes. And that means that a true deep dive
English
into FNAF
major.
would require reading Autobiography of a Yogi in order to understand Scott's true intentions.
At least he's self-aware, I guess, yeah?
Enough, and the lore is so deep that adding in an entire tangent about a 90-year-old barely related book would just be gratuitous.
Oh my god. Okay.
So the book starts with a chapter about Yogananda growing up in India.
Is he gonna talk about the unrelated book, actually?
A yogi,
okay.
in simple terms, is someone who practices yoga, but not modern American millennial Wii Fit yoga, like meditation as it actually is used in Indian religious practices. Basically, a yogi is like a monk. They're not a priest, they're not a religious leader, but they've devoted their life to living their religious practices to the fullest. Yogananda is a yogi from the 1900s.
Is this okay if I make the video, like I remove the video, but I...
things like that. This book is obviously a religious text.
I just want to change the redeems, countdown and stuff, and I have to go on my
faith by comparing the philosophy
navigator
to jump scare bear game. But some of the themes
okay, I'm gonna do something.
I'm approaching this
You're gonna hear but not see. Okay.
And not as a believer
I'm just gonna put this on top of it.
Is not the author's birth name.
But you still hear, okay?
You
can do it in another tab. Yeah, I could, but I have only one tab right now. I can't like open one without, like, you know, showing everything.
But for this it seems fine. Paramahansa is a Sanskrit religio-theological title of honor applied to Hindu spiritual teachers who have become enlightened. The title literally means supreme swan.
You still hear it? Yes.
So the guy's name is Yogananda.
Yes, you do.
His birth name was Mukunda, and he has the title of Paramahansa, all of which I probably am pronouncing wrong. So Yogananda's faith includes the idea of reincarnation, and in the first few paragraphs of the book he talks about his link to his past life, and how there have been many wise men over the years who are more capable of remembering their past lives than others.
And okay, we're back.
We're back. Is found to the body, which is what allows for reincarnation.
I can change the...
Our spirit is different from our body and can find new bodies. This book is really good, and I recommend anyone interested in philosophy read it. So Yogananda's mother dies when he's 12, and on her deathbed she says she wants him to become a monk, and that when he was a baby he was blessed by a guru, and that she always knew he would be a great monk. So this sets him out on a path. He meets some more wise men. One of them tells him, God is simple, everything else is complex. Which is just such a good line. Yogananda hears these men talking about a great physicist, and he's interested in the physicist because India is known for its metaphysical pioneering, for its philosophy, and not necessarily for its science. So a famous Indian scientist is kind of something of a figure of national pride. So he seeks out the scientist who tells him about his time at Cambridge. The scientist, whose name is Bose,
I think it shouldn't be fixed.
Invented what, in simple terms, is a microscope
Thank you for the care
that lets you look
package.
specifically at living plants. Bose demonstrates to Yogananda how he can introduce a poison to a plant that causes it to cease growing.
Did I miss something? Why are they talking about a yogi? Because
growing again.
Wait.
The evolutionary gestures on the screen held me more raptly than a movie plot.
One of the recording from the fun guy when he died was a part of the book. So I guess now he's gonna try to understand why the book has been chosen for that, if I understand properly.
Bose then says, graphs of my delicate apparatus have proved that trees possess a circulatory system. Their sap movements correspond to the blood pressures of
animal bodies. And this isn't something I never knew before.
I will show you my
so this is some really deep researches the guy made, I think. I really never heard that before.
Metals, such as the steel used in scissors and machinery, are subject to fatigue and regain efficiency by periodic rest. The life pulse in metals is seriously harmed or even extinguished through the application of electric current or heavy pressure. Countless uses of Bose's instruments will be made by future generations. The scientist seldom knows contemporaneous reward.
I made a C-Matrix. Hi, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
And that's what happened.
How are you doing?
Bose's research that the electrical pathway of information used by plants is similar to animals and humans led, decades later, to the idea that we can study plants instead of animals to see how they're stimulated by electricity. Quote, The electrical nerve
Quote.
impulses in the plant were found to be much slower than those in animals. This discovery was therefore seized upon by Columbia workers as a means for taking slow-motion pictures of the passage of the electrical impulses in nerves.
I don't really understand why
so
is this...
quoted in Five Nights at Freddy's is about how an inventor may never see the true fruits of their labor.
Oh my god.
And that they should be content by simply
Double
using their
speed!
creativity
Okay,
to add
let's
to the
go for
cause.
5 minutes.
Also, it's saying that metal reacts similarly to animals when
Let's
stimulated.
go.
The website FNAFlore.com claims, the chapter noted is full of research depicting metal as a living organism
5
through a method of
minutes.
experimentation with chloroform.
Ow!
This is an extreme overreach. There's a single paragraph about tin
Thank
reacting
you.
with plants because tin carries electric current.
Thank you so much, Symmetrics.
Much
Oh
more
yeah.
in the timeline of FNAF, it will be revealed that the animatronics are possessed, but the manner of possession is that the metal of the endoskeleton contain a substance called remnant. So like what remains, the remnant
Thank
of a soul
you.
or
I'm
life
doing good.
force.
Thank you. What
This passage seems to be
about
kind of the
you?
impetus for Scott's idea, the
Have a
idea
good
that
show.
metal can be stimulated the same way humans control electric
Yeah.
currents, and thus electricity coursing through metal in a specific way can mimic the life that inhabits human bodies. So the possession is sort of like an imprint of your nervous system's electrical pathways on the endoskeleton of the animatronics, and thus they mimic your brain patterns, your wants, your desires. This later is slightly contradicted given that we see actual ghosts, but the line from this chapter of Autobiography of a Yogi to FNAF makes sense. It explains how possession occurs. Your nervous
Okay, so
system
it
creates
actually
pathways for
makes
electricity on a robot and
sense.
mimics consciousness. With all that said, this exact
Hi,
sound comes from a sound
Mermaiden.
library that used for the audio was
How are
already
you
distorted, so maybe it means
doing?
nothing at all.
Part
The phone
2.
call in
Okay.
quotes Autobiography of a Yogi was obviously recorded and programmed to play on our 5th night after the phone guy died. Either phone guy was listening to the audiobook and the recording picked it up, or it was something more spiritual. One of the spirits is making us hear this for some reason. After night 5, you receive your paycheck. Mike Schmidt made $120, and the date is November 12th of some year. Based on this information, Mike was making $4 an hour, but that was his take-home money. That doesn't
This
count
is
for security or taxes,
basic
so he was making more than 4, but not
researches
significantly
people
more than 4. In
made.
1990, the minimum wage was raised to $4.25, and in 96, it was raised to $4.75. Also, in 1990, the Social Security tax rate was raised to 6.2% of a paycheck. Medicare was also 1.4%. These have not changed since 1990. That means that 7.65% of your paycheck gets taken out before you see it. So if you take home $120, you actually earned $129.93. That's $4.33 an hour. So the game takes place in November of 1990, 91, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We will be able to pin this date down later. After completing night 5, we come back for some overtime. After night 6, we get this pink paycheck for $120.50, and we are employee of the month. There is then
Well,
a
I
night
do
7
want to
where
spend
customer would
points. I
present
want you
the
to
After
take
this, Mike
breaks
is
too.
probably the hammer of the animatronics.
Oh my
General
god, it's
professionalism
already
is
too
over.
late.
They
Someone
really don't touch
redeemed
animatronics,
1
they
hour
This is the
of
story of FNAF 1. But what I
no
left out are the random
skipping,
details and random
no
events that happen
pausing
while
the
you play.
video.
Easter eggs. Randomly,
It's too
posted on a
late.
wall
I'm
will change and show you a yellow
already
bear costume with lifeless
stuck
eyes.
here
Occasionally,
for
be full. Slumped
1
over the seat will appear in front
hour
of you in the room.
already.
5
Yeah.
faces of the animatronics will also take up the entire screen, accompanied by the words, "It's me." This is often stated online as being text to the company's pictures of the yellow bear, but it's actually all of the animatronics, and the sign outside of Foxy's curtain will also change to "It's me." People have since associated these words with the yellow bear, but there's actually nothing connecting them except for the fact that they're both hallucinations. Hallucinations! Besides the newspaper clippings, this suit was the only real indication that something supernatural was going on. Also, the poster sometimes changed to this crying sad boy face. The yellow bear suit is obviously haunted and it can teleport around.
Those are
If you keep looking at it, your
more
game will crash, and that's
Easter eggs than
one of the characters'
actual
Golden Freddy, and the
hallucinations,
community would take to this
right?
name. Eventually, that would become the name the game
Just
referred to him as in a
Lord
meta way. Like in the game's menus
dropped
and settings, it would be called Golden Freddy. But within the story,
as
it has a
Easter
different name, and we'll
eggs,
get back to that later.
I think.
So, who is me? Why did the animatronics
Oh, there's
kill
no
Phone Guy?
French
Why does
word
Mike
of the
come back
day
3
for
days like Fred
today,
Death?
sorry.
Well, now is when we talk about MatPat. MatPat is an internet personality who has a massive YouTube network focused on
MatPat!
theory
Oh my
channels.
god,
He's a
okay.
showrunner and narrator of videos on the channels Game Theory, Film Theory, Food Theory, and Style Theory, as well as uploading Let's Plays on the channel Game
Food
Theory Live.
theory?
Game Theory's been around for over
What?
10 years, and in the early 2010s focused mainly on nostalgic,
Too
evergreen
much
Nintendo titles, and the
theories.
occasional modern hit, like the burgeoning Assassin's Creed franchise. After the original Five Nights at Freddy's was released, MatPat was inundated with requests to solve the game's lore. Originally, he was apprehensive to do so because the game's story was so cut and dry. Matt decided to go a different route for his video. Matt makes several styles of game theory videos. Sometimes he talks about the overt story of a game and dissects them like you would a novel in English class. Sometimes he goes over the historical accuracy of games or what secret meanings they might have given the context of the creations. And sometimes he just chugs a green smoothie trying to give himself super strength. Yes, this happened. So for FNAF, with the story simple and seemingly solved, Matt decided to look into what the game might be saying on a deeper level, leading to what I believe should be the most controversial video on his channel. I don't think Matt will ever take it down because it has so many views, and because it started the second era of his channel, where FNAF and games like it dominated the focus of his videos. But to be honest, it's definitely the black sheep of all of his videos. Matt's first FNAF theory is about how the game might have been made to reference a real-world murder that happened at a Chuck E. Cheese's.
December 1993, Aurora, Colorado.
Okay.
10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese. At 10:05,
Oh, Chuck E. Cheese! Hell yeah!
proceeded to execute everyone in the building. This story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's.
Is this real?
After hours and shot some of his former coworkers, killing them.
When I was a kid, I used to watch a lot of like a real story of Chuck E. Cheese tragedy, killing stuff, and I was like, wow, this is stuff I did in real life, so cool. I think I was
a lot of people are uneasy about the fact that in this video about FNAF of all
a
things,
weird
Matt tells the story of
kid.
a real-world shooting. It is
I don't think this is normal.
This is the disgusting
I don't think this is normal. I was a kid. It's okay. Is this fucked up? Yeah, it is. But I don't think the same anymore.
Which makes sense as the day that you get your paycheck on. After this video, the community has almost unanimously agreed that Five Nights at Freddy's 1 takes place in 1993.
This is just like FNAF. Yeah, but like right now, as an adult, I'm like, oh yeah, that was fucked up. I do not think the same anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's very sad it happened, and I should not be like, wow, just like Five Nights at Freddy's. No. FNAF 2, my favorite one. Hell yeah. Hello, hello. Hi, hello, hello, hello. Oh my god, yeah. The trailer, like, that is so goofy. This is so goofy. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. Let's remove that. Okay. Okay.
FNAF 2 featured more.
It wasn't even the
animatronics.
original
Now introducing
sound.
The toy variations of the core
F2?
characters. The toys appear alongside the old version of the characters, and some new characters are introduced, like
Manga,
Mangle and
my
Balloon Boy.
beloved.
There are
Huge.
no doors this time
Balloon
around.
Boy, oh
so
my
to fight
god.
back against the animatronics, you have to put on a Freddy mask, so they think you are in costume and they won't stuff you.
No, it feels
Also, there's a
he's
music box
talking
you
in
have to
slow
wind
motion.
on
Yeah,
one of the
this is
cameras,
funny.
otherwise this creepy marionette will wake up and kill you.
The puppet. I really like the
game,
puppet
much
too.
like the first one, revolves
I really
around
like this
puzzle of
game in
figuring out
general,
how to
like
stop
the
each animatronic.
specifically
The
FNAF 2.
animatronics coming at you from either side
It's the
of the room
first
can't
FNAF
get
game
you
I've
if you're looking
played
at
because
them.
my parents
They
would
can only
not
move when you're looking at your
buy
cameras,
any
but
games
you
for me
have
at the
to look at your
time,
cameras to
and
wind the
they were
music
like,
box.
okay,
But you
just
can't
this
just wind the
one,
music box
and I was
then
so
check the room for
happy.
creatures and then wait for the box again.
And the
You also have
second
to check
game
down
I
the dark hallway
played
in front of
actually
you,
was
where
Sister
Foxy
Location.
tries to reach you.
I didn't play a lot of
Foxy can
FNAF
only be
games when I
stopped
was
by
a
flashing
kid
your flashlight
because my
at it,
parents
which
didn't
has
want
limited
to buy
batteries.
me games.
So you have to juggle the battery usage, your time between winding the box, and also keep checking for the animatronics coming at you through the vent. As it gets harder, it kind of becomes like a rhythm game, where you're doing the same actions over and over and only changing it up if you have to quickly react to something. FNAF 2 is considered the hardest in the series because at some points you need to react fast enough. within a fraction
No,
of a
it is
second
not
to
the
put your mask
hardest.
on.
It's
Funnily
actually
enough,
pretty
FNAF 2 is
simple.
actually the easiest to beat on console because putting your mask up is as easy as hitting a button. And there's nothing stopping you from pressing the button over and over as you wind the music box, thus always having perfect timing if you need to put the mask on. FNAF 2 was released in November of 2014, about 3 months after the first. FNAF 3 would come not long after, in March of 2015.
I've seen FNAF 3 come out, so I was an early FNAF fan.
How hype
I've seen FNAF
releases
3
were. FNAF
coming
1
out.
was an instant phenomenon, and I would equate it to how the
I think it's from the
only
main
pure way
games
to
and
play
not
Pokemon
including
is in the
Ultimate
90s
Custom Night.
before the
Yeah, we're not
internet,
talking about
where you're swapping
UCN for
rumors
now.
and legends back and forth on the playground. So many of them were total
11
garbage,
years
but they
ago.
sounded
Ooh,
true.
I feel
And
old.
some of
Ooh.
them were actually true, even though they sounded like total garbage.
Imagine I
FNAF 1
was
so mysterious, both lore
I was,
and plot and atmospherically wise, that if someone told
more
you
like
there
10
was a
years
secret
ago,
way to
so I
beat a
was
night faster, you might
11
believe
years
them.
old.
And there is. You can literally just press a single
I
button
was
on the keyboard
11
to
years
skip an
old.
entire night. Or if you said that there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of
Oh, I
seeing something
never
nobody
never
ever seen
made the
before,
2020
they're kind of that too.
2020
There's also a fan
night.
theory
I
at the
never
time
made
that
it.
Foxy was actually a good guy. And that the reason that he came and ran to your office when you didn't look at the camera long enough
this
was because he was
theory.
checking on you to make sure
Yeah.
that you were okay. And the reason that he doesn't jump scare you and instead just leans in the door is because he's not trying to kill you. And the real reason you die is because you have a heart attack when he's in there.
This is a theory I used to believe a little bit
With
before.
the mysterious, random appearances of Golden Freddy crashing your game. So that's Golden Freddy, so you don't
It's
wanna
like
look at it.
the
And the myths about ways to beat Foxy, or patterns you can do to get through the night faster, spread
like the
around.
Wario
kind of like how little
thing
kids would spread
with the
rumors on a playground
Mario
and tell you that
64
holding down the B button makes catching a Pokemon
creepypasta.
easier. Every time a new FNAF game came out, it was like part of the puzzle fit into place better. Each game was like its own little puzzle box, with each animatronic being its own riddle. And the trilogy itself was like a puzzle, with each game being its own mystery, and it was structured in such a way that every layer was important. And there was this implied promise that solving it was possible, and that there was this grand revelation in store for
I
whoever
really
could
like the
figure it
design
out.
of Withered Bunny.
When FNAF 2 came out, MatPat of course released a follow-up theory.
I really don't
FNAF
like
2
the
had a lot
design
more
of
lore in
Withered
it.
Chica
When
though.
you die, there's a chance that you might play a minigame that mimics the look of
Withered
Atari
Bunny
games
has a
from
really
the
cool
80s.
design, right?
These minigames introduced
I really like the
murderer of
missing
the series,
face.
this purple guy, who the
A
fans
purple
call
guy. Oh my
Purple
god,
Guy.
the mind behind the
And we
slaughter.
get to see
Really?
some of his
Wow.
killings.
Is this real?
The gameplay of FNAF 2 is similar to the first. There's 5 nights, but actually 7, and you survive from midnight to 6 a.m., and you gotta stop the animatronics from jump scaring you.
Yeah.
The only animatronic who doesn't overtly kill you is Balloon Boy, who sneaks
Yeah, but
into
he's
the room
annoying.
and steals the batteries out of your flashlight, meaning that you can't stop Foxy.
And when
This is not
when he
instant death,
steals the
but it's
battery, this
likely
is
death.
over. You can't get
You also
them
can't be
again.
killed by JJ. Who's JJ? JJ is this pink version of Balloon Boy who randomly appears under your desk on very
This is
rare
like an
occasions.
Easter egg to
It's
me.
literally
She's
just
not
there to scare
canon,
you.
in my
But
opinion.
it does mean that JJ exists as an animatronic.
No,
He or she is a real
no,
important
she's an
character.
Easter egg.
There's also an
No.
endoskeleton walking around. It does not have a suit. This is, of course, against the rules, and so theoretically he should be getting shoved in a costume. But I guess the rules are different for him. So the first game had Phone Guy, but he's dead. So you might be asking if this game has an equivalent to Phone Guy, and it does. It has Phone Guy.
Hello? Hello?
This is the same guy.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Improved, hell yeah.
Through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here, and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path.
Hell yeah, I wish I
want you
could
to
work
forget
there.
anything you may have heard about the old location. You know, some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company.
Oh really? I wonder why.
That old
Fun Guy
restaurant
died
was
though.
kind of
Yes,
left
he
behind
did,
for
but the
quite a
thing is
while,
that
but I want to
FNAF
reassure
2
you,
doesn't happen after FNAF 1. Hehe, that is the thing. FNAF timeline is complicated. Yeah,
So Phone Guy is alive,
like you have
and that's because this
plenty
game
of
is a
different
prequel. That's right,
restaurants,
despite the 2 in the
and
title
FNAF
all
1 is
talk
not the
about
first
Freddy's
one.
Reopening, this
Prequel,
game
yeah,
is a
it
prequel.
is.
This game takes
Yes.
place in the location before
But where's
the first FNAF pizzeria.
the
And since this is a
subtitles? What?
reopening, that means there was another place before this one. 3
Subtitles?
Freddy's locations, with this being the second one, and the one in the original FNAF
No more
being
subtitles?
the third one. Phone Guy
Why
welcomes to
did you
this summer
disappear?
job.
Huh?
That's a mistake. Like, literally, it's a typo. The game takes place in November. Scott will later make
Hello?
fun of this mistake in one of the future games. Okay, so you're a new employee, and your name is Jeremy. And we're told the old restaurant was left to rot. Some people think negatively of the company, and now they're committed to safety. So that first Freddy's location is clearly where the murders happened. Sorry, not the murders. The missing children incident. Missing, not murders. We know that they were stuffed into suits, but bodies were never found, so they weren't murdered, they're just missing. This is my favorite part.
They even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat?
If you remember the phone calls from FNAF 1, then you know what this means. Animatronics would walk around during the day until
okay,
the bite
we're
of
back.
87, meaning this game
We're
takes
back.
place before the bite of 87.
I don't know why it
I love
broke.
Scott's cough there, because he knows that we know exactly what that means.
You're only the second guard to work at that location. The first guy finished his week, but complained about conditions. We switched him over to the day shift.
Jeremy
I
is
don't know
also
what's
second
wrong
night
with the
guard at this location.
conditions.
The first complained about poor conditions and was changed to the day shift.
And goodbye,
He
DJ
only
Music
worked for 1
Man.
week
Goodbye.
before
Thank you for
switching,
passing
meaning that your first
by.
day is the
Thank
building's 8th
you.
day of operations.
By now, I'm sure you've noticed the older models sitting in the back room.
Yes, I
Those are from
did.
the previous location, and we just use them for parts now.
Yeah.
They were just so ugly, you know? And the smell. Those
Ugh.
older ones shouldn't be
Ugh.
able to walk around. But if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too. So, whatever.
Whatever.
The Night 2 phone
Yeah.
call mentions that the old animatronics are being kept in the back room for parts. They're from the old location. These are called
But
the
not
withered
is
animatronics because
It
they're
was
kind
not
of
the old
decrepit,
like FNAF
but
1
it also
location.
tells
It
us
was
that
a
these suits are
location
from the first
before
location.
even.
These
So,
are the ones with the bodies
Keep
in
in
them,
mind
and
you
they're
have
present in
the
this
location
building.
from before, the location from FNAF 2, and the location from FNAF 1. There's already 3 of
I
them.
can go anywhere. I don't think the Freddy mask will fool us. So, just don't forget the music box.
Phone Guy keeps bringing up
Yeah.
the puppet animatronic that can be stopped by winding the music box. He says it can go anywhere. That basically means it can float and fly. He also says it's always thinking.
Goofy,
Now, when you
goofy,
first boot up the game, you're met with this
puppets.
cutscene.
Hey,
You're
how
in
does
the
it
location
even
from FNAF
fly?
1.
Well, it
Your
doesn't
point of
make
view is inside
sense.
Freddy's
This is
head,
not
and you're
canon
just
to me.
looking around.
It
When
just
the scene
can go
ends,
everywhere,
the words,
not
"It's me," appear
necessarily
on screen.
floating.
These scenes, which the game's files label as nightmares, happen between every night, until, eventually, the puppet comes and stares at you. So someone is saying, "It's me," to someone. Maybe to the spirit inside of Freddy, but I think it's more likely it would be being said to the person having the nightmare. Someone is saying, "It's me," to a person who is dreaming that they're Freddy. And since "It's me" was said to Mike Schmidt in FNAF 1, I think the person dreaming that they're Freddy is Mike. Now, the puppet
yeah.
is not in FNAF 1, so this either indicates that after the events of the game we're currently playing, Mike will eventually dream about his time in
FNAF 1 happens
location, and then
after
the puppet will appear.
FNAF 2. So
Or
technically the
there
puppet
lies the first Freddy's
exists
location, where the
already
MCI happened,
when FNAF 1
is the
happens.
same
So it makes
physical building as
sense,
the FNAF
I
1
think.
location. They opened in that
Yes,
building.
so
the
see, this
children
is a
vanished,
timeline.
They closed down. They opened this new
We have the
building,
first Freddy
it closes
Fazbear
after
Pizza,
the
then
Bite
the
of
second
87,
in
then
FNAF
they go
2,
back to the location
and then
in
the
first
third
game.
FNAF 1.
And then that one also closes
Like I
by
said.
year's end. This would mean that these dreams about the puppet take place before the main gameplay of FNAF 2. And I think that that's the explanation. I think that's it, but we'll get back to that. Phone Guy also says that the old location was left to rot, and FNAF 1 is definitely rotting by the time of the game. On night 3, Phone Guy talks about Foxy.
I think
his
there's
favorite
a
little
theory
boy.
that I
He says they
kinda
redesigned
like,
Foxy to be more
is that
kid-friendly, but the kids tore him
technically
apart.
this is the
So this Foxy is now
timeline of
called
the
the
locations,
Mangle.
but in the
At the end of
games
the phone call is the most
it takes
interesting
place
and
way
annoying part of
after
the story.
when it's already closed.
Oh, hey, before I go,
Yeah.
I wanted to ease your mind about any rumors you might have heard lately.
Okay.
You know how these local stories come and go and seldom mean anything. I can personally assure you that whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment.
Really?
Rumor and speculation, people trying to make a buck, you know. Our guard during the day has reported nothing unusual, and he's on watch from opening till close.
So he's talking about rumors
Till close.
you've heard
What
lately.
happens when it
So
closes?
Not the MCI, new rumors. He also says that whatever is happening is going on out there, not here at this location. Not more kids disappearing here. Instead,
It's outside.
It's things going on outside this building that people, for some reason, are linking to the company. And we'll get back to that.
Weird. Probably because it has
Thankfully, we have
something
our
to do with the
daytime
company.
security
Hey,
guard to protect us.
Purple
You know, the
guy.
one who worked the first week of night shifts? He's got our back.
Hello. Okay,
Hi.
so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution. Fazbear Entertainment denies any wrongdoing.
Fazbear Entertainment denies blah blah blah. Yeah, this is such a company thing to say. Like they don't want
Okay,
responsibility.
So now whatever rumors were just rumors.
I mean,
last
I get
night
it.
are a
Like they
real
don't want to
investigation.
get sued or
And
something.
Fazbear is
Makes
involved.
sense, I
the
think.
way he says these things happen sometimes makes me think these aren't murders. There aren't dead kids appearing everywhere. This is about something else.
Just as a side note, though, try to avoid eye contact with any of the animatronics side if you can. Someone may have tampered with their facial recognition system. We're not sure. But
Oh
the
yes, they
characters
have
have
criminal
very
face
unusual,
recognition, so
aggressive towards the
they can
staff. They interact
notice
with the
if
kids
there's like
just fine,
someone
but when they
bad
encounter
in the
adults,
building and
they
stuff. I think this is pretty cool.
stare.
Oh wait,
So
I
the
haven't seen.
animatronics, the toys
Did you see on the video?
specifically,
Did you see
started
that?
acting up
Wow,
on
did you
day
see
4.
that?
day
A
before
red
night 4.
circle. Did you see
Reading
that?
between the lines,
Did you
can
see?
interpret that perhaps
Actually,
the same
did you see there
incident
was
that
like
led
a
to
sort
these
of puppet
rumors become an
silhouette on
investigation may
the
have led to the animatronics now being
in the
in
middle
this
of the
angered
screen?
state.
Did you see
Phone
that?
Guy did say they're connected to a criminal
Did you
database.
see? I can't pose,
so maybe
but
now that the
did
police
you
are
see?
involved and a criminal has been entered into the database regarding missing kids at Freddy's, maybe now they're on high alert about all adults in the building.
Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know.
Okay,
In or
so the
out, but
location
what
is
if
now
I am
basically
already
an active
in?
crime scene. Got it.
Especially concerning any previous employees.
Oh my god,
Well,
previous
we know about one
employees.
previous employee.
No, you didn't
the
see
previous
it?
week's night
Oh.
guard turned day guard who has our back. He's a suspect, obviously, but he hasn't been arrested, which means he might try to come back.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
Again, this shows that the day shift guard is probably guilty and was fired.
We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it. We're gonna try to
Imagine getting
contact the
fired
original
just because
restaurant owner. I
a
think the
previous
name of the
employee
place was
messed up and killed 5
Fredbear's
kids.
Family Diner or something like that.
Oh, Fredbear Family's Diner mentioned. Oh my god, yay.
Okay, so now we have a new name.
Hell
Fredbear's Family
yeah!
Diner,
Oh my
and its
god, this is so
original owner, who
cool.
for now we'll just call the owner. Fredbear's Family Diner is not the location where the MCI happened. That was explicitly referred to as being a Freddy
We have a
Fazbear's
fourth
Pizza.
location.
So you have
Okay,
Fredbear's
okay,
Family
okay.
Diner,
What is
Freddy Fazbear's
MCI
Pizza
again?
number 1, where the MCI happened.
I don't remember.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 2, where we are right now. And Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 3, where the original game took place.
Incident?
Right, so you beat night
is
5
it that? Murdered children incident? Is this the thing?
Dated November 12th,
I don't remember. Oh, missing child. Thank you. I was.
This game doesn't just take place before
he
the
said
bite
the
of
line.
87. It takes place right before the bite.
Yeah, missing child. I almost got it. I almost got it. So yeah,
you know that
okay.
The bite is now right around the corner. But this screen also does something else important. The 5th night is November 12th. The same date as the 5th night in FNAF 1. But now we know for sure that it's 1987.
But
November
may
12th,
I say something?
Was a Thursday.
May I say something? The phone guy in FNAF 2 says summer job. I don't think November counts as summer, so actually I think we may talk about this. And yeah.
But it's not like a hard and fast rule. It's not a law. The assumption was
but I
that
can't
in FNAF
pause
1,
to
the
explain
5th night was
everything.
Friday. But it's not. It's
no,
Thursday.
okay, no.
That makes the 6th night
My
Friday
bad.
and the 7th Saturday.
Sorry.
Making the whole week run from Sunday to Saturday. So that means we know that in the original FNAF, we're looking for a year where November 12th is a Thursday.
What do you mean no,
and
exactly?
In 1992, November 12th is a Thursday. And this
what do you mean no, actually? I don't get what.
When Scott was making FNAF
Hi,
1, he
and hi,
intended
Cupcake. You didn't redeem the hi redeem, so I'm not saying hi. How are you doing?
MatPat said it did. He got that date, 1, assuming that they would get paid on a Friday, and 2, because that's when the real-life shooting took place. This first assumption is just an assumption, and textual evidence from FNAF 2 just completely disproves it, and then the second one
you said, can I explain? Oh, I'm being le troll, stop trolling me.
Hello.
Hello.
What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down.
The place has been closed since a while, since we're not actually having the shifts 1 week before, because this is an old recording.
We're not just on lockdown.
Yeah.
We're closed.
Do you get what I mean?
Somebody used a suit in the back, a spare
Oh my
one,
god.
a
Oh my
yellow
god.
one.
Oh, yellow one.
Newspapers in
Oh.
FNAF 1 say that somebody
Maybe
lured
even
the
a
kids in the
bunny
back for
one?
the MCI
The
using
yellow
a
bunny? Oh my
mascot
god.
costume. But remember, in the MCI, they didn't find the bodies. So this is a different crime. And who pulled it off?
I really like how he does that with his hands. Like yeah, I don't know.
The first location. Well, they're already stuck.
Talking about hands today, Canel
the MCI already
accidentally used her claw to hurt me. How do you say that? Like
dead kids.
Clawed. She clawed me. How do you call that when a cat uses their claw to hurt you? Scratch. Yeah, scratch. Yeah. Says she scratched me accidentally. It hurts really bad.
You'll be on day shift. Wear your uniform. Stay close to the animatronics and make sure they don't hurt anyone. Okay?
Why doing that as a company when there's an issue? Just freaking close it or fix the issue instead of doing that. I don't know.
Day shift for one last party. The last party that's going to happen at this location. And we know it's pre-Bite of 87 because the animatronics walk around during the day. And tomorrow is the last opportunity for that to happen. And Jeremy is going to stay close to the animatronics, which aren't acting right and don't like adults.
And that is so based. Is she based for hurting me? She didn't do it on purpose. So the story is that she fell from my desk and I got her so she doesn't hurt herself, but she scratched me while falling. But she's okay, she's fine. I made sure to check.
It implies that it's the most important event that happened around this time. Nobody would call it the Bite of 87 if there were 5 murders the same week. I don't think anybody would be saying, oh yes, the Bite of 87, of course. If the week before an ex-employee had killed multiple kids in the store.
The week before? Oh my god, reference?
Now I'm
the week before. Oh my god, true FNAF fans know what I'm talking about.
When you die,
the week before.
They have a random chance to appear. There are 4 mini-games in all, and they tell a very disjointed but important story. Each game is referred to by the fans by the text that appears on the screen when you play them. This is Take Cake to the Children. That's clearly not its title, that's its instructions. But there you go. You play as Freddy, and you have him take cake to kids. In the background, a deep robotic voice is reciting letters.
S A V E H I
Save
M.
him.
Hi,
Outside the building is a child
Dado.
crying.
Hi,
A
thank you
car
for the
pulls
follow.
up and a
Welcome.
purple
How are you
man walks
doing?
out, killing
We're
the
watching
child,
Five Nights at Freddy's
then
lore
drives
video
away.
for
The puppet then
8
jump scares
hours.
you.
Yeah,
This
8
minigame
hours of
depicts the
FNAF.
murder of the child that possesses the puppet by this purple man.
We made 1
The next
hour
minigame
already.
is
Congrats,
Foxy,
guys.
Go, go, go. You play as Foxy running out of Pirate's Cove. You run to a group of kids and confetti goes off.
I'm
You
David.
do this 2 more times, but on the 3rd time,
Are
a
you
purple
running
man with a smile
out on the
watches.
road?
You run to the right and find 5 dead kids on the floor. You are then jump scared
Do you
by
want an ice
Foxy.
cream?
These are the 5 MCI kids.
Do
the
you-
ones killed at the first Freddy's Pizza.
Is your name
We know
David?
this doesn't take place in the FNAF 2 location because FNAF 2
Oh my
does not have
god,
a
so
Pirate's
cool.
Cove. This is the original murders before the kids get stuffed.
Yeah, oh my
The
god.
presence of Pirate's Cove is
The
further
official
evidence that the
David
original
from Five Nights
pizzeria
at Freddy's
the
is
same from
here.
FNAF 1. The next game is Give Gifts, Give Life. You play as the puppet in a room of 4 dead kids. Now we're told that 5 kids went missing in the MCI from the newspapers in FNAF 1, and we've seen 5 kids killed in the restaurant, and 1 outside of it. We also have 6
5,
haunted
6,
animatronics.
6.
Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. The puppet goes
Yeah.
around to the dead kids and gives them gifts. Within the lore of the in-universe Freddy's, the puppet is supposed to do this. The puppet gives presents to kid at the prize counter. They exchange
Yeah.
tickets for prizes and the puppet presents them. But when the gifts
You
don't
mean the
work on the dead
crying
kids,
child?
the puppet gives them life.
Ooh,
The
David?
puppet puts their spirits in the suits. It's unclear if this means the puppet is who stuffed the kids in the suits. or if
David
Purple
isn't
Guy
isn't
did
the
it to hide
crying
the bodies.
child. He's
That has not been cleared up to this very day.
Edwin's
But either way,
child,
the animatronics
right?
came to life because of
Son.
the puppet.
He's
In
Edwin's
the background,
son.
the robotic voice is spelling out.
We don't really have an official name for the crying child, right? Help them!
Help them. Once you give the last child life, Golden Freddy jump scares you.
Mm,
But for a moment before the jump scare, a 5th body appears on the floor. There you go.
This is something
6
I
dead
knew
kids,
already.
1 killed
Actually, I'm not.
outside, 5 killed inside.
I think the
Each
only
one
thing
possessing
I've
the
actually
original
learned
animatronics
was
from
about
FNAF
the
1,
Yogi
and the outside kid
book.
possessing the puppet.
All the stuff
There's only
I've seen
one
so
more
far
minigame.
here
It's
are
called
stuff
Save
I
Them.
already knew.
You play as Withered Freddy in FNAF 2 location. You can tell because
yeah.
the map is the same as the one you see on your camera.
Like the crying child from Five Nights at
means
Freddy's
this
4,
minigame
it's
takes place
in one
long
of the
after the
episodes
other
of the
ones.
game.
The
Game
MCI is
Theory
already
Hyper, I
happened.
think.
The
I didn't
animatronics
really
were
watch the
possessed,
game
and now
theories,
the
that's
second
why.
pizzeria was opened.
Hyper Dread
voice
finally
spells
solved the
out.
mystery of his name. Oh, really? I thought we didn't have an actual name, and I think David is like
Save
the
them.
name of Edwin's
Chica,
son
Foxy,
who
and Bonnie's
died,
withered suits are in
and the
back,
mimic,
but around
the
the
mimic saw
restaurant are
him,
puddles of
and
blood.
something like that.
and bodies.
But it's more related to the books, and I
The box that
didn't read
houses
the
the
books
puppet is
yet.
open. The toy animatronics are standing on their stage.
Okay,
Mangle is
Professor
moving
Mia,
around,
but I
already
told you I know
Golden Freddy sits
a lot of
slumped
stuff
in the
about
corner.
FNAF.
There are
I
5
didn't know
bodies to
that.
find,
Yeah.
but 6 puddles of
I think
blood.
it's
Mangle
about
is
the
already
books.
moving around,
I don't know
already
if game
brought to life
theory
somehow.
often
The
talks
5
about the
bodies
books.
will now possess Balloon Boy, Toy
Yeah.
Chica, Toy Freddy, Toy Body,
For
and
me,
Endoskeleton.
The crying
And
child
the
doesn't
6th
really
puddle
have
of
a
blood
name
implies
yet.
a possible 6th
For me,
body
David
under
isn't
the
the
table
same
where
one.
JJ
For me,
hides.
David is the child,
Mangle
the
is
son
already
of
possessed, that's why he's
Edwin.
walking around.
But once
I really
again,
can't
Five
think
Nights
of
at
a
Freddy's
reason
is
to
all
have
about
specifically him
interpretation,
move
so
around
if
when
you
the
want to
others
believe
can't,
that,
unless there's
you
a
can
real
believe
reason.
that.
And we'll get back to
We
that
don't need
much
to,
later.
fight about
The
what
issue
is
with this
real, what is not
clarification
real.
from the game
I have my
is that it's
interpretation, you have
As
yours.
Withered Freddy,
Yeah.
you walk around the building until you are jump scared by Purple Guy. The game
Purple
will also
Guy!
end if you touch various objects like the puppet's open box. You can also see the puppet floating around. But the point
Yeah.
is clear. Purple Guy has killed again. These
Oh
aren't
my
the 5
god.
MCI kids
Cute.
who were
Oh my
killed
god.
and put
Purple
in the suits
Guy.
at the previous
The
location.
man
This
behind the
is 5 or
slaughter.
6 new murders. Purple Guy is back at it again at the present day, killing kids within the 2-week period in which the FNAF 2 location is open. Now here's the issue. This clearly implies the toys are possessed by these kids, but they're not. I think the Purple Guy intended to have these kids possess the toy animatronics, but it didn't work. These dead FNAF 2 kids are never named. We never see them again in the entire franchise. They are, for all intents and purposes, unimportant. We also explicitly see the puppet give life to the original 5 murder victims. We never see the puppet give life or help possess the toy animatronics. We'll talk about Purple Guy's motivations for killing later, but I think
by the way, if you want a pretty cool FNAF interpretation, a very nice video, I recommend the video from FNAF.
But just like
I think it's written like that.
I don't think the bodies are found. I think the incident is just the kids went missing. Obviously,
something like that. The video is really nice. I really like it, and I think the story is
whereas this time,
I think this is pretty much my interpretation of the game and the lore, so if you wanna watch it, feel free to. It's really
nice. There's
also
a legitimate group of people who don't think that the DCI even happened because
or maybe I should also link the
okay, so now we have all of the events in the game.
video I'm watching
so, what is the timeline?
to give credits.
The actual story? On night 3, Phone Guy mentions rumors.
Here it is. This is the video I'm watching. I'm gonna pin.
Which to me makes it seem like it's been at least a few days since these rumors would have started spreading.
Here we
Phone
go.
Guy seems legitimately shook when the police investigation
Stop with the
so
Phone Guy AI. Why does he have
I think it's something else.
green shoes?
I think that what's happening is the kids are disappearing around town. Phone Guy says things are happening, quote, out there.
That whatever is going on
Quote, out there.
The restaurant. And kids go missing occasionally. Maybe they ran away, or maybe it's a kidnapping. It is tied to Freddy somehow, probably because some witnesses saw someone using a yellow suit, a Freddy suit, luring the kids away, or possibly because the kids who were kidnapped all visited Freddy's the day before they died, or something. There was a real-life murder, a mass shooting a few years ago, and the evil individual who carried out this shooting was obsessed
just like Friday. No, okay. sorry. That was a joke.
That he was killing people for her, and when he shot himself.
Which FNAF are we at? FNAF 2. FNAF 2 for now.
Nickelodeon for comment, they would say something.
Yeah, sorry, that was a joke. I don't actually think that. If I was 12, I would think it, but I'm not 12 anymore.
Related, but they don't know that the perpetrator is the security guard. The way the Save Them minigame is set up, I think it's pretty clear that this is at night. The building is not open to the public. There's no one around to see the murders. I think this is happening at night, meaning it happened when Purple Guy was still the night security guard. It happened a day or two before we started our job. That doesn't mean all the kidnappings happened in one night, but it's likely.
I loved Danny Phantom when I was young. I don't.
Purple Guy kidnaps some kids
I barely see what it is. Was it a show or something?
Cleans up the blood
a cartoon maybe? I don't think we had that in France.
Freddy are chasing him around the building. He complains about the conditions. He's also done his murders anyway, so he's satisfied. So he gets switched to the day shift. Then you come in, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
The Wizards, which Phone Guy said
yeah,
should not be able to move around.
Those older ones.
I've heard of it, but I never actually watched it, and I don't think we had it in France.
This indicates that they've been awoken from their apathetic slumber after these new murders, and are now coming for you, either because you're an adult, or because you're in a security guard uniform. I don't think the Wizards were active before these murders. That's what I'm implying. A few days pass. The police actually come and investigate.
I remember we've got some theories, like, oh, the Wizards are linked to the toys and stuff, and actually the toys doesn't have, they don't have a soul, and this is just a mechanism and stuff. Yeah, we got some theories like that.
The Purple Guy is a suspect.
What FNAF plushies do you have? I have a Foxy plush in real life.
So he ran for it.
It's sitting right here next to me. Yeah, I mean, beside me, not next. I mean, what's the difference? It's not far from me. Yeah, I would like to get a Freddy one, an iconic one.
And now none of them are acting right. I don't think that means that now on night 6 none of them are acting right. I think Phone Guy has retroactively realized that none of the suits have been acting right since the murders. Once again explaining
you
why
too,
the Wizards
nice. I got it because it was a pretty iconic one from FNAF 4.
That's Golden Freddy and Withered Chica. However, neither of them are suits. They're animatronics.
But Freddy, the
In
Freddy
real life,
one is
Chuck E.
also
Cheese,
very
there are
iconic.
animatronics that perform on stage, and there
Chuck
are
E.
also
Cheese,
the
let's
mascot suits
go!
worn by the staff to walk
I don't
around.
like the new one at the
We know that
left.
suits exist at Freddy's
The
because
old one
someone
is
wore a
better,
mascot
I
suit to lure
think.
kids to the back room for the MCI.
But it's just like Five Nights at Freddy's.
we
See,
don't
see,
see
they
these
have
suits.
mascots
We only
and stuff
see
and animatronics. Wow.
We have cameras that
And
can
your Chuck E.
basically look
Cheese is
everywhere, and
terrible.
there are no
Yeah.
mascot costumes.
I
So even
guess
though
it
he says that
evolves
it was
with
an old yellow suit, I don't
like
think we were ever
nowadays
supposed to think that it was
cartoons
Golden
and
Freddy or
stuff.
Chica.
And
The
art
answer will be
style,
revealed in FNAF 3, but
I
people try to
guess.
say it was either
Something
Scott's
like
intention
that.
when FNAF 2 came out that it was Golden Freddy.
He looks like
or
a
that we
crack
were supposed to
addict.
think it
Really?
was
I
Golden
don't...
Freddy. And I completely disagree.
He
Those
just
are
looks dumb
animatronics,
and
not
too
suits.
zoomer coded.
A few more important things to note. In
He looks
Take Two to the
younger, like he
Children
looks
and
like a
Foxy
little
Go Go
kid,
Go,
like a
Purple
zoomer
Guy is
kid.
just
I like
purple.
the
But in
other
Save Them,
the
he's
older
wearing a
one.
badge, a security shield-shaped badge. So he was a security guard when this happened, which we know. But I think this means he was not a security guard when he killed the one kid outside, or when he killed the first 5 kids by Foxy. The puppet also has tear tracks on his face, which is similar to how dead children are usually shown with tears.
Yeah.
I already mentioned it, but Mangle is the only animatronic during Save Them that is moving. Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica
really?
don't move. The
Oh.
toys don't move. Only Mangle. I think that's kind of important. And we'll get
You think
back
that the
to
bite
that.
of 87
So that's the
happened in
gameplay
real
and story of FNAF 2, but there's
I
more
don't
to go
think
over.
so. I
For one, we
think
didn't
I
talk
think
about
Five
the
Nights at
ending
Freddy's
yet.
is
After beating Night
fictional,
6,
and
the
we
night
should
before
not
Jeremy gets bitten,
try to
we get a
find real
newspaper clipping
events
detailing that it was
like I
clearly
did
the
when
bite
I
of
was
87.
12.
The toys are getting
No, I
strapped
don't
and the
think
withers
so.
are gonna
I
be
like
repaired and
Five Nights at
used for a
Freddy's, and
possible
that's all.
reopening. That, of course, being
Yeah.
the location in FNAF 1. Believe it or not, when the game first came out, there was a lot of debate about whether it was a sequel or a prequel, despite the phone guy
Yeah,
being alive, and it also
was,
directly stating that it's in 1987.
A lot of people were
Alright, now let's talk about
debating.
Night 7. With Jeremy getting crunched on after Night 6, there has to be a new security guard on Night 7. And there is. There is no phone call this
2 more
time.
minutes before I
Phone
can
guy
actually
said
pause
he'd
the
be taking
video.
the
Can you
position
believe
after
that?
us, but we know
Can
this
you
isn't
believe
Phone Guy.
that? Oh my god.
Much like in
2
FNAF
minutes.
1, the Night 7 guard gets fired at the end of the night. His name is Fritz Smith. He's fired for tampering with the animatronics and odor, with a note pointing out that
Odor
it's
is too
his first day.
stinky.
He
Too
is fired
stinky.
for
Oh my
the same
god.
reason as Mike
Just like
Schmidt,
me.
which is interesting. He's also labeled as employee number 3, indicating that Purple Guy was 1,
Oh.
Jeremy was 2, and Fritz is 3. We know he's not Phone Guy because he
William
got
Afton
fired,
actually
and Phone Guy
lived.
did
Like,
not get
is
fired.
William Afton
Now
a
we're
real
gonna talk about
person?
the Easter eggs. Just like in the first game, there's
Oh
a
my
chance to see
god.
Golden Freddy
William
in FNAF
Afton
2.
in real life.
You can find
Wow.
withered Golden Freddy
Springtrap
slumped on
in
the floor.
real life.
His withered state implies that he is a physical animatronic who gets fixed up after FNAF 2 and before FNAF 1. He's
Yeah.
not just a ghostly apparition.
I didn't know
He's a
that.
physical animatronic that still exists and is being moved from location
1
to
minute
location.
before I can post the
He can also
video.
be killed by his
Can you
head
believe
flying
it?
down the
Or
hallway, which indicates more that he does have supernatural powers. Phasing in and out of existence is not his only ability. In the background of the party room, there's these little guys made out of paper plates, and they can just kind of disappear and reappear in the office. I don't know what that means for the lore.
thank you,
I already talked
Justin, for
about
the
JJ and
5
the
minutes of
skeleton, but
not
there's also
post
Shadow
video.
Freddy.
Oh my
Shadow
god.
Freddy's just like Golden Freddy, but he's all black in an
You guys
otherworldly
hate
type of way.
me. You
Then
hate
there's
me
Rick
so
Pasca,
much.
or Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Bonnie appeared in the
35
office,
minutes
looks
before I can
extremely
post the
terrifying, and I
video.
hate him.
No.
He's made out of Toy Bonnie's
Thank
model. You can tell by
you.
the segmented ears and the curved section of the torso. But he has human teeth instead of Toy Bonnie's buck teeth. Unlike Golden Freddy and even Shadow Freddy, this guy
Fun fact,
never
the
gets
name
any
of this
explanation in
character is
future
like
games. And the fact that he's based
I
on
can't
Toy Bonnie
even
makes him even more
remember
confusing.
it.
For now, the only thing to note is that there's a ghostly
How can you stay up for straight 8 hours watching a video? Because I'm a FNAF fan. I will do everything for Five Nights at Freddy's. And also I have my piss jar, so I don't have to go and pee, you know, pause the video and go pee. Very convenient. You should do that too. I'm kidding, I don't have that. I don't have that. This is a joke. I don't have it. The only jar I have is my gamer subs bottle for mango meta flavor thing that I'm drinking right now.
Jeremy, the guard from the second game. Fritz, the Night 7 guard.
I'm
The original
kidding.
owner
That
of
was a
Fredbear's Family Diner,
joke.
Purple Guy, and Phone Guy.
Oh la
Matt
la.
concluded that Purple Guy is Phone Guy. Purple Guy is not Phone Guy. The murderer was in fact a completely
Really?
different
Oh, I
character.
never
He
would
was
have
the murderer,
guessed.
and that's it. I don't think this was a bad theory at the time, but it started a habit that formed in the community of trying to solve mysteries both before all the evidence is available and also using every single piece of evidence. Nothing in the game can be random, and everything said or shown must be a clue.
No,
This
not
would come
necessarily.
Back to haunt MatPat and the community. MatPat
I
also
don't
claimed
know.
that this part of Purple Guy's sprite was a phone.
And you know that Five Nights at Freddy's
And
is
just
like
no,
full
it's
of
not.
retcons, and I don't like that. It has a lot of retcons. Five Nights at Freddy's 3! Springtrap incoming! Oh my
FNAF
god.
3 was to be the end of the trilogy. On Scott's website,
yeah.
we often uploaded teaser images of upcoming
I
games.
am still
and the first
here.
look we got of the new game's animatronic was this. An image of the character bathed
I
in
used to
shadow
try
with the
to
text,
lighten
"I
up
am
the
still here."
the
source code of the
picture and
website
stuff
included
to
the
see
text,
what it was
"I
exactly.
Source code,
I
in case you're
remain, oh my
unfamiliar, is
god,
what you see
so
when you hit
cool.
F12 on your keyboard.
The
We get a
worst
lot of
one,
data about the
gameplay-wise,
programming
I
of the
agree.
website. It can see parts of
It's the
code.
worst
very
one
easy to put
about
plain text
gameplay,
within
but it's a
source
really
code
good
and have it
one
have no effect on the actual webpage.
for the
Scott will
lore,
often hide
actually.
stuff in the source
And
code
also
as
Springtrap
pages
is
going
very
forward.
cool.
On January 26th, 2015, the trailer for FNAF 3 was released.
Look
It
at
showed a
that.
decrepit
Oh my god.
building, and some text appeared sporadically throughout. You're watching it on screen now. He will come back.
He always come back. Oh my god, really? Wow. I think the sound has been changed because of copyrights.
He always does.
Very
Who is
sad. He always
well,
does.
It's Purple Guy.
Purple guy!
He
No,
killed
really?
2 Freddy's locations already, obviously, so now he wants to come back.
He always comes back. Oh my
The
god.
text, "We have a place for him," is followed by a yellow Bonnie suit twitching on the floor. It's rotting.
He's not
full of gashes and
yellow.
holes.
He's like more green. Yeah. FNAF 3, the
When the game
worst.
eventually launched in March
FNAF
of
to play.
2015, it came with an interesting and very divisive description on Steam. 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its
30
doors,
years.
the events that took place there have
When is
become
it?
nothing more than a
When is
rumor and a
it?
childhood
30
memory. But
years
the owners of
after
Fazbear's
Freddy?
Fright, the
Which
horror
one closed?
attraction,
Which
are
one
determined
closed?
To revive the legend
And hi,
make the
Plash. Hi,
experience
how are
as
you
authentic as
doing?
possible
Hello,
for
hello.
patrons, going to great lengths to find anything
I
that might
think
have survived
FNAF
decades of
3
neglect
actually
and ruin.
happens in
At first, there were only empty
2023.
shells, a hand,
So
a
it was in
hook,
the
an
future
old
at the time it
doll.
came out, but now it's
then
in the
a
past.
remarkable discovery was made.
Wow.
The attraction now
Yeah,
has
I think it
one
happened
animatronic. Okay, we
at
need
this
to break
time.
this down because it's stupidly complicated. Okay, so Fazbear Fright exists. It's like a theme park horror tour attraction. It's not actually a Freddy's location. The building isn't real. It's just full of memorabilia. Specifically, that teleporting paper plate. Scott, what does the paper plate mean? Obviously,
I don't know. Nothing doesn't mean anything. Not everything has to mean something. And hi, Opitax. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm fine. How about you? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm watching a freaking 8 hours for that video. Ooh. So now you stream on YouTube and Twitch? Yeah, I do multi-stream. Yes. And I also have my YouTube chat on my OBS. So if you want to say hi on YouTube, you can if you want, of course.
We're told that the restaurant will close by year's end.
Hi.
There's no reason to think that there was ever another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza after that. So the company closed its doors of its final restaurant.
By the way, I can't pause the video for 30 minutes again.
Keep in mind, a lot of people think.
Hi, Big Blueberry. Hi, how are you doing?
But they are wrong.
That's cool. Yeah, I know. Para tried to stream also on Facebook or something like that. I know she also streams on Twitter. I think you can do that when you have premium, but I don't have it. Yeah, multi-streaming is actually helpful to help people discovering you from other medias. Really nice.
Just means that a restaurant shut down. 3 Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas have shut down. The original after the MCI in 1985, the second one after the Kidnapped Kids and the Bite of 87 in 1987, and then the FNAF 1 location in 1992. The thing is that the events that took place there doesn't really make a lot of sense if it's talking about the FNAF 1 location, or if it means multiple different locations. It would have to be talking about multiple locations if it's talking about the murders in 85, and also the final closing in 92.
I don't get what he's talking about anymore. I'm tired. I'm gonna drink more gamer subs.
Entertainment would have covered that up.
I need to get focused.
Failed business. It's the only location where there were no murders. If the public is gonna have rumors or a legend about a pizzeria, it's gonna be the original location.
Oh my god, with the amount I just drank, I hope
for 2 weeks, so
I will be very energetic.
The location with the childhood memories and the rumors and the legends is the original pizzeria. The one that was open for a long time, was not a smaller budget, rotting, decrepit place like FNAF 1, and actually had the murders in it. That's what a company would want to replicate and advertise as a horror attraction.
Okay.
Because of the ambiguity of what Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors means, I think all
interpretations which one valid, closed actually? So which one? Which one are they talking about? I guess they're talking about the last one.
Where the murders happened. In my opinion, the most compelling piece of evidence is that 30 years after the final pizzeria closed its doors would be 2022, which is just a completely random date. The game came out in 2015. It would make no sense for Scott to just decide that it takes place 7 years in the future. It's not like there's futuristic technology. It's not like we needed time to pass so that narratively characters can grow up.
Hi!
It's actually
Hello, how are you doing?
There's this 30-year gap between games where nobody is trying to hunt down Purple Guy. But if it's 30 years after the first pizzeria closed its doors in 1985, that would mean the game takes place in 2015, the year that the game came out. FNAF as a series is all about
it supposed to come out?
Taking childhood memories and childhood trauma and legends about the place.
Isn't it supposed to take place? Wow, I'm struggling.
Literally a world analog of
Isn't it supposed to take place in 2023?
And if that's something that Scott is dramatically trying to say with the game,
I think.
then setting it now when the series is
I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm doing good.
Is
this a scary video? No, it's a lore video. I don't think it's meant to be scary.
That it's 7 years in the future. And while it
but
really
it's talking about Five Nights at Freddy's.
By saying that decades passed between games, at the very least it's only 23 years instead of 30 years. I am 100% confident that FNAF 1 takes place in 1992, and I am roughly 85% confident
I have to go for now. Have a good stream. Thank you! Thank you for passing by. Goodbye. Good luck for your stuff. Bye-bye!
Thank you all for letting me have this rant. FNAF 3 opens inside a dingy office, although it's probably dingy on purpose. You get a call from Phone Dude, who sounds like a teenager.
Shut up with the AI pictures! Oh my god, this is so ugly. Why can't you even, like, just take the older fan arts from Cool Guy and stuff? It's Phone Dude. His name is Phone Dude. And not Phone Guy anymore.
And that this game will be more
it's not the same guy.
Than the last two. And narratively, it is. Gameplay-wise, not so much. But in the story of the game, this means that it's not your first
What did he say? Did he say it was not good for gameplay-wise? Did he say that?
We found some great new relics over the weekend, and we're out tracking down a new lead right now.
Right now!
Just update you real quick, then you can get to work. Like, the attraction opens in like a week, so we had to make sure everything works and nothing catches on fire.
Catches on fire? Why would it catch on fire, huh? Did you see that? Red circle. Did you see that? Did you see that? I saw it. Did you see? Something moved in the background, just behind me. You didn't? Oh my god. And it actually moved. You didn't see? Oh la la.
This book describes how the game works. The yellow Bonnie suit will start on the far end of the building and make its way towards you.
That picture was AI? Yeah, it was.
Will be open in
I mean,
1 week, and that there will be people
almost 100% sure it was.
It will be open
he's gonna show it again probably, so I'm gonna be able to show you and explain you why it is AI. But I hate AI. We hate AI here.
Let me tell you about what's new. We found another set of drawings.
Okay.
And a foxy head.
Foxy head. Yeah.
Another crappy cosplay. And we found a desk fan, very old school.
Old school, okay.
Watch the fingers. Right now the place is basically just, flashing lights
love fans because it reminds me of Five Nights at Freddy's. I should get a metal fan for me, so it will be just like FNAF. Boo!
But, you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says it was like an extra room that got boarded up, or something like that.
Okay.
So someone who designed the building and has knowledge of these boarded up rooms has now been introduced into the plot. We know it's not the original owner because he disappeared from the company before even Phone Guy started working there. And we know it's not Phone Guy because he's dead.
Yeah,
so now we have this new character,
it's Fun Dude.
Maintenance Man.
Huh?
We're gonna take a peek and see what we
Maintenance
can
Man?
So
What's the name? What is this name? What? I always knew Fun Dude instead of Fun Guy. Who the fuck is Maintenance Guy?
The most important
No.
thing you want to watch for is the ventilation. Look, this place will give you the spooks, man. And if you let that ventilation go offline, then you'll start seeing some crazy stuff, man.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I'm getting high.
and we'll try to have something new for you tomorrow night.
Imagine getting high because you were too scared. So cool.
If you're wondering why I started talking about the game
Is this how it works?
Gameplay,
Can you have hallucination out of fear?
Animatronic that can kill you. Golden Bonnie is not in the building yet.
Golden Bunny, is that a name? His name is not Golden Bunny.
Except for maybe hunt for Easter eggs.
Spring
but
Bunny.
We will get back to that. So on to night 2.
Oh, I got scared.
Hey man, okay, I have some awesome news for you. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes.
Okay.
These are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could
That's actually so cool.
like over the speakers
That.
as people
Oh, sorry, I thought the.
Dude, that makes this feel legit, man. But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not gonna believe this. We found one.
I thought the subtitles were dying. I think it is dying, actually.
Look, it's in there somewhere. I'm sure you'll.
It's not working anymore.
Some of this great audio that I found. Talk to you later, man.
Uh-oh.
After this,
It's okay.
Phone Dude
See?
recording-
Can I? Oh no! I accidentally paused the video when I couldn't. No! See, this is AI. This is so ugly. You can see it's AI. Oops! Sorry.
One of these ancient cassette tapes
My
starts playing,
bad.
and we never hear from Phone
I
Dude
couldn't
again.
pause the video.
Who
Ooh.
was Phone?
This
But
is
then we hear a
AI.
familiar voice.
Hello.
Hello.
New career as a performer / entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Phone Guy
Yay.
is back, bro. Okay, so these old cassettes
He's
were found at a Freddy's
back.
location. The
Looks
same
like
one where they
pixel
found
art.
the
It's
animatronic
pixel
boarded up in the back
AI.
room. Obviously, these were recorded
Trust
back
me.
before Phone Guy
Like the
died, before
pixels
FNAF
are
1.
not like.
These are training
they're
tapes
so
for an
ugly.
entertainer, a daytime
Sorry.
member of
What do you mean
staff.
sorry?
Let's take
It's
a listen.
okay. You didn't make the AI art. That's not your fault. It's fine.
/climb into /climb out of mascot costume.
Mascot
Yeah.
costumes. We've heard about mascot costumes twice. FNAF 1 said that in the original Freddy's location, a guy in a mascot suit lured kids into the back. And in FNAF 2, a mascot suit was
Hi,
used in
Diddy
kidnappings.
Zaurus on YouTube.
Let's
Hello.
go.
How are you
Right
doing?
now we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and
Wow, so
Please
cool.
pay
Really?
close attention while learning how to operate these suits, as accidents / injuries / deaths / irreparable and grotesque maiming can occur.
Wow, so
That's how to
cool.
operate the mascots when they are in animatronic form. For ease of operation, the animatronic
Fine, and you? I'm doing good, thank you. We're watching an 8 hours FNAF lore video. Hehe.
animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment.
I remember thinking this game was about Freddy Krueger when it first released. Yeah, I can understand because it's like Freddy. It's
Part of
about
this is gameplay information.
nights.
You use sound
Yeah.
cues to lure the animatronic
Yeah, it's 8
away from
hours.
you. But it also gives us the important context
It's
that some
8
suits
hours
that might
of
be yellow
Fight at
can
Freddy's.
also look like
How do you feel
animatronics.
about that?
Freddy is one of these suits.
How do you
That's
feel
what I'm
about
getting at.
this?
Why is he slumped over? Why can't he move and walk around like the others?
Because he doesn't
he's
have
in
an
suit
animatronic
mode.
inside
And this
him.
gives the important detail that the manufacturer of the animatronics and suits is not Fazbear Entertainment.
Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to
I know the lore by her, so I'm all for it. Oh, I don't know it like by heart, but I know pretty much of it, I think.
So we can stop calling this
I mean, I was an early FNAF fan, so I knew all about FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, and I think I dropped after Ultimate Custom Night, so I don't really know much about the most recent ones, and the books, I don't know much about the books, to be honest, but yeah.
He can crawl through vents or walk in your direction, but using sound cues to move him to the furthest point is easy enough. There are some issues though.
That's pretty cool. There's enough lore to make lengthy videos. Yeah, I've seen like 24 hours videos. 24 hours! Imagine! I could only watch people play it. I was too scared to play. I understand. It's a pretty... I don't know if you could call it still scary game, but it was very scary for the time. They're still great, don't worry, yeah! I mean, I'm trying to catch up the lore and understand everything still, even though the lore is full of retcons, unlogical stuff, you have to guess what's real, what's not in the books, that's... yeah. It is scary, do you still find it scary? Ooh. No, I'm kidding, I think I would be scary too. It is still a very classic scary game.
Or in Foxy's case, just slowly turning left when you need to reset everything to make sure he's not there. These phantom animatronics consist both of characters from FNAF 2, like Balloon Boy, and FNAF 1, like the original Foxy. Now, theories try to use this as evidence that the security guard for FNAF 3 has seen both sets of animatronics, those from FNAF 1 and from FNAF 2. This is quite silly. The idea is that the nighttime security guard in the final night of FNAF 2, Fritz Smith, and Mike Schmidt are the same person, and that they are now also the guard here in FNAF 3.
I think they are both just Michael Afton, if I'm right.
Of hallucinating all of them. And I think this is weak, because whether or not they're actually hallucinations is up in the air to begin with. Phone Dude says that they're hallucinations, but Phone Guy's calls are always trying to play down the supernatural elements. And on top of that, Phone Dude might think that they're hallucinations when they're actually phantoms, they're spirits, the place is haunted.
Yeah.
They're actually called the Phantom Animatronics. They might be ghosts. If there's any building that's going to be haunted, it's going to be the place where every single piece of surviving Freddy's memorabilia has been gathered and put together. And my second reason for thinking this is quite the silly theory is that you don't need to have been a nighttime security guard to be familiar enough with the animatronics from the locations to hallucinate them. I have in fact had dreams or nightmares about the cast of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic band. And I am not a security guard at Chuck E. Cheese. I'm just familiar with the characters.
Yeah!
These are beloved children's entertainment mascots. You don't need to have worked there to know what they look like. There were toys, there were cartoons. This thing has been around for like 50 years at this point.
That's true.
That this playable character must be Mike because he's seen the older animatronics is complete nonsense. With that said, the player character is absolutely Mike. There's a lot of other evidence for this, just not requiring
not this one. Okay, not this one. Okay.
You used the wrong equation and got the right answer. The gameplay doesn't really change.
I mean, as long as you get the right answer, it's fine, right?
And that's
I think
this is the easiest game in the series. So since that's the entire game from a gameplay perspective, we're gonna get back to the story. Actually, hold on, wait. I'm gonna play for you Spring Bonnie's jump scare.
Is so cute. Thank you very much. Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty lame.
Wow, Springtrap! Whoa, I got scared. Ooh, scary. Who got scared? Who got scared? What the fuck? Did you get scared?
Walk around what is explicitly the FNAF 1 location. With water
I'm actually out of food, so no more me ever needed to go outside. You can take your phone, take your earphones, put them in your ears, and still listen to my stream. You know. I love to listen to FNAF videos when I go out. And good luck if you can't. Goodbye. Might come back later. Okay, thank you. Goodbye, and good luck to go outside. Ooh.
Now, this is stupidly important.
I'm never leaving. Hell yeah! That's horrifying. Ooh,
Bonnie also
but
has a bow tie and a button.
FNAF 3 jump scares are not even the scariest ones.
The rebuilt, remodeled versions in FNAF 1 do not have any buttons. We know that the Wizards were transported to a new location and then refurbished. We know that the original Freddy's location where the MCI happened was left to rot. And something that has always bugged me is that the newspaper clippings from FNAF 1 that mention the MCI and that the restaurant
Make water soup? Yummy.
The FNAF 1 location. Why would they
I like making a bouillon. Bouillon. I don't know how to call that in English. I like to make bouillon with pasta when I'm out of food. I can just have pasta, water, and chicken bouillon or something, and it makes a soup. And it's pretty cool. Yeah, I like bouillon. It's really nice when you don't have anything else.
In this minigame is clearly the FNAF 1 location, and it's rotting. And we know that it's before FNAF 1 because the Wizards still have their buttons. So if the first and the third Freddy's locations are the same place, and these minigames happen after FNAF 2, after the Wizards are moved back to the smaller location but before FNAF 1, then I believe that Purple Guy disassembling the animatronics is the reason that they appear dramatically different in FNAF 1. They weren't just refurbished, they were rebuilt, meaning that Purple Guy was at the FNAF 1 location before
I just realized they say refurbished, just like Furby. Furbies! Furby reference, oh my god.
Alright, on to the night 3 phone
I
call.
have made tea. Oh, which one did you make? I should make tea for my next break, aka my first break. I should make some tea. I think I'm gonna make white tea if I can. Oh, yes, I can. Furbies are so scary. I have a collection of Furbies, like the 98 Furbies. I have them just on my desk. See, I have an upper part of my desk, like really up, like what do you call that? Yeah, I have an upper part and I put them on it. They're pretty cool. You know that you should watch my short about why I like Furbies. I've made a short. I think you can find it pretty easily on YouTube. There's the small story of why I love Furbies so much. You're gonna be very surprised with the explanation. That sounds really Manhattan. What do you mean Manhattan? What?
Like in the first game, it says you're going to be shoved
what do you mean?
into a suit, and it shows
what I said or what the video said?
Like,
I didn't listen to the video. But I can't pose. I can't pose when I talk. No. Do you name them? I don't, because they already have a name in their program. When I turn them on, they tell me their name. I have one called I think one of them is Mei Mei, one of them is Alo, one of them is Boo. And I don't know the name of every one because some of them are broken or don't speak. They speak? Yeah, you can turn them on and they speak. And they also fart and burp. That's real, they do that. But it's really cool, I think.
The jump from night 3 to night 4's tapes is highly contested. Let's listen to the first part.
Me not having 100 Furbies. No, I don't have 100 Furbies. I have, oh sorry, I think I explained. I have the Furbies from the 98 generation, when they came out in 98. Sorry.
Okay, so the first 3 phone calls
so I have like
tapes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12.
On that day, whatever day this happened, the Springlock suit.
I have 12. This is still a lot.
And Phone Guy had to record this message. For various reasons, I think this happened before FNAF 1 and 2, putting it in the era of the first Freddy's location. In FNAF 2, and remember that location was only open for 2 weeks, in FNAF 2, Phone Guy mentions how the kidnapped children's incident was done by someone using an old
kidnapped children incident.
That means
yeah.
That the Springlock suits were considered old and probably outdated by the time
Only
of
88
FNAF 2,
I wish.
This incident took place
I wish
in
I
the
could
first
have that
Freddy's
much.
Pizzeria. We also get a mention of a sister location. That means another restaurant owned by Fazbear Entertainment. And this is really annoying, because it means there's another restaurant we don't know about. We know about Fredbear's Family Diner, but Fungi barely remembers that existing, and he doesn't know its name for sure in FNAF 2, so there's no way that that is the sister location. But there is a pizzeria somewhere out there that has these Springlock suits, owned by Fazbear, before FNAF 2, likely in 1985 or earlier, during the time of the original restaurant.
Google helped?
And they had
What do you
Springlock
mean?
suits, but don't anymore. Let's keep listening.
My heart will drop when Foxy will run down the hall. They talked about it before. Like Foxy doesn't want to kill you. He runs, and your character has an heart attack and stuff. Yeah. Well, MF10 is fake. Well, I knew that. There's a lot of like fake news, hoax about Five Nights at Freddy's being real. But this is pretty old stuff. This is the stuff I used to believe when I was 12.
So the suits are being taken away.
So
and
it makes me
technicians,
wonder,
like
what's your age, actually?
Are going to work on them. Other suits,
I'm sad.
suits,
I don't think I'm sad about a children killer being fake, you know? I would be sad if it was real.
Tapes, they were a new invention.
Spoilers!
They were classic. They were old. Also, there's these new suits, and they are not relevant.
Chat, would you date a French furry? I'm not a furry! What do you mean by that? Who collects vintage Furbies? Would you?
Another memo from Phone Guy.
If you're 18, it's fine. But I believe that. Don't believe stuff. Do not believe. Dot. You're my favorite furry. I'm not a furry. What makes you think I'm a furry? Actually, I think this specific, the specific thing, like the way I look right now. Maybe I have cat ears. I hold FNAF plushies. Maybe this is not the right time to ask what makes you think I'm a furry. And I'm not a furry, okay? The ears, but the ears, I'm a cat girl.
If the Springlock issue
might be mistaken, but I think you have a French accent. Yeah, I'm French. That's why. Yeah.
At least to my ear, this sounds like it's been decommissioned for a little while.
Ears, FNAF plushie, furry creator collection. It's not furry, it's Furby. It's not the same.
We know that Purple Guy in a mascot suit, and I'm gonna drop the pretense he was
yeah, I'm French, but I only do content in English. I prefer. I like English. It's cool.
As evidence. If we had camera footage of Spring
a furry scale is per copium. Anything above 0 is furry. Shut up! This is not true. It's only the cat ears. I have human skin. I have human everything but the ears and the tail. By the way, do you want to see my tail? Weird as phrase to say. Here's my tail. Here's my tail. Get hypnotized by my tail.
Meaning he killed some of them before that using a different method. I think he took the suit, did his first killing, and then after this memo...
It's crazy how I just yap and don't listen to the video anymore. Okay, I should stop and actually listen. Okay, listening. I'm logged in. Logged in.
The core 4 animatronics were all disassembled, so now you play as a child, a ghost of one of the kids, and you make your way to the safe room, past the broken animatronics.
We're missing so much lore. I'm sorry. Okay, wait, you're still logged in. Oh, interesting part of the lore. Look at that. Look.
Golden Freddy being the fifth, but Golden Freddy wasn't disassembled, meaning that the disassembling
we didn't see the Springlock failure. What? Scammed. Hi, Vash. Hi. How are you doing? Hello.
That has no influence on their ghostiness. And this explains why they're able to repossess the animatronics for FNAF 1. So the ghost chases Purple Guy around for a bit. There are these square things on the ground. Some people think they're boxes, some people think they're arcade cabinets. Phone Guy did say that they put unused things back here, so either one of those examples works. Some people think that they're safes,
what time is it for you? I always forget the time zones. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I had a good memory, I swear I will remember everything you guys say. But I try my best. Ooh. What's your time zone already?
Or if it was brought from the FNAF 2 location in '87. But Golden Freddy was
Springlock failure when?
And
I want the
Phone Guy
spring
says
lock
someone used his
failure!
old yellow
Show it
suit
to
for the
me!
kidnapped children incident.
Show it to me!
So I'm guessing that yes, it was moved around when different locations
Show
closed
it!
and reopened. Purple Guy theoretically hasn't worn this suit since the kidnappings in FNAF 2 back in 1987. But he gets into it
Look
now.
at that! Look at that! Wait,
Many people interpret this
wait.
as him getting into the suit he wore when he killed the kids to scare the ghosts. Others look at the actual gameplay and say that wearing a Freddy mask in FNAF 2 tricked the haunted animatronics. So Purple Guy might be wearing this costume to trick the ghosts. I don't buy that at all. The animatronics, when possessed, act
Spring
like
lock failure!
animatronics. They perform during the day. They stuff you when they catch you because it's against the rules. Spring Bonnie himself in this game is set to follow sound.
Isn't that from
so
the
he can
movie?
be
But the
where
movie is
party
inspired by the
If
games,
the
of
spirit
course.
inside the suit was in control,
Look,
he
look,
would
look,
not
look,
be
look.
forced to follow those sound cues. The
Hi,
animatronics
Kazoo!
think like
Hi.
animatronics, so yes, the mask stops.
Sorry, that's
but
fine.
there's no
Don't
reason to think it would stop
apologize.
Ghosts. Anyway, Purple Guy gets spring locked. The water dripping down causes a failure in the spring locks, and he
The
gets
spring lock
dead.
failure! Oh, did you
fitting
see
end to
that?
this murdering
Did you see
psychopath.
that?
Except it's not
Red
the
circle.
end.
Oh,
Obviously,
did you
these
see
two
that?
facing off against Spring
Red
Bonnie this
circle,
whole
red
game.
arrow.
This minigame took
Whoa,
place decades
whoa, did you
ago,
see that,
and the
guys?
animatronic is
Whoa,
now haunted.
unbelievable.
Spring
Whoa.
Bonnie is Purple Guy, and he's not Spring
Wow,
Bonnie.
did you see
He's
that?
Spring
Oh my
Trap, because he
god.
got trapped in the spring
Yeah.
lock suit. The animatronic rabbit has a corpse inside of it.
I wish it
In
was
fact,
that
you can
bloody
actually
in the
see
movie.
that
Me
in
too. I
game,
was so
especially on
disappointed
these
by the
secret
spring lock
screens.
scene.
That's
Ooh.
rotting skin and
Ooh,
sinew,
I hope
and
the
that
next
is
movies
his
will
skull.
be better.
That is Purple Guy rotting inside.
Guys,
of him.
guys,
And
can
he
I
was in there during
pause the video? I
entirety
need
of
to
FNAF 1.
pee.
He's been in there
Can
for
I pause the
decades.
video?
And now
Ooh.
he's back.
I have
Because he comes back. He always does.
2 more
Tonight's
minutes.
sick phone
Wait.
call explains how that all came to be.
2 more minutes and then I can pause the video. 2 more minutes, guys! And then I will be able to... Please. Yeah. I'm counting the seconds right now. We're gonna take a very small break after, okay? You know the FNAF VHS videos? Yeah, I've seen some of them. Oh my god! Oh my god! Do you hate me? Do you want me to piss myself?
The company sealed up the safe room
I
without
can't
even
pause the
looking
video
inside.
for
So Purple Guy,
5 more
spring
minutes.
locked, sat there,
Ooh.
twitching like in the trailer.
I mean, I can't
for
go
over
away
20
and
years,
let
until
you
phone
with the
talked
video
to
and then I come
construction
back.
guy, broke open the barrier and found an animatronic.
Eyes! Eyes! I'm just gonna go away, let you alone with the video. I'm gonna go pee.
Lured kids to the back room of the original pizzeria.
And
killed them, stuffed them in suits to hide the bodies.
GK.
Purple
Hi,
Guy,
hi.
who was arrested but
But yeah,
released
I
when
know
his
the
bodies weren't
VHS video.
found.
I would like
Purple
to
Guy, who came back to the restaurant when it
I would like
reopened in a new
to
location,
make a
got
react
hired
of
as a security
those
guard so he could kidnap and kill more kids, and got away
someday.
with it
Those I
again.
never saw before.
Purple Guy was trapped by the very ghosts of the kids and forced
Yeah.
to sit in agony for 23 years.
They really do
inside of a
hate you.
suit,
Yes,
unable
yes,
to
they
truly
do.
die. It's an
You
ironic
hate
twist of
me.
fate,
And hi,
but
Rebellion.
it's
Good
exactly what he
morning.
deserved. At the end of the game, there's no paycheck, no pink slip. The attraction burns to the ground, like Phone Dude said it might.
I
Springtrap
actually need to
likely perished
pee.
in a blaze and is gone now.
I think I'm gonna pause
Finally.
anyway.
The police
I'm
haven't
sorry.
ruled out foul play, meaning it might have been the security
And then
guard
after I
setting it on
pause,
fire on
when I
purpose.
come back,
But because
we're
of
gonna
the
skip.
faulty wiring,
We're gonna
his crime
not pause
will
for
likely
a
go
1
undetected.
hour and 5
A few
minutes.
items will
Okay,
be sold at
okay.
public auction,
I think
meaning
taking
there's a
breaks
chance
anyway
for the
is
curse
still a
to
good
remain.
idea
But if you brighten the image, you can see
for
Springtrap perfectly
everyone.
visible. He did
Go
survive.
peace, girl. I
And that
will. I
is the
will. Don't
story
worry.
of FNAF 3.
I really need
Except
to
not really
anyway.
at all.
I'm not
Barely
pissing
started.
myself
Jesus,
here.
This is where the story gets tricky. That's right. the
Give
game
me
where we can't
diapers
even
on
agree
throne,
when it
and maybe
happens.
next time we
With
make
phone guy
a
tapes that
long
were
react
recorded
video.
who knows
I will
when,
be able to
where
pee
some
myself.
tapes were memos and some were audio trainings. We don't know where
If you need to
or when
pee, you
any
can
of this
pause.
is.
The thing is that on Twitch,
Now
because I
is when it
also
gets
stream on
confusing.
Twitch,
Beating Night 5 rewards
I
you
have
with this
I have
screen.
redeems where people can
Bad
tell me
ending.
basically, oh, you can't pause the video anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna pause here. We're gonna be right back, okay? We're gonna be right back, guys. Don't forget to drink, eat, go pee, and go sleep if you need to, because this is gonna be a long stream, okay? Be right back. I'm gonna be quick, okay? Okay? Be quick, yeah. we're back. Hi guys. Welcome back everyone. I peed. I peed. Welcome back. I'm gonna drink right after. Okay, video is back and I will not be able to pause for 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Turns out that Scott was a little bit upsetty that people kept finding all his little Easter eggs and solving the game so quickly. I should mention that every game has an ultimate mode where you can
thank
set
you,
the AI to
Ophizax,
their
for
maximum level. Scott could never beat
for
those
telling
modes
I was an
himself.
underrated
He released the
VTuber.
games
Thank
not
you.
knowing
I
it was
really
even
appreciate
possible.
it.
And each time it proved to be
As a French,
possible.
your English is honestly
So this time,
perfect.
I guess Scott
Really?
wanted to
Thank
make the
you.
search for insane Easter
I
eggs
lack
part
of
of the game.
vocabulary
Before we get to
sometimes,
that, we're
but
gonna go over the normal
I can have
Easter
discussions.
eggs.
I think it's
occasionally
cool.
Shadow Freddy will appear in the
I think this
office,
is enough.
and that
Yeah.
is just absolutely the worst thing I've ever
I'm
seen.
already down a few
Some of the
shots.
posters
A few
changed,
shots?
just like the other
What does
games,
it
and these
mean?
teleporting paper plates are back. Now let's get to the completely baffling, nonsensical way that you're supposed to beat FNAF 3. So in
FNAF
those
3.
end of night follow me mini games I talked
Prokota!
about earlier,
Hi!
there's one
How are you
hallway that will
doing?
consistently have different
I happen
hints
to
in
be
it.
drinking. Oh, drinking
The first
alcohol.
night, the hint is
Oh, what do you
BBBB
drink?
click. Clearly, this means that on the first night you're supposed to go to camera 8 and double click on the poster of Balloon Boy. This takes you to Balloon Boy's Air Adventure. As
Yay!
Balloon Boy, you
Rum.
gather
Oh,
up
isn't
some
it
balloons and exit through
a pretty strong one?
through the exit. Except you might notice that that's not all of the balloons in the level. There's one more. So you start night 1 again, you double click the poster again, and you get all the balloons, and then you jump through this wall, which has absolutely no indication that it's not solid, and
That's
you fall.
true.
And if you keep walking,
Yeah,
you'll
you
find
really
the
just
final
have
balloon.
to try random
If you
stuff.
enter the minigame again, you'll find that these balloons you found now
I'm fine
form a
though.
floating
I think
platform
maybe
you can hop
as long
on
as you
to
don't
find a
drink
dead
too much
child.
is fine. Be
You cannot
careful,
interact
okay?
with this child at all. Now, if you go back to the Follow Me minigame,
What is this, guys? Channel? It's pinned. The pinned message is credits, and it links to a video. This is the video I am watching.
Input the code on the buttons in the machine in order to enter Mangle's
But I can link it to
Mangle needs to find his missing parts and avoid this mean bully. So
to
you
the
jump
chat
around
too,
you find
and
the
I can
parts and
also
then you go
link
out the
it
exit,
to
except no,
the YouTube
we've
chat
learned
if you
you
guys
don't
want
go
to
out
know
the
too.
exit. Instead,
And I'm
you
gonna
jump through
pin
this
it on
wall,
YouTube
fall
too.
down past a giant
Épinglé.
pine puppet and find a ladder of balloons. These balloons
Yeah.
would not have been there
Let's
if we did
go.
not gather them in the Balloon Boy minigame. So
I
you
never
jump
made the
up all
mini
balloons,
games
and then you
myself, to be
find a cake.
honest.
Now, clearly, since we are super geniuses, we can deduce that since the balloons from Balloon Boy's adventures carry over to Mangle's quest, that means the cake from Mangle's quest probably carries back over to Balloon Boy adventure. So we double click on the poster and we go through again, we get all the balloons, we jump through the wall, we go up the balloon path, find the dead child, and then we give him the cake. And now he's
Yes.
a happy little dead boy. The next
Happy
night, when
little
doing the
dead
Follow Me minigame,
boy.
you'll find a picture of 4 cupcakes. This means that you
I
have
won't
to search
drink
every
more
camera
than
in
I
the building
have,
and find
okay.
4 cupcakes and click
Well,
on them, and then you get to start Chica's party.
Yeah.
In Chica's party, you specifically play
Makes
as
sense.
Toy Chica. You need to grab cupcakes and give them to children, but we know better than to exit the minigame, so instead we're going to jump through the wall, land on one of the red balloons, and find another child to give the cake to. Also, you can't do this without first having done the Balloon Boy game. On the next night, the clue is 395248, and this one gave people a lot of trouble. On the first time, you had to double-click Balloon Boy. That's weird. Second one, you had to put in the Konami code into this arcade cabinet. That's weird. Third one, you gotta find some hidden cupcakes. But this one...
How do you even guess? How do you guess what to do, actually? Look at that! How do you guess?
Onto the wall tiles. You gotta dial the tile. This unlocks Stage 01. In Stage 01,
Golden Freddy and Spring Bunny!
Spring
Whoa,
Bonnie,
is
Spring
this
Freddy, or
real?
Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, whatever.
Yeah,
There's
Spring
so many
Bunny,
names, but
Fredbear.
Technically, this is Fredbear and Spring Bonnie.
Yeah.
Even though I think it should be Fredbear and Bun Bonnie, but no one cares.
Bun
what I
Bunny?
think. So here's a small
Aw.
stage and a small
Bun Bunny is a
restaurant.
cool
These two
name.
old
I like it because
costumes were
Spring
used back at Fredbear's
refers
Family
to
Diner,
the
which is where this
mechanism
game
more
clearly
than
is
a
set.
character.
This is the location before the
Bun Bunny,
location where the MCI
cute.
happened.
I like it.
So if you glitch through the walls and the ceiling and then you do
Tch.
all of this nonsense,
think you're only able to guess if you have a habit of clicking random objects on the screen. Actually, I like to do that in games. I like to interact with almost everything and try to break the game. I've made that on Half-Life.
Maybe that means they were killed at the second Freddy's location. Maybe this child was killed at Fredbear's family diner.
I try to find ways to... On Half-Life 2, I try to find ways to...
shove square pegs into round holes. Everyone knows it only works the other way around.
I don't know. I use the car where I couldn't and stuff, or stuff like that, yeah.
Next night they hint to Shadow Bonnie, and on that night a doll of Shadow Bonnie appears in your office. And now you're playing as good old Rick Faska.
I think some Easter eggs in FNAF go way too crazy. Would take me years to figure... Yeah, like... all by yourself, it would take a lot of time. I think
and you enter into
just finding all of these is just like multiple people trying one thing and one other thing and stuff, and at the end people try to mix it together and try to see what it does. Yeah.
An orange bird. Then at the end
Orange
of the hall
bird?
are 4 kids.
Doesn't make sense.
Freddy, Chica,
Who are they?
Foxy, and Bonnie, and a crying child.
I was about to say, oh, wait! What if this is the mediocre melodies?
He will put on the Fredbear or Golden
And it's
Freddy
not an
mask,
orange bird, but an orange elephant?
Masks behind and freeing their balloons
Imagine,
or their
wait!
souls to rise to the sky.
Wait! No. No.
What was that?
What if I don't
A lot of
know.
murders. Kid outside.
Yeah,
Fredbear's
basically,
is
is
the puppet.
it?
The MCI kids are the core 4, and then there's Golden Freddy. The
Wow.
other 5 are probably the 5 kids from FNAF 2 with the KCI.
It's been fun learning all the
minigame.
lore, but now I
But,
gotta run out for my weekend activities. Have fun. Thank you,
what
The
is
Wolf.
this?
Thank you for
If you proceed to the
staying.
end of the
Have fun
final
with
night
your
again,
weekend
you see the ghosts all hunt
activities.
down Purple
Goodbye,
Guy.
goodbye. Rest
Maybe
well.
it makes sense now that the animatronics are disassembled and they've all had this little party, and that's why they can manifest as ghosts. And
I mean,
attack
your
Purple Guy and
activities
kill
are
him,
fun
and
though,
then all go
because
to
if
heaven.
this is like
Except that's
work
totally not what happens.
activities,
The
well,
end
good
screen now
luck.
shows
If this
that
is
the
fun
masks do not have
activities,
lights in them.
have fun.
They are
Yeah.
empty. The souls are gone.
I'm gonna drink
For
more
some
because
reason, in the bad ending screen, the way the masks are positioned
Because I'm
makes it
dying.
look like there are 2 lights inside
The
Golden
blue one
Freddy.
is apparently Nedbear.
On the good ending screen,
Oh,
Golden
okay.
Freddy isn't there at all.
Nedbear's in
There's some questions
blue.
about when Happiest Day takes place. If the kids join up and move on the day that Purple Guy is spring locked, then
Probably
the
not-
animatronics wouldn't have been
Probably
haunted
to
for FNAF
avoid
1. It seems like
confusing it with
FNAF 3 happens,
with
but that's
Freddy,
also kind of
I
weird,
guess.
because why would they move on the moment that Springtrap is freed? It's also argued whether or not
Hi,
the puppet is
Batuta.
actually
Hi.
in
Hello,
FNAF 3.
hello.
There are phantoms, which we know
Thank
are
you
not
for the
physical
stretch.
beings, but the puppet seems real. Matt Pat pointed out in one of his videos that there's a reflection in this puddle, which seems to indicate the puppet's probably
Ooh,
real.
big one.
If the puppet is still possessed, then Happiest Day cannot have happened yet. That makes me pretty confident to put Happiest Day and the children's souls getting freed after FNAF 3, meaning that the scene of the ghosts attacking Purple Guy had nothing to do with Happiest Day. And that also makes sense because it's very heavily implied that what is haunted about the animatronics are the endoskeletons. There are multiple costumes and outer casings in the back room of FNAF 1 for all the characters, so it's not the casings that are possessed, it's the endoskeleton. I really don't think there's a correlation between Purple Guy getting springed and Happiest Day.
It makes sense
except for the
because
fact that they're both told in
Remnant
FNAF 3.
is
It
about
does bring a whole new meaning to Shadow Freddy,
metal
though.
and
Purple
soul
Guy uses him
mixing
to lure the
together,
animatronics to their
fusioning
demise.
more than
He also appeared in FNAF
the mascot
2
parts.
after those murders
So it
happened,
makes sense that
and he
it's
appears
the
in our office in
animatronic
FNAF
itself,
3.
the metal parts of
That
it
thing is
being
evil.
linked to the
Whatever
soul.
it is, it's clearly
It really
some
makes sense.
manifestation of Purple Guy's evil, and it's right there.
The
Golden Freddy in
easiest
first game
sequel,
was
but to
spooky,
be
and
honest, the
these
series should
animatronics
have
are
been
trying to
ended in
kill you.
FNAF 4.
But now we
It
know
can
that
be
the
ended
animatronics
at
are
FNAF
innocent
4,
kids,
but I
and that they
think the
don't really
perfect
mean to kill
ending
us.
is Ultimate
But this
Custom
thing-
Night.
This thing is
Because, like, you know, this is the
legitimately evil,
purgatory
and
of
that is
William
FNAF
Afton and
3.
stuff.
Almost. We have
I
to
don't know,
bring
it
up
makes
the
it makes
major
sense to me.
question, which is,
It is logical.
what were those
I
mini
think.
games? Obviously, the security guard, us, we were not playing those games. We weren't sitting there playing Mangle's quest and somehow affecting events that were happening in the ghost world, right?
Oh, this is just
I-
lore elements.
I don't get
We
it.
don't play
I
it
don't
canonically. FNAF, mystery solved. No! I mean, yes, maybe?
Alright,
maybe?
time to check in on
Sorry.
our good buddy Matt Pat.
Scotty C certainly didn't make things any easier.
To explain it to you guys, Remnant is a metallic substance which can be taken from haunted objects, endos in that case. Yeah.
You may be wondering why I said that the
Hi,
FNAF
Laundry!
timeline and
Hi,
story are
how
so
are you
confusing
doing?
when I have put together a very coherent story so far. Well, that's because I have hindsight. I know what things and Easter eggs and clues are relevant and which are not. I know that Purple Guy isn't Phone Guy. I know that this murder is Purple Guy's first murder, and thus it's very easy to place this at Fredbear's
It's
family
probably
diner.
Charlie.
I was able to put things in chronological order because I've had almost 10 years to sit on it. When these games first came out, you were hit with everything at once. If you're playing through FNAF 3 normally, you're playing each night, and then between each night you're playing something that happened years ago in the Follow Me minigame. Then the games end with an event that set the game into motion in the
Hi,
first place.
Grippa.
The last thing you play
Hi.
is the first thing that happened. And it was the same in FNAF 2. You found out all these murders happened the day
Just
before
came
you
back
started
from
working at
work.
the end of the
Yay!
game.
Congrats on
The
ending
events are not explained
work.
chronologically
About
or
I'm
even
doing good.
coherently,
I'm trying
but
to stay
beyond that,
awake with
there
my
was also
gamers up.
MatPat.
To be honest, this
Now,
is
I'm not
hard
gonna
because
say
I'm
that he was the
having a
entire
lot of
community, because that is
informations
simply not
at
true.
once from the
But
video.
he did steer the discussion for years. Discussions either became built on his theories off of his assertions, which led to some faulty Jenga tower logic because his assertions
what?
were wrong.
The fuck is that?
Or it
Oh my
led to
god!
some
Oh my god!
contrarians, some pariahs out there trying to disprove him, but they weren't listened to because they disagreed with MatPat. So now we're gonna watch some of his
What did I
post-FNAF
just
3
saw?
videos so we can get a good grasp on where the theories were at the time and how not even close they were.
This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather
Oh,
the
it
first
is, it
location
is,
of
it
Freddy
is, it
Fazbear's
is.
Pizza, predating
Is it?
the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug up in FNAF 3, he introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring-lock suits.
This isn't true. I'm not
I
gonna
didn't
say that
memorize
is
all
certainly
this stuff
Fredbear's Family
already.
Diner, but the
I mean,
logic he just
I
used
know
is
pretty much of
flawed.
what he's saying,
Phone
but
Guy
there's
can
some
make training
details I
tapes for
didn't know
suits
before.
even years
And to
after
be
those
honest,
suits were invented.
even if I know
There's also no
listening
reason to think that
hours
these
of
are Springlock
English
suits.
video
They might just be
is
the
like
Fredbear and old Bonnie animatronics
pretty
which were
tiring for my
yellow.
brain.
There's nothing in this minigame that makes
If it
seem
was
like
in
these are
French, I think I
Springlock
would
suits.
it would be better, like easier for me.
Multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's pause here. Two employees
ESL
are killed by
debuff.
the
I'm sorry
failure
for
of
being
a body suit
ESL.
and a Freddy
Ooh,
suit.
I'm gonna stop
sorry.
you right there. Phone Guy says there was an incident with multiple spring lock failures. Each suit has multiple spring locks inside of them. I think this phrase, multiple spring lock failures, just means there was a complete failure of the system. If one spring lock fails, you get stabbed. But if all of them fail, you get instantly crushed. I don't think this
Yeah.
even intends to imply that two suits both failed at the same time, killing two employees. I think it just means that one suit failed catastrophically. MatPat will go on to use this as evidence that Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy are the ghosts of the two employees who were spring-locked.
Oh,
that is just not the
really?
But it did limit the discussion of their true identities for
No,
years.
I do
because
not
people
agree.
just assumed that MatPat was correct.
Those in
Remember, Golden Freddy is a
Fredbear
decommissioned spring-lock
are
suit at this
kids,
point, deemed
two
too
kids,
unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like
Writing
the rest
Child,
is that his endoskeleton
and
has been taken out. He's in
Cassidy,
suit mode. This also
and
explains
Springtrap
the lone
is
naked
just
endoskeleton
William
that appears
Afton.
occasionally in both
I
Five
don't
Nights
know.
2 and Five Nights 1. An endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden Freddy.
It's not important, but this is factually incorrect. The endos in FNAF 1 and 2 are different models.
Yeah.
Also, when a spring-lock suit is worn, the endo is not taken out. It's actually moved to the sides, so that there's room for a person to climb inside. Also, in my personal understanding of the series, it would be the endo that is haunted, not the casing.
Yeah, I agree.
Historic. I think they were like training tapes.
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are unstuck in time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNAF 2 talking about children going missing. The pizzeria isn't being shut down for an investigation of some missing children the week you happen to be working there. You're listening
Isaac.
to old tapes meant for the night security guard from months ago.
Again, this is just wrong. Phone Guy says he'll be taking over the job after you. But if that was recorded a while ago, then you wouldn't have this job. The paycheck labels you as employee number 2. and Fritz as employee number 3.
Would you let go that Freddy's and the ghost go inside you and hunt your body?
Even just with
but it doesn't. It's not really how it works. I would go inside Golden Freddy with his endo. I will get crunched by the spring locks. And then I would hunt the endoskeleton. This is how it works, actually. But would I do that?
As we mentioned before, all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days, back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every
Five
other
Nights at Freddy's.
Oh,
Five Nights at Freddy's. Is this where you wanna be? I just don't get it.
He's also
Hi, Angel. Hi.
Springlock suits. Again,
well, you try your best at speaking English is sweater, but I'm trying my best, yay! I try my best.
And Phone Guy is the only character we know who had knowledge of A, where
it's
they
insane
were
to think this game came out in 2014. It still feels fresh. FNAF 3? Are you talking about like the first Five Nights at Freddy's or the entire license? Because if you're talking about the entire license, it is still fresh, technically. Because there's a new game coming out this year.
But obviously other people know about
and I will probably play it, by the way. The first one, oh yeah, that's a classic one. I guess this is why it's a very classic one. It literally changed the indie horror game history. So yeah,
who could possibly know?
It's been 10 years. Feel old yet? Yeah, I do feel old.
The technicians that took the suits away after they were decommissioned would know. And we know that Purple Guy was an employee. I don't know if Matt just had a brain fart or if he's grasping at straws, but this is
it wasn't an employee, actually. He was one of the CEO of Freddy Fazbear Entertainment.
No.
I mean, he was working with Henry Emily. He's the founder of the whole thing.
Move into the next section.
Technically,
I want you to understand
actually,
how people who interpreted FNAF 1 as an alternate universe bad ending prequel have no chance of understanding FNAF 4, the final chapter.
It is not even the final chapter! But finally, FNAF 4, okay. I mean, this is the final chapter for one person, the crying child.
The final chapter is the midpoint of our story today. And if you think it's called the final chapter because it takes place furthest along in the timeline, then no, you'd be wrong. It's actually the first game in the timeline. Let's begin. The tagline for FNAF 4, which, yes, was changed its name in development, it wasn't actually called the final chapter. We can goof on that all we want, but that was technically not its name when it was released. The tagline is, what is it that you think you see? And I have no idea, because this game broke the entire community, and to this day, nobody can agree on a word of it.
Oh, really?
FNAF 4 released on July 23rd, 2015, 3 months after FNAF 3.
There's a theory that says that you don't play the crying child in FNAF 4. You're playing Michael, his brother, getting traumatized from how the crying child died. It can make sense, actually.
When it was meant to only be a trilogy is because people complained that Springtrap's jump scare was lame. And
yeah. Look at that. This is not scary.
This time with the scariest jump scares yet. I talked
scariest stories.
Next game focusing on feedback from the previous game.
I don't know.
And that's why this game features nightmare
scariest stories.
They're no longer bound by the expectations that anybody could realistically think these are appropriate for
the jump scare itself isn't that scary. It's really it's really like
the story
what happens before. Like, will you get jump scared? Will you not get jump scared? I don't know.
So these monsters,
you think there will be another FNAF game after the one that will come out? I think so. I think they don't want to end. They know there's so much FNAF fans. They want to do it forever, I think.
To everything. It took the minimal story in these couple games about the killer, and it actually made a very compelling story about the game's hero. The problem is, nobody understood that at the time, and many probably still don't.
Ooh. Game? Oh my god. We're playing a game? Did you see that? Red circle. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that? I'm gonna do that every time. Why is the lore about dead children? Because this is Five Nights at Freddy's. If there is no murders, there's no lore. Like nothing happens. No haunted animatronics. Nothing. FNAF 4 trailer. It's really nice.
Okay, so you're playing not as a security guard, but as a young boy in his bedroom at night. And you must survive away from your nightmares from midnight until 6 a.m. Taking a cue from the original game, Bonnie comes from your left.
That chime in the background right. I hear every day. Everyone hears it every day if you live near a church.
It's your closet, and you have to check up on him every once in a while.
Yar!
And Freddy gets behind you in your office.
Yar!
Or in your bedroom. These are Freddy. And you have to check on them every once in a while to make them go away.
I don't think I ever got jump scared by Freddy.
In the room, Bonnie and Chica can get you. When you lean out in the door into the hallway, you have to listen for breathing. If you hear breathing, you have to shut the door. Otherwise, you can send them away with your flashlight.
Yeah.
So just like normal, we have a mechanic where you have to check on things to prevent you from just sitting there and doing nothing.
But the game makes you have the sound very, very high. So when you get jump scared, this is actually very scary.
Between nights, we once again.
Oh, you have clocks that make the same sound.
These are all about this young crying boy. This young crying boy does not have a name.
Crying child?
Some people think his name is Evan, but it definitely is not. But that is what.
Why? Why even Evan? I never got it. Why? Where does this come from?
Since there's no official name, people usually just call him Crying Child. Or CC.
There they are little nightmares or the result of someone breathing hallucinated gas. I think it's
the first
two.
Minigame is actually before
I think they both work like FNAF 4 is
Fredbear, not Freddy.
How do I explain that?
Like
this is the result of the nightmares of Michael Afton, but also experiments from William making kids breathe hallucinating gas. I think this is both.
I am here with you.
Now you play as Cece in his bedroom.
Cece, crying child.
As are plushes of the other Freddy characters, with the weird detail that
how do I post a video for the?
Missing.
What do you mean
In
post?
the actual gameplay sections, Foxy is
oh no, pose. You can't.
Meaning they either take place before this.
I just can't pause the video I'm watching.
Child's toy. Freddy also has buttons, implying that this is the
version of
the character, which I don't think was ever in dispute. CC, the crying child, is crying constantly throughout the entire game. If you waltz on over to the plushes, CC will say, "These are my friends." If you try to go out the door, you'll find.
So yeah, if you take the redeem can't pause video for 5 minutes, I'm just not be I will just not be able to
This text is the same color that Fred
like to the video. Like what did I say? I don't remember. I don't remember. Did I make a proper sentence? I don't remember. I'm getting tired. Ooh. It's been only 2 hours.
Monsters, it's time for another mini game.
2 hours of video only.
What you may have noticed is that these two rooms
are what's the point? So sorry.
I
never got my 1 minute of Frenchie rant yesterday.
Very weird.
I never made it. Did I not see your message, or did I just say no?
Fredbear warned him that someone is hiding.
Okay, I'm gonna say. What do you want me to say in French? Do you want me to say something about Five Nights at Freddy's? I can explain something from FNAF, but in French if you want.
Start to cry. The game ends.
This guy can yap. Ooh.
There's nothing in the text confirming it, but I think we can assume.
You should make your own lore video and start making stuff up. That's not true. My headcanon! My FNAF headcanon! I would do it. Run about how White Fox is a troll. Ok. Dans FNAF 4, Foxy, il est trop... je sais pas. Genre il aime trop faire peur en mode bouh, voilà, je sors du placard. Et bon, c'est un peu rigolo, c'est un peu le jumpscare, mais tu meurs pas, c'est juste pour te faire peur et tout, c'est sympa. Mais t'as aussi le frère qui troll son petit frère en lui faisant peur. Voilà. It's gonna last less than 1 minute because it's already super overwhelming for people to hear the video and me at the same time, and if I speak French at the same time, ooh.
I don't understand the child who imagines a scary doll in the short hallway. I don't know when this takes place.
I'm gonna stop yapping for a while. We're just gonna listen, okay?
Cece is crying under a table at a Freddy's location.
He left without you. He knows that you hate it here.
So, older brother, Foxy Bro, if you will.
Foxy Bro, it's Michael Afton.
And Cece is scared of the
Say the
restaurant.
name.
Except he thinks the plushes are his friends. He's fine with the characters. It's the animatronics he's scared of. Which makes sense, because as a child, I was also scared of the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese. But not the characters. The voice of Fredbear tells Cece to run to the exit.
I don't know, they're cute. I like them.
The exit. If you run, you can make it.
You can do it! Run, run!
He says,
no. Don't you remember what you saw? The exit is the other way. Hurry and leave.
Hurry and
when
leave.
When you then go the correct way, a performer in a Fredbear costume will walk up to you.
Oh.
This is likely a Springlock suit, given that there are teeth in the costume as opposed to a mascot suit.
Oh.
Fredbear, the disembodied voice, will say,
it's too late. Hurry.
I'm Sebastian. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome.
On the next screen over, we see shadows on the wall of Bonnie and Freddy.
Shadow Freddy?
These are
Shadow Bunny? No, is this real?
Inside of them, but it's unclear if these are shadows of figures who are behind the camera, behind our perspective, or if
it's
this
just
gray background isn't a wall but a curtain of some sort.
Animatronics, but you don't see them properly, I think.
Or maybe it's actually Shadow Freddy and Rick Fispaska as entities coming for us.
It's just Spring Bunny and Fredbear, but you see them in the shadow.
You have to be strong.
Be strong.
This really does
Let's
make it seem
go.
like they're physically in the way, not just somewhere else in the room. If you go to the right again, you can see into a previously closed door.
Purple guy! Purple guy, wow.
A name tag on his shirt. This is not a badge. It's not in the shield shape we saw back in FNAF 2. This is a normal, rectangle name tag.
Yeah?
And he's helping a performer into a Bonnie suit.
This is not the purple guy. He's just in the shadow, I guess.
Costume, not a Springlock suit. It's also mildly weird that the two animatronic characters would be performing on stage, while there's another Fredbear mascot walking around, and now another Bonnie ready to come out. If you try to leave, the guy in the Fredbear suit will follow you. You collapse beside or next to a table.
Tomorrow is another day.
Ooh, so sad.
Okay, let's talk about Fredbear plush. He's capable of teleporting, I guess. He speaks to you as if he's a different person.
Like the kid is just schizo, I think. If he sees Fredbear everywhere.
He might be possessed by a ghost. White Eye is usually possession in these games, but we can rule
schizo,
out Foxy Bro and
either
Purple Guy because they are both visibly on screen
classic
doing
kid imagination, or
until the party.
I don't know.
Fun fact, the FNAF wiki actually has this quoted as 2 days before the party. Despite it getting every single other one of these quotes correct, the FNAF wiki is kind of a mess all around. Anyway, this minigame opens still at Freddy's.
He hates you.
Ooh.
You have to get up.
Who hates him?
You can get out this time, but you have to hurry.
Cece goes outside to find a boy
let's go.
shirt holding a Spring Bonnie plush.
Where's your plush toy? Mine is Spring Bonnie.
Is this...
My daddy says I have to be careful with him, or I will pinch my finger. He is a finger trap, he says.
So that means
what the fuck is this kind of toys? Finger trap?
Is not manufacturing spring trap toys, thankfully, as that would ruin all sense of time. The gross version from the gameplay is just a nightmare, and I'm very glad about that. And this boy's comment about the plush being a finger trap is something. It probably means something, and I guess I'm gonna have to talk about it eventually, so why not now? There's a theory that this game is intended to show that every FNAF game is a dream.
No! Don't listen to him! This is not... No! Not the dream theory, please! Not the dream theory! You don't listen to him. You do not listen to that. This is not true. This is not real. The dream theory is bullshit. No! No!
We're gonna put that on the back burner. I'll address it all later, but I want you to know I don't think this was ever the intention.
No.
But if that's not the
I do not
intention,
believe
Scott,
that. This is not true. This is not real, okay?
Well, Springlock suits already exist,
Trust me.
so those training tapes Phone Guy made might already exist. In which
Whose
case,
stream? I think
employees
it's
at the
a
pizzeria
crying
already know
child's
that they're
stream, but
dangerous.
I don't
Could
believe
this
this
kid
theory.
be
This is
Phone
not
Guy's
true. Huh?
No, there's no evidence for it except for that it makes this line make sense. But hey, there's no evidence for dream theory except that it makes this line make sense.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna say this is Phone Guy's son.
This is not a dream. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. The dream theory is not real.
This is a joke that Scott just put in the game because he knew we would get it. But people use this line as key evidence that every single
Oh
other game
la
is a dream.
la. See, everyone trying to understand every pixel of the game. Like, oh, this thing is probably surely lore evidence. No! Sometimes this is just funny and silly. You have to understand that.
There is something
Anyway.
plush-like about that flower. The green-eyed girl says,
You'd better watch out. I hear they come to life at night. And if you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. Why do you look
They're
so
just trying to
worried?
scare him, I
See you at the
think.
party.
That's all.
So dream theory really makes this line make a lot more sense. Like,
No,
wow, this
no.
is clearly the reason for Cece's nightmare. A playground rumor saying that they put your bodies in suits at night. Except no. Cece thinks the animatronics are scary now, during the day. He's not scared of them only at night. In FNAF 1, when you die, you see your eyeballs in the Freddy head, meaning that they do actually stuff you in the suit. In this game, the screen goes red when you get caught. In other games, the screen cuts to static.
Yeah.
When you get caught in this game, you actually die. If this rumor led to the other games being a nightmare, then there's no reason why that wouldn't be included in the nightmare of this game. The animatronics in this game should also stuff you, but no, they just kill you. You know who knows about the animatronics putting people into suits?
I think this is just overinterpreting every pixel of the game here.
It might happen. This is a small town, and these kids are always around Freddy's. The idea that the animatronics at night might put people in suits because they think they're endoskeletons might lead to this kind of rumor. An employee being told this at training might leak out to the rest of the town, and then kids might hear it and think that the animatronics
Overinterpreting is not always good, by the way.
Green.
Aren't you the kid who always hides under the table and cries? No one else is scared. Why are you? Stop being such a baby.
I think the voice is AI.
Where just the sliver of Fredbear can be seen.
I feel like the voice is AI.
A balloon boy.
Are you going to the party?
No way.
Everyone is going to the party. Oh wait, you have to go. It's your birthday.
So now we know that the days being counted down to are for Cece's
Hi Max.
birthday, presumably at Freddy's.
Hi Max, how are you doing?
Dream theory people also think that this boy is what caused Cece to dream about Balloon Boy. If that was the case, and I don't mean to say if that was possible, I mean if that's what
Happy
Scott
birthday,
intended, then I
Mia.
would assume the
Thank
balloons holding
you.
would at least
Happy
be the right
birthday,
color.
everyone.
Maybe he'd have a hat or a striped shirt. Obviously, it's not that hard to depict a striped shirt given that Cece is
You're
wearing
already
one.
2 hours in.
there's
Look
this
at
girl
that. Look
playing
at
on a
that. 2
playground with her
hours.
toys.
Yeah.
Why aren't you crying? Don't you like my toy collection?
At her feet are toys of Bonnie,
This is
Chica, and Freddy.
obviously
This is obviously a reference to the
AI
toy
voices.
animatronics.
It's your birthday?
Now,
It's
dear
always
viewer,
my
it may
birthday,
seem as if I'm
according to my
digging myself into a
community.
hole by denying
According to
this
Cipis,
dream
every day is
theory
my
thing.
birthday because
It
they
makes a
want me
lot
to
of
get
sense. It
older
allows
faster.
Cece
I don't
to
know why.
imagine the toy
Real voice,
animatronics
actually.
in FNAF
This is
2 because
AI
he saw these
voice.
toys
I
here.
know AI better.
One
I don't know.
key
I
detail
don't
that
know.
people point to
You
is
think?
that Chica
Oh,
is missing her
oh,
beak.
sorry, Max.
We will
I
talk
hope
about
I
that
didn't
later.
offend
In
you.
FNAF 2, Chica starts the
Sorry.
night with her beak. And then
Thank you,
removes it when she
Pitax.
does
Actually,
something
my
for you.
birthday is November
Clearly,
27, if you
this
want to know.
aspect of Cece's nightmare, as he is dreaming FNAF 2, is
Yeah,
inspired by
sorry,
this girl
sorry, Max.
and
I
her
won't.
broken toys that Cece
I
saw
won't do
once.
it again.
right, guys? There are 2 other options. One is that the actual toy figure has beak removal functionality, like it's part of the toy.
It's just
design.
broken. Stop
I find it unlikely that this girl who is so
overinterpreting
proud of her
the
collection
thing.
would have just right
Or it's
now
a
broken the beak
reference,
for
I
the
don't
first
know.
time and not be upset by it. I think it's removable, or at least that's possible. The second option
Or
is
broken?
that Toy Chica
Ha.
removes her beak because this toy
Or an
broke.
Easter egg?
Because
Not
this
canon?
girl is
Huh?
an MCI
Maybe.
victim who becomes Chica. I said that I don't think the FNAF 2 animatronics were possessed, and I don't. I don't think they're possessed by the 5 children who were murdered in the FNAF 2 location. But Phone Guy says
almost
that the
three
animatronics were used
hours.
for parts for the toys.
Yeah.
So if Chica's metal has the imprint of the life force of a girl who Purple Guy killed, and that metal was then reused in Toy Chica, then maybe she takes off her beak because this girl liked taking off her toy's beak.
I think she
These
removed the
days
beak
just
only
can't
because
keep
this
their
is
hands to
scary,
themselves. It's possible
and
the
there's
staff had to
no
put Chica's
reason.
beak back on after every shift.
What do you think about that? Hey.
There were some theories that these kids would all be the MCI victims, like this kid is actually possessing Balloon Boy, this one is Freddy, but it's not like this kid becomes Springtrap. And then there's another theory that this is Jeremy from FNAF 2. So I
think Annette wants to go in my room.
But I think that makes more sense than Dream
I'm letting
Theory.
you with the
People like
video.
Dream Theory
It's not
because it
gonna take
answers
long.
everything and is
You're
easy.
gonna tell me what
Dream
they say,
Theory
huh?
is simple. Everything else is complex. Then you walk up to your house and you can go and turn on the TV, and if you do, it says Fredbear and Friends, 1983. Scott basically came out to confirm that this means that the game takes
Okay, I'm
place in
back. What did they say? What
Obviously,
did they
you see a TV
say?
show with
Did
a
I miss
copyright date.
anything?
That does not mean that it is currently the year of
Kennel
the
is with me.
copyright date.
Is
I
with
may
me
be a movie
now.
and someone's
Yeah.
watching The Wizard of Oz. That does not mean the
They
movie
said that
takes place
Freddy's
in
in
the 30s.
control of Saudi
It does mean the movie takes
Arabia.
place at
Whoa,
least
I didn't
after
know
that
that.
year.
Is this real?
But yeah, Scott did come out to confirm that this means that the game takes place in 1983.
What?
Meaning our timeline of important events will now look like sometime in roughly 1972, the Fredbear characters
Kennel,
are
do you like the
created.
FNAF lore video?
1983, CC's birthday bash.
I don't think she
1985,
cares
the MCI.
about it.
1987, the kidnapped children's incident in the Bite of 87.
The Bite of 87?
1992, FNAF 1 closes and Phone Guy dies. And 2015, Springtrap is unleashed. Meaning we are 2 years away from Phone Guy committing his first murder. And I got no idea what
Phone
sets him
Guy
off and causes
murder?
that to
What are you
happen. I
talking
hope we
about?
find
What?
out. If you go right past your bedroom, you'll find the room
Phone
of a
Guy
young
murder?
girl.
I think
There
you
is a
just
disassembled toy
confused
what
with
appears to
Purple
be
Guy.
mangled on the floor.
I
And
think
this
he
is one of
meant
the things that
Purple
confused a
Guy.
lot of people back in the day. People assumed that Mangle was invented
think-
at the FNAF 2 location, putting his creation sometime around 1987. But this technically is not stated anywhere. The Phone Guy line is...
They tried to remake Foxy, you know?
Purple Guy
they
is
thought the
Phone
first
Guy.
one was
No, he's
scary,
not.
so they
Purple Guy
redesigned it to
died.
be more
Phone Guy
kid-friendly instead of
dies.
Kids Cove.
Purple Guy
To keep
is
the toddlers
Springtrap.
entertained, you know. But
The
kids
captions
these
saying
days can't
fungy,
keep their
fungy,
hands to themselves.
fungy.
The staff
I'm sorry, the
literally had to
captions
put
are not
Foxy back
perfect.
together at the end of every shift.
It's
So eventually they
automatic
just stopped trying
captions.
and left it with some kind of
I've
take
put
apart,
directly on
put back
OBS.
together attraction. Now
I
it's
think
just
it's
a
cool.
mess of parts. I think the employees refer to them as just the Mangle.
There's no reason
Mangle,
they can't have
yeah,
decided to
Mangle.
remake
I love
Foxy and
Mangle.
put him in Kids Cove in the
She was
original
my
Freddy's
favorite
location.
character at the
The
time.
FNAF 2 location was only
And
open
now I
for
really
1
like
week
Bunny.
before you start the game. So the choice of words with him saying eventually after every shift.
YouTubes? What do you mean
like it lasted
YouTubes?
more than a week. I think it's safe to
Mocks?
say that Mangle existed in the first Freddy's
You didn't
Pizza
even know
location,
that fake fan.
meaning that this girl
No,
has
that
the
was
Mangle toy
that was an
makes perfect
older
sense.
theory.
Even though this game takes place
That Phone
before
Guy
FNAF
was
2.
Purple Guy.
When you
This
enter your
has
room,
been
Foxy Bro jump
debunked.
scares
This
you.
is not the case anymore.
Tomorrow is another day.
Ooh. Yar.
One day until the party.
Oh.
This
Oh my God.
scene starts in the back room of the pizzeria.
Back
Much like the one
rooms!
in
Back
FNAF
rooms
1,
reference!
there are
Okay.
costumes and endo parts. On the floor is a headless
Oh, I don't
animatronic.
remember. I
This has
forgot
caused
this.
a lot of drama in the community because some people think it has a kid shoved inside
What did
it,
you mean by
and that is hair
YouTubes,
sticking
Vesh?
out. I'm not 100%
What do you mean,
sure, but I
YouTubes?
think it's just wires. The idea that Purple Guy would murder a kid, shove him in there, in front of Cece, and then leave the suit headless so the body is just out in the open makes so little sense. Cece cries out.
Please, let me out.
Please let me out. Ooh, please, please. I think I do the voice acting better.
It's implied
Please
that
let me
Foxy
out.
Bro locked him in this room,
Ooh,
which is
ooh.
obviously the
What do you think?
scariest
Do you
room
think
in
I
the
do it
building.
better?
Unlike all other nights, the text, "Tomorrow is another day,"
You
does not
would.
appear.
It would what?
The next night is different from all other nights. Instead of the roster of animatronics we've been facing so far, there is now only one enemy.
Sorry, I have like
Nightmare
2-second
Fredbear,
memory.
an
I don't
evil
remember what
manifestation of the creature
I should have
fears the
hired
most.
you. Yeah,
Despite Fredbear being
right.
his best friend,
I should start
it should be
being
noted
a
that
voice
Fredbear the
actor,
Plush and the
actually.
Nightmare have purple
You will do the
hats
voice
and
better.
ties. Golden Freddy, as we will come to know him as later, has black accessories.
Of course, because they used AI to make the voices.
The same character.
It's like
it seems
pretty
like
obvious, I
this
think.
game and the next game he appears in.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it really sounds like AI to me.
It should also be noted that the version of
How are you
Fredbear
doing?
in the Stage 01 minigame from FNAF 3 has black accessories, putting this moment after FNAF 4's minigames. As Fredbear travels around the map, glitching to various different sides,
I just
we
woke up.
actually see a
Good
screen
morning.
where the 3 cheering children turn into only 2 cheering children.
I'm doing
this may
fine.
indicate that the
We're
Spring Bonnie
at almost
has killed while
3
Fredbear was
hours of
absent. This would
of the
line
video
up with
already.
our timeline of the MCI happening sometime after 1983. After Fredbear, we'll go from purple to black accessories. Let's take a look at what may have caused that change.
0 days until the party.
It's party time! Hell yeah!
It's CC's birthday party at Freddy's. A place
Oh my
that he
god,
hates.
so
A place that
cool!
makes him cry in front of all the neighborhood children. In front of him is his brother, and his brother's 3 friends in masks.
You're gonna see
Freddy
the
masked
epic
kid is
scene.
likely the one that laughed at CC earlier, although his
Oh
hair is
yeah!
a slightly different
I
color.
didn't...
That's fine though, we can excuse things being a slightly different color as just a minor mistake.
Yeah.
In blue text, we read,
Wow, your brother is kind of a baby, isn't he?
given that Foxy Bro's text is gray like his shirt, it's unclear if the blue text belongs to Bonnie Kid or Chica Kid, whose shirt is blue.
It's hilarious. Why don't we help him get a closer look? He will love it. No, please.
This
Come
is...
on, guys.
I'm
Let's give
sorry,
this little
is this
man a
AI?
lift. He wants to get up close and personal.
Now this part makes no sense as they walk past
It
the
really
shadows
looks like
through the stage with the
AI. I
characters on
hate
it.
it.
Either I'm incapable of grasping
No,
the
I don't want to
perspective of
go.
the 2D landscape's representation,
I'm gonna
or
making the
these
voice
actually
acting
are the
instead.
shadow animatronics, watching events take hold, and nobody but us can see them.
No, I don't want to go.
I made it better, by the way.
You heard the little man. He wants to get even closer. Hey guys, I think the little man said he wants to give Fredbear a big kiss. On 3.
1, 2... Ah! Ah! I'm imitating the crap. Was that the bite of 87? Oh, Cram! Was that the what was that the bite? The bite of 87? What's that?
Night 6 has been animatronic in the original
Hi,
Freddy
Cram.
crew,
How are
as
you
well as
doing?
Nightmare Fredbear. Completion of this night leads us to the final cutscene.
They should have put the meme, like the Markiplier face. Like, was that the bite of 87? Yeah, actually it was the bite of 83 according to actual lore. Yeah.
Gray text. The text indicating that it's Foxy Bro speaking. He says,
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Ooh.
Yellow text. Fredbear's text.
Is this
then
a serious
says,
lore video?
You're broken.
No, it's not. Get your head in the game. Sorry.
We are still your friends.
Why does he speak like Foxy? Like, yar. We are still your friends.
Do you
Yar.
still believe that?
He speaks like Foxy, like a pirate. Yeah.
I am still here.
Here, yar. See,
the plushes all
he
fade
talks
away,
like yeah.
leaving Fredbear last.
I will put you back together.
See how he speaks? It's Foxy, not Fredbear. I already knew 70% of the things he said. To be honest, me too, I think.
But it's not the scene ending. The
The bite of 83 doesn't roll the tongue like bite of 87. That's true. But it's mostly that we didn't have the 83 date at the time, so we didn't really have any clue of it wasn't 87.
Also, the FNAF wiki claims that this song is from Halo. It's not. There's a YouTube video where somebody used this song over like a montage of sad Halo moments, and for some reason people think that the song is then from Halo. It's actually from a royalty-free audio library. And nobody questioned.
Most of FNAF sounds are from
Bungie. They just
like
wrote
no
it on the
copyright
wiki.
stuff.
Also, yeah, Cece's dead. I think the text
Oh
here
yeah,
is
he's
pretty
dead. Yeah.
self-explanatory. As the plushies fade, Fredbear tells Cece that they're still his friends. As they disappear, it is symbolically showing that Cece no longer considers them his friends, because kids wearing the masks of those characters
FNAF inspired
just
Halo,
him.
true.
Fredbear desperately clings to Cece, saying, "I'm still here, I will put you back together." And then he disappears too.
No!
This is Cece giving up on these characters, not just the animatronics, but the plushies too. I can hear fans screaming about how I didn't mention that the text is a different color when Fredbear talks on this final night. And that is true. His text color for the rest of the nights is darker.
Real.
This is different. There's a lot of different theories for this.
Cece dead!
For one, lighter-colored Fredbear shares the text color with Pigtail Girl from earlier. So maybe that's the sister, and this is her talking. Maybe she was Fredbear all along.
No. Actually, she's a circus baby, her.
There's also the possibility that it is literally
No, I'm
just a
spoiling
mistake.
everything.
Like I said earlier, we can forgive slight color errors.
Yeah,
like
we
Scott,
can.
while programming, accidentally copied the color code from Pigtail Girl's text instead of all the other instances of Fredbear, because
Yeah, it
they just look
happens.
so similar. Then there's the theory that there's just something different about the voice during this final scene. For example, if Fredbear has a speaker inside of him explaining how he talks, then maybe Foxy Bro goes from talking out loud to then talking through the plush to try to reach his brother. Or if it's some other character like Cece's father, who
I
has
think it
been
doesn't
talking
make
through the
sense.
plush the entire game.
No,
maybe
I
now
don't think.
he's
I
not
think this is
talking through the plush. Maybe now the
overinterpreting
father
once
is
again.
talking in the same room as Cece.
Oh,
My personal theory about
I
the
do not
plush is
agree.
completely based on evidence
I
from
think
the
she's
next game,
Vanessa.
so we'll get back
No.
to that. But for now, just keep in mind
Vanessa
that there is
doesn't
a debate
exist
to this very
yet.
day
I mean,
about
she's.
what the bear is.
Bon, we don't talk about Vanessa.
At first glance, the story told in this game is completely nonsensical with the rest of the series. We know that there were 5 MCI victims, and thus this kid is not the spirit inside Golden Freddy, because he was not killed by the purple guy. So he does not count as one of those 5 kids. This is before the murders, and before Purple Guy starts tampering with soul juice. So why is this story being told? Who is this kid who to this day is nameless?
This is the
Why is
son of William Afton, and then he becomes mad because he died.
Beyond the supernatural appearance of the nightmare animatronics in the main gameplay, there's also other aspects of the game that appear to be not entirely real.
Where's
Occasionally,
Cannon?
when looking behind you at the bed,
Oh, she's
you
here.
can see
Okay.
a bottle of pills, flowers in a vase, and an
I'm
IV
calling.
drip.
She will go. She will
These
want to
being
go
obvious references to
away
a hospital,
from the room
or to Cece
in 5
dying
minutes.
in the hospital after the bite.
I think.
There's a chance that a strange ambient noise can be heard while playing. When sped up and reversed, the audio is actually the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1.
Mm-hmm. This is just an Easter egg. He didn't want to reuse to use new sounds and stuff, I think.
This is one of the most important pieces of evidence for trying to figure out what this gameplay is actually trying to say. For one, it firmly places the events of the nighttime gameplay itself after FNAF 1. It also limits the candidates who we might be playing.
Don't you think
as
this
to
is
2 different
over-interpreting
people,
once again?
Tom Guy and Mike Schmidt. There's also a purple phone toy in the room, which seemingly is just an Easter egg to the other games, but it takes on a new meaning if you take into account the fact that this game is supposed to be a dream. The actual game's gameplay, the nighttime part, is a dream or a nightmare being had by Mike
Nightmare,
Schmidt
I would say, I think.
sometime after FNAF 1.
Mike!
He's dreaming about his time as a night guard, Chica coming from the right, Bonnie from the left, Foxy behind a curtain, and Freddy behind him. The phone from the office is here. He can hear the recorded phone call from his first night on the job. He can see references to a hospital. A hospital where his brother Cece died.
Yeah! So the nightmare is about Michael Afton and not Crying Child.
Foxy Bro, who
Foxy
accidentally
Bro,
got his brother
yeah.
killed as a teenager, and who later went on to be a security guard at Freddy's. I said earlier that we can roll out Cece being the spirit inside
Insane
Golden Freddy,
lore
because Golden
drop,
Freddy
so
is already
cool.
possessed by one of the MCI kids. Except we don't need to rule him out. Back in FNAF 3, we saw
Bike
Golden
is short
Freddy
for
with a light inside
bike.
his head that appeared to be two different
Biker.
lights. Having
Yeah.
two souls might be why he's capable of teleporting. Being two beings is probably why his head is capable of flying at the player in FNAF 2. Because that aspect of the character is one soul, the more violent MCI victim's soul. Whereas all Golden Freddy normally does is crash the game. He doesn't kill you, because Cece wouldn't kill his older brother. He would just appear to him and say, "It's me." The Happiest Day minigame in FNAF 3 is a mirrored version of the restaurant from FNAF 4, except this time, the kids in the Freddy masks are there to celebrate Golden Freddy's birthday with the help of the puppet. They're recreating the birthday party he never got, to give it its happy ending. As he died, Cece stopped thinking of these characters as his friends, but when
Why
they all
didn't
came up
Purple
to
Guy
him to give
punishes
him a
his
good
son for
birthday,
murdering
he then voluntarily
Cece?
put on his Fredbear mask, reuniting with his friends.
I don't know.
His friends, the Freddy's characters, not the MCI kids.
I'm not sure.
Golden Freddy doesn't exist in the good ending of FNAF 3,
Yeah.
because even though Cece's soul was freed, the MCI kid, the one who he shared the suit with, was not. So the story of FNAF is the story
Cassidy!
of
We're
Mike
talking
Schmidt,
about
who accidentally got his
Cassidy.
brother killed at a Freddy's in 1983. He investigates the kidnappings and possible deaths of children in 1987, the day after the bite of 87, but then was fired that same day for tampering with the animatronics. 5 years later, in 1992, he applied to be the security guard at the next Freddy's location after Phone Guy announced he was retiring. His brother appeared before him in a ghostly apparition and said, "It's me." After getting fired for tampering with the animatronics and odor, again, he started having nightmares about his time as a security guard and his brother's ghost. These dreams took place inside his childhood bedroom, a room that we never see in the mini-games in FNAF 4. When a new Freddy's location finally opened up years later, Fazbear Frights, he took the job. He worked there for a while before the game started until they brought in the Springtrap animatronic. He hallucinates the animatronics he saw at the other buildings while he's warding off Springtrap. And the puppet, who is really there, spares him, because he knows that Mike is not Purple Guy.
Or
Mike
BS. Oh,
eventually
makes
burns
sense.
the place down, defeating Purple Guy once and for all. He frees all of the spirits, including his own
Oh,
brother.
that's why he works here. He wants to like erase the mistake of his father, because Michael is William Afton's yeah. None of this is fully confirmed still, by the way. Nothing is confirmed. It's all theories, and this is the biggest bad thing about Five Nights at Freddy's, I think. It's like most of stuff is just theories. You have to interpret things. Nothing is explicit. I kinda hate that.
Scott would say
but yeah,
that this is
I
not
like
a
having my
tease
head
about a
canon,
future FNAF
and
game. The box
it's
was to be
enough
opened
for me,
once
I
somebody
think.
solved the mystery of FNAF 4. I said in the beginning that Scott likes to make games using the criticism from his previous game. He said he was disappointed by how quickly the lore was figured out in the first 3 FNAF games, so he wanted to make the 4th game more complex.
Didn't Scott forget what's in the bug? I think she wow.
But nobody ever
great,
did.
Scott. You're a girl.
Agrees on what FNAF
yeah,
4
I think he did.
So whatever is in that box has to be a solution that is validated by somebody figuring out the story. Theories that it's just Cece's
I'm very
plushes
mad
or
at the
it's
fact
puppet
he
don't
forgot.
reveal or
Actually,
explain
I wanted to
anything.
know what's
I'll talk
inside the
about what I think is
box.
in the box in a
How
couple
does he
minutes, but
even
to this
forget?
day, people
How
still
do you
cannot agree on what
totally
they think's
forget
inside it,
what
with
you
the
wanted
best
to
guess
show to your
being
community?
evidence for
I don't
dream
know.
theory.
The dream theory. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut
Come
up!
up with a cringeworthy theory.
Yeah.
That the internet might only mildly cancel us over.
What is that?
After FNAF 4, Game Theory had a live stream where the world's
Okay.
leading FNAF experts talked about the story, which at that point we thought was complete. I remember watching the stream live as it happened, and let me tell you, it was the hypest thing imaginable. I also think it's funny that a lot of people who talk about FNAF on YouTube will mention that they watched this stream happening live. It's like there's this group of people who led very different lives.
Hi,
and they all
Chi.
converged for one
Hi.
moment in 2015.
Couldn't have been that special if he forgot. I don't know.
But now,
I don't know. It was supposed to be the big thing, the thing that
it really seems like this
explains everything. I think, if I remember correctly, that was a long time ago.
This is a canon moment. Anyway, while Matt Pat and his buddies were rambling on trying to solve
Thank you for the care
Scott
package.
started updating
I'm
his
stretching.
website with hints trying to steer the conversation. Scott would say years later that he regretted interacting with the community by commenting on theories because he felt like he led people down the wrong path. And I think he's talking about
It's the
this
One
live stream.
Piece, yeah.
The things Scott posted during this live stream have been held up like the holy Bible of FNAF, where people act like if you can answer these questions, you can solve the whole story.
So, okay, so clearly this is something that a lot of people have screenshotted off of Scott Games.
In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? That,
He's just messing with you. He's messing with his community. Everyone knows Scott is kind of a troll sometimes. Everyone knows that.
Hey guys, look at the thing that you missed.
Yeah.
Oh, and oh my gosh, and even in the asset you see Chica's beak.
Did someone say me the One Piece watch along in Discord? I don't like One Piece. Sorry, I totally heard that.
This is a reference
I'm
to what
sorry, I don't like One Piece. Plus, it's way too long. I'm not doing that. Sorry, this is just not my type of
think this means that Toy Chica
content,
is missing her
I
beak in
guess.
FNAF 2
Sorry.
because Cece saw this broken toy right now. But I think this is backwards. I think the Toy Chica in the game is missing her beak because Toy Chica in FNAF 2 is missing her beak. And if you're confused and saying, well, how can something that happened in 1987 affect something back in 1983? Well, I will get to that, and you will be no less confused.
That's when she loses her beak. Am I correct in saying that?
I believe so.
Dawko, can you confirm or?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Scott's done another question. Oh god, he said, what he's seeing in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Silence.
Confucius say.
What is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child?
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
This has been interpreted in multiple ways, including the shadow animatronics, and also this scene of Cece watching Purple Guy put a performer into their costume. My issue with this scene being the catalyst for any theory, especially if the theory is that Cece thinks this is
One Piece
Purple Guy
is
the
pretty
murderer
mid,
stuffing
is
someone in the
it?
suit to kill them, is that he doesn't seem scared of this action at all. He's scared of the guy in the Fredbear costume. He was also scared of the restaurant before seeing this. Some people also think it's a reference to the Nightmare animatronics. Basically, they don't actually look like nightmares. They look like something else and they're just misunderstood in the darkness. I disagree because of Scott using the words easily misunderstood. When we later talk about why the Nightmare animatronics look like this, you'll see that there's nothing easy about it.
Here's a weird, this is weird, okay? Yeah. But it's one of the things that immediately jumps to my mind. Is it possible, again, this is completely off the wall, is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
Shut up!
And it was just, yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, is it possible? Yeah, no, is it possible that FNAF 2, like, the main game of FNAF 2, like, putting on the mask, the animatronics, like, sliding across the screen, jumping out, all that stuff, is it possible
What did he mean by that?
All similar to FNAF 4, which takes place inside the mind of a child.
Oh, shut up.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 also took place in the mind of a child?
No.
Maybe, again, this tortured boy who sees Chica without her beak, who sees the toy animatronics,
That is not a dream. Shut up with the dream theory. Shut up.
Is that a I don't like, again, this is me.
Unless you've been into it since the start, I don't think you're missing out on anything by not watching it. Yeah, and I don't think this is the kind of stuff I would actually like.
What exists in the mind of what you see in the shadows, what could be, like, is FNAF 2 just this hypothetical situation that this child is like?
No. Yes, stop.
And I hate going to the, like,
why?
Because one of the things that we strive for on Game Theorists is, when we create theories, not resorting to, like, it's a coma.
What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right.
No! Can I skip this part?
Everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF
please,
4's
no.
crying
Please,
child.
can we skip this dumb as fuck theory?
No one can deny, and that, to my knowledge, no one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that
This is not real.
This theory has to be true. Are you ready?
Thank you for the 2 speeds. Thank you. This will
of the first 3
avoid us to listen to that. Okay, let's go.
Chiming the same song every time. Why would the end of my shift in an office be signaled by
I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Hi, Blue Squid. Hi. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you. We're having a big stream today.
Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower Easter eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended.
Shut
Oh, this is Phil from Scott? Is this email?
My honest reaction.
It said 4 games, 1 story. That's what he said on the website. 4 games, 1 story.
I mean, we were assuming that it was kind of 1 story. I mean,
4 games, 1 story. This clearly was pointing people in the direction that this wasn't just some random story about a kid who died years before the other games. We've already talked about how Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt, so there you go. That's how all 4 games are 1 story. These hints and general theories about the game led to Dream Theory. Now, I've already said that I think that the nighttime gameplay segment of FNAF 4
I think the subtitles are having a stroke, by the way.
He gets bit.
I'm sorry.
He dreams FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, and FNAF 4, with the only real things being the mini-games in FNAF 4. Purple Guy in his nightmares is a murderer who stuffs kids into suits because he saw him putting someone in a suit, and this girl told him that the animatronics come to life at night and kill people, which is why he dreams FNAF 1. And he got bit, so obviously he dreams about the bite of 87. And Toy Chica is missing her beak because this toy was missing its beak. In fact, the toy animatronics only exist because toys exist, and Springtrap is based on this plushie being a finger trap, and Balloon Boy is this kid. Some of this makes sense, like the Toy Chica beak thing, but so much of it does not.
It's just references. Scott likes to mess with the community. That's all. There's no lore explanation. Oh, it's all a dream and shut up. Yeah.
He dreamt things like overtime mishaps, the existence of furries by 2015. He dreamt he was multiple different people, including Jeremy, Fritz, and Michael. And he dreamt Happiest Day, which is obviously the conclusion of his story. That's his character arc. But he also dreamt this conversation in the void with Fredbear plush. His death. This is his ending. He has 2 endings in this theory. If there's nothing supernatural going on and it's a dream, he has 2 endings. If there is something supernatural going on and it's not a dream, one ending is his death and the other ending is him moving on. Dream theory will be completely disproven by FNAF 5. But the modern idea is that Dream Theory was the intended way to solve FNAF 4, and then Scott changed it, because it was all a dream, endings are dumb. This allows people to basically write off FNAF 4, because any details that don't line up with their theories can easily be shoved aside and say, oh, that was a
and people take it way too far. Yeah, I hate it. Like, why are you not making it simple?
Something Scott wrote on Steam on August 24th, 2015.
I don't know. Why the Dream Theory?
A new game, not FNAF 5, but it will be a real challenge to have even a small playable portion by October 31st. If a playable
FNAF 5,
then at the very least, there will be some sneak peek content. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now, Scott was planning on a Halloween update for FNAF 4, and that's what this
FNAF Sister Location.
The box will not be opened in that update. Now I want to talk about what won't be included, the box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story.
We will never know. What's in the box?
Ooh. Part 2, getting almost everything right. Then Part 3 came out, and once again, the story was uncovered by the community. It seemed that there was nothing I could hide. But then I released Part 4, and somehow, no one, not a single person, found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden.
By the way, I really wonder what my cat thinks about me talking to my screen. Like, is she wondered? Like, is she like what are you? Who is she talking to? Is she talking to me? Is she talking alone? Or does she understand what I'm doing? I don't know. Do you think she thinks it's weird that I talk alone?
That's right, in December of 2015, the first FNAF book
from her
POV. The Silver Eyes and the following 2 books that this trilogy.
Not talking about the books, please. No.
Her brother Sam was killed at Fredbear's family diner. And then when she was a bit older, 5 kids.
Why is the guy so slow? He's not that slow. I think. I don't understand what he says, by the way.
The murder of Sam, and then you have 5 more kids by someone in a spring bonnie suit. Of course,
Springlock failure. Oh my god.
They are an otherworld, different continuity type story.
What the fuck?
We use some evidence from the books for the games. For one, Purple Guy finally has a name, William Afton, the founder of Fredbear's Family Diner.
William Afton! Whoa.
The games are set in Utah, which is going to be very, very important in a couple minutes. Yes, I did read all 3 books just to maybe find something important. The most important thing I found didn't come until the 3rd book. Through various context clues, we're also able to determine that the Charlie character is the book equivalent of this character from the games.
She thinks you're schizo? Do you think she knows what schizo means?
I do know, but we'll get back to that. The Silver Eyes introduces the concept of remnant, which the Yogi refers to as soul juice. But I still think that going with that, even though I did earlier, is a disservice to the concept that Scott had. Going back to the autobiography of a Yogi, we see a passage about how the nervous system of animals is similar to the way metal conducts
electricity. I don't think she cares. She's watching me happy because I'm here with her.
Onto the circuit boards and wires and all of that stuff of a robot, and thus now the animatronic is possessed by then.
How's your cat called? Cannel. Her name is Cannel.
I think about it a lot more scientifically rather than religiously.
Hello, what I missed from the chorus? You missed.
But your brain is not split into two parts. You don't retain consciousness.
3 hours. We're at 3 hours.
But if someone were to take that arm and put it on a purely AI creation, it would gain a slight amount of your life force. The novels introduce the idea that the metal can be taken and transplanted into other robots by heating the metal and making it malleable, and then putting it in a new robot. That robot will then have some life in it. In the books,
And it is a spice for those who don't know. Yeah, it's Cinnamon. Her name is Cinnamon, but in French.
Kids is put into other robots, including these stupid little baby things that we'll meet in FNAF 5, and they're explained to have more rudimentary intelligence. One human character is injected with liquid metal, containing the remnant of all of the MCI kids, and he is then able to see them and talk to them. It's like the spirit world is overlaid over reality. They all have issues with their memories.
3 hours, yeah.
Floating around them through the air. Each child is separated into 5 different ghostly versions. The more papers that they collect, the more they come together and remember things. People try to argue that this indicates that by taking a remnant from the MCI kids and putting it in little robots, that this splits the child's souls. But that's not what
okay, no more
pages and become more opaque and get their memories.
No more double speed. It's been 5 minutes.
I think the splitting of the memories and the taking of the remnant
and finish it scannily. Oh, cute.
Are entirely different concepts that happen to be introduced at the same time. Because this scene is the climax of the trilogy.
From here, the lore became terrible. Of course, because you take the books instead of just taking the games. If you only take the games, the lore is nice until Ultimate Custom Night.
Now, this is something I have to get parts and pieces.
Does she like Fireball? I don't know. What is it?
All of its pieces intact. They all came together.
Which is closer to French than English. True.
And as of right now, this is not a functional PC.
Okay.
Well, let's say that I go in here, I take some of the parts out. I take out a stick of RAM, a stick of memory.
Is he trying to explain Remnant?
The new computer. Does that mean that this computer stops being this computer? It's still functional.
Oh!
I can still turn it on. I can still use it as a fully functional PC. Whereas this one now just went from a useless husk
no, I don't.
that can't even boot
What
up
is he trying to explain exactly?
because it has RAM in it. It has that final piece.
Oh yeah, Remnant, right?
To be able to be powered up and used. This is still the same computer, but now this computer can be turned on. I think of it kind of like the ship of Theseus. Like, if I take parts from this and bring it over here, is this still the same device? Some people might say no, because there's something different about it. You can define the moment.
It is the same, but modified. I think. Oh, I think this is like this is like a philosophical thing, right? Or something.
I replace the original one. It's not the part that it came with. It's not the natural part, but now it is something that functions the same way. Now, of course, if I was to reach in here and take out all of the memory, all of the RAM, and put it into here, this is now functionally something new, something better than this. It has other parts that makes it better, but it has the same memory. Not only does it have the same capacity for memory, but it actually has the exact same memory on a physiological sense, on an atomic sense. This is the same device that was previously in there, although now that we've taken all the memory out, we have left this one a useless husk.
I don't understand!
This is now no longer a computer because all of the memory has been removed from it, whereas this one is something new, but definitely retains some amount of identity from this original computer. Well, now I'm upstairs in my office, and this is actually my brand new fancy computer. This is the one that I play games on with its brand new graphics card and RGB lighting.
Okay,
my computer. So let's say that when I was building this, I went and I harvested 3 sticks of RAM, but I leave one of these sticks down here in this one. So this one, still an empty husk. That one upstairs still has less than this one.
I think he explains about the memory of the kids in the animatronics. Oh, do you think?
As this one. Both of them are able to boot. This can boot and that one can boot.
From FNAF to technology lessons. I don't know. How did we come here? Basically, the Silver Eyes trilogy is not the same timeline as a game timeline, but has some elements, like the Illusion discs that has their own game version. Hallucinatic gas. So the names of the 5 missing children, Cassidy, still not confirmed, appeared in the trilogy. This is something I don't like about the books and the games. This is like, there is some parts of the books that are related to the games and some other parts not related because not the same timeline. What are you supposed to pick? What do you consider canon or not canon, and same timeline or not same timeline? You know what I mean? This is something I don't like. The box! The box! There's nothing in the box. Don't even talk about it, please. It's pretty hard to understand because of this. If it was more simple than that, like if
the important thing
if the books didn't exist, FNAF would be great, to be honest. If you've put just the necessary lore elements in-game instead of making people search in the books, it would be way easier and better. I don't know.
I think this was a hint to the importance of memory.
Or for French people, la boîte. Yeah.
Together means.
La boîte.
That's what I believe FNAF 3 is about. Taking the shattered pieces of Cece's memories and putting them back together so he can experience his happiest day. He can have the birthday that he never got, and he can finally
Ooh, so sad. He never got his perfect birthday.
His head got crunched. Scott said that what's in the box is the pieces put together, and Fredbear said that he would put Cece back together.
It was the skull of the crying child
put back together,
glued together.
I think that Scott intended to reveal
I don't know.
Once we figured out what the game was trying to tell us, and I believe that the objects in the box are things that would, one, solve all the lore and the remaining questions, and
do French
two,
people, like northern French people, speak like that, like la boîte?
Oh yeah, I think so. The series on a high note. I think that by the end of FNAF 4, the lore was entirely solvable. Especially with Scott's hints during the GT livestream. Scott was going to open the box like a prize. He was going to say, yes, yes, you got it, you got the right answer. And I think the box would have 3 or so important items.
Sometimes we are in Normandy. Oh yeah, you're from Normandy.
His youth and innocence, connecting him to Golden Freddy. That would be
I don't really like French. You know the accents we can have in France. I don't know.
Containing a photo of 2 parents.
Like, you know, northern accent or Marseille accent. I don't like that.
There would be
I'm sorry.
Or an embossing on the plaque, and it would say the Schmidts, and that would be a yes from Scott to the theory that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt. And then the final item would be a box of matches branded after Fazbear's Fright. And
what is he talking about? We just don't know what's in the box.
Huh. FNAF 3 was the climax where he said
you like Corsican accents? I don't know how it sounds like.
Once and for all. There is
here we have different pronunciation. Oh really? Even words.
That most people don't talk about.
Here we go. Scott Cawthon, have you thought
Marseille is just like GTA.
It's interesting because before all the technical difficulties, one of the things that I wanted to toss out to everyone, because it is one of the final
how are you doing?
biggest questions of the franchise. The security guards, what role do they play in all of this? So Scott himself is throwing out, okay, so we have Beakless Chica.
It's Michael Afton, that's all. It's just Michael Afton.
You know, what children see in the shadows can be misinterpreted. 4 games, 1 story, and now who is the security guard? Okay, have you thought about who the security guard is?
Michael Afton.
We have. I mean, we've tried to.
For whatever reason, there isn't an easy-to-view screenshot of this hint, so only people who remember this moment from this 2-hour live stream would group it in with the other 3 hints. MatPat took this as evidence for dream theory, with the implication being that Cece is dreaming he's the guard. But it's not. This is what should have been the final hint to solving
Goofy's looking haircut. Was this a fan art? I used to make fan arts. I tried making my own game when I was a kid.
And I think Scott was waiting
and the main character was a cat.
That Foxy Bro was Mike Schmidt. And that Cece is Golden Freddy, and he's saying it's me to tell Mike
the drawing.
Mike is setting up happiest day. So in FNAF 3, he freed his
I have a
brother's soul
rough
and
pronunciation of the R.
FNAF 4 was supposed to be a simple wrap up to this story. It was supposed to say, hey guys, you missed all these cool story
As in
bits
French,
and
story
lore.
Nob
Isn't
is
it
poignée de
even better
porte.
now that the entire
Et vous
franchise is a
essayez
redemption
clenche.
story for Foxy Bro? Isn't it cool that the nighttime security guard
Porte. Tu sais, poignée de porte. You made it? No, I didn't make it.
People took away from it was dream theory. Nobody got it. So
I
Scott
just said
decided not to open the box.
I also made it.
Realizing that nobody had figured out what he was trying to say, he decided to make amends, and he wanted to fix this.
Yeah, treated warrior cats like the Bible. I don't even know warrior cats.
One long story.
We're still French, not German. Porte.
And that is what eventually would become FNAF 5. Many years later, Scott would say that what's in the box has changed. And the reason for that is that the story has retroactively changed. The photo labeled the Schmidts could no longer be what's in the box because of the events of FNAF 5 and 6. So instead, he made the box something else. And basically everybody agrees on what that is, but we'll have to wait for FNAF 6 to get there. And now we gotta take a detour into FNAF World.
I don't know.
Finally.
Finally? What did he say?
As I end this section, I want to say that even if Scott never confirms what's in the box,
he forgot! He forgot!
That I have finally solved the box. This is a mystery that has been lingering for over half a decade. Game Theory did this great video about how lingering mysteries and unsolved puzzles really bother people because your brain just can't check it off of their to-do list. You don't feel right until you complete your task. And even if I'm wrong, as I am recording this, I finally feel like I can tick that box off. Like I finally accomplished that task. Like I know, finally, what is in the FNAF 4 box. And it's so
we never
simple.
know!
It's just saying that all 4 games are one story. But not the story of Purple Guy, the story of Mike Schmidt. Foxy bro.
Stop calling him Schmidt! His name
and
is...
now on to FNAF World. FNAF World was released in January of 2016.
I played this
and,
game.
Like I said, is not FNAF 5.
What
It's
does
a cute cartoon role-playing
sounds
game
like, by the
where
way,
you
in
make a
German?
team of
I
your
have no
favorite
idea.
animatronics and fight some bad guys.
Oh, it's pronounced...
It's like Final Fantasy and Earthbound.
Like
if
that.
They were about a robot bear. You can play as basically any animatronic from the series.
I know
so
one thing in German. I can say, ich liebe dich.
But there are
Ich liebe
returning
dich.
NPCs,
That's all.
non-player characters, who might
Ich
be
liebe
important.
dich.
Scott has confirmed that the game is 100% canon.
I
to
do
the
not speak
series.
German.
This happened. This is real. This is important.
Yeah,
so let's take a look at the game Scott
Ich
made
liebe
after FNAF
dich.
4 that definitely will not open the box.
Mhm.
See, I say that because in the files of the game, there's a picture of the box being opened, but still no idea of what's inside it. The game begins in
Did
a
you
black
hear my
void
fingers
with
cracking?
square yellow eyes staring at you.
Everything that happens out
Sorry.
there has an effect here. Do
Oh my God.
you understand?
Do you understand?
This is a safe
And hi,
place.
Parker. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I don't think I've seen the alert. Are they broken? I'm sorry if this is the case. Welcome.
Something went very wrong. That's why I am here.
Hello, hello.
But I won't let the same happen.
I didn't see the alert come on.
I will put you
go on
back
screen.
together.
I'm sorry.
The repetition of this line from the end of FNAF 4 is intriguing. It makes it seem like you're playing as Cece, which I don't believe because of what happens next. But unfortunately, FNAF World is the most confusing part of the series, while, I think, also being the key to everything. After you create your party, Fredbear, not Golden Freddy because he's a purple hat, tells you there are monsters roaming the world because something has gone wrong on the flip side. If you stay on the screen for long enough, Fredbear will be replaced by a glitching Fredbear, who immediately contradicts what Fredbear is saying.
There is a task for you to complete.
Why is he talking
You
like
have
Foxy?
to leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way.
Yar!
FNAF World is split into 2 quests. There's the quest that Fredbear sends you on to play a nice
Cleo?
friendly RPG,
Who's Cleo?
and then there's the quest Glitch Fredbear sends you on to find hidden clocks.
Cleo.
As you
I
find
don't know
these clocks, you
them.
play a little mini-game. Each clock you find corresponds with one of the FNAF 3 mini-games.
Hack VTuber?
Push Balloon
Oh,
Boy into
I
a box
see.
to represent putting him in
She's
his
cute.
poster
I
for
will.
FNAF 3.
I will go check her channel
enter
if
these
I
squares in the same
if you
pattern.
guys
You have to
remind
click
me,
the
by,
button on the arcade
because I will
cabinet to
probably
play Mandel's
forget after
quest.
8 hours of
You have to put 4
Five Nights at
cupcakes
Freddy's.
into boxes, like how you have to find 4 cupcakes in FNAF 3. There are 3 different tiles.
I
with
never
numbers on them.
really
You have to
got
stand on the
interested
correct one, with the
into
correct one being the one that has the number sequence
FNAF
from FNAF 3.
FNAF World.
You have to push Shadow Bonnie.
I tried to play it. That was
Shadow Bonnie Plus. You have to click on in FNAF 3.
I didn't really know how to find the Easter eggs and hidden content, so I stopped. Yeah. Thank you, Graham, for the tea tags.
You are someone else.
Thank you for giving me your money.
For him, so that he can find his happiest day.
I don't know.
The world map for the game is modeled after a brain, which many people interpret as the player going through CC's memories to reconstruct his consciousness. Given that his brain was squished by
the T-Tax is just you giving me money, by the way.
Putting him back together.
Nothing else.
I also think it demonstrates how Remnant works.
Hi, Astro! Hi!
Horror. Imprinted onto the robot.
Horror.
So now it looks like computer chips.
Are you British?
By a video game.
Me?
This is his Remnant, and we're like.
You think I'm British?
Code. The game ends after you find all these clocks. With the same
French.
Square yellow eyes in a void saying,
hi, Emperor's armpits. Hi, welcome. I'm sorry the alerts are broken right now. So I don't know. It doesn't show. I'm sorry. Why is it not working, huh?
Rest.
So these two void moments.
I am not French Canadian. Don't trust eyes of heaven. I'm French.
The repetition of the phrases used in FNAF.
And I am not Vietnamese. What?
And
I'm not Danish anymore. No, yeah, anymore. I wanted to say neither. I am not. Welcome, Emperor. How should I call you, Emperor or armpits? Anymore. Yeah. Sorry, ESL.
When Glitch
ESL moment.
To the player, they say you need to put the pieces together for him. So CC is watching these two scenes in the dark, but someone else is playing through the campaign. Several hours from now, we're going to be talking about the Five Nights at Freddy's security logbook, in which several instances of text in the book are actually changed, and they're being changed by the ghost of Cece. And one of the messages that he writes to the reader is the phrase, "I can't see," which I believe is further evidence that this is being experienced by Cece in the afterlife, which is why everything is dark. He entered the void when he died at the end of FNAF 4, and things remained dark until Happiest Day. And I think that's all important, so I didn't want to hold on to this evidence for several hours until we talk about this book. Also, if you didn't know this book existed, you're
yeah, it works!
This book is what made Dabbing Chica canon. If the books are anything
what about armpits? Doesn't he have the right to? Oh yeah! Yeah, we're back! Welcome, thank you for the follows, guys. I don't know why it had such a delay. It happens, I guess. Yeah. Welcome back, Blue Squid and Retro. You guys came back at the same time. I'm gonna assume you are the same guy.
The player to set up CC's Happiest Day, which we then see play out in FNAF 3. But who is Glitch Bear? Who is the player? What is all of this? What was FNAF 4? Well, it's a video game.
No, please, no. I hate the video game theory too, as much as I hate the dream theory.
And that things in the real world affect things happening in the game. Nowadays, I think people think of.
I think the theory is that this is a game in the game lore. I hate it so much. Make it real in the lore, please, please, please.
Video games are just hardware.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna péter. That was a Kiki reference.
Possess arcade cabinets. Remember when I said, and that?
Who said I'm a man? I'm a squid.
We have to bring up.
Are you a squid man or a squid woman? Or a squid non-binary? I don't know. Maybe you are.
We were not playing those games.
What type of squid are you?
And somehow affecting events that were happening.
Do squid have gender?
Right? Well, let's just remove that pin
or
and talk
are they
about a whole lot of nonsense.
Squidward,
co-founder of Freddy's alongside William.
Squidward identify as a guy, I believe. So you're a guy.
Creator of Chuck E. Cheese's. One thing that always bothered me about the
they're a squid, they're a kid.
Is that the mini games look like they're from an
technically they're a minor, so yeah, they're a kid.
Was FNAF 2, which took place in 1987.
Hi Retro! Hi! I see you came on
by November of 87,
Twitch.
had taken over the world.
Hi.
If you wanted to represent a generic video game from the late 80s, it would look like an NES game, not an Atari
True,
game.
yeah.
Arcade games at the time were, of course, even
Thank
more
you for the care
advanced than the
package.
NES. But it makes perfect sense once you realize that Nolan Bushnell, the founder of Chuck E. Cheese's, also founded Atari. Nolan Bushnell was born
Oh,
in
really? Wait, what?
1943 in Utah.
Insane!
This is
Insane information. I love that.
To quote the Wikipedia
Thank
page
you.
for Chuck E. Cheese's, quoting one of
So
Nolan's
wait, the guy who made Chuck E. Cheese also made Atari? Really cool. Really nice, really
he
nice.
wanted to start a business of family-friendly restaurants with amusement park midway games. I think initially it made no fiscal sense, so he shelved it for a while. But then, when Atari took off, he had the means to pursue
The
it.
other one guy that have arrived here at the same time is Naomi. I know, I was kidding, don't worry.
He founded Atari.
And goodbye, Blue Squid. Goodbye. Good luck for the stuff you have to do.
If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got it back.
So the FNAF universe, and Henry specifically, are very much based on the real-world history of Nolan, Atari, and Chuck E. Cheese's. Some of the mini-games we see in the first few FNAF games look like they could be real games that kids would play in an arcade.
Oh,
Take
I
cake to the
see.
children as Freddy. Give gifts to children
So
as the
birthdays and
puppet,
far.
who gives
Oh,
gifts
you're
at the
gonna be a
prize
major
desk.
guy. Congrats! Yay! I'll be back soon. If you keep going away, coming back and stuff, you don't have to say you have to go every time. You know, like it's okay to lurk sometimes. It's okay to lurk. It's okay. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph logic. The video games and the characters exist
Hi,
on the
Mason.
flip side, in video game land, which FNAF World
Video
calls
game
animatronica.
land.
These games, these arcade games, are real in-world games, again, like Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, but not
And
FNAF
the
4.
characters can walk on over to animatronica. But these games got corrupted when real-world events happen that are so horrific that they leave ripples in the other world. The agony of William killing kids changes the
Serial
ending of
lurkers are
Foxy
the
Go Go
backbones
Go.
of streaming. Yeah.
William killing Charlie now happens outside
Like
while Freddy
lurking
takes
is
cake.
actually
The
like
puppet
super
gives
cool.
gifts,
Like yeah.
But when all the children's die,
I like to
the kids in
tell,
the
so I'm
game are
going to
replaced
another
with
stream.
bodies.
Bye. Maybe
So the
back.
puppet
Maybe
can't win
okay.
the
Don't
game.
worry. Goodbye.
So she brings them
Goodbye.
back to
See you
life.
later if you come back.
Shadow Bonnie is such a powerful force that he can literally
No
glitch his
way,
way
a
through
famous
different
VTuber
games,
and Twitch read my
because these games
message.
are
I'm
physical
not famous.
cabinets that somehow unite
I'm
on the flip
still a
side.
small VTuber.
Henry is absent from the
Yeah,
story
I
of
think
FNAF.
so.
So much so that in 1987,
I am
Guy
small
doesn't even know his
VTuber.
name, but he does say that he's going to contact him about the kidnapped children's incident. I believe that around this time in 1987 is when Henry starts making games explicitly for the trapped souls to play through, to be able to experience, so he can communicate with them, save them. Takes
What?
place after the KCI, and allows the player to see what happened.
I never heard of this theory, to be honest. But
In the
oh, she
FNAF 4
noticed me.
minigames,
Ooh,
I
kya,
believe, were created
kya.
sometime between FNAF 1 and 3.
I bet you
in the
deserve
23-year
way more
time
support.
gap.
Thank
The
you,
same time
thank you.
gap
One day
where
maybe
Mike
I
is
will be
having the
lucky.
nightmares that make up the main
And
gameplay
I will
of
have,
FNAF 4.
the big boost.
Mike is dreaming about 1983.
I don't know.
While Henry made a game depicting those events that somebody on
But
the flip
it's
side is playing
to grow and be a very big VTuber or a content creator, it's either you need a big boost and like being lucky and explode one day, or you have to know a very big
but Zuko is just reading about it
a very big person, and then and they help you growing.
So like the
I think this is the two ways for you to actually grow as a very
Mike
big,
is experiencing it in his dreams, and the minigame player is experiencing it by playing the minigames that were created for them. It's at the same time contemporarily, but it's about something that happened a long time ago in 1983. It's about the idea of dual protagonists.
You're not bad, but you're not. I'm not reading your message. Sorry, no auto promo here. Thank you. I'm gonna be right back. Kendall wants to go out. I'm letting you with the video. Be right back in like 10
But
seconds.
who is that second protagonist? Who is playing these arcade games? Well, it's Golden Freddy, one of the MCI kids, who the community
I'm
has
here.
dubbed the Vengeful
Don't worry.
Spirit, and Cece
Okay,
both
I'm
share Golden
back.
Freddy. We've seen Cece possess Golden Freddy,
Ooh.
and Charlie possess the puppet without any outside help. And then the puppet gave life to Freddy, Bonnie,
Still
Chica, and
thinking, how
Foxy.
can we make an 8+ hour video of FNAF lore? You're gonna be surprised by the fact I actually saw 24 hours
This lends to the idea that
videos.
the spirit is more powerful or meaningful, something like that. It becomes confirmed 100%
Join a
later that this is the case, that one of the MCI
gain a
kids
following
is just
here and then
angrier than the
graduate
others,
and
hence the
redebut.
vengeful spirit
This
moniker.
works, but I
But
don't
without any
wanna.
more feature information, I think it
I
can be
don't wanna go to
understood
a
with what
corpo
we
just
have
for
so
that.
far. The
You
vengeful
know, like
spirit
if
was able
if
to
I don't
hold
get
onto
my
their consciousness
boost,
more strongly than the others because they were killed in a spring-locked suit instead of being stuck
if I don't
into
get
a
my
regular
boost, it's
suit after
fine.
death. So the vengeful spirit
I'm
and
not.
the
I'm not
puppet
in the
are
need of
very
like
aware,
getting super
and Cece
famous.
becomes aware
I'm
of his
fine. I just
happiest
wanna
day.
have fun, you
That
know.
frees up the
And I
vengeful
like the
spirit
fact
to be
I
the player
can
of
talk to
FNAF
everyone on
world,
chat.
and the one
If I get
witnessing
too
all of
famous,
these
I will not be
mini-games.
able to talk
But
to
again,
everyone.
some
You
of the mini-games
know.
are in-universe games. Some of them are just things Henry
May I get
created to
banned?
communicate
Why
with the
would you
spirit
want
world.
that?
But even the real ones
And
are
don't
being
try to get
altered.
banned. Like
There's
really,
a
don't
voice
try
spelling out
stuff.
S-E-E-H-I-M.
Hi, Bonozo. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
The vengeful spirit was not present for Charlie's actual murder. This game was likely
Corpo
made
stuff
and was
always feel
experienced
off to me.
after FNAF
What do you mean
2, which is
off?
when we play it, even though
If
it
she
takes
gets
place
bigger,
in
she's gonna
1983,
forget.
which is when the
No,
murder
no, I
happened.
will.
The mini-games are games within the games, depicting events
Can I
that
get
actually
banned?
happened. The
No.
mini-games in FNAF 4 depict events from 1983.
You didn't say
but were
inappropriate
created
stuff. It's
years
like
and
you
years
just made auto
Five
promo,
Nights at Freddy's is two
self
parallel
promo.
stories.
That's
Mike Schmidt making up
That's
for
all.
the killing of his brother and the vengeful spirit in
Hi, School.
communications
Thank you for the
with
follow.
Henry,
Welcome.
the
How are you
father of
doing?
Charlie, the first victim of the purple guy. Both stories come together in FNAF 3 to make Happiest Day happen. I'm gonna bring this all up again after we discuss FNAF 5, and then everything's gonna make a lot more sense.
like with management. I'm always afraid that management could be doing shady stuff. Oh yeah.
FNAF World has multiple
Yeah,
endings.
yeah.
If you don't listen to or
Mods!
don't ever find Glitch Fredbear, then you get to a final boss.
Yeah.
That boss is depicted by Scott Cawthon's Steam profile picture, Anim Dude. While to us this is clearly a
Anim
reference to
Dude,
Scott,
yeah.
I think in the game, it's supposed to be a representation of Henry. He is multiple times called the Puppet Master, and Henry did invent the puppet and is Charlie's father. If any character is the
Oh,
puppet's
that's
master,
true.
it's Henry. And this character is the puppet master and creator of the game, of the FNAF World game, which makes him Henry. On Layer 1 of FNAF World, it's a game where you fight Anim Dude, and like all video games, the final boss is a representation of the creator of the game. Obviously, it's their final challenge to you. He says,
"It was fun being the
Oh, there's other than Niji Senji actually. There's other corpo. I don't have the name, but yeah.
someone is saying,
I get how you can get scared of corpos doing bad
with.
stuff
This isn't actually a
in
game.
in the
Ignore that
background.
quest. You need to set up Happiest Day.
And I'm happy. I'm happy as an indie
Towards
because
the
you know I
end of
have
the
my.
game, Glitch Fredbear says,
I wouldn't like
security system
having
will not
another
accomplish
design.
anything.
My design
Get
is
the
really.
key, but ignore the guardians.
It's me.
If you have
You know,
succeeded in setting
I
the
like being an
clocks,
indie. It's
then
cool.
your
I can do
true
whatever I
goal will be
want.
revealed.
Imagine as a corpo, I wouldn't be able to do a freaking 8 hours FNAF lore video stream. You know, yeah.
meta sense, what is being
Maybe
said
I couldn't.
is, hey, vengeful spirit, don't attack security guards at Freddy's. Go
It's
set up
comfy.
Happiest
Yeah,
Day.
it's better.
Which leaves the question of who or what is Glitch Bear. Glitch Bear is helping the vengeful spirit to put Cece back together, but is very antagonistic.
You're
in
indie
tone
without
and
an IP? That's my IP. I have my IP. I can.
determined is Henry.
That's
and he's
Miailu. That's my
represented by a
IP
corruption
actually.
of Fredbear.
And I keep it
Well, I can't answer
as long as I
that.
want.
Let's have another chat after FNAF 5.
See?
Throughout the game,
But as
you have to
if
traverse
I go to
the world
corpo,
by
I have an
skipping
IP they
through
give me,
dimensions
and if I
wormholes and entering
graduate,
glitches.
I lose
But you're
it.
told not to go too
I don't
many
want to lose
glitches
my
down.
IP. If I have an
If you
IP,
do
it's
go
because I
too many
like it,
glitches down, you end up
and I
here
like this
in a
one. So
red
why
forest
would I
in a
even
red
change?
lake with whatever
Yeah.
this thing is.
If I ever join a corpo, I would like a corpo that allows me to keep my IP, my current one, like Miailu, and if I wanna leave, keep my Miailu IP too. Yeah, I don't wanna leave it to them. I wanna keep it for free. I don't wanna pay for it. See?
Keep in mind, there are multiple endings of FNAF World, including one where the entire universe ends because you chose Fredbear as your
How long
party
until you
leader,
can pause the
and then you
video? I
talk
think
to
I can
Fredbear,
pause it
and it causes a
actually.
paradox. There's also one where you fight Chipper from Chipper and Son's Lumber, and he complains that FNAF is more
Let me
popular of a
check.
game than his. So yeah, not everything in the game is canon. This ending, this old man consequences, isn't something that actually happened by definition. This is a dead end. It's just a silly end screen.
Yes,
Like
I think I can pause it. You want me to pause the video?
Right? Well, there is one way
I'm too used to not pause it at all, that's why.
By entering the lake. If you rapidly alternate left and right, descending into the lake, you will then fall for a while before you see this. This screen has two main interpretations.
Oh, such a cute family picture. Oh,
with its arms
cute.
spread out and its wings behind it. Or the view of three people from behind being lit by a television screen, with all three holding each other in their arms. I think it's that one, but I won't be able to explain why for quite a while. You'll know I'm getting back to talk about this topic when I start an entire section called Mr. Hippo's Wild Ride. We're gonna head
Not
on
Mr.
out of this
Hippo, please.
long discussion of the games for a minute, and we're
What
gonna talk about
VHS do you
real
remember watching, by
FNAF
the
World
way?
was released in January 2016, like I said.
I think I saw the first ones, like
I don't know why.
like, you know, video training tape video stuff
game. Who cares?
from Mr. I don't remember his name. And I saw recently.
It a little bit, and then
Actually, I can pause the video to talk. Hell yeah! So yeah, I recently I've watched a video. I don't think it was a new one, but it was like in a Fazbear Fright, like in a sort of train, and the guy was stuck in a loop. It was a really good one. I really loved this one. It was really good, really cool. I recommend this one. And I think it was from, Battington. And I think I'm gonna watch reacts from one of his other, his other videos in the future, because I didn't watch all of them at all. And goodbye, Retro. Goodbye. Thank you for passing by. Good luck for your stuff. Bye bye. Okay, let's go back to the video.
He released it for free. One of the reasons beside this initial bad press that people don't ever really think about this game that much is solely because Markiplier didn't play it. Markiplier, more so even than MatPat, put FNAF on the map by making a hit series playing the games. I talked earlier about how FNAF is perfect for YouTube Let's Plays, and it really is, and Markiplier was the poster child for that. But he skipped FNAF World because it didn't seem interesting to him. So the vast majority of the fan base who don't play the games and just watch Markiplier play them and then hop on over
that's
and watch
true. I don't really like the gameplay of FNAF World either.
Scott has gone on to say that FNAF World was his biggest mistake, and I think part of that was the poor
really?
reception. He says he regrets how he tied it into the lore and made it canon. And I think that's either one, because he made a decision in that game that he is now bound by because it's canon, or two, it's the key to everything, and nobody played it, so they don't understand the series. And I think it's that second one. Without FNAF World, no one's gonna sit there and say to themselves, yeah, I think there's a mirror dimension of video game characters that are impacted by the real world, and that FNAF is actually a parallel story of the main gameplay and the minigames being experienced in parallel universes and culminating in these two protagonists meeting in FNAF 3's finale. Because why would you think that? Unless you're me, and you wrote over 100 pages of FNAF explanations and dedicated 9 years of your life to study this nonsense. There's a house in FNAF World you can enter to meet Deskman. Deskman says,
well, what are you doing here?
I'm
busy. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Now it's all a mess.
Isn't it
now, there's only one thing to do.
A trailer?
Come back later, and maybe I will tell you more.
To sister location?
Which is probably a reference to FNAF World being a mess, with this being Scott. Anim Dude talked during his boss battle about how annoying FNAF
Isn't the guy
and the Chipper boss
like dying at the end too?
Meta, so it makes sense that this
isn't he committing unaliving, self-unaliving?
Come out next when you come back later.
I think.
Much like FNAF 4, FNAF World.
I think you have self-unaliving in FNAF World.
It's called the Halloween update because it's themed around Halloween, not because it came out on Halloween. Not everything is so literal, guys.
Don't be so literal.
After you apply the update, in order to play the new content, you have to talk to
it's
Destiny,
either
who says
this or
it's
the
a
other.
vicious cycle, you know. But then Most things in life
I think people were afraid it was like how Scott Cawthon feels, and they were afraid he was depressed or something. I remember at the time.
Something terrible is coming. Come back later. Maybe I will tell you more.
This is in reference to Scott working on FNAF 5. He said in an interview after the fact that FNAF
Thank you
4
for
was
giving
so
me
dark
back my
that he needed to
glasses.
take
I
a
miss
break and
them.
work on something else,
Thank
which is why
you.
FNAF World is so
I think I
fun, even though it
spent
does have
almost
dark
4 hours
undertones.
of no
It's
glasses.
all puns and
Thank you.
colors. It does have some dark comedy, but overall it's just so fun. But now, the pendulum is swinging back the other way, toward darkness, as he starts in earnest on FNAF 5. It's kind of funny, when I was writing this paragraph, I was watching through part of Matt Pat's playthrough, and he literally said this exact same thing without the hindsight of Scott confirming it years later.
I think what it is you had FNAF, now you went to FNAF World, which was light, happy, and fun, and now it's swinging back to the darkness spectrum, and everyone's been talking about the sister location, the new FNAF 5, I guess at this point, FNAF 5.
So. Yeah, I was just thinking of it as like a...
So I guess I'm just stupid. If you talk to Fredbear, who's standing outside Deskman's house, he's next to a big lock, and he says,
"The game bombed. End of story. I've already put in my
Why is
application
he
at the fast
talking
break
like
down the
Foxy?
street. The
Ha!
problem is that now he has
Yar!
gone insane. We don't know what he is making.
I think he should have more friendly, goofy voice.
It has everyone around here.
Yeah, I've played a lot of fan games.
And others were sent to have their
I've
code
played
recycled for spin-off games. Put a stop
Five
to
Nights at
those
Candy's.
games and save those characters.
Too much actually. I've played too much of them. Just played everything. Not everything. Not everything. Every single one. No, actually, Five Nights at Candy's is one of my favorites.
Deskman is referred to again, assuming he's literally Scott, but at the same
Sounds
time,
like
our metaphor
Vegeta.
of him being
Oh,
Henry,
maybe it's AI
using
voice
FNAF
of
World to communicate
Vegeta.
with
Vegeta?
spirits
How do you
still works.
say in English?
The game maker is going a little crazy. Maybe because his daughter died. Maybe because he made something terrible.
Every single one.
Are FNAF 57, Freddy in Space. Freddy in Space is a send up to Metroid.
I did not play this one. I am not playing those games.
Or Jacko Bonnie. We'll talk about Jacko Bonnie in a second. Foxy
Vegeta.
Fighters, a parody of Star Fox. You can unlock Jacko Chica or Nightmare Balloon
Vegeta?
Boy. These characters first appeared in the Halloween update for FNAF 4, along with Jacko Bonnie
I'm
and
saying
other Halloween-type
Vegeta.
characters.
We say Vegeta in French. Vegeta.
That update was not canon. But now the characters kind of are.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Oh, reference to Star Fox? No way. Hell yeah.
Bingo! Got him! Bingo! Got him!
Star Fox reference.
Don't worry.
Hell yeah.
Look here. Do something. You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
Oh my god.
Voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
Oh my god. Shut up. Shut up!
Foxy.exe. This is Sonic.exe, but Foxy.
Nintendo basically forgetting about Star Fox. I'm so mad at this. I love Star Fox.
This isn't even.
Oh,
really
I
a game.
remember
You just kinda
this.
walk
That
and
was so
have to listen to Foxy.
scary.
In the first section, he says, "Listen to my voice, and you will find the key." Meaning each section, you just listen to him. Second section, he says,
"When you can see, how fast can you flee?"
If you walk, you'll eventually see Freddy, so you have to walk in the opposite direction instead of touching him, or you lose. If you do lose, Foxy takes up the whole screen and says, "All your base are belong to us."
All your base are belong to us.
Because the whole game is a joke. Third
Goofy jump scare.
Ensure your step through the heart
I
of
don't know, this is so weird.
Ensure your step through the heart of
This is a little cat. That's me. Yeah, actually, I am in Five Nights at Freddy's.
Jump scare you. When you beat it, you unlock Nightmare
Little cat.
Chico's Magic Rainbow Land. This is a rage platformer, which were all over the place back when Flash games still existed. It's all trial and error, and you have to not be killed by this rainbow, who gets progressively more insulting as you go until you run out of lives.
Point.
Nice, nailed it.
You can do it!
This is so...
Come on, you can do it!
The game doesn't display your lives, but the rainbow eventually
That's so
gets fed up
cool.
and kicks you out.
I mean,
based on your
that's
number of
funny.
deaths.
No, it isn't. Stop lying to me.
No.
I don't believe you.
What?
Yeah, are you? What's your last? Are you kidding?
What?
Are you kidding me?
Also, the rainbow is voiced by Debbie Derryberry.
Zero Wing
the
reference?
voice of
I didn't
Jimmy
get
Neutron.
it. I didn't get the reference.
Also, Toy Chica is voiced by Amber Lee Connors.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
She's like a legit voice actor. She voices Peak in Attack on Titan, and also a bunch of other major and minor roles.
Thank you for the
in animes I've never heard of.
package.
I'll fire this pistol, and then you'll be dead.
And she got her start as Android 18 in Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
And
How
drink.
quickly bravado goes out the window when you're flat on your ass.
Bingo! Got him!
How is the strangest thing about this game?
Ah, that's why
the
she
fact
sounded
that there's a mission
familiar.
where Android
Ah.
18 gets relentlessly mocked by Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy! Wake up! Time for school! Better activate bedroom android!
What do you want?
Depending on how fast you beat it, you can unlock Mr. Chipper or Anim Dude. If you talk to Purple Guy, he says,
"Boy, don't
Purple
confuse
Guy.
me with the actual Purple Guy. I'm just a game sprite."
Why does she speak like that?
so maybe this sprite isn't William, because it's a representation of him on the flip side, corrupted by William's murders. After getting a good
This
team,
is too deep
head
for
into
me.
Geist Lair, the boss of which is Purple
Why
Geist.
talking so much
And
about
then you find
FNAF
out the real boss is
World?
Chica's
I
Magic
don't know.
Rainbow. And when you win, you appear behind Deskman again.
I'm impressed. What are you doing here? Can't you see that I'm busy? You deactivated my gains. I don't know what else to do. I don't want to disappoint people. But my mind isn't right. I've made something terrible. Her
Yeah?
name is Baby.
Circus
It's too late
Baby!
to deactivate her. I'm sorry.
Once again, if you interpret Deskman as Scott, then he's saying these games were bad, and now he's made something awesome
Nah.
of low, terrible quality. And then his name is Baby.
Hi! Thank you for the raid! Brainrot raid! Hi! Hello!
And now his
How are
mind
you
isn't right,
doing?
that
Thank you
he's
for the
created
raid!
Baby.
Hor hor hor!
But who is
Let me see without you. Circus Baby!
The show will begin momentarily. Everyone,
Yay!
please
Hi!
your seats.
Welcome, Raiders! We are watching a 8-hour-long FNAF video. And we are at almost 4 hours! We almost finished, imagine. Oh, he unalived himself! Or she killed him. We don't know. You're really doing this for 8 hours? Yeah, why would I lie?
Not square. They have a star shape. This is not the same person.
Shut up. We're not that. We're not that zoomers. No, not that much.
Some way, and is also this baby person. I promise all of this will make
Hi,
sense in like
chat. Thank you
5
for the
minutes.
follow. Welcome.
But also, if you already know what happens in FNAF 5,
Do
then
you
I'm
normally
probably
do stream
really
this?
annoying you,
No,
which is
usually
fine,
my
because I
streams
am
are about 3 or 4 hours, and I stream at 5 p.m. CET, soon CEST, because summertime.
Also, Desk Guy is dead, so it's possible that after making Baby, Henry killed himself. That is what happened in the books. In the books, William kills Charlie. Henry then takes this doll and cries over it, and so Charlie's remnant and his agony mix together, and Charlie
So usually
possesses the doll.
my streams
So
are
then
starting
Henry builds 4
right
progressively
now
older-looking
at this
robots
time.
so that
It's
Charlie
almost
can
5
have
p.m.
her
right
essence
now.
put into them and grow
It's
up like
it's
a
about to be 5 p.m. So usually my streams start
is Baby.
at this time.
He also tells Charlie that it was actually her brother Sam that died, but in reality, his wife took Sam and then just left because he had gone crazy and was building a bunch of robots. So after Henry builds Baby, he builds it and like he's really angry.
What do you mean
He puts
Henry
all of his
builds
anger and
Baby?
malice into it, and after he does that, he realizes he's done messed up, so he kills himself.
3 a.m.
And he
down
also
under,
instructs
so
his
I won't
sister,
be
who's gonna
there
be raising
consistently.
Charlie,
It's
to never
okay.
let
It's okay.
Baby out of her closet.
It's fine.
And so William steals her and turns her into Baby. So these events in the game are currently one-to-one with the book, in that after Charlie died, Henry builds a robot that becomes Baby and then kills himself. In the very near future, this will no longer be one-to-one with the books. Okay, but we still gotta figure out who is Baby, and that answer can be found in...
Oh, sister location, yay! Actually, William Afton made Baby, I think.
Were released on May 21st,
Not Henry.
About a week after
I don't know why he said
Halloween
Henry.
update.
Doesn't make sense to me. Why would he make
of this video so far,
Baby?
Which I hope you have been, because there will be a test. Then the words sister location might make you remember the line in FNAF 3 when Phone Guy says there was a spring lock failure at a sister location. This has nothing to do with that, even a little bit at all, probably. But that is what everybody thought when this game was announced. So we were all primed.
I really love this part of the trailer. Really cool.
About. Sister Location released on October 7th, 2016, but you better believe there were some shenanigans on Scott's website leading up to the release. There was never just one. Gee, I wonder why people thought this would be about an actual sister location. There's a little of me in every body. It's actually the opposite of what ends up happening,
That's
but whatever.
true.
Don't hold it against us. These are those bitty bab things I hate, and they're just so stupid. I hate them.
I don't know.
This was part of a hoax where Scott kind of pretended the game wasn't going to come out because someone had leaked it.
He just trolled
but if you write
us.
the image, it's actually about the restaurant featured in the game.
Yeah.
The grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been cancelled due to gas leaks. The source code for the website included a schedule for different animatronics to be rented out, giving us the names Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy.
Oh, yeah.
It also included phrases like Afton Robotics, Chica's Party World, Client Directory, Private Birthday Booking, Children Entertainment, Service Log, Maintenance,
birthday
and
props.
CRMN Inst. People debate about what CRMN Inst means, with the most popular speculation being criminal
This is so cool to hide stuff like this.
installation. I'll explain exactly what that stands for later. The Steam description reads, in part, "Welcome to Circus Baby's Pizza World, where
family fun and interactivity go beyond anything you've seen at those other pizza places."
So clearly this is a dig at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Unlike every other FNAF game, Sister Location is not a title where you sit in one spot and have to defend against animatronics for 5 progressively hard levels. Sister Location is a full actual video game. Each night is a completely different challenge with a strong focus on narrative with full voice acting. Buckle up, because we're going to talk about a whole lot of story right now. Obviously, when it comes to the story,
Sister Location is like the first actual Five Nights at Freddy's game that changes a little bit from what we've seen so far.
And then being put on the day shift.
I think it's still a point and click, but you can move from a room to another. You have to repair animatronics and do stuff. That's really cool.
Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, Chica missing her beak, etc. Sister Location,
the first free roam FNAF game. It's not really free roam. Is it considered free roam? You can't really choose exactly where to go. It still has a line you have to follow, but you can technically move. It doesn't let you move literally wherever you want. Like it really just tells you where you have to go and you can go.
There's no doubting what you achieved on a technical level.
It kinda does it count as a free roam
there are
game?
Just certain design choices that were made for these robots that we don't fully understand. We were
Circus
hoping that you could shed
Baby!
some light on those.
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with.
It's like an almost free roam, probably.
Right at her fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
I'm gonna take a break soon. I'm starting to be hungry, so I'm gonna take my little snack time in France. So yeah.
So first of all, a confirmation that William Afton is the.
We can even take the break right now, while it's dark here. You know, during the small break here. And I believe I have the right to pause the game, the video. I think yes, I have the right. Okay, it's second break time. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Please do the same. Drink, go to pee if you need to. And I am insisting, like, even if I love you guys staying here, if you wanna sleep, if you're tired, if you have to wake up early in the morning, please go to sleep, okay? I want you guys to be okay. before anything else, okay? Don't hesitate to go to sleep if you need to, okay? I'm gonna be right back, and for those who want to stay here, take a snack, take a drink, and we almost are at the middle of the video. It's gonna be soon. It's gonna be I forgot what I wanted to say. Anyway, be right back. Okay, be right back. Yeah. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. I got Nutella toast again with banana. I took a banana. I think chocolate and banana go well together. So yeah. Did you get any snack by your side? Ugh. You get any snack? I wanted to get a peer, but my peers are not how do you call that? You know, they're too young. They're not mature enough. How do you say that in English? You get what I mean. Okay, let's go.
So first of all, a confirmation that William Afton is the name of Purple Guy in the games. Secondly, we seem to now be told that William Afton made babies.
They're minors. Yeah, I have to wait for them to be mature enough.
For some reason. Two, it seems like
right. Thank you. I like your headband, by the way. Thank you. I made it myself just for today.
And three, but most important,
because I love Five Nights at Freddy's. I love FNAF.
And that is
I'm the biggest FNAF fan. FNAF, Freddy's my okie.
So much simpler.
Okay, let's log in. I'm not logged in since like the beginning of the video. I'm sorry. This is just a yapping stream.
You were approached at a job fair, read our
but we're at almost middle of the video. It's almost finished, guys. I mean, no, not almost, but just half the way. It's half the way.
Your new career promises challenge, intrigue, and endless janitorial opportunities. Please enter your name as seen above the keypad.
Hell yeah! Ex-Benedict! Sorry, I'm spoiling everything.
Keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. One moment. Welcome.
One moment.
Ex-Benedict.
Ex-Benedict! It makes me hungry.
Playing as is named Mike. So the theory that Fritz Smith is Mike Schmidt and also the security guard in
Stop calling him Schmidt! This is William Afton! Oh, exotic butters, yeah.
The evidence was there all along, but the idea wasn't sparked in anyone's mind until we realized that the series might have
I'm gonna go eat
characters.
While watching the video.
Kind of waving his hand in front of everyone and going like,
I recommend
hey guys,
you to do the same.
Character was in the last game. Let me just
if you want, go eat something, okay?
Somewhat frightening silence with some light-hearted banter. Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set.
My sheet? Oh my god. They're so mean.
Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day. And it's your job to get the robots back in proper working order.
Maybe he got married and changed. Oh no, that's the woman. The woman take the name of the guy when they get married.
Referred to 3 different times. After the first closing in 85.
So his name is supposed to be Afton, no matter what. I think.
It cannot be referring to Fredbear's Family Diner, because that was not a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So this company came into existence after a Freddy's closed. We already know that Foxy and Freddy are part of this game's cast, and that another restaurant called Chica's Party World exists. So the characters have been folded into this sister company. With all of that said, Hand Unit says the rental business, Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, opened after Freddy's closed.
Our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day.
Meaning that Circus Baby's Pizza may have been simultaneous with Freddy's, and thus technically may have been the sister location that was active during the time of FNAF 3's tapes. It could be where the Springlock accident happened. But if it is, the game never tells you. In the next room, the main office area, we see 2 windows on either side that lead to Ballora's Gallery and Funtime Auditorium. Hand Unit asks us to shock Ballora and the Fun Times. As you go through the vent to Circus Baby's Gallery, a voice tells you that there's been motion detected exactly where you are in the vent.
Motion trigger, Circus Gallery vent.
I'm glad that they told us that. That definitely will not be terrifying later in the game when it says that there's motion in an event that we're not in. It's scary, and it scares me. You then shock Baby 3 times, but you don't see her. You are then told that your shift is over. You then go home and you just watch some TV. I'm gonna wait to talk about all of these scenes at the end of the video, but just know that after every shift, you watch a small clip of The Immortal and the Restless.
I don't know if the show actually
intellectual stimulation,
has some lore
and
stuff.
self-reflection on past mistakes. We're committed to creating a unique and fulfilling work experience. One part of that commitment is ensuring that you don't get tired of the voice that you're hearing right now. Using the keypad below, please select a new companion voice.
Hell yeah!
It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for choosing Angsty Teen.
Angsty Teen!
So the helper voice is going to be an angsty teen. How not annoying at all.
The elevator stopped. You know the routine. You can get out now.
It has soul.
Whatever.
Like it's.
So, funny story.
It has a personality, so yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Personally,
so
it has a personality. It's fine.
It's a story.
So that means that
it's cool, I think.
Previous maintenance guys died.
That's rough, buddy.
You should check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage, but whatever.
Whatever. He doesn't care. Whatever.
I guess Ballora has better things to do. Let's zap her. That should be fun.
Oh. He's sadistic.
If you correct the audio in this scene, you can hear him say argumentative, standards, elevation.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Heights. This, of course, means nothing, but it is acronymized as ASEF, as in ASEF is not a phase. It's not a phase, mom, because I'm an angsty teenager. When you try to zap baby again later,
very important
there's been a power
lore stuff here.
Let's try
very
another
cool. Yeah.
shock.
Okay, I never knew that though. That you can correct the audio and have an actual words.
Please
I didn't know
stand by
that.
while I reboot the system.
This scene with baby then plays.
Motion trigger. Entryway vent. Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Yeah, something's coming after you.
Yeah.
Rumor gallery maintenance vent opened.
Then baby starts talking.
I don't recognize you. You are new.
She says that she doesn't recognize us. She then protects us from the stupid biddy babs.
There is a space under the desk. Someone before you crafted it into a hiding place, and it worked for him. I recommend that you hurry, though. You will be safe there. Just try not to make eye contact.
Oh, they're autistic. They don't like eye contact. Just like me.
The baby is watching them, and then they run away.
Eye contact is really hard, actually. I don't know if this, if you guys really struggle with it too.
Comes back online,
I struggle with it.
He is going to tell you that he was unsuccessful, that you must restart the system manually. He will then
I guess I'm autistic. I don't think this is like only for like only an autistic people thing, but I know this is a symptom of autism. One of the various symptoms of that.
Ballora obviously does not care about our well-being.
Yeah, it's not a good indicator. It's just like it happens with all the other stuff. Yeah.
Baby's comments that shocks won't work on Ballora.
I'm only comfortable with looking someone in the eyes if I know them well. Oh, yeah, I get it.
She cannot see you and can only listen for your movement.
Staring at people like this is really intimidating. Yeah, it is, and awkward.
You will need to restart the power system manually. Please return to the primary control module.
I used to struggle with it, but more for anxiety reasons. It can be various reasons. It can be autism, anxiety, or you're just like that, or no force like necessarily reasons. It happens. Not sure if it was because of autism. I think it really depends. It's not because you struggle with it that you are autistic. But some autistic people struggle with it, and it's a part of the autism, so yeah. Me, that's me, I'm hiding in your walls. Oh, that's very joyful, very cool. Yeah, hiding in the walls, showing the insulation like cotton candy. Yum, 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 yum.
As quietly as possible.
Did you see that?
You eventually reach the breaker
red circle.
and have to restart the power while Funtime Freddy watches.
Guys, did you see that? Wow.
He's controlled by the
this part is so scary.
who can make him stop
This part is so scary.
Looking at the breaker map is the most annoying part of FNAF theorizing because it changes literally
I hate this part of the game. This is so scary, right?
No, I am not joking.
It's so hard. It's pretty hard, I think.
The white outlined rooms are the rooms in Circus Baby's rental. The elevator room, the main office area, Bellora's room on the left with the breaker room that you're now in. That little black square represents Funtime Freddy, who's in the room with you.
Did you see
this
it?
Screen
yeah.
actively tracks animatronics.
I'm actually always
to the right
pointing with my
where Freddy and Foxy
with my hand, but you don't see it. But I'm doing it.
So the square in there is only Foxy. Up towards the top is the room with the desk that you hid under earlier, and then Baby's room. Around the Funtime Auditorium are rooms we'll see later in the game, like parts and services.
Yeah.
It's unclear if this is to be taken as a literal map. There's also no way of accessing any of the rooms besides the little office that you go through, which also cannot be the case. There are other buildings connected to the complex with these gray lines. They're thinner than the vents you crawl through. There's also the fact that as a building, this doesn't make any sense. Like, is Baby's area really that far away from the others? Where do people walk to get to each location? Where's the bathrooms? Basically, I'm saying this is clearly not a to-scale or finished or full diagram, which is important. Because this gray line that connects from Circus Baby's gallery connects to the FNAF 4 map.
Huh?
That white dot is Cece in his bedroom. Grandfather clock room, sister's room on the right, living room on the left. And then the city block you walk down to reach Freddy's, and then there are 2 more animatronics. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Now this would imply that the house is bigger than the whole block.
I did not know that.
Area, showing a connection via what I assume is either an underground power line or a secret tunnel connected to Baby's gallery. These red symbols indicate camera placements, and this is labeled Observation 1, indicating the area where the grandfather clock is.
I think this is where he takes kids and tries to recreate what his son lived to try to make remnants.
Basically where a security guard would stay.
I think this is what happened.
It's connected to the FNAF 4 gameplay house.
It makes sense.
In their room. Black dot in the closet for Foxy. 2 hallways on each side with Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy waiting in the rest of the house. And there's another camera there. You can turn on cheats in Five Nights at Freddy's 4 to see a display of the game map. It'll even track where the animatronics are for you. So this map was present in FNAF 4, and now we're seeing an identical layout of the house in sister location. And then
child torture, yeah, but this is what he does.
Hallway. With a dot
I mean, he kills kids too, so...
plush trap, and then 4 rooms with 4 more black dots. But there's no camera. So what is going on? Via cameras and possibly electricity, Baby's Pizza, and therefore Baby's Rental, is connected to the FNAF 4 minigame house, the FNAF 4 gameplay house, and the FNAF 4 hallway, and Fredbear's Family Diner. And I don't think any of this is to scale, or even in the correct location, but the implication that this house, and this hallway are all drastically different places is like what? Like, if this hallway was plopped over here, I'd be okay with it. We already knew that these were different houses. But now there's a third location, and the nightmare animatronics were real, including Foxy in the closet, and then there's just 4
That's
more
not real. That's like just animatronics and...
For one, this disproves...
I don't know how to explain.
These are real places. No one thinks
but they are real places because William Afton is trying to recreate something his son lived.
And real things that happened. And nobody knows what this means. It makes perfect sense that Baby's Pizza would be connected to Freddy's. It has the same owner, so that makes sense. I think the gray outlines are to indicate that they're far away and not to scale. We also know that these are not the same house. So maybe after Cece's death, they moved. But what is this hallway? Why is it over here?
But it's not they're not same houses. He recreated the thing. So of course it's not gonna be exactly the same as their house, I think.
This is not in a minigame. You can't explain this away by saying it's just a representation or it's video game theory. This is
video game theory. No, it's not.
Scott,
I agree.
What is this? I don't know what's in those closets. This is where
I
we
just
bring
explained.
up the Silver Eyes trilogy again. Despite releasing 2 years later, the third book in the trilogy, The Fourth Closet, confusing title I know, might explain what this means. Inside Charlie's room are 3 closets. Inside one is a tiny robot named Ella that's like a children's toy, like a doll. We learn about this in the first book. In the third book, The Fourth Closet, we learn what the closets actually are. They're where Henry stores the differently aged versions of robots for Charlie to grow into. The fourth closet holds her adult form, which William
Hey, we're back in the books. This is what I was about to say. Like, why?
With an animatronic
Why?
in each of them. And maybe this is Henry's house, not
I never knew
William's.
there
That would
were
explain
in
why
multiple
there's no
books.
camera
I think
here.
there are
It
about
also might explain why
20
the
books.
Springtrap Plush is the bad guy.
20 different
This might be
books.
Charlie
Yeah.
playing a game and
That's
distracting
crazy.
Springtrap so that
We
Mike's
have the
nightmares
first
start later
trilogy, we have the Fazbear Fright, we have the Tales of the Pizzaplex.
I'm not sold on any theory.
I kinda hate it. Why so much?
I really got nothing
Why
to say
so
about this
much
whole
books?
section. It's all a mystery. It also makes it more
Yeah.
confusing because FNAF World seemed to indicate that Henry built Baby. And in the books, Henry built Baby. And then in this game, William built Baby. And I don't,
It's
I don't know what's going on
William!
anymore.
It's William! William made it, okay? Stop following the books. Stop following the books, okay?
This completes your tasks for the night. Please proceed back through the Ballora Gallery with care, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
After restoring power, you get to go home.
I think I have a theory. You know, the guy in the video said, "Oh yeah, I think the guy in FNAF World, the gray guy, was called the Puppet Man or something." So he was assuming it was Henry. Listen to me. He was assuming it was Henry because Henry made the puppet and stuff. But thinking about William Afton killed someone that went into the puppet. Technically, William Afton also created the puppet because this is the very first remnant thing that happened. This is the very first animatronic that got hunted. So technically, William also created the puppet. So maybe the puppet man in FNAF World is actually William Afton. So William Afton is the one who made Baby, and you just have to not listen to the books. That's all. Yes. Go back to the video now. Yeah. Oh wait. I've been looking for some white popsicle sticks all day and then haven't found any. No. Having the most raw snack time before I continue looking. Wait, what? Why do you want a white one? So yeah, we have a trilogy. We have the Fazbear Frights, who are 12. Tales from the Pizzaplex 8, VIP 1, Return to the Pit? I didn't know this one. 1, The Week Before 1, the Security Logbook, sorry. And finally, the FNAF Encyclopedia. I would like to get this one, physical. And as well as the cooking book. The cooking book, do you think the cooking book counts as a book? When I say books, I'm talking about the lore more than anything else. But imagine a cooking stream where I cook something in the cooking book. It would be so cool. I understand everything you just said. Thank you. Hi, Milk. I love your background you drew. The background I drew. Huh? Which one? Did I draw a background? I don't. The background I drew. Did I draw a background? I don't know. 29. Yeah, 29. The PNG background you released for oh, the wallpaper. Thank you very much. Yeah, the wallpaper. I didn't draw it. I put the artist in in the Ko-fi page if you want to check out the artist. I did enjoy it myself. But thank you. It's a free wallpaper if you want to check on my Ko-fi page. I have double-sided tape and stick one side of it onto the popsicle stick, and then I stick... Whoa. So I can easily paint it. You wanna paint a popsicle? Popsicle? I didn't realize. It's okay, don't worry.
Daddy just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny.
Wow,
Didn't we make
okay.
her just for me?
It's baby.
William's daughter
It's
is
Elizabeth
baby,
wanted to play
but
with
she
baby.
Says, didn't you make her just for me? And as we've established, Henry made baby. Let's just move on. On the next day, we first check out Ballora, who is being
It's
ripped apart limb
Elizabeth.
from limb
It's
by
not.
mini
Oh my
Ritos.
god. Oh my god.
Also, Funtime Foxy is a girl.
Let's check on Funtime Foxy. It's important to make sure she's on her stage before entering. Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime Auditorium. There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas. Proceed directly to Funtime Auditorium.
So we have to go fix Funtime Freddy, and are told not to go visit Baby. But if you do...
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long, only one day. What a wonderful day, though. I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me, others enjoyed my songs. Music was always coming from somewhere else, down a hall. I would always count the children.
Oh, you use a popsicle for a hand. Okay.
How many there were in the room with me.
I hope you will find one then.
Then 3, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 2, then none.
Then one, then none.
They usually played together
and then
in
one.
groups of 2 or 3. I was covered in glitter. I smelled like birthday cake. There were 2, then 3, then 5, then 4. I can do something special. Did you know that? I can make ice cream.
Wow, really? Make ice cream for me.
There were 4, then 3, then 2.
Then 1. Oh.
Something happened when there was 1. A little girl.
Oh, really?
Standing by herself.
Is this like boring or is this like ASMR?
Myself. And I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least, not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment. Then other children rushed in again, but they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
Can you make ice cream? No, I can't. I mean, I could learn, but at the moment I can't. I'm sorry.
When they go up to eat the ice cream, Baby snatches them. And she did it to a young girl. And I think we can see where that's going. After a minigame where you take out Freddy's power module, your shift is over, so you go back through Funtime Auditorium.
Great job. You've acquired both power modules. This completes your tasks for the night. Please exit the building through Funtime Auditorium, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
You then get jump scared by Foxy.
Good handcam stream idea. I need to get an ice cream machine, I think.
Daddy, she can make balloons. Have you seen her make balloons?
It's pretty easy to make. Can't you do it with like just ice and cream and stuff? Like literally ice cream. I think.
Be still and quiet.
I hate this part of the game. I got stuck here.
I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Ice with salt, yeah, something like that. And you have to put it in different, like you have your ice, then on another recipient you have On top of it, you have your cream and all, milk and stuff, and then you have to mix until it comes like iced, like frozen.
I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used. Too dangerous.
So you're inside a Springlock suit, meaning Baby's Pizzeria had a Springlock suit in it, and it wasn't used the way it was meant to be used.
I don't know if I have a favorite flavor.
Or this is Golden Freddy, which was used to kill the vengeful spirit. But it's not actually
I like the classic vanilla, I don't know.
Of the suit opens up like the
How many poses so far? I think we've made
classic suits.
2 or 3?
Who used this, and what was it for? Also,
I think I've made 3 poses. Like break,
Do you know why?
and I think I paused the video like 3, 4, 5 times. Oh my god, too many who. But I did it. Okay, first I wanted to pee, then
and then to be quiet.
I don't remember.
Now,
and then oh la la. Oh la la. Okay.
I want to be saved by people,
Bon.
but Baby doesn't want us to tell anybody.
Hi, good man. Hi. How are you doing? Hi, Nolene. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Okay, bring her over.
You will be. Why do you want me to pee myself? I can empty my gamer sub bottle and use it as a pee jar.
What happened to it this time? Just seems like these things can't go a day without.
So at least I have something to pee in. I don't wanna like pee on my in my pants. What? Sorry. It's people. People want me to pee myself.
Just get her on the rollers and we can go.
Should have put on your diaper. Gift it to me on throne and maybe I will put it on. I don't know. I don't have any. I don't usually need that, you know. Always a pleasure to see a FNAF game of your stream. Yay! I'm watching a video. A lore video. We're at 4 hours.
How to pretend.
I was perfectly fine lurking for the rest of the stream till I heard that. Just had to react. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a video. It's almost 9 hours lore video. So I've been streaming for 4 hours.
They think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters.
Are you actually gonna gift me diapers? Don't tell me you're gonna do that, please. Please. Oh, wait. Oh.
There's something very important that I've learned how to do over time. Do you know what that is? How to pretend.
Is it me or the video like crashed?
Pretend to be one way.
She wants it. I don't want it. You just made the throne command. That's why I'm scared.
Laura never learns.
Enough lore are always hypnotic. Yeah, it is.
There is something wrong on the inside.
Yeah, we like the video got.
The only thing that matters.
Okay.
Is knowing how.
Stop! Do not gift it to me. Do not gift it to me. You know the Walton files? Yes, I know them, but I don't think I would like it a lot. I think I tried watching them about a few months ago. PayPal? No, why would you? I don't know.
Now all you have.
What is Cash App? Is this like PayPal?
Baby then opens the faceplate so they can see us on the camera. But why couldn't these men
I
have
think I
just
will
saved
prefer
us?
the
Baby obviously wanted us
actual
to see
Five Nights at
Ballora
Freddy's
getting
VHS
also, the mini arenas that were with Ballora
videos.
start crawling in to attack us, and the spring locks are gonna
I hate
open,
this
and you're
part
gonna
of the
die.
game.
After
This is
surviving
too
long enough
hard.
to be rescued, there's
Ooh.
no scene where you have to explain why you didn't leave the building or why you're in
Is
a
Cash
suit.
App American? I don't know. I just never heard
Then
of
night
it.
5 starts after being told
I'm
we're
not
gonna
sure.
get some exotic butters.
You've earned your 1-week bonus, which will be given to you in the form of a delightful gift basket, the cost of which will be taken out of your next paycheck. We have gift baskets containing fruit, nuts, flowers, and of course the ever-popular cash basket. Using the keypad below, please enter the first few letters of the gift basket you would like to receive. It seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for selecting Exotic Butters.
Yay!
Please be aware that there are still 2 technicians on site today. Try to avoid interfering.
What is he talking about here? He's talking about exotic butters.
Still there, and encourage them to go home.
The 2 technicians from the previous night are still here. I wonder what that's about.
Let's check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage.
And now we have a
Great. Now
dead
let's
body.
check on Funtime Foxy.
Exotic what? Butters! Butters! Butters!
It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime
Beurre
Auditorium.
exotique, as we say in French.
Okay.
Dark.
Circus Baby had a rough day and is in need of repair. You will be required to reach the parts and service room by once again sneaking through Funtime Auditorium.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and
What's
service.
the link between
Circus Baby has been
Exotic Butter and
deactivated for an
FNAF?
unknown reason.
Exotic
It's your job
Butter
to make
is
sure
in
she is
Five Nights at
structurally
Freddy's. That's
stable
the
and
thing.
secured
That's
to the
all.
conveyor.
Like
Our technicians
it is
will
in
take it from
the game.
Circus Baby has been deactivated
Sister
for an
location.
unknown
That's
reason.
all.
We're gonna learn what that reason was in a moment.
It's literally
If you fail this
in the
section,
game.
You get attacked by an endoskeleton, which has 3 eyes for some reason.
It has 3 eyes because this is a mix of multiple animatronics.
I must be careful not to move.
Hi, Ferrix! Hi! Hello! How are you doing?
Something bad always happens. I don't want it to happen again.
She's pretending, by the way. She's pretending to be
These lines are the most annoying
dead.
in the game because they could mean so many things. Is the bad thing her breaking down? Is it her scooping children? Does she steal a child every time she gets rented out? Is the bad thing inside of her the child that she just stole? Or is it her being evil in general? Is the bad thing her evil AI, or is the bad thing the soul of the little girl that she ate all those years ago? I don't know, and nobody does.
A hatch should have opened. Take the card that you find inside. Now you must turn back. I will guide you through Funtime Auditorium so you can reach the scooping room.
Yeah.
When you are there, I want you to destroy this body. Put the card into your
What is your
handheld
favorite
device,
FNAF animatronic?
and I can continue to
I'd say
speak.
Bonnie. Classical Bonnie for now.
Press the green
I
button.
really
to your
like
left.
him.
This will send me to the scooping.
Why is he making an 8-hour video if he doesn't know? Because he's treating FNAF games in order. So he's like taking what we know from FNAF 1 first, and then he's like, oh yeah, we have more stuff at FNAF 2, and he's trying to, you know, remake the puzzle, I guess. And at the end, we're probably gonna have the full conclusion that explains everything. He's just taking, you know,
it's that's not how it works.
Is it? I don't know. I mean, to make theories and stuff, this is cool, but also it's nice. Like if you have a conclusion where he just explains everything for like how do I say that? If he explains.
You must follow my instructions.
Never mind, huh? I'm tired. I don't know how to say that. I don't find the words, sorry.
She will try to catch you. I will help you avoid.
Like if he makes a, I don't know. Can I say it in French?
She is afraid.
Wait, I thought Ballora done got scooped.
I just think it's important to state that you're supposed to know and what you're supposed to not know as it goes on. Yeah, I mean,
Baby then guides us through the Funtime Auditorium into the scooping room.
Maybe he's theorizing, I don't really know either. I mean, everything is about theories in Five Nights at Freddy's. You don't really have explanations. It's all about theories.
Also, she's not making any music, which is also weird.
Warning, you've entered a highly dangerous area. You have entered from Maintenance Hatch 1B, reserved for cleaning and repair of the scooper. Entering this side of the room is strictly prohibited by unauthorized personnel.
Hi, Fleas! Hi! Hello, hello! FNAF lore! Yeah, you missed half of it though. Hi, how are you doing?
Funtime Freddy has already been here today. Allura has already been here today. Circus Baby has already been here today.
What do you mean, Circus Baby? You're supposed to be Circus Baby, Herb.
But they always put me back. They always.
Oh, you saw the 8 hours long video? Oh my god. And hi, Sentry! Hi. Did you watch the 24 hours videos they made too?
An amalgamation of all
we have so much very long FNAF videos, that's crazy.
They said that there's a little bit of him in every body, but it's actually the case that all of the bodies make up him.
Yeah, I know this fun fact. I know it already, hehe, because I'm a true FNAF fan.
If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Real, true.
The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Oh my god. Okay. Did you just... Oh.
They scoop you out so they can wear your skin as a
Did you just recreate the oven joke with the
baby's encounter with the little
girl, with the FNAF instead? I hate you.
Tell Daddy that I'm here.
I didn't know you liked FNAF. I love Five Nights at Freddy's. I love it so much since FNAF 2. I've seen FNAF 3 coming out, so I was an early fan.
Has the music for the
what joke? You know what I'm talking about? The yesterday's joke. It's a theory? What do you mean it's a theory?
Inside him. If this is Mike Schmidt and Ennard is inside him, does that mean that you play as Ennard in FNAF 1?
I'm kidding you too. Oh, okay. I thought you were serious. I'm sorry.
Purple guy?
No! No, what up? Why do you say that?
Obviously, Purple Guy was killing.
It's a theory, a game theory.
And Mike is not William, given that we know his name.
This is Michael Afton. This is Michael Afton. This is his son. Because he came back. Because he got asked by William to do his job when he's not here anymore. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just telling you what he's gonna say in 1 hour. That's all.
You wouldn't do this on your first attempt, so just like the FNAF 3 minigames, there's a normal ending and the lore.
You're so passionate. Of course I am. I don't know.
There's the real
says some theory. No, you're wrong. Yeah, like the game theory, literal game theory. The game in the game theory. The dream theory is no bullshit. Not real. It doesn't. It is not real. I know. That's all. Look at that! Important cutscene. That's all. I hope you watched it well.
Baby dispense ice cream and snatch this little girl.
Look
William
again.
Afton's daughter. In this minigame, Baby has blue eyes and the daughter has green, but throughout the whole game, Baby has had green eyes. Meaning
wow, what does this mean? What do you think it means?
And that's the end of the game. That's the canonical ending. There is a good ending to the game, but that's actually the fake ending. If you know Baby is evil and you ignore her instructions in the dark and instead you move the opposite way, it leads you to
or just you confuse your left and your right. I'm pretty sure it happened. Like, turn your left and you turn turn right and then you turn left instead.
It seems that you have accidentally wandered into a restricted area.
Yeah.
Due to the sensitive nature of the materials that you may be exposed to here, you will not be allowed to leave until the cleanup crew arrives at 6 a.m. So hang tight. Rest assured that you will be promptly rescued, fired, then sent home. Thank you for being an employee. We hope that your experience has not been as regrettable as ours.
This is a legitimate FNAF game security office where you now have to fend off Ennard by closing vents, just like a good old FNAF game. The Celebrate poster mimics the one from the original game, but more importantly, there's a Fredbear plush on the table. He has beady white eyes, just like the animatronics do when they're possessed, and he's holding a remote of some sort. There's a keypad above it, and if you type in the numbers 1983, then the staticky TVs turn on. The bottom left shows the plush trap hallway.
The cameras we saw earlier of the replica of the Afton house.
Shows a top-down view of the bed. This means a few things, and they're all weird and complicated. We've determined already that the owner and inventor of Circus Babies is William Afton, the purple guy.
Of course it is! Oh my god.
These rooms? Well, I'll have to go back.
I'm telling you, the puppet man in FNAF World is not Henry. This is William, and I said why. Yay! Okay.
When you beat Ennard, you return home and you watch Immortal and the Restless. And then Ennard crawls in and assumedly kills you anyway.
Did you see that? Red circle. Did you see that? Did you see that? Red circle. Whoa.
But that's not all. In a DLC update,
it's not Henry! Henry did nothing wrong.
Custom Night offers a few challenges to go through in this office, but it uses all the animatronics from the game, plus a few more. There's the stupid freaking baby.
Yeah, he got his exotic butters, yeah.
Laura, Electrobabs, which are baby babs that fell.
How do you say purple guy in French? Homme violet! It's l'homme violet.
You have to type LOL on the keyboard to send him away, which is something. It's interesting, lore-wise, I guess. I think it's just a joke. It's a lol.
I'm in a living hell! No!
Bonnet is a female Bonnie. Yendo is this game's version of Golden Freddy. Most people think his name is short for Yellow Endo, like how Golden Freddy was Yellow Bear in the first game.
Laggard! Hi, thank you for the follow, welcome! How are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome! I am watching a FNAF lore video.
Of Afton's daughter. After beating
and we're half the video for now. It's been 4 hours. Hehe. Yeah!
Okay, I did it. I did it. I fucking did it. All right,
yay!
So what I'm gonna do is
Congrats. Le gentilhomme violacé. Can we say mauve? Is mauve like purple? Is it the same? What is the difference between mauve and violet? What's the difference actually? Because mauve is a different color, right? Mauve isn't purple. What is it then? What color is it? It's just not the same color? What color is it then? Because for me, mauve... Oh, it's more pink. Oh, it's pinkish. It's more pinkish. Okay.
These are canon.
Because I didn't really know the... So purple is more on the blue side and mauve is more on the pink side. Okay. Mauve will be maroon. I don't even know what maroon is. What's... I don't know. Look, this is Michael Afton. Wow, look, Michael Afton. Wow.
You won't die. You won't die. You won't die.
Baby says, you won't die. And then Mike stands right back up. His eyeballs
Did you see that? Red circle. Did you see that? Wow. I can't believe that. Wow, red circle. Did you see that? Wow. Can you believe that, Red Circle? Wow!
This is just him surviving the ordeal. The Silver Eyes trilogy explains
the
this
Warren
as a character
Purple.
is injected with Remnant, which heals him. Because this scoop is not a scooper.
Yeah, it's also Remnant Injector.
Installer, a CRMN INST. So even though Mike was host to a giant robot for several days and probably in complete agony, he survives and heals. And will eventually
Maroon is dark red.
Normal.
Oh, okay.
Then
I didn't know.
War drop hits, and we can finally talk about
not
what
purple. I thought it was. Sorry. I like maroon then.
Michael, I did it.
He did it.
I found it.
He found it.
It was right where you said it would be.
It was right where he said it would be.
That's right, Mike. The character we have been playing as is William Afton's son, and by extension,
I've said that since the beginning because I knew it before you, huh? I knew it. I told it 1 hour before, 2 hours before, 3 hours before, 4 hours before. I said it. It was not Mike Schmidt. It was Michael Afton. I said it.
The main character of the series.
But actually, it makes sense. He didn't say it before because we learn it right now. That's all. That's why. Sorry.
And that's why it's so smart that William is British, because now Anyone with a British accent is clearly an Afton. It's so good.
Who's British here? Who's British?
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought
Who's British?
This shows that Mike has familiarity with the robots, but I think it's actually in here because Scott is laughing at all the theorists who thought that the ending of the game meant that Mike was
Schmidt,
they thought I was you.
Is a kind of username. It's
now we get one of the most
how do you, it's a cover name. It's a cover name, yeah. So he doesn't get exploited by like it's Afton. You know, I think that's why.
She's free now, but something is wrong with me. I should be dead.
Epic music.
But I'm not.
Epic soundtrack. Ooh. I wanna cry. No, give me back the sound. Give me back the soundtrack. Ooh.
Put him back together. And Fredbear is in William's office. A lot of people think this is a microphone, and that Fredbear plushes
no, that's a speaker
speaking through him. Like Confess-a-Bear.
Oh wait, no, he said microphone. This is. It is.
Mock this idea in the community.
My name is Confess-a-Bear. Tell me all your secrets.
The thing is, that's not a walkie-talkie, which would have maybe 4 buttons maximum. That's a camera controller with 20 buttons and a dial. To control
makes
the cameras,
sense.
The TVs
Ooh.
are displaying the feeds from. I honestly think the plush being right there is a coincidence. This plush was sold in real life as actual merch, and it was labeled as possessed. And I do think it is possessed, but not by Charlie. Not
I
by
wish I had it.
Spirit.
I didn't got it because
like
it's
by CC.
Sold out. But I wish I had it. I'm pretty sure I can find one like bootleg.
Based on the explanation of possession I outlined in this very video, 2 sets of memories imprinting on one endoskeleton wouldn't actually make any sense. But that's because that's not how dual possession works. The vengeful spirit was imprinted on the endoskeleton. Cece is inside the doll. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, we know Charlie dies and possesses robots that were made for her to grow up into. But the actual thing that she's possessing, the way that she's able to shift her consciousness to different robots, is that she's actually inside of a doll. That doll is her, and her aunt moves it into the next robot when it's time for her to upgrade. I think this plush is possessed by Cece.
Why is she always referring to the books? This is something I don't get. Only this book. He doesn't talk about the Fazbear Fright, about the Tales of the Pizzaplex. Just this one. Why? Why?
I'm going to come find you.
Springtrap!
Mike is off to find
He always
his
come
father,
back.
And then we get confirmation that Springtrap, William, Purple Guy, survived the FNAF 3
No
fire.
way. No way. No! Not the books, please. Oh my god.
Before we make any amount of sense out of the last 3 games, we need to place sister location in the timeline. In the beginning, we're told that Circus Baby's rental opened
Please
after
do
the
not talk
success
about the
and
books.
unfortunate closing
No.
of Freddy Fazbear's
No.
Pizza.
Please.
Freddy's Pizza is different than Fredbear's Family Diner, and there were only 3 Freddys that closed, 85, 87, and 92.
I really
The
like how
success
the
of Freddy's means it cannot be
how he
the 87
how he
location,
put
because
TVs
that
and
location
stuff.
was
That's
only
really
open
cool.
for a week. And the FNAF 1 1992 location closed not due to murders, but due to low attendance, meaning only one location was a success but had an unfortunate closing, being the first Freddy's location after the MCI in 1985. It's clear that William told Mike to go to Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, so the game must happen before he gets spring-locked, and the most logical place to put it is before FNAF 2, meaning this all is the impetus for Mike to go looking for William, his father, by becoming the night security guard at Freddy's in FNAF 2 and 1 and Fazbear
Hi,
Frights.
Miara. Hi.
Before we
Cat.
talk about that, we need to do a detour into the books again.
Meow.
Remnants is brought up in the 4th closet as the haunted metal that makes the animatronics come back to life. I already said how a character is injected with it and survives. When he's injected with it, he's able to see the spirit world. The MCI kids he talks to have an abstract control over the animatronics, and also don't understand that they're dead. Now, in the books, William injects the kid with a combination of all of their remnant. I think if the kid was only injected with one person,
I don't think we should take the books
kid.
as a reference
Instead,
or
he's able to see
anything.
all of them.
Stop
We
talking
find out
about
from
that,
some
please.
blueprints that the scooper is actually a remnant injector. It's called a
He's talking about the remnant. Well, you can explain the remnant without the books now.
With the ability to haunt
it's literally explained here.
On the scoop
it's called remnant.
The child remnant installer from earlier. It specifically notes that there is a trace amount on the scoop at all times, which explains how it entered Michael, even though he wasn't intended to be haunted. Much like in the book, it also notes that, while the metal needs to be heated to become malleable, which is what allows William to combine the animatronics, if it's heated too far, then the remnant will go away, which, once again, backs up the whole idea that it's kind of like an imprint on the
I'm not up to date on FNAF lore. What's wrong with the books?
In the books, there are funtime animatronics just like in Sister
I can't pause the video, but the books are not canon. It doesn't happen in the same timeline.
Which explains how Dabs and mini Renas come to life.
There is some elements canon to the games.
And
but the books are not in the same timeline. What?
Your computer memory can
Why?
be divided. We have different regions in our brain.
Why do you do that? Why do you just pick some elements from the books and say, oh, this is canon, this is not canon, this and this? Like, why do you do that? Why not just put the elements you want to be canon in the games in the games?
That's what scalable means.
I don't get it. It's ew. I hate that.
More or less remnant as
That's
needed,
why. If the books were completely separated from the games or completely related to the games, not semi-canon and stuff, it will be okay. But the fact this is semi-canon sucks. And also the books are too I would say to science fiction. Like it's not realistic anymore. I don't really like it. Like the thing about Fazgoo or animatronics, I don't know. Like this is too unrealistic for me.
The animatronics were returned to
and I don't like that.
We know this happened with the Springlock suits because Phone Guy says it in FNAF 3.
When I enjoy a fictional story, I like imagining. I like being like, oh, this could happen in real life. This is realistic. You know what I mean?
Phone Guy was around the time
and
the Springlocks were decommissioned.
I do not feel that for the FNAF books, so I don't really like the FNAF books.
William gets the original
That's why.
animatronics back after the MCI. Filled with the souls of the kids he killed. He experiments on them, taking enough remnant to create the fun times and
didn't Scott Calthorpe write them? Yeah, he did. So he made a mess. He made a mess in the lore. He's the one messing with it. That's all.
Baby then kills his daughter. Circus Babies never opens. He converts it to a rental service, and then Freddy's is opening again, with toy animatronics that William did not make. William tells Mike to go to Circus Babies to put his sister back together.
Listen,
while he becomes a
important
night
part,
guard
I
at
think.
Freddy's, kills more kids, fails to have them possess any more animatronics. Mike gets scooped, and, crucially, is able to see the ghosts of the MCI children, finally realizing what his father has done. So he goes in search of William, and goes to Freddy's to be the night guard the day after the bite of 87. He tries to tamper with the animatronics, to see them, to see if they're haunted,
he didn't. There's something important he doesn't see, or he doesn't say about it. See, this happens. This happens. This happens. I wanna pause the video, please.
Can't find him for decades. Mike says he put
I hate it. I hate it. I can't pause.
Putting someone back together means putting their memories back together to the point where their consciousness overtakes the AI programming of the robot or animatronic. Then this moment where he
I just can't pause the video. It'll make it even harder. I still can't since like
the character, the AI, and once it's removed, the sister can gain control over the animatronic. The endoskeleton that has now become part of
He's not talking about the fact the paycheck is in November and the fun guy talks about summer job. It means
any
it
human
means
characters in the
Michael
story
comes
who get injected
way
with remnant,
after,
you might wanna
way
help
after
Cece.
the
person
incident
speaking
actually
these lines.
happens.
So that's Mike.
Why
And in
is he
the
not
eyes of
talking
the
about
boys talking to
that?
Cece at the beginning and the end of FNAF World is Mike. He's in this trippy dream-like state after he's been injected with remnant at the end of Sister
Talk
Location.
over him, you can't
And
beat
he
him.
says,
I just did.
Everything that happens out there has an effect
What
here.
time is it for you when you live where you live? Oh, right now it's 6 p.m. I live in France, so I am a CET time zone for now.
Something has gone wrong.
Thank you for the care package. Hi Phantasm. Hi. How are you doing?
Something went very wrong. That's why I am here.
Something wrong, you say?
But something is wrong with me. But I won't let the same happen to you.
And if William told Mike to put his sister back together, it makes sense that Mike would then use that phrase when discussing how he wanted to put Cece back together.
I put her back together, just like you asked me to. I will put you back together.
Because this conversation, when he says this to Cece, happens after Sister Location.
We are still your friends. Do you believe that?
Oh!
The pieces are in place for you.
He's using AI of actual Michael Afton voice.
Rest.
So it's in this nebulous time that FNAF World takes
To
place.
make
and
it
I'll
accurate
explain how
to
I
his
know this and
voice.
what it has to do with the hippo later. But
okay.
the only thing that's really important is that Mike has a conversation with Henry. Henry says that there's nothing that Mike can do.
Come, have a seat, and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go.
But Mike blows him off and goes straight to the FNAF 2 location. And Henry starts making video games to try to contact the flip side. Now let's go back and solve FNAF 4. I believe Cece did have a Fredbear plush as a kid, and maybe it was his imaginary friend, but the text in those minigames is non-diegetic. It didn't actually happen. Cece didn't hear those words back in 1983. The bear did not have a speaker, it did not talk to him psychically. That text dialogue was for the benefit of the player, who was the vengeful spirit.
That's all.
At the end of the minigames, the dialogue spoken to Cece in the Void is the first dialogue Mike actually spoke to him beside his deathbed. It then becomes the dialogue that Mike will say to Cece in FNAF World after Mike is injected with Remnant in Sister Location. The first and last cutscenes in FNAF World is Mike, the glowing yellow square eyes, speaking to Cece. The Fredbear plush being on every screen doesn't mean he was literally there. It was a way for Henry to watch the events play out. It's like a Christmas Carol. The vengeful spirit is Scrooge, and Henry is Fredbear, acting in the role of the ghosts, going back to view these memories. The plush isn't actually in any of these places. He's watching things unfold alongside the main character, the vengeful spirit, as ethereal, flipside, spectral spectators. Toy Chica is missing her beak in the game.
But the vengeful
because the game
spirit,
was made after
wait.
FNAF 2 actually happened. It was made after
So it means
1987, where
that
the robot Toy Chica was missing
William
her beak.
killed
There were
the
toys at
children
animatronics.
before
There
his
were twin body
son
plushes. With this
dies.
dialogue about it being a finger trap was not
You
actually
think?
said to
I don't
Cece.
know.
It's dialogue that Henry
I think the
wrote
crying
for
child
the vengeful
dying was
spirit
the
to
thing
hear.
that enabled
The player of FNAF World
William
is the
Afton's
vengeful
insanity.
spirit. And all of these mini games that we play in
I
the
think
core
so.
titles are just like the mini games we play in the FNAF World Halloween update. They are mini games created by
Is it? I don't
created
remember.
by Henry to communicate with the other side, to communicate with the vengeful spirit. They're based on real events, but they're fictionalized, allowing for callbacks and references to things that happened before the game's creation, but after the time the events depicted actually took place, with the hindsight, biases, and narrative of Henry specifically. Yes, this theory is very out there, but it explains everything.
Does
it explains
it?
the weird stuff in the FNAF 4 minigames. It even explains the completely overlooked weirdness that is the minigames in the first place. It's not like Jeremy is experiencing these minigames in FNAF 2. That's because every game is from the experience of two characters. The nighttime security guard who's playing through the night gameplay segments, and the vengeful spirit who is playing through the Atari minigames. You know why you have to die to play the minigames in FNAF 2? because the vengeful spirit's dead. It also explains all the weird things you have to do in FNAF 3, like clicking a poster, tapping on wall tiles. Like, no, that doesn't lead to games, because everything you do has an effect.
This is just Easter eggs. You don't have to analyze everything.
I think Mike is doing certain things that are causing ripples over to the video game world, which then allow
Scott just made it not easy because he likes to mess and troll his community. That's all.
An ending where Mike
not everything has to be absolutely canon, like, or, you know, I don't know.
That's a great
finale. It doesn't make sense in my opinion. I don't think this is necessary to go that far.
In a year that we don't know. The only solid date is 1987. And then within each game are games that depicts events that happens who knows when, and that were created and experienced by this spirit who knows when. And some nights are dreams, and some mini-games are games meant to be games, but some are games not meant to be games that are being used to communicate with ghosts. And in one of them, Henry is lying.
This is a religious book and must be read everything in it. Even a religious book is about interpretation.
Henry then cries into a doll.
Even that, I think.
Sadness possessed the doll with Charlie's spirit.
So yeah,
she's haunting a robot of herself. And then she was told that Afton killed her brother, but not really.
Why does he always talk about this book? I don't get it.
Charlie's death and whatever. And I think that is Scott doing an in-universe retcon of FNAF 2's...
He's trying to make a retcon that doesn't make sense.
The background audio of that game spells out S-A-V.
Thank you for the drink.
Save him.
We barely heard what he said, by the way.
The game says save him, and Charlie is a girl. And I think that's because this is an in-universe lie, so that the spirit playing the game, the vengeful spirit, thinks it was not Charlie that was killed, it was her brother, because this is a lie that Henry wants to maintain. When Henry made this game to be experienced by the vengeful spirit, he intentionally hid information, so that the spirit would not know that Charlie was dead, because that's what he did in the books.
I think this is just a stupid retcon. At first he said him, and then he decided it was Charlie the girl, and you don't need to explain why he did the retcon. Just assume it was her since the beginning. That's all.
The flip-side dimension where video games are real could see the murder happen and falsely believe this was Charlie's brother,
I found no useful popsicle sticks. No, I'm sorry. Can't you find any on the internet or something?
I hate my life. Glitch Fredbear in FNAF World is William. The same way that William's evil deeds infect video games by causing Purple Guy to appear. I think that his will, his desires to fix his son, manifests as Glitch Bear. William wants to put Cece back together.
No.
So it makes sense that he would kill this child and tell them to put Cece back together. Glitch Bear says,
"This is a safe place, a sanctuary. The truth is that there is no safe place. You don't understand that."
Despite the limitations of the text, I think that he's specifically quoting the Square Eyes from the beginning in a mocking way.
This is a safe place. This is a sanctuary.
This is a safe place? A sanctuary? The truth is that there is no
The voice is so weird, I hate it. I hate AI.
So he's not the Square Eyes. He's actually antagonistic against the Square Eyes, because the Square Eyes is Mike. William killed the MCI kids to experiment with eternal life.
I don't know.
People back, but he
I think he's just
the vengeful spirit
over analyzing.
For one thing.
Over interpreting. I don't think this is necessary.
He's not thinking these words
I think he's making the thing too complicated for nothing.
That is manifesting in the other dimension as this corruption. And you could argue that William setting up Happiest Day is backwards. But for one, he kind of does that in the books. And two, I think
stop with the books.
Makes him a compelling character. He killed a bunch of children to save his son. He's not a mad scientist or someone who went crazy because he experienced loss. He was trying to save him, and he convinced
I don't
Mike
think
to
so.
help.
I think he was
and then
very
Mike found out how his father was going about
irresponsible about his kids.
A lot of FNAF theories
he lost his son, first son, his daughter, his second son. He just made it do the job.
I think the opposite.
He's just irresponsible, that's all. He doesn't try to fix anything.
And then he realized that to do it, he had to kill children. and so he made the decision to kill children. Mike agreed with this endeavor until he saw what his father was willing to do. The best villains are the ones with good motivations who take things too far. They want a good outcome, but their method is evil. And they say
no, he is evil. He doesn't care about his kids, actually. He has a wife, but we never saw her. Just because she probably left, or this is showing he doesn't care. Something like that.
The series right now can be broken down into two trilogies. FNAF 1 through 3, and then 4.
Killing children is good because was it good? Tell us. I'm listening.
Story, but they are a story.
I am listening to
FNAF
you.
4 World and Sister Location are more of a story, but you need every piece of all three of them in order to put that story together. After Sister Location, it's very obvious that Mike is Foxy Bro and that purple guy, William, is their father. We were supposed to know that just from FNAF 4. It's possible, but no one did it. I think the reason that the second trilogy was so intertwined with its narrative is because Scott now knew what he was doing, and he was able to plant seeds earlier on that would be paid off in future games. He was forward-thinking enough to be able to craft a long-form story. So now that we have all of those pieces, what's going on? What about the breaker room?
We know what's going on. The father is crazy and he's trying something.
And that they are real
he just wants to kill kids to get remnant and try experiments.
About this location after FNAF
What's
1 because
difficult to understand here?
But that does not mean he didn't go through it as a child and then dream about it later. I said a very long time ago that Scott likes to take criticism of his games and address it in the next game. FNAF 4 was scary because FNAF 3 wasn't scary. I think Sister Location is a narrative because of how cryptic FNAF 4 was. I think these cameras and this plush are here to show us that 1, Dream Theory was never correct.
Yes,
2,
thank you, yes.
that Cece is William's son and that Mike is Foxy Bro. And 3, I think it's there to make the point that while in every other FNAF game we play as a security guard, in FNAF 4 we don't, unless you consider it from the perspective of the person looking at the cameras. I think William is watching FNAF 4 happen live through his cameras.
What if purple guy was actually a good guy? You can't be a good guy and kill people at the same... kill kids even at the same time. This does not happen.
There was a viral post many years ago saying Nintendo should make a game where you play as Bowser and have to place enemies and obstacles to stop Mario from reaching you. And that's kind of what Mario Maker is.
Why is he talking about that?
Made by Ubisoft called Zombie U that actually puts you in this role. One player is playing a first-person shooter, while the other person is placing down zombies and different power-ups.
Why is he talking about that?
My friends and I jokingly call this mode a second-person shooter.
What is the point? Why are you talking about that?
For the role that William would play in FNAF 4. I think he's the person sending the waves of animatronics at Mike, and he's just watching things unfold. But I don't think that they actually look like this. I think this visage is just an illusion.
Yes, it is! Yes, it is! Okay.
I hope I'm almost done saying that. There are
please, please, stop talking about the books, please, please.
CD-ROMs.
Let him talk. No, I'm not.
Complete nonsense.
He says bullshit sometimes.
The opposite of white noise.
But he ends up saying the right thing at the end. So yeah.
You can ignore. Instead, they produce a sound that overtakes and overloads your senses so much that your brain just sort of shuts down.
Yeah.
Given that every element of your body is run off of electricity, and that your consciousness and your senses are all processed in your brain, the idea is that the illusion discs are hijacking that process, and thus they can make you see, or hear, or even feel anything that they're programmed to. It's kind of like the Matrix.
This guy is a genius, how dare you? He can't say anything wrong, actually.
Except instead of a plug being injected into the back of your head, your brain is being hijacked by sound. In the fourth closet, William is able to project the image of Springtrap dancing around like a ballerina to one of the main characters, just by using an illusion disc. It's telling her brain that there is a rabbit there, and thus she can see it. The nightmare animatronics are illusions. The reason that Foxy in the closet becomes an actual Foxy, and then just a plush, is because the disc is being turned on and off. The Freddy plush on the
Okay.
bed becomes multiple vibrating frettles
Oh,
because the disc is being
it makes sense.
turned
I
on.
like this
These
detail.
animatronics coming
Okay.
for you look like this because the disc is being turned on. I already said that I think the original animatronics, or the Wizards pre-FNAF 2, are in William's house because he's the manufacturer. So they've gone back to him.
So
And
he
also,
takes
because
them
the
and use them as
FNAF 4 says, "What have you brought
animatronics
home?"
who go in the
Well, nothing. In the game,
corridors.
Nothing gets brought home.
Yeah.
Except for the animatronics.
But the illusion gas makes people think it's
So once again, I
nightmares.
think these are the Withered, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy with illusion discs.
I'm sorry, but the comics
allows
feels
this,
clunky. What does
Withered
clunky
Freddy,
mean? If
and
it's
also
if it
this
means
to be
bad,
Withered
yes,
Freddy
I think
with a
it's
different
ugly.
setting.
It looks
I've already
ugly.
said that I think Mangle existed pre-FNAF 2, based on the way that he's described in that game.
Maybe it was a
I don't think
prototype.
that the redesign of Foxy would have been taken
Because
apart the
it
fact
was
that
in
there were multiple
Afton's
times to the
house.
point where they gave up and gave him
So
the
he
name
was
Mangle
working
over
on
the
the
course of a
prototype
single
and
week that
giving
FNAF
it
2 was
to
open before
his
we start
kids to see,
playing.
hey, do you like
And thus
that?
I believe that Mangle existed in the first Freddy's location before the missing children incident.
I think it makes sense.
That's also how there's a version of him in the sister's room. He's never referred to as a toy animatronic, and I also think he might be a precursor to Funtime Foxy.
Clunky is not
The
accurate,
put-together
messy,
version of Mangle and then Funtime
dysfunctional.
Foxy are
This is the
completely
case for
different
most books,
animatronics.
because they're not fully
But if we
canon.
assume that William first made the original animatronics, and would later make the Funtimes, Mangle is this weird in-between period. That would mean that the real full Mangle is somewhere in the FNAF 4 house, and he's going unused. Probably because he's more out of order than the others. Spring Bonnie and Golden Freddy are also stored somewhere in the house, as well as Balloon Boy. And I
You
think
are a
those
prototype.
4
I
are in the
am
hallway
prototype
in
of a
these
cute
closets.
French
That's what these dots are on the Breaker Room
cat
map.
girl. I'm not a prototype, and I am the finished example. Exemplar. I am the finished product.
The animatronics and
Yeah.
not the spring-lock suits. The thing sitting on the chair is a plush trap doll. In the Halloween update for FNAF 4, there's a new mode that gets added. Scott made a really weird comment about it, saying it's
Don't
not
make
canon,
the
and it
Halloween
introduces this
update
weird
canon.
little goblin monster balloon boy.
Don't make
Scott
it
says
canon.
that
This is just a
character
mod
of
for
Nightmare
Halloween.
Own is not canon, but Balloon Boy is. I think
what?
this means that even though William did use the Spring Bonnie plush in whatever test he was running in FNAF 4, it's equally likely and equally possible that he could have used Balloon Boy.
But you are the first and
because
only.
he's
I
also
have
in this hallway.
previous
But he could not
models,
have
so
used an
technically
illusion disc to have
we've
an
got
animatronic
some
take on the appearance of the
prototypes
puppet,
before this
because
one.
either he didn't have the
Technically,
puppet,
yeah.
or because he didn't know that it was fully haunted and it wasn't an option.
Do, 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 do. Oh my god, scary music.
FNAF 4, Sister Location, and FNAF World are the most enigmatic games in the series, and them all being this little trilogy makes it really hard to talk about them. So now we're finally going to finish discussing Sister Location. Like I said before, these two dots are animatronics, not spring-lock suits, at the Fredbear's location. And these are Funtime Freddy, Ballora, Baby, and Funtime Foxy. Also, this map is supposed to be the hint at getting the secret ending of the game. You take the card from Baby in Parts and Services, and she gets conveyor belted into the scooping room, which is why she tells you to go left. So if you know that this room exists from studying the breaker
And then you
room
have,
map,
oh
then
yeah,
will instead
you go if you go right
and will enter the office to
instead.
play the bonus night.
Yeah.
Throughout Sister Location, there's a weird ambient noise in the background that, when isolated and slowed down, can be heard as Baby saying the numbers 1, 5, 7, 8.
Oh really? Scary.
1, 5, 7, 8.
After doing some quick math, I've
Scary,
determined that this
scary.
is likely May 1st, 1978, or January 5th.
They're making Curse of a Dreadbear,
Either
FNAF Very
way,
Halloween
this
update
is
canon.
Baby's birth
I hate it!
This
Why?
is Afton's daughter's
I mean,
birth year.
if
making
FNAF
her 5
VR is a game in the game, it makes sense that they made a Halloween version. Like, ooh, look, we made a Halloween version of our game inspired from real events in the lore. But FNAF 4, no, because FNAF 4 is not a game in the game. This is just what happened. You don't make a Halloween version of what happened.
An obvious vampire and probable stand-in for William Afton, given that he's
Did you get what I mean?
And also purple. His wife Clara is voiced by Amber Lee Connors, who I talked about earlier, voicing Toy Chica.
I think this is a metaphor of William Afton being irresponsible with his kids.
You're the only vampire I've ever loved. And the baby turns his bottles into powdered milk.
So Vlad says that their baby isn't his, when it clearly is, because it's a vampire,
and responsibility.
And it does vampire things. And this makes him and Clara argue.
The baby isn't
and vampires are immortals, and William Afton is trying to be immortal, so I think this is a metaphor of that.
Built by Henry. In the final episode, Vlad finally admits, accidentally, that the baby is his, which coincides with Mike discovering that the death of his sister is his father's fault.
I'm keeping the diamond ring.
The joke's on you. I found it in a kid's meal.
You bought a kid's meal? Oh, Vlad!
Clara!
The end narration also says...
I don't think this is actually... I don't think it ends like that for William Afton.
In the next game.
But what about the baby? What about the back child support? Stay tuned next season for those answers and more.
So even though I'm very confident that the baby is baby, I'm not entirely sure what the rest of this is about. But it is more fuel to the fire of the topic of who created Baby, who made her originally. FNAF World seems to imply Henry. The books directly state it was Henry.
This is not Henry, I told you! The puppet maker,
is his daughter
or the puppet guy, however you call it, him, is William Afton because he killed Charlie.
So who's Baby?
And Charlie owns the puppet, so technically William Afton made the very first haunted animatronic, which is puppets. So he created puppets in some sort. Voila. What the fuck happened? I didn't see. Pretty Fazbear Pizzeria Simulator, yay!
By final game, I mean the start of a new trilogy. Because the next 3 games all form a narrative combined.
Why do you talk about the book again? Oh my god.
FNAF 1, but are all thematically contained as a trilogy.
Don't talk about the book. This is just FNAF.
Sister Location were a trilogy. The
oh my god. Once again, I can't pause the video.
Pizzeria Simulator, Five Nights at Freddy's Security.
It's okay, you know, if I can't pause the video, I'm just gonna talk over the guy. I'm gonna mute him and talk over it, but I'm not pausing the video.
13 months after Sister Location, and 6
Never
months
talk about the FNAF books. You can talk about them, but you can't link them to the lore. You don't do that. Don't do that. This does not happen.
Was cancelled.
No.
He was instead taking time off from serious game development and was developing another FNAF World-style spin-off game focused around running your own pizzeria.
Nerdy FNAF fan vs video essay tourist is adorable. Thank you!
Presenting a fun Five Nights at Freddy's adventure with a lighter touch for the holidays. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator puts you in charge of developing your own restaurant. Design pizzas, feed kids, and get high scores. The game was a free download. It opened with an Atari-style 8-bit minigame, and I think I'll let Dawko, one of the most famous FNAF YouTubers, take it from here.
What the frick? The frick going on?
Wow, the game is corrupted, wow. It's funny how he... I don't know if this is overreacting or if he's genuinely that amazed, but his reaction is very funny. Like, you don't react that much. Like, you're just like, oh, there's baby, wow! And then you proceed to play. See? He's overreacting.
and
I don't
many consider
know.
it to be the
I will
true
not do
finale
that
of
if
the series.
I don't know. I will scream one
Pizzeria
time and then
Simulator, like
proceed
Sister
to play.
Location, has full voice acting and immediately introduces 2 new characters. Tape Guy is the first voice you hear, explaining how to salvage old animatronics for use in your restaurant.
The purpose of this tape is to test automated response
This
times and reactions from
exaggerated
vintage
YouTuber
interactive
reaction.
attractions following audio stimuli.
This is just how they are. I mean, I think Marky Player is less overreacting. I think this is more genuine. Or maybe Doko is just like extra autistic about FNAF and is just amazed about everything about Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know.
Upon sealing the room, you are not to return.
The other new character is this corporate announcement guy, whose voice is the same as Hand Unit. Together they kinda replace the role of phone guy, being the people who give you instructions and explain the gameplay.
Aside from the daily risk of lawsuits, there's also the risk that something might be hiding inside whatever you just purchased with that steeply discounted price tag. Of course, that would only be a serious danger if there was something outside that's been trying to get in for months now, which we are not confirming to be the case. This concludes the amount of help we're legally obligated to provide. Remember, you are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Wear that smile with pride, and let's make some money.
Let's make some
Entertainment is not
money!
responsible for disappearance, death, or dismemberment.
On top of these new human characters, the game introduces a multitude of new animatronics. For one, Circus Baby is now damaged, and it looks like she has fixed herself up with scrap metal and parts, leading to her now being called Scrap
Baby!
Springtrap is back, and likewise is called Scrap
Trap. I hate him! I hate him! I hate him! Full redesign! I hate him so much! Okay, never mind. Okay.
Amalgamation of animatronics from Sister Location, minus Baby, who has left the group. In fact, this plot point, that Baby was kicked out of Ennard, was only told within the source code of Scott's websites for a limited period of time. Scott's main website and the FNAF World site seemed to be in conversation with each other, with the following alternating lines.
You are crowding us. Be quiet. You can't tell us what to do anymore.
Yes, this is so cool how he hides stuff, but also very inconvenient to find.
You. That doesn't matter, dummy. We found a way to eject you. You would be lost without me. Say goodbye to our friend. I can put myself back together.
This explains how Baby was separated from Ennard, and how Ennard became Molten Freddy. It seems very likely to me that this was a result of Mike putting her back together. Once the Baby animatronic was all sister, no baby, the other animatronics didn't like that William, their killer's daughter, was telling them what to do, so she became independent again. Basically, Baby wants to do the bidding of her father, while the rest
She's
of them
independent.
hate
What a big girl.
Then there's
yeah.
Lefty, who is new.
Lefty.
It's kind of weird to introduce a new character at the end of the series like this. I wonder if there's a secret about him.
Mm-hmm.
These 4 animatronics can be salvaged or scrapped
This is not
by
such
the
a
player.
new character.
If they're salvaged, then they must be fought at the end of every night. But if you scrap any of them, you can't get the real ending of the game. During the night, the gameplay is like a normal FNAF game, but during the day, you run a real pizzeria simulation.
This is a simulation. Yeah.
You have to earn money, balance raising your score with the dangers of the attractions that you're bringing in.
Simulation game.
Are normal play
Hi, Wani! Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi. How are you doing? Look.
Every day you get 10 tokens to use on the attractions.
Oh no, I thought he was gonna die. He can die. He can break his neck if he falls not in the pit.
Animatronics add small snippets of new lore to the game.
See, he died. He's dead. He died. He died.
In the game, including DD Weekly, Stan's Budget Tech, Smiles and Servos, and a rare find.
Hi, William. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Include Bucket Bob,
good morning.
Mr. Can Do, Mr.
How are you doing?
Number 1 Crate, and Pan Stan. Stan's Budget Tech sells you Happy Frog,
Happy
Mr.
Frog.
Hippo,
I love her voice.
And Pig Patch. They also sell you
mediocre melodies,
Midnight Motorist, and Candy Cadet, which are 3 things that have serious lore relevance. Smiles and Servos sells you Rockstar Freddy, Rockstar Bonnie, Rockstar Chica, and Rockstar Foxy. These are not any of the previous versions of Freddy and the Gang. They're new versions. Maybe. And Rare Finds Auction sells you the Security Puppet.
I don't
Pizzeria
like the
Simulator
redesign.
has multiple endings, including running out of money, getting sued a lot, and doing nothing except getting through the week and getting the lame ending.
Congratulations! You've completed a full week on the job,
Yeah.
and you've done it in such a lackluster way that no one is proud or disappointed. It's a fine line to walk, but you did it. Completing your job
Having a
with
wonderful
such an
Friday,
efficient
just
level of
done with
laziness that
breakfast,
we're
and now it's
surprised
time
you're
for the
able to
cat.
dress yourself in
Yay!
the
What are you
morning.
having for
While
breakfast?
such a minimalist work ethic is rare, it doesn't mean that we want you back. In fact, it means you should look for employment elsewhere. But before you go, take this certificate of mediocrity. You should
Thank
be
you.
proud. You stood on 2 feet and convinced someone that you could do something, when in fact you
Wow.
couldn't. Now
Wow,
get out.
okay. What? So mean. This is so mean.
But there are two that are important for
You
our
have completion, mediocrity, insanity, blacklist, and I didn't have the time to read everything.
One of these
Read
is
everything.
Security Puppet, which is the most straightforward.
Yeah.
You play as the puppet inside of a Freddy's location. After playing the game several times, you're greeted with an alternate take. You have to protect the girl with the green bracelet, but she's trapped outside.
No! You don't see her. You barely see. Oh, wait. That's Charlie! Charlie, no! Oh, wait, you don't see anymore. No! You don't see anymore! Oh, sorry, bye-bye. What happened? Wait. Okay. No, she disappears! She disappears! What happens? Ooh. Yeah. I don't think the puppet is doing well. Oh fuck, what did I do? Oh my god, no!
And this is how the puppet becomes possessed by Charlie.
The fuck happened?
The puppet is a security device made to protect Charlie,
Oh my god.
who was blocked from helping her on the day that
What did
William
I
came to murder
do?
her. He went outside and found her body, and so she possessed the puppet.
Wait.
This was William's first murder.
Wait,
and by playing
let me
this
put
game,
that.
You're receiving
I'm trying to
Henry's
see what I
message about
did.
What happened that day? The next game is Fruity Names. You play as a girl collecting fruit, kind of like Pac-Man. If you beat the
We're
game
back.
several times,
I'm sorry.
it
Oh my god.
begins to glitch. You can see the reflection of
I'm
the
sorry.
player in the screen. It's a girl with blonde
Thanks for
hair
all the
who
docs
goes from
info. I don't think
excited
I
to
don't dox.
sad.
I didn't dox anything.
Eventually, the game glitches enough, and the fruit becomes dead, bloody dogs. The game ends, and now you can clearly see Spring Bonnie standing behind the girl.
He's not really dead. He is over here. Follow me.
Then the game ends. This was William, luring one of the MCI
Oh, let me
kids
check
into the back room
quickly.
by pretending her dog hadn't died.
Let me hide.
And
Let me check
instead
quickly.
was just in the other room. He took her back there.
Yeah, it
killed
doesn't
her,
dox
and
anything.
put
It's
her
fine.
in Chica. Based on the books, we know this
Yeah.
girl's name is Susie. William found a vulnerable child and lured her to her death. This is one of William's MCI
Definitely not.
murders.
Don't scare me like that.
Fun fact,
I know
there's a
there's
very
nothing. I
popular
just
theory
checked.
that William killed the dog and experimented with it first before experimenting on any kids. And that's how Mangle got possessed. Which is why Mangle is active during Save Them. Because he's a dog. There's not really any evidence for
Okay.
this, but I like it, so...
Okay.
The final game is Midnight Motorist.
Midnight
There's a lot
Motorist, the
more
thing
debate
that
about the meaning of this
explains
game compared
everything.
to the others, but I think it is actually very simple. You play as a car speeding down the highway, reaching extremely fast and dangerous speeds. There's a hole in the bottom of the map, and if you drive through it, you reach a secret minigame. In this game, you drive a purple car through the rain. People immediately assume that this was William, because it's a purple car.
This
You can park
is
the car at this
William.
one specific location, and when you get out, you know you're actually playing as an orange person.
This is
So not
William, no matter what.
Absolutely not William. This is not William.
This
In the top left
is.
corner of this
It
clearing
is.
a mound of
It
dirt.
is.
If you drive further, you come to a parking lot. The parking lot is for a building, which has a blinking
It
neon
is.
sign labeled Juniors.
Hi. Hi, that's
green
you.
man stands
Plus you're
outside.
purple here.
When you walk up
Hi,
to him,
Double
he
Miel.
says,
Hi. Hello, hello.
Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be.
You
Yar.
drive away further into
Foxy
the woods until you
voice.
reach a house. This is your house.
It's the Golden
You get
William.
out, you walk inside.
Actually, I think this
In
is
the
a
foyer
metaphor
is a
to say
person
he's
sitting on a
actually
chair watching a
the
flickering
yellow
TV.
rabbit
They say,
Leave him alone tonight. He had a rough day.
if you walk up the hallway,
Why is he
you find a
talking
locked
like
door.
that?
I told you not to close your door.
You say with a knock. You take a few steps away and say to yourself,
This is my house. You can't ignore me like that.
then you walk
Hi,
back.
Double Miel. I'm
door.
French, yeah, but I speak
doesn't respond.
English only on stream. Sorry.
I'll find a way in from outside.
So you walk outside, around the back of the house, and find an ominous scene. The window to your son's room is broken, completely shattered. Footsteps lead either toward or away from the window. It's very hard to tell which. Very large animal tracks stand next to the bushes. The footprints show 2 feet, each with 3 toes.
Yeah, I'm German actually.
There's a
Yeah.
clearing in the bushes above you. If you walk towards it, you say,
Ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back.
Oh my god.
but he never comes back.
He
The
never
minigame
comes back.
ends.
I thought he always
This
comes
story
back.
depicts
Ooh.
Orange Guy, an alcoholic father who went for a very fast and dangerous drive after hitting his limit at the local bar. He drives back home well after midnight and stumbles in on his wife watching TV. She
Why
tells him
did
to go easy on
you
their
make
son,
a male
indicating
voice
a
for the
history of
wife?
abuse. The son takes to locking the door, and the father is so angry that he stomps outside. The son has broken out of his room and has gone to that place again, which everybody agrees is Freddy's. These animatronic footprints indicate that something here was watching him and luring him outside. And the most recent version of Scrap Trap has 3 toes.
Ugly,
Fitting
ugly,
description.
ugly.
In one of the future games,
Ugly.
we see the fabric
This is a nice design. This one is a nice design.
and it also has 3 toes. This, like the other 2 minigames,
The fact that
is a story
the fact
about
that
one of
video is
William's
say
victims.
tourists can commission voices
found
and
a
art for
vulnerable
8
child
hours. Video
who
is
wanted to
wild.
escape his
I mean,
abusive home
wild.
life
I
and
mean,
appeared
for the
outside his
art, you
window
could
in
just do it
costume to lure him
yourself.
to
For the
Freddy.
voices, I understand a
The
little bit
newspapers in FNAF
more,
1 say William
but
lured 2 children into the
because he
bathroom of
wanted to keep
Freddy's in a
the
mascot
original
costume.
voices for certain
later,
characters, but
5
still, you
victims
can
were tied to the
you can just voice
disappearances,
act yourself. You
meaning
don't
that
have
the 3 of
to.
them
I don't
were
know.
taken in other ways, and I think this is one of them. This
I
is one of
understand
William's
more for the
MCI
voices, but
murders.
I
With that said, this
I
is
don't
extremely controversial.
support
Simply
it. You
because
know,
people
I
really,
understand, but I don't
really
support it.
want this to be William.
Yeah.
They'll go so far
But
as to
for
claim that Junior's is
the
a Freddy's location
for
some
the
reason,
illustrations,
and
I
that
do
William
not
kept
understand.
inside
There
because
is
he's a
plenty
suspected killer.
of
And also,
fan
William
arts
is orange now
and
for
stuff,
literally
or
no reason.
official
And he's an
representations
abusive
of
father to his kids
everyone.
because,
Why
duh,
would you
he's a murderer,
freaking
so he's
take
evil to everyone.
AI?
Forgetting the
I don't
fact that
know.
he literally promised to put 2 of them
Why?
back together.
There's no
People also
reason to
try
do that,
stretch
so
it and
don't
say
do
This
that.
is Mike because he's watching
Yeah.
TV, and that the child who ran away is Cece, which is why after this, William tries to scare him away from Freddy's and takes his window away.
What happened to the stairs? My parents took them down because I am grounded.
But the timeline doesn't make sense at all, forcing people to say that this is actually a robot boy version of Cece, trying to make it all make sense.
What if the Funtime Freddy animatronic used an illusion disc to make himself look like Fredbear, lured the crime child out of his bedroom into the pizzeria, then killed him? I believe that after the crime child died at the hands of Funtime Freddy, he successfully rebuilt him in the sister location bunker. So when we see the crime child again,
No,
he's more
you
scared
cannot
of
say
Fredbear's
that. This
family
is
diners than
I
ever
don't
due
take
to
you
him
seriously if you
remembering
say that. This
witnessing
no.
his own
Stop.
death.
Stop talking.
What the f?
People also try to say that the
I
name
don't
of
know.
this minigame in the files being called Later That Night implies that it was
They
the
probably
night that
couldn't get
Charlie
permission
was
from the
killed,
artist to
which
use
is
their
dumb.
work, so they
There ain't
went
no
with
way
an
this
easy
children's
option.
birthday party at
Everyone
Freddy's
is
would be
using
going
fan
on
art.
past, like 8 p.m.
Everyone, literally everyone is using fan arts. There is literally,
I don't understand why
I don't
people think
know.
that the only night that this could be the later of was the day
Or maybe you
I
could
think someone just said that and it's stuck in people's imagination.
you could just draw it yourself. That was shitty AI pixel art. You can do the same thing on
other than the fact that it's raining.
on Paint.
And while that
you
could
know.
be used to connect them, I think it's raining because in movies bad things happen when it rains. Charlie was killed in the rain. This kid was kidnapped in the rain. Because rain is bad. And the main reason that I throw all that out the window is because I think that the night that this is referring to, the night that this is later to, is later in the night from the minigame. This is Midnight Motorist. This is later that night, post-Midnight Motorist. People try to say that this can't be William's footprints because the spring lock suit would malfunction in the rain. However, it's not raining in Midnight Motorist. We don't
Because
know
this
when
is just a
rain started,
minigame.
and there's no reason to think it started before the kidnapping. And the whole thing about the water impacting the springlock suits was mostly about the very old costumes, like the one that William was killed in. There's obviously a much more high-tech springlock suit at Sister Location, and we have no idea whether or not those springlocks
Or maybe this
would be
is just a
affected by water.
retcon
It
because
also could be the
Scott
cloth
loves
mascot
doing
costume,
that.
like I said earlier. Guys, it's just really not that deep. This is one of William's victims. Just like the other two minigames in Pizzeria Simulator show his murders. It's lore and backstory, not some giant wrench thrown in the plot revealing that Cece is a robot. With that said, I don't know what the mound in the woods is. There's a slightly differently colored dirt patch around it that might indicate that they're starting construction on something vaguely house-shaped.
Or maybe this is hidden
So they might be breaking
under.
ground.
Like this is in the
Or
ground.
maybe it's Susie's
Oh.
dead dog, I don't know. I don't need to know exactly what it is to claim that it being
I think this
the
is
sister's
crying
unmarked
child's
grave in the
body.
woods a mile from their home is kind of a leap. Now, in the narrative of Pizzeria Simulator, we, the store owner, are buying these games.
Thank you,
and
Double
kids are
Miel.
playing them, and we're testing them overnight. But this reflection in the cabinet is depicting something that actually happened decades ago. So either it's a haunted cabinet showing us memories of the past, or the minigames themselves are disconnected from the present gameplay. It's a haunted cabinet showing the memories of the past. The vengeful spirit is playing through the games to learn what happened. The glitches were caused by William. Even in Fruity Maze, his presence in the memory literally leads to the game
Maybe
sprites
because we
changing.
were talking
While
also
these do
about
depict real
the fact
events,
William got
what we're playing is the vengeful spirit
created as a
learning of
code,
these
and maybe
events
the
through
I
these
don't know.
video games created
We're not
by
that far in the lore.
'cause it's video
But yeah,
game
William
These
is
are
also
important because they
created
confirm to some
like as a
extent that Shadow Freddy in
digital
FNAF
code
3 is
and
controlled by
can
William,
corrupt
or
games.
is William. In Fruity Maze,
Sorry.
William has two different text colors, which might indicate the tone he was using to speak. Like one may have been in character and have been a wacky, fun Bonnie voice.
He's not really dead.
Whereas
Stop
the
with
other
the
was actually how
AI.
he
You can
sounded,
just show
a
the
British
text. You
man
don't really
luring people
have
from
to use
sight.
AI.
He is over here.
This would mean that the follow
I don't
me
know.
text in Follow Me is the same as this Follow Me text in Fruity Maze. Moving on, there are two important endings to Pizzeria Simulator, the lore ending and the insanity ending. The insanity ending is easier to get,
Retention?
but also
It doesn't.
much more
It just
obtuse.
makes
If you
everything.
buy
I don't
the
know.
Egg Baby, then during the night, this button on the computer turns on, and if you click it, you hear a recording from Tape Guy. Based on the contents of the tape, it seems like he recorded this to himself before the start of the game. In fact, what's on these tapes reveal what led to the start of the game.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create, as if what he had already done wasn't enough. He found a new way
I
to
initially thought this stream would be just good for me to watch, but it seems the psychological damage is just slowly peeling on. I am dying. I will never be the same after this stream. Ooh.
Now set to new purpose and used in
I
ways
will never be the
thought
same. I hope the conclusion of the video will be better than the whole thing.
tricks.
But I mean, I get why he's saying wrong stuff. He's like taking it games per games. So like the first game has stuff that is not up to date and all, you know. So actually it makes sense. So as long as the conclusion is not wrong, it will be okay. It will be okay. But maybe the fact it's a very long stream has an impact too. Yeah.
He overpowered them again.
This 1 hour version was 100 times better. The FNAF one, I agree, because he doesn't take the he doesn't like, you know, describe everything like game per game. He made the researches by himself in his corner and then put everything in order and made a video about it.
That's right.
This is better technically, but seeing someone taking everything and like searching everything on video is also interesting, you know.
And as if murdering kids wasn't it.
More fun to watch? Is this one more fun to watch or the other? The other is better and more interesting in my opinion, but this one has some cool stuff too, I think.
But he's not going to while William is still out there.
Congratulations! You went somewhere you weren't supposed to go, saw something you weren't supposed to see, and prevented a tidy resolution to a messy problem. Needless to say, you're fired. But before you go, take this certificate of insanity. We're giving it to you to ensure that no one believes you, and to ensure that we can promptly replace you without incident. There is a truck waiting for you outside. Take care.
Saying he lured them all back, and then following that line with, "It keeps me awake at night,"
Again, translate dans son coin. By himself. Oh yeah, true. But I like seeing in his corner, like he's alone doing his stuff.
It's not him, it's the company.
Yeah.
FNAF 1 is not him, it's the company. FNAF 3, it's not him, he's trapped
I wonder if he came actually, if he actually came to all of this.
He says he lured them all back to a familiar place. So
if he actually came to all of this, or if he's just suing different theories. I think he's using different theories all over in the internet.
The games have a habit of jumping between whether they're talking about the kids or the animatronics at random, which is why the puppet is referred to as a he even though he's possessed by Charlie. This actually becomes more of an important point in the final game we're going to talk about later. So saying he lured them back, them might not be the kids, it might be the animatronics. He brought them back to where he built them. The next line...
He set some kind of trap. I don't know what it was, but he led them there again.
Well, that invokes FNAF 3. How could Henry both know that he used familiar tricks to lure them back, but also say it's some kind of trap that he doesn't understand? How could Henry know it was familiar tricks if he doesn't understand what the trap was? I think it's likely that these two events are not linked. In this second instance, he doesn't say all of them, meaning it's fine that Golden Freddy isn't there, and the use of the word trap relates to Springtrap. I think this part of the speech is referring to Follow Me. Now he's talking about William taking their bodies apart. Then he says he has them all back together in one place.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
That line will become important later. We also get the 100% official confirmation that Charlie was William's first victim, because that was the wound
first inflicted on me.
As Henry talks, we see some blueprints appear on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
These include RASC, Remote Activated Simulated C, the C clearly standing for child. It must stay connected to a central server and is the same temperature as a normal human body. Notice how it's made by Fazbear Entertainment, not by Afton Robotics.
Because this is not, yeah, because this is Henry this time. Because FNAF Simulator is made by Henry.
Yeah. About during Sister Location. The scooper is actually a remnant injector, explaining how Mike survived. Lefty, the name of the new black bear, stands for lure, encapsulate, fuse, transport, extract. The bear emits a bracelet code and then seals its suit around its prey and plays a lullaby. Well, that's a puppet catcher if I've ever seen one. Yes, I'm cheating a little because there's a screen that shows Lefty with the puppet clearly inside of him, but the bear mimicking the bracelet that attracts the puppet and combing it with a lullaby is everything we need to know that this is a puppet snatcher. It's weird that Henry is talking about how William lured the kids somewhere while displaying the blueprints he himself made for a device that lures the puppet.
He lured them all back to a familiar place, back with familiar tricks.
Even the lines about the familiar tricks, like he's using the bracelet and the song, those are familiar tricks. You would think that his words and what's on screen would relate to each other, but there's really no way.
Charlie's not the first to die. I really think it depends how you interpret everything, but for me,
HRY is
yeah, for me, the crank child dies. Oh yeah, okay. This is what happens. The crank child dies, and then William gets crazy about it and wants to get revenge because he doesn't want Henry to be happy with his family. So he kills Charlie after. So crank child dies, and William kills her Charlie after that.
FNAF 3 takes place in 2023. This game, taking place around Halloween, going by this poster that we see, could mean it's the Halloween of 2023. I think it's really silly for a file to be named 223 to get across the information of 2023, when one more character would make it 2023, and one fewer character, just the number 23, would also be understandable as 2023. That's the main reason that I don't think that's what this means at all.
Okay.
I firmly believe that FNAF 3 takes
so yeah, it
place
happens in 2023.
Which does not mean it's impossible for Pizzeria Simulator to be in 2023, but I don't take this as evidence. I really just think it's the 223rd recording, and that people are reading way too far into it. Like if I labeled all my files this year GIBI23, I would be able to name exactly one file that, because that's how file naming works. You can't name them all just the year it is and who's talking. I don't know what 223 means, but it ain't that. So that's the insanity ending, but the real ending is the one that actually matters. Like I said earlier, if you choose to salvage all the animatronics, then they attack you at night, making it harder to get your job done. If you salvage all 4 animatronics, and also play the Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist to find all the secrets, then you get the real ending. You fight for your life throughout the final night, and then this happens. And this is my second favorite moment in all of Five Nights at Freddy's. I literally made this video up to this point to give context for what you're about to hear. To us, at the time, this was the culmination of years of storytelling, years of games, years of speculation. And I hope I summarized the series enough to give you even a fraction of what I felt when I heard this for the first time. When you complete the night, you're congratulated. And then...
Are you sleepy? A little bit. Actually, I should drink more of my gamer's herbs. I'm beginning to just listen everything. The big moment!
No.
Oh.
This was a gift for us. You got
Wrong!
them all together
Wrong!
in one place.
Listen.
Just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place. Just for
Listen!
us. A gift. Now we can do what we were created to do. And be complete. I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch. Listen. And be full.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth, if you still even remember that name. But I'm afraid you've been misinformed.
Wow!
You are not here to receive a gift, nor have
Listen.
you been called here by the individual you assume. Connection terminated. You have indeed been called. You have all been called here.
Big
into
moment!
A labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there
Who's the brave volunteer? Who is it? Huh? I know who it is.
You are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits.
Oh, this is Baby?
They don't belong to you.
She's burning? This is Molten Freddy? He's burning?
For you after the smoke clears. Although for one
this is Crabtrap, aka William Afton. He's burning?
So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you, and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
This wasn't a real restaurant. Well, it was, but it was
no
a
way,
trap.
that was a lure for all the souls. They knew they were coming back.
To contain the remaining animatronics. Baby, William, the puppet, and Molten Freddy. You are his brave volunteer, although he didn't intend for you to be Michael. But now that everyone is dying, he rightly assumed that Mike would want to go down with them. With his father and sister, whose name is Elizabeth.
No way, I didn't know that
Charlie,
before.
his daughter,
Haha.
who did such a good job as the puppet, but now deserves to rest.
Yeah.
Heat makes the metal that Remnant latches onto malleable, but too much heat will melt the metal entirely,
Yes.
destroying the Remnant. Meaning, if
So
they all
letting
burn
them
and melt,
go
the Remnant will
out.
be no more, and the souls will be freed. Henry, who has been tortured since his daughter's death decades ago, can
So
finally
Henry is
die
actually the good guy.
everything.
He's
and
freeing
defeating William
everyone.
once and for all.
He's making them
So yes,
free.
Scott changed the contents of the FNAF 4 box.
He just
to
doesn't
this.
know what is the content.
The
Oh my
box
god.
is now a trap for every character. It's the pieces put together. It's everyone. And
He
so
just
now,
forgot and
the
made
memory of
another
all that has
thing.
happened
That's
will start
all.
to fade. The box will be forgotten forever. This
Free with no
is the
cherish?
end.
No cherish, no.
If you die during normal gameplay, which obviously is not canon, Michael does not actually
Yeah, of course
die.
it's not canon. Like if you
People
die in
say-
games, this is not canon. Like the canon thing is when you finish the game. So when you
Because
leave.
she thought William had brought her here, but instead she finds her brother.
You should have known I'd find you. Did I catch you off guard? It feels like home.
Baby in this game wants to make her daddy proud because she's gained consciousness. She's been put back together.
She's
no longer
Elizabeth.
Baby. She is Elizabeth.
Yeah!
And when Scraptrap kills you, he says,
I always come back.
No, shut
well,
up.
golly gee, Willie, you sure do come back, just like the trailer for FNAF 3 says you do.
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me.
Mm-hmm.
What a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously. But it is intriguing nonetheless. Fascinating.
If you die in the game, you die in real life. True! Don't
Despite
die
the
in
fact that
games.
literally every character in the series
Then the
just
canon
died,
jump scares,
including
Funtime
the ones
Foxy.
that were
Yeah.
already dead. The
I
game
think
is
I
not
think so.
over.
This is one of
You
the
get to
only
watch
canon
this.
jump scares.
Congratulations on completing your work week.
Yay!
We apologize if your situation wasn't presented to you in a completely honest fashion when you first started.
Get it?
It's
Because
okay,
you, the
it's
player, were
society.
misled into thinking it was just a fake little game instead of the real one, just like Mike was misled into thinking it was just a normal restaurant and not a place for him to trap his father.
But it was important that your intentions and actions be genuine. Here at Fazbear Entertainment, we value fun, family, and food. But more importantly, we value our commitment to atoning for past mistakes and tying up loose ends. Thank you for your participation. There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. Please accept this certificate of completion.
Yay,
Goodbye
completion!
for now, and thank you for taking this journey with us.
So loose ends are tied up, and Fazbear has been dissolved. The story is literally over. It cannot be any more
Can you
over.
believe that? The story is over. Wow, the story is absolutely over. Look at that. Very, very over. Yeah.
Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense in a couple minutes. By completing the Lorekeeper ending, you're greeted with this image. 5 gravestones in the foreground, labeled Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and this one, obscured by the grass. Its mystery will be solved in the next game.
Haha, next game.
Is, of course, the name of the child inside Golden Freddy, the vengeful spirit. Up on the hill above them is one grave overlooking the 5. This is Charlie's grave. I think this scene shows how this is finally the end for the spirits. And I also think it debunks a couple of theories.
It's of course Vanessa.
For one, the people who think the toy animatronics are possessed by the KCI kids. If there were any other children who had been possessing animatronics this whole time, I don't think it would only be the 5 MCI kids we were shown at the end of the game. People also think that the Funtime animatronics may have been kidnapping kids throughout all the years that they were active, with Freddy and Baby snatching kids left and right. But if that was the case, then the screen wouldn't just be about the MCI kids. I do think William killed more people, but I think the only ones that led to proper possession were the MCI kids, Charlie, Cece, and Elizabeth.
Yeah.
But yes,
he probably tried stuff that didn't work, and he killed more people than
isn't over.
Than that.
The vengeful spirit, Golden Freddy, wasn't even in this game. So now it's time for their finale. Before we go to the next game, we have to go over some Easter eggs. Firstly,
okay, I'm letting you with the Easter eggs, and then I'm just gonna turn on the lights in my room. I let you with the video because I can't post the video yet.
Molten Freddy doesn't really show anything. Scrap Trap shows some really long documents. A poster for Spookfest, inviting you to join the spookiest party of the year, and a building that says One Night at the Opera. This might imply it's October.
Oh, sorry. That's my chair.
Scrap
my chair.
has the
Farts.
same legal documents. A wolf
This is not me. This is my chair. Sorry.
The terrible something wolf, probably man wolf. There's also a clown ringmaster making an elephant.
The mimic. This is Jackie's box.
The
I don't know.
text says, "Don't want to miss it," and the top text says, "Hey T-O." I have no idea. Lefty's screen shows the puppet screaming on a poster. I think this is likely the puppet actually
Do not call me
Protelula!
No,
which happens in FNAF 1. You can
do
see
not
the
put
puppet inside Lefty. And there's also the really annoying
I'm gonna check out here. I
poster
catch you in the VOD. Good night, good
You have a guy
night.
in a purple
Thank you
suit,
for staying.
puppeting a
Goodbye,
smaller
goodbye.
version of himself,
Have a good
with a bear wearing a
night.
birthday hat and
We still have a few hours.
Symbolically, these are clearly the Afton family.
We still have a few
William
hours.
is Purple Guy. Duh. Cece is the bear
Duh.
with the giant jaw, whose birthday it is, which is very cruel. Elizabeth is the clown, because Baby is a clown. And then the puppet is Mike, for some reason.
Okay.
Maybe we're not supposed to
2
get
more
confused between
hours.
the puppet
Or
and the
more like 3.
marionette. And maybe this is just
We're
calling
at
him a dummy, or saying William
5,
was talking through
6,
him. Like if William
7,
told
3,
Michael to
3
put
hours.
Cece and Elizabeth back together, and then Michael told Cece he would put him back together, maybe that was him being puppeted by William, his father. And now we talk about Candy Cadet. This is Candy Cadet.
I have
This is Candy
all day,
Cadet.
every day. Candy.
Candy.
He's the most
Candy.
annoying thing in this
Candy.
game. If you use one of your 10 nightly tokens on him, he might tell you a story.
I am a candy cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy.
Candy.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
He has 3 stories that are all equally as confusing and obtuse. Before we address them, I want to discuss the Molten MCI theory. Molten Freddy in this game is entered without Baby, taking the face and voice of Funtime Freddy. Since he's the amalgamation of the Fun Times, and since we discussed how the Fun Times and Mini-Renas and Stupid Biddy Babs were given life by taking Revenant from the original animatronics between 1985 and 87, that makes Molten Freddy the amalgamation of the MCI kids. This is mildly controversial, because some people think it would require soul splitting and duplication, which I hope I explained was not required to make the Fun Times out of the MCI kids.
Okay.
Some people think it's actually impossible, because the MCI kids moved on in FNAF 3. For reasons I'll discuss later, I actually think the bad ending is the canon ending of FNAF 3. With all of that said,
I don't know.
Even though I do believe in Molten MCI,
I'm not sure.
I think that Molten Freddy is the MCI kids
I don't know about this theory.
I don't think
it is
the Candy
controversial,
Cadet
actually.
are about Molten MCI, which is what most people think. Candy Cadet tells 3 stories, and all 3 stories involve 5 things, and then some sort of event that would combine 5 things. People think that these stories are just telling the player that Molten MCI is true, that the 5 kids became one entity. And I don't think that's true. For one, the stories don't match up with the events of the children being united as Molten Freddy. And for another, I think the game already told us this, and this is not a big reveal. It's in the books explicitly, and Henry says that the souls are in Molten Freddy. And they're probably the MCI kids given the gravestone ending. I think these Candy Cadet stories are about something else. You have to ask the question, who is Candy Cadet speaking to? None of the other instances in the series where one character is speaking and even giving us lore and background.
Maybe he's speaking to Michael.
Non-diegetic. It is always one character is telling another character information. The phone guy tutorial is telling the security guard what they need to know. So if Candy Cadet is a product, is a robot that somebody made that you can purchase, that was made to tell somebody stories, then who were those stories meant for? Well, it's
Michael, because Michael is testing the animatronics
to Mike, which means they've either
this is what I just said.
Henry, the storyteller, or the animatronic is haunted, and I think it's that second one. I think the vengeful spirit is telling Mike these stories, and with that context, these stories make a lot more sense. So without further ado, let's get into the Candy Cadet stories.
Yay! Candy Cadet stories.
The 5 orphans.
Now I will tell you a story. A story about a kind man who would visit 5 orphans and bring
you
them
can
toys and gladness.
do cool stuff without using AI.
In fear that someone might
See, you're not using AI and you do nice stuff. Goofy, but cool.
Them together in one place, in his own home. He promised them to never leave them, and they promised to always come home, and never stay out too late. He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and
oh my
buried the
god,
child.
what?
That night, there was a knock at the door.
This kind man is Henry, because of the repeated line, brought them together in one place, which Henry says during the insanity ending.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
He adopted all 5, and brought them together in one place.
Henry is a kind man who makes toys, video games, and animatronics, which is why he brings
toys and gladness.
I think the meaning of Candy Cadet stories isn't to dish out lore metaphorically to the player. It's to give information to Mike that the Vengeful Spirit has learned from all of these mini-games. Vengeful Spirit is telling Mike that Henry is a good guy, and that 5 children
Of course Henry is a good guy. Everyone knows that.
Together as Molten Freddy.
Everyone knows that.
It's telling him what Pizzeria Simulator is about. The guy pulling the strings is the good guy. They were killed by the bad guy.
The bad guy!
Returned.
Purple guy.
The 5 keys.
Now I will tell you a story about a young woman who was sealed in a small room. In the room was a furnace, and 5 keys. She was told that each of the 5 keys would unlock one of 5 doors outside her room.
Okay.
Inside each room was a child that she could take with her as she fled the building. But she was only allowed to leave her own room with 1 key, not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5 children, the woman melted the 5 keys together in the furnace to create a single key, hoping it would unlock all 5
It's
doors.
all about
Of course,
doing one single thing.
Now her key opened none of the doors. Rather than leaving her room with a key to 1 life, she had taken with her the key to 5 deaths.
This is the vengeful spirit telling Mike what she learned in Give Gifts, Give Life. As the puppet Charlie was sealed in a small room, the gift box that she's forced to live in, she had the ability to save the children in the MCI, potentially by taking one and literally taking them away from Freddy's, bringing them physically away from William. But of course, that wouldn't stop William. He would just kill someone else. So she chose to remain, to be there for more kids, which of course led to the 5 deaths, and her response was to give them life by having them haunt the animatronics. She was trying to do the right thing and ended up helping no one. And I think that that's
I mean she's a child who died.
She had good intentions.
What can she do?
Didn't work out. I always liked the puppet. It's always thinking.
Yeah.
The 5 kittens.
Now I will tell you a story about a little boy.
Cute.
He had a red snake that he kept in a metal cage, whose hunger could not be satisfied. One day, the boy found 5 baby kittens outside his
I feel
house.
like this is not going to be cute.
And kept them in a shoebox. He knew that the snake might kill them, but could not bring himself to get rid of the snake. He knew that if he chose one kitten to feed to the snake, it might be satisfied, but he could not choose. So, he went to bed, leaving the cage open. The snake went to the shoebox, chose a kitten at random, and ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, the boy was full of regret, and cut snake open. He pieced the remains together, and put the kitten back into the shoebox.
5 baby kittens, you say? Why would it say baby kittens, when kitten already means baby cat, if not specifically
baby kitten
to
is
use
cute.
the word baby?
Baby kitten.
The boy in this story pieces the baby kitten back together, kind of like how Mike puts his sister back together. His sister, who's in baby. That would make the kitten Elizabeth, and the snake, who is red and lives in a metal cage and is always looking for things to snatch and chooses one at random. It's
baby. Okay.
Even the 5 nights mentioned reflect on Mike, who spent 5 nights.
Why making stories like that? What's the point? When we already know the story.
FNAF 2, he spends 1 night. FNAF 1, he spends 7 nights. FNAF 3, he spends 6. FNAF 4, his gameplay section might not even be real, it's a nightmare. Meaning the 5 nights refers to sister location. Him being a little boy also follows the pattern of Charlie being the only female in any of the stories, and Henry being a full-grown man. If there's a boy in the FNAF games, it's either Cece or Mike. And I think it's Mike. This story is hammering home that Elizabeth has been metaphorically
But the length of his video, the video is already super long, I don't know.
That's why in sister location she was willing to kill who she thought was William, and didn't care about anything except
Hi,
for her freedom.
Granddad. Hi.
But in this game,
Gibby?
she wants to.
What's Gibby?
Because this is baby, and this is Elizabeth. But just like you can't put the
How are you
kitten back
doing?
together, putting Elizabeth back together didn't bring her back to life. Because, unfortunately for William, that's not how it works.
Gibby is the maker of his video. Oh yeah. I don't have the name. Yeah, it's Gibby. Oh yeah, you're right.
So
yes,
now Mike knows what the vengeful spirit knows about Henry, Charlie, and Elizabeth. And that is what Candy Cadet is for. Alright, some loose wrap-up now. The Rockstar animatronics are not heavily featured, but it's hinted that they might be built out of the same material as the original animatronics. Why does
He
Rockstar
makes
Freddy
Christian
have purple
lore
accessories? I don't know.
lore videos.
There's a
What?
discussion about the Rockstar animatronics
Is it
being
as long as the
important or
FNAF
not,
video?
and some people say that because they're not required
Is it that
to purchase
long?
to beat
Oh my
the game,
god, I
that you
didn't know
can't use
that.
their presence as canon
That's
evidence, but
interesting.
That's very wrong.
I guess he's specialized into lore videos.
In the office, meaning that regardless of your choices during the playthrough,
Oh my
the
god, it
canon
smells
of
so
the
good in my
series is
bedroom.
clearly that
I
these
think my mom
animatronics
cooked
are
something
present in the
good.
building.
I'm hungry.
It should also be noted that it's possible that the box is not the FNAF 6 restaurant. That's just
Yes,
what
it
most
is.
people assume. But if you go by my theory that the
Why-
original intention for the box was to show that Cece and Foxy Bro are brothers and that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt. The reason that
why do you want to make something different? Do you want to feel different from the others?
It went from
do you want to feel different? It's okay, but don't do that. Why making things different if everyone agrees with one thing? Do not talk about the box. He just forgot.
Thus leading to a change in the box as the story developed over the years.
No, he just forgot. He's not saying that Scott just forgot what's in the box, huh?
Location because she was at Chica's party world, which has led to a
Would you like to be isekai'd into the FNAF world? Are you talking about FNAF World, the game, or the FNAF universe? If this is FNAF World, the game, I would say no. If this is the FNAF universe, I would say yes.
Southern themed.
Hi Only! Hi!
Patch and Ned Bear
that's me, Cat.
Accents. Very long story.
The universe.
Short,
okay, I would say yes then, because FNAF will be real in this universe, and I would like to go to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Were once a restaurant chain, and that those two restaurants merged together. In real life, Showbiz Pizza Place and Pizza Time Theater merged together to become Showbiz Pizza Time.
Yeah!
Which is actually a fantastic name. The other name for Showbiz Pizza Time is, of course, Chuck E. Cheese! That's why these other
Chuck E.
kids
Cheese's. Chuck E. Cheese
are wearing mediocre melody masks, even if they don't line up perfectly.
I wanna go to Chuck E. Cheese.
3, when Phone Guy says,
like the few ones they still have animatronics. I wanna go. Now I want to eat pizza. I wanna eat pizza too.
Costumes from the mediocre melodies, which Fazbear Entertainment would have recently acquired.
I'm gonna finish my gamer sub before I fall asleep. The gamer sub is not working. I am not staying awake.
His creations for Freddy's, but Chica and the other mediocres were spun off from the Freddy's brand, at least until the gang all got united together again for the FNAF 2 location. William did make Funtime Chica, but it seems like this was a formality or a contract for him to develop, even though he wasn't in charge of her restaurant. Chica
gamer subs has been finished.
Will matter more later. And that is Pizzeria Simulator, the surprise ending to Five Nights at Freddy's. Scott promised a custom night update would be on its way, just as he had done for Sister Location, but he ended up changing his mind and instead made Ultimate Custom Night as its own title, as a small
Ultimate Custom Night, the final
between Pizzeria Simulator
game that is supposed to close the lore, but they decided to go further.
Yes, this is a game. Yes, this counts.
No! What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean this is a game? This is not a game. I never heard that. I never heard that. What do you mean?
The FNAF security logbook is an activity book, and that makes it a game.
This is not a video game. You don't get the point of a video game.
The book launched on March 1st, 2018. The front cover states it is the security logbook, but that's been crossed out, so instead it says the survival logbook. The branding and images used throughout the book are of the FNAF 1 designs, which makes a lot of sense because this book takes place right before.
Oh, you scared me.
Each chapter in the book begins with an image of the FNAF 3 office. Why is there dark humor associated with dying on your shift in this book? Why are there word searches and puzzles? Because this is a kid's book given out at Fazbear Frights. It's meant to play up the horror of the Freddy's legacy. The first page asks us to write our name, but
I want this book actually.
In the book. Someone
Thank you for the care package.
Mike. This gives further evidence that the FNAF 3 guard
and I don't have anything to drink.
So yes, this is able to continue the story despite Mike being dead, because it's an in-between-quel. It's in between FNAF 1 and 3. In FNAF 3, Phone Guy says,
Hey, glad you came back for another night.
He says this on night 1, meaning Mike had been working there for at least one day before the game started. So this book takes place the week before FNAF 3.
The week before?
Exists,
the week before?
But Springtrap hasn't been found yet. Mike is just sitting in the office, doing nothing. Got it? The book is full of blood splatters and stains, which I think are
to make it scary. Ooh, scary.
Attraction. But there's a lot of messages and text written in red pen. This red pen writing and drawing is Mike. He writes his name in red pen in the
Oh,
front,
yeah.
and so all red pen markings are from him. Scattered throughout the books are tally marks. Unless it's hidden on some obscure Reddit thread, and trust me, I read plenty of obscure Reddit threads while writing this.
Okay.
But nobody knows what these tally marks
that
are
was
for.
TikTok though.
It's thought there is some code left to be deciphered in the book, and that the tally marks are the clue. But whatever it is, it has not been worked
Okay,
out
so
yet.
okay, this
At
is
least no
interesting.
theories
This
put
is more
forward are to
interesting than
my
I thought.
satisfaction.
As
Besides
long
the
as
tally
this book
marks,
is
Mike will also fill
entirely
out the book
canon
by writing in little comments when the
and
book
linked
asks for them.
to the games,
Like on
it's
page
fine.
6, the book asks,
Lists 10 reasons why applying to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza seems like a good idea at the time.
And Mike writes,
Employees get free pizza.
Mike is also something of a cartoonist, because he draws throughout
Free
the book.
pizza, yummy.
Like on page 29, he draws what prizes he would want to win at Freddy's as a child. And he draws himself as a child, water skiing, holding a bag of money. Now you might notice that this is on page 28, and this is page 52.
Hi, one-eyed!
We'll get
Hello,
back
how are you doing?
In case you don't believe
I think
that
the
Mike
high
is
regime
Michael
is
Afton.
doubled
On page
again. I don't know
30, When
why.
asked about what TV character
Does
he
that
relates to with
sometimes?
his current experiences, he says,
Clara from The Immortal and the Restless, because everything about this place is crazy, and no one seems to notice except me.
And on page 34,
Hi,
he draws
Pie.
casual bongos. He also draws
How are you
exotic butters
doing?
on page 92. On the next page, we're asked to
I'm
reflect
okay,
on our
woke up
happiest
with a
day,
bad headache.
with an
Oh
image of
no!
the puppet giving a cake to a
Just
young
got
girl.
up. Oh, good
If you
morning,
flip
good
the
morning. I
page,
hope
there's some
your
Faz coupons,
headache went
one of
away.
which is labeled Happiest Day.
Reserved party room, 3-tier birthday cake. Receive a gift from the puppet. Custom
Wow.
party kit with invitations and hats.
Wow.
Assuming this book takes place right before FNAF 3, this is perhaps the best evidence we have that Mike was aware of some parts of Happiest Day occurring due to his actions. The next insane lore drop comes on page 40 and
Happiest
41.
day.
Studies show that you forget half of your dreams in the first 5 minutes after waking.
That's why you
Use
have to
this
write them
page and the
down.
next page to sketch and
Oh.
write notes about your recent dreams. Reflect on the meaning of your dreams.
Mm.
And Mike draws Nightmare.
Oh, because this is him.
4, meaning
Because
that
he
slightly
has the
before
dreams.
FNAF 3, recently,
FNAF
he had
4
been
is about
dreaming
him.
this animatronic. Mike plays through the nights in FNAF 4. And these segments, while likely based on his actual childhood, were a dream
Yeah,
he
it makes
dreamed
sense.
right before FNAF 3. Previously, this was all wild speculation based only on the FNAF 1 phone guy call. But now it is confirmed. Mike is the FNAF 4 player, and it's a dream. Speaking
Yeah.
of FNAF 3, on page 79 there's more of these Faz coupons. One of them is a $16 coupon for pizza. And Mike writes,
Ooh,
For
pizza
real
party
value,
pack.
See page 61.
and guys, I'm so excited. This is where I'm going to be so validated. This is the best part of the video. Page 61 features these comics where you're supposed to draw stuff for Freddy and Foxy to do.
Oh,
On
okay.
the chalkboard are the numbers 5 plus 4, and then
Ooh.
a 3 in the corner.
Mm.
I think any reasonable person would interpret this as 5 plus 4 times 3, which would be 27.
Oh, really? I
so
don't
when
know.
these coupons were made in 1992, they were worth $16. As of today, Mike writing this book, that's $27. And if you plug in those numbers into the official inflation calculator and check the value of $16 in 1992,
2023?
$27 in 2015.
Oh,
Because FNAF
2015,
3
okay.
takes place in 2015. This book was
Oh,
written
I thought
in
it was
2017.
2023.
So anyone who thinks FNAF 3 takes place in 2023 will have to explain how Scott, the author, thinks he knows the math to do to calculate inflation in the future. Well, I think it was easy enough to deduce that FNAF 3 was in 2015 when the game first launched. This is Scott confirming that date. Page 99 has the most important and really only story-relevant thing in this book. As fun as the metagame of hunting for clues is in this series, sometimes we just have to remember that this is a video game series, telling a story about people. And I think page 99 speaks volumes to the ongoing story of Michael Afton.
When a PR disaster strikes, it's always good to have a plan. Think of alternate explanations to these common misunderstandings. My child said Freddy bit him.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
Everything in this book,
Fazbear
and most
Entertainment
things
is
in
not
this series,
responsible of that,
operate
of
with
course.
subtext and double meanings. When Phone Guy says that the company cares about you and your safety, the implication is that the company doesn't care about you or your safety. So while this makes sense as something an employee would say to a parent to diverge any liability from an injury, which is what the prompt is telling you to do, the subtext is tragic. You can almost see the scene from FNAF 4 playing out as Mike writes this.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
It's denial. And maybe I'm reading too far into these red letters, but I think the denial clearly isn't working. It's like Mike has to repeat, not our fault, over and over to himself.
I don't know, maybe he's just very guilty, but he's like, actually, I was a kid, I didn't know,
But Mike
I don't
isn't
know.
the only person writing in here.
And actually, I don't think that was his idea to... Was it him? Saying Crankchild wanted a big kiss from Fredbear, or not?
Was your favorite childhood
I don't remember.
toy a plastic purple telephone?
There's a faded arrow that reads my name, pointed at the number, which is incorrectly labeled as 52. The words my name also appear on pages 47
Oh,
and 79.
I barely see
Page
it. Okay, my
31
name.
is incorrectly labeled as 39, and it asks the reader to imagine their life in 5 years. Mike draws a gravestone. The faded text writes,
My name.
My name.
By using clues hidden throughout the book, we can determine
Why
the
my
name of the
name?
entity
I don't
writing
get
these
it.
messages. But before we can do that,
Actually, the
we have
book
to
is
look
very,
at
very
what else they're
interesting.
writing.
I want this
Do
one.
you remember your name?
This is on the page where the puppet gives
Yes,
the girl
my
the
name is
cake.
Mielu.
The book asks about recent dreams, and Mike draws Nightmare Fredbear from FNAF 4. The faded text asks,
It's funny of how the book actually gives you space to write your own stuff when you own the book.
To you? Did one of these belong to you?
I don't see
Alongside
anything
the
here.
text are images of various toys.
Was your favorite ride the carousel? What do you see?
I barely see. I don't see. I see nothing.
Stuffed into a suit. The faded text asks,
Do you miss them? Does he still talk to you?
on the same page as a picture of Angry Fredbear.
Angry
The
Fredbear
plush
and
carried
possessed.
around by Cece.
Because he has black eyes,
The party
white
was
dots.
for you.
The line, does he still talk to you, with a picture of the Fredbear plush, strongly indicates that this faded entity is talking to Cece. The line, the party was for you, also backs this up.
I don't
But
see
you
it.
may have noticed that some of the page numbers are wrong throughout the
Where?
book. And those page numbers aren't the only text that seems to be altered. On page 47, the book asks you to rate your shift according to qualities like fulfillment, health, stress, purpose, hope, existential dread, and overall.
Oh yeah, there's
The
wrong
numbers
numbers.
in hope are wrong.
Oh
Going
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 7, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Haha.
7 and 2 are out of place. Page 43 is labeled 15. On page 85, the numbers 10 and 11 are in red for some reason.
Oh yeah.
On page 89, it shows the same questionnaire as on page 47, but health has been changed to
I can hear sounds.
And existential
yeah.
dread says
It was for me.
This pattern repeats on page 109.
Oh yeah, I
The
can't
text
see.
changes to
I'm scared.
and
Oh.
I'm scared.
These changes of text seem to fall into two categories: changes in number and hidden messages. The wrong page numbers are 52, 39, 15, and the jumbled numbers are 72, and the red numbers are 10, 11. But those aren't the only strange numbers in the book. That chalkboard from earlier, 5 plus 4, 3, well, that looks a lot like 9-3 would be an important code.
Okay.
On page 108, Mike is asked to report any unusual events. On an otherwise blank log, he writes the time 8:11. This gives us 52, 39, 15, 72, 93, 10:11, and 8:11. I
Okay.
neglected to mention one instance of changed text. and that's on page 58. There's a word search, and most of the letters form a repeating pattern. They spell out,
"It's me."
Yeah, I see a lot of "it's me" stuff, like it's...
The phrases,
"Who are you?"
Oh, yeah.
"What is your name?"
also appear, as do normal words like foxy and play. The only page in the book that has seemingly no relevance to Fazbear Entertainment is the next page, which has a giant mirror on it. The faded text beneath asks,
"What do you see?"
Some genius put all of this information together and solved
Okay.
the mystery of this book.
Oh,
Reddit
okay.
user DPowerful1 on the Game Theorist subreddit figured out that if you use these numbers as coordinates on the word search, then you get some interesting letters. 5 across and 2 down, that's a C.
Okay.
Then an A. S.
Cassidy!
I. D. Y.
Cassidy.
My
Cassidy.
name, the name of the person writing in the faded red text,
Is Cassidy.
and she writes my name over a gravestone, thus filling in the final grave from Pizzeria Simulator. giving
Cassidy.
us
So
the
this
name
is the
of Golden
vengeful
Freddy,
spirit, I
the
think.
name of the entity we've been calling the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, the vengeful spirit. So now you have to debate or if Cassidy is a girl or a boy. We don't really know. I think no one really knows.
Throughout, like,
Does he still talk to you? Do you miss them? What do you remember? Do you remember your name? The party was for you.
and the changes in the text in the book add to this list of phrases, with sentences like,
"Who are you? What is your name? It's me. I can hear sounds. I can't see. It was for me. I'm scared."
The immediate thing that jumps out is the faded text asks,
"What do you see?"
And the changed text has a statement that says,
"I can't see."
This led to the theory that these are two separate entities communicating through the book.
But
with
everyone
Cassidy
knew
asking a
that.
question and someone answering.
What do you remember? Do you remember your name?
"It's me."
What do you see?
Okay.
"I can't see.
The party was for you.
It was for me.
Okay.
Does he still talk to you?
I'm scared. Who are you?
I don't know if it
What is your
makes sense
name?"
on this one.
My name? Cassidy.
This conclusion leaves a few loose ends. For one, we still
do you
don't know
think?
what the
I don't
Value marks are
know.
for,
This is
and it also
interesting,
leaves a lot of
though.
Cassidy's
Interesting.
questions unanswered. And I would say this is too much of a big loose end to just ignore. But I think there's an alternate explanation.
So this is where they got the name Cassidy.
Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Do any of these toys look familiar to you?
Mike had the purple telephone, and one of these toys is a guard.
Oh,
and while
yeah.
Cece might miss his plush friends, it actually makes more sense to me if she's asking Mike if he misses his brother and sister.
Do you miss them?
Due to the fact that Cassidy uses Mike's writing here of 811 to give the final clue to her name, I think this implies that she is in some form of communication with Mike. And if this book happens directly before FNAF 3, then this could be what Mike actually did to trigger Happiest Day. He wasn't touching wall tiles, he was reading and filling in this book, causing ripples in the flip side.
I'm kinda discovering stuff here. I don't know if you guys are discovering stuff, those who already know about FNAF, but I am discovering a lot of stuff here because I never really heard about all the stuff on this book. So yeah.
The other reason I think is because they're glowing eyes in the darkness. Because Cece can't see. Because everything faded as he died in FNAF 4.
Oh.
So all he can see are these
I feel like there's a little bit of over-interpreting stuff, like, yeah, it disappears, but it's not necessarily linked to that.
Spirit's name is
I don't know.
Cassidy. It confirms that Michael Afton, Foxy Bro, and Mike Schmidt are the same character. and that FNAF 3 takes
It got
place after
confused.
sister
Mike,
location.
which
In
one? Which
2015
Mike? Don't
and
tell
not
me
in
this is
any
Mike
other
from
year,
the
and that
movie.
Cece is
You
a
are not telling me
communication with
that.
Cassidy.
Not true. Not real. I don't
That just
believe.
leaves us with one game left. While Pizzeria Simulator was the ending of
I
Mike's
do not
story,
believe that.
this next game is the ending of Cassidy's. Kind of.
Let's go to Ultimate Custom Night, the game that was supposed to end Five Nights at Freddy's.
On June 27th, 2018. Often
Very true,
abbreviated
very
to
real. No!
UCN, its cover depicts Nightmare
Mike from the movie is not the same Mike from the games. This is another timeline.
What it sounds like.
Yeah.
A game mode.
Sorry, but this is the truth. I am speaking right now.
Each with an adjustable scale of 1 to 20 in difficulty. The hardest challenge being the 50-20 mode, which is every animatronic on max.
Too hard. To be honest, I couldn't. I can't play that. I can't win.
Mechanics in the game. Phone guy. He will call into your office at random.
Oh, is he gonna explain everyone? No, you're not doing that, right?
Animatronics. He cannot call.
I don't think he's doing it.
If Springtrap is in the vents, because he can't be in two places at the same time. This is obviously making fun of MatPat's theory that Phone Guy is Purple Guy. Foxy.
No.
He will run into your office when things are looking dire and offer to help you. You can choose one of 3 ways for him to assist. He can block one door, clear the vents.
This is not the right Foxy though. This is Rockstar Foxy that does that.
That Foxy in FNAF 1 isn't
I think.
to kill
Oh wait, which one? Which one does that? Oh no, he doesn't run. Oh, it's not this one.
And he doesn't jump scare you to kill you. He just casually leans in the room.
Yes.
And then you have a heart attack and die from fright.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. It's obviously it's silly. It's dumb. And finally, Nightmare Freddy. He appears suddenly in your office, holding an alarm clock. You have only a moment to press the button to activate the alarm. If you press the button in time, you will awaken in your bed for 10 seconds before falling asleep and continuing the night. This, of course, is making fun of Dream Theory, specifically MatPat's piece of evidence that the alarm clock in FNAF 4 is the key to proving it.
No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended.
No, thank you. No. Dream Theory is not real.
Scott here confirms that Dream Theory was never canon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those who believe the Dream Theory are fake fans.
He wouldn't release it until the 27th. This is because he had challenged Dawko to beat the 50-20 mode, and Dawko would be out of town until the 27th and be unable to play. To me, this makes it seem like the fact that the final Silver Eyes book
Don't talk about the books, please. Do not talk about the books.
Was just a coincidence, and was not meant on purpose to coincide with UCN. Scott said as far back as FNAF
I have this book though. I have the first trilogy.
Impossible. But this game
Hi Wizard and Timonten. Hi, hello. How are you guys doing?
It is
hi.
Impossible. So much
but
so
the
that
books.
Scott challenged Dawko to beat it.
Not the books because they're not fully canon to. This is really.
Of Markiplier trying and failing to play it.
The books only have some parts you have to take and put it in the game story.
Too fast to really get any,
this is dumb. Like you have to choose which is real, which is not real, which is canon, which is another timeline. Very dumb idea. Don't do that.
Place it here.
That's all.
Because if there's only one path, some will get stuck there. And so long as you regularly
How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm a little bit tired because I've been streaming since almost 7 years. Wow. Very long stream, 7 hours. Did you buy the 87? Not yet. Probably at the end of the stream I will buy it. The 87.
Close the side vent. I found that the animatronics in the side vent only come through when you put your monitor down or put your monitor up. And if you do it every time you put your monitor up, then they're never going to be a problem. So it contains them really well and it helps you get Faz coins. Anyway.
Oh! Oh, this is why sometimes I didn't get the extra character when I played. Oh my god. How does he do that so fast? I don't... How does it do that? Wow, actual god of Five Nights at Freddy's. Look at that! Hey!
I always forget.
Times are on the hour. Not a moment before and not a moment later.
That's expected.
Dawko ended up beating the challenge a mere 2 weeks later on July 9th, and I guarantee that the beat of his heart was jumping through his shirt.
I don't know how you can play like that. But this is actually the purpose of the game. The game here is the purgatory of William Afton. This is an endless night where he gets haunted forever by what he did, basically. That's Dawko. That's Dawko. To be honest, I would react the same, actually, because this is very mentally exhausting to play this game. Yeah, so I understand. I actually understand. He's not overreacting on this one, I think.
And reiterating that FNAF World is canon, and him implying that he had games up to Sister Location planned from around the time of FNAF 2. Not the plot, obviously, but he mentions the color scheme and general aesthetics as something he planned up to the series' 5th entry.
Oh, that's cool.
As I was working on part 2, I knew that 3 should be a very personal experience. It should be the opposite of what 2 was. You know, part 3 should be kind of one-on-one, and I knew that part 4 should be kind of unique as far as setting and things like that. And I knew that part 5 should be kind of high tech, and I even kind of already had
okay, I guess I get the high tech part of sister location.
I knew that 3 should be kind of green, and I knew that 2 should be kind of 2 should feel kind of industrial, which I think that it does.
Oh. That's interesting. He knew the general vibe he wanted to give since FNAF 2.
The presence of Baby and a Scrap Baby and multiple of the same character at the same time show that this is not something that's actually happening. But just because it isn't,
this is just redesigns and retcons.
Not real.
To be honest,
every time you die, the character who killed you will say a voice line.
I think
some of these lines are mechanics and hints.
Oh, maybe not for the redesigns.
Not a moment before and not a moment later.
That's supposed to explain that you beat the character by checking on him every hour on the hour. Other lines are just funny or characterization.
I always come back.
I bet you weren't expecting me, were ya?
I love her voice.
For 1 second, and I'm like, was you?
Was you?
You won't get tired of my voice.
Oh my god.
Will you?
But many of them exist.
I've watched a video a few days ago about a girl over-interpreting each voice of Ultimate Custom Night. That was very interesting. Okay. I don't like this character. I don't like this one.
You won't die, but you'll wish you could.
Very nice voice.
Come spend eternity inside with me.
Lefty is such a cool character. Look! The best character of the franchise! Look, Withered Body, so cool.
These all seem to indicate...
It's super cool to have official voices for the characters. This is so cool.
Canon game that is actually happening where somebody is being punished by these animatronics.
Who? Guess who? Guess who? William Afton! This is William Afton!
I recognize you. But I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
William Afton!
I have always been hiding in your shadow. I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
William Afton!
Who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
William Afton! William Afton! Why is she here? Why did they make a Halloween? Him too, by the way. Why did they make a Halloween DLC canon in the lore? What? This is a DLC. You don't have to make everything canon. What's wrong with them? This is what I don't like. They're trying to make everything canon.
Is saying you're not one of our
And I don't like that.
The bad animatronics are given life by his misdeeds. It's William. And once
William Afton! Oh, who could have guessed?
And you can also start piecing together what some of the other voice lines mean. Let's go over some new lore implications.
Where's my beak? Lodged in your forehead, of course.
This is
Haha,
obviously
funny,
a
haha.
reference to Scott saying
This is just a reference, I think. I don't think you have to take everything as a deep lore interpretation and stuff.
Of my voice line, it draws you back to the FNAF world. But this is instead him saying something about the game's lore. He's bringing us back to something he himself posted, which I think means it still might be important.
The others are like animals, but I am very aware.
The community is not in agreement what being put back together means. As I've said for this whole video, I think it means having your memories
for dominance.
after death,
Oh my
giving you
god.
control over your animatronic. It's why I think the puppet, Golden Freddy, and Baby are aware. Baby goes from speaking as Baby in Sister Location to speaking as Elizabeth in Pizzeria Simulator because she was put back together, as Mike says at the end of Sister Location. This means, and I think this is important, that every line a character speaks is coming from the perspective of the character, not the spirit inhabiting them.
Do you think? I don't know.
William, Scrap Baby, and Fredbear are the only spirits who talk as themselves. Keep that in mind for the next section.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
So this is Chica. Is this implying that she was the first kid that got killed? I think.
Chica was the first MCI victim. Except we know that Charlie died before any of the MCI kids, and Cece died before the MCI kids.
I mean, she was the first from the missing kids. That's all.
Seen everything, but people still assume that that is what this means. That's not what this means.
She has seen everything from the 5 kids who got killed.
We went over
That's
this a
all.
while ago, but it's likely that Chica predated Freddy Fazbear's Pizza by a long while, by being part of this second company that
Freddy
went on to
Fazbear's
merge with
nightclub.
Freddy's, which is what happened with the real Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
I think this is saying that Chica was the first animatronic character that was built among this cast. Chica, from
I do
Chica's
not-
Party World, predates
I don't
Fredbear's
agree.
Family Diner, and Fredbear and Spring Bonnie as characters. Telling us that Susie died first is meaningless. Telling us that Chica is older than Freddy points us in the direction of this being inspired by the real-life Showbiz Pizza Time story, and I think that that's what Scott intended the entire time.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Your tormentor.
This implies that Nightmare Freddy did not have flesh in FNAF 4, either because he was a manifestation of fear in Mike's dream.
Also, he was transparent, so it makes sense.
There is more than an illusion to fear.
Oh.
This strongly hints that the FNAF 4 animatronics were in fact using illusion discs, which is the theory that I've been going with. These events were real to an extent, and then later in life, Mike had nightmares about it, adding in details like the IV bag, the FNAF 1 phone calls, and allowing him to draw Nightmare in the logbook, because he had dreamt about it recently. But this line confirms that William actually had animatronics with illusion discs walking around his house when Mike was a child.
I don't think it's illusion discs. I think it's illusion gas, because we see gas in the cameras from
previously he wasn't real,
the room we shouldn't go in
FNAF
FNAF sister location.
Is actually a possessed animatronic.
I think this is gas more than discs.
CC.
Because illusion discs come from the books, and I do not believe in the books.
The same suit as Golden
This is not
Freddy.
in the same timeline, not the same
Yellow
thing
Springlock
exactly, you know.
interpretation of Freddy, although Golden Freddy has black accessories and Fredbear has purple. But Fredbear /
This
Golden
could be
Freddy is
also
obviously
retcon,
CC.
haha,
So
a
this is
redesign.
CC referencing being told he would be put back together, which really reinforces that William is the one who said this line in FNAF 4.
I don't
William said it to CC
know.
here.
I will put you back together.
Yar.
CC said it to William
Yes.
here.
Such a foxy voice.
Then take you apart all over again. We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
Once again, reinforcing that this is CC speaking, and that the person who said, "We are still your friends, do you believe that?" was William. But then there's this wrench in everything.
I always come back.
Wow, Springtrap! He always comes back.
Say, I always come back. Obviously, for game purposes,
Thank you,
you gotta have
Blueberry, for the
Springtrap
big
in your ultimate custom
emote.
night, everyone is here game. And it does kind of
Yellow
make sense
stare.
that William would have to face
Yellow
off against
stare.
Springtrap because he tormented other people with Springtrap in the past. But I don't know why this is his voice line. It could have been something like,
Now you know what it feels like.
No, because
this is just
I.
wildly confusing, and it adds in room for contrarians.
This is just
to
an
claim that instead of William being
iconic
tortured here,
phrase.
it's
That's
Michael being
all. This is
tortured,
iconic.
which I
That's
just
all.
strongly
Why would you
disagree
change
with.
that?
Now,
This
you
is
may
very
remember
cool.
That I said that this is Cassidy's game. This is her finale, and
Yeah.
it is. Multiple animatronics reference a being known as the.
Okay, to
one
him,
you
Cassidy
should
is a
not have
girl.
killed.
Okay.
Let's take a listen.
To some other people, Cassidy is a guy.
I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed.
It always says him when they talk about Cassidy.
Should not have killed.
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
I personally believe the books to be semi-canon, as in the storylines themselves being on separate timelines, but elements canon to both. Yeah, you can have like coincidences, like oh, this thing is also in the other timeline. It can happen, but the thing I don't like is the fact you have to read the books to get those informations. Why not putting them also in the games? So those who want to get interested only in the game's timeline can get all the information they need. I don't want to be. I don't really have interest into the books, especially those weird books that doesn't make sense to me. Why should I read them anyway to understand the games? As I am not interested at something else than the games, if it makes sense. Hi, friendly neighbor. Hi, hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Usage here is an unfortunate choice because it confuses people, but I really just think it means they're talking
Lore
about
videos. Yeah, this is a very long one.
is very cool. But there's another entity in the game
we're almost
that
at the
people
end
call
though.
the Vengeful Spirit. When Scott did a casting call for voice actors, he labeled
It
one
can be kind of
character as a
boring.
Vengeful Spirit.
Then this one is pretty recent. It's from 1 year ago. It's pretty recent. It takes almost everything. Doesn't talk that much about the books, which is good actually. But yeah, it talks about literally all the games. I think this is a very nice video actually. So yeah. Does Scott have to make money from books? Well, he's already making money from books. He doesn't need more. I don't know, I just don't like that.
Sound like boys, like Bart Simpson or Gregory from this very
Michael
series.
Dunn! Hi! How are you doing? Hello, hello.
Is clearly intending to be female. Here are some lines from the Vengeful Spirit.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
Interesting thing is that you hear behind the actual voice of the vengeful spirit.
And over again, forever.
Listen very carefully.
Let you leave.
So you really hear the difference when this is the the mediocre melodies or the vengeful spirits talking. This is very nice.
I will hold you here. I will keep you here.
What does this little goober say?
How many times
I don't know. I think this is just illustration goofy.
So, the vengeful spirit, the one you should not have killed, Cassidy, is creating this torment for William in the afterlife.
This is a purgatory. This is what I said because I knew it already.
And she's trapping the other.
Actually, watching the video is pointless because I know everything already, and I'm spoiling everything to you guys. I was spoiling everything. I'm sorry.
All the kids are trapped here, tormenting William because Cassidy is concocting this scheme, and I think the puppet is trying to stop her.
I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way.
Charlie doesn't care about getting revenge for William. He's dead. But she does want to free the spirits. She's actually after Cassidy.
But no, she
captured the puppet in Pizzeria Simulator. Also
all the spirits are gone, just not Cassidy. She created all of that. The actual spirits are not here, I think.
There is room for one more.
But actually, Lefty is the puppet. So Charlie, but maybe Lefty, the outside shell, also has some personality, I guess.
The other one being Charlie, and it will all be over soon means William's torment.
I have been watching the FNAF lore from Game Theory since Game 1. Oh my god. I never really watched Game Theory videos.
For one, when you beat the final challenge, which again is not 50-20 mode.
I was more on the French side of FNAF community when I was younger. But I probably got some French equivalent of Game Theory stuff.
If we interpret this as us, the viewer, walking backwards away from Golden Freddy, that means that she is staying put to continue to torture William
Golden Freddy pose looks comfortable. Do you wanna try? Wait, I'm gonna try to sit the same way on my chair.
It's saying things will continue this way forever. Or, if it's supposed to be interpreted as Cassidy moving away from us, the viewer,
I'm currently trying to sit the same way.
Then it's her losing control over William. I think it's open-ended, but
it's actually not
think it's the second
that
one,
uncomfortable.
This happens once you beat the game. William has beaten her hardest challenge.
It's not that bad.
She's abandoning this attempt and moving on to the next one in the next game. The other piece of evidence that this is Cassidy torturing William and that Charlie is trying to stop her is
it makes sense.
Old man consequences from
we don't need other evidence, I think.
That you can set up in this game. He pops up on your screen and you have to catch a fish to make him go away. But if you set him to be the only enemy and you play his little game, you glitch into the clearing from FNAF World. You're back to playing as tiny little Freddy boy, and he's sitting at the lake just like he was in FNAF World.
Old man consequences.
Sit with me for a while. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
If Old Man Consequences is Henry and Freddy Boy is Cassidy, then this is Henry overtly telling her to stop torturing William,
because she
the demon.
And also stop torturing herself by not moving on. And actually, I think
the screen, there's only one way out, and that's to glitch into the lake, just like in FNAF World. But instead of reaching a secret ending of people happily watching TV, the game crashes. Which, of course, is Golden Freddy's thing, because this is Cassidy, who is Golden Freddy. Earlier I said that Henry's speech at the end of Pizzeria Simulator was my second favorite moment in FNAF. This is my first. This is my favorite moment in the series. Old Man Consequences telling Cassidy that revenge isn't the answer, and one last time having to plead for the release of all of the innocent souls, including his daughter, who are once again being taken away from him, not by William, not by the villain, but by Cassidy. It's really powerful. But the thing that makes it the best moment in the series for me is the noise that you hear in the background.
Sounds like the Pizzeria Simulator noises.
Ambient noise is actually a human voice. It's very distorted.
Is it?
But if you slow it down and change the pitch, then you can hear what it's saying. Take a listen.
Okay. I think I've seen this before. Okay. Oh yeah, this! This!
Obviously, this is a video game.
That's William.
This is FNAF. This is funny jump scare bear game. We're talking about Purple Guy from FNAF. It's a voice actor who recorded lines in a booth for a video game. It's audio that's been put through a bunch of distortions to sound creepy as ambiance in a challenge mode in a bonus free video game. But there's something so raw and intimately and intensely and eternally and inherently and terrifying. This is a child killer who defiled corpses, all for his own personal benefit, to elongate his own life and to serve himself. He attempted to cheat death and succeeded for a long time, but now it has finally caught up to him. The end of his life, he was still so arrogant. One of the death lines he said in Pizzeria Simulator.
The voice actor acted. I don't know.
I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously, but it is intriguing nonetheless.
And now he is in so much agony that his arrogance is gone, his pride is gone, and he's just screaming for help.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
people he's asking for help from are Henry and Mike, the two people he blamed for Cece's death. He's yelling out in fear for his son, who he basically tortured, and for his old best friend, whose daughter he killed. These people should hate him eternally and have no sympathy for him. And yet, in this moment, he's asking for that sympathy. In the last game, Henry said,
"Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole.
Yeah.
So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend."
And now we're witnessing that moment, but it's not the triumph of Henry's speech at the climax of the series. It is pitiful. William is pathetic, and his torment is eternal. And even though William is the worst person in this story, again,
yeah, it is.
Killer,
yeah, it is.
You still take pity on him.
No,
Just
I don't.
Like in real life,
what are you talking about?
On those who hurt others.
I do not.
Like
is anyone have pity for him in the room?
They're casting their own soul
not me.
For nothing.
Why? What?
They will never
no, I don't have any pity for this guy. He deserves everything. What's the? Oh my god!
Enlightenment and nirvana.
What did he mean by that?
Peace of knowing that you've made the world a better place in your lifetime.
Why is he talking so sad? Like ooh, I've done. Ooh, he's actually a victim. Ooh, we have pity for him. No, we don't. He deserves what he's having. He entirely deserves that.
And with that, now
so is the FNAF plot just two friends pranking each other?
Yes,
really, the prank got too far, I guess. But basically, if you want to resume it like that, maybe yes.
Belong to one of two narratives depicted throughout
oh
the
no,
game.
not that, please.
Both of them are
the FNAF anime
or absurdist. I don't know. Just watch this.
No, I don't wanna. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Please don't. Do not look that. Close your eyes. Oh my god.
So amazing.
Do not look at that, please.
But I don't think it was meant to last. For my heart belongs to another.
This is canon, by the way. This is in Five Nights at Freddy's. This isn't a canon game.
I've been thinking about him all day. I think he's
No,
really
it's not. It
into me
is. I'm
too.
sorry. It is.
He's the only one for me. I just know it. And I know just how to get him.
Wow, yeah, yandere behavior.
Look at that top hat. That amazing top hat. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it.
Oh my god.
I told him that I needed help with my homework. But once he's there, I'll have him. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever.
Ooh, yandere.
There's only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
So this is a metaphor, an analogy, an allegory.
Is this a metaphor?
Kojika is William. There are several of these short little episodes, and they all go the same way.
What are you talking about?
Chica sees a character, points out something she
Oh
likes
my
about
God.
them, states in
What are
a
you
statistic
talking
way
about?
she's going to get them.
What do you mean?
And then says,
There is only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
What do you mean?
each
Oh my
time the next
God.
episode starts and we see the next victim, she's holding a treasure from the previous victim in her bag. Foxy's
Oh.
hook, Freddy's hat, etc.
Oh.
2 things to note right off the bat. The animatronics in the story are not representations of the actual MCI kids. It's not like the Freddy kid, who she asks for help with her homework, correlates to the child who is stuffed into Freddy. The presence of the puppet and Pig Patch and this
This is canon, but not the books. I mean, I don't want this to be canon, but this is in the games. What can I say? This is literally in the games.
In fact,
I can't say, oh no, I'm not taking this part of the game.
But it didn't last.
I don't know.
Yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But I don't think it was meant to last.
Meaning before this whole thing started, she had already killed one person. I spent so long trying to figure out how Foxy could have been the first victim, like even before Charlie, because Foxy's head is missing in FNAF 4 of the plushes, and because Foxy's claw hook is already in the bag. This is one of the most annoying parts of everything. But I
don't know.
figured it out.
Oh really?
And I think it's a coincidence. I think Foxy's head is missing in
Tell
FNAF
us,
4
please.
because Foxy bro Mike was using Foxy to scare Cece, and so he either tore off his head because he didn't want to look at it anymore, or Mike tore off the head, which upset Cece, which is why he then went on to use Foxy's visage to scare him. And I think that
is this a metaphor? Hell no, this is author fetish. No, Scott Cawthon is a Christian guy. He will never do that.
Look at that
He will never.
fur. That amazing silky sheen. He'll be mine by the end of the day.
So weird. What the fuck?
I told him that someone ran over his dog in front of my house. But once he's there, I'll entice him with warm cookies, lure him inside. I mean, invite him inside. And then I'll have him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it.
She's just a yandere. I don't know.
But once
What
he's
the
there,
fuck?
I'll tell him that I threw myself on the flames to put them out. He'll be mine
Eh?
by the end of the day. I just
What the fuck? But, oh my god, how many versions? How many versions does it have? I mean,
But once he's there, I'll tell him that I let them go because I love him. He'll be mine by the end
oh
of the
my,
day.
oh, this is so ugly. What does it do to the puppet? Ooh.
Later. That should be enough. And if he doesn't show up, I'll just go to his house. And if he doesn't open the door, I'll just find a window. Chimney's always an option. Or I could set the house on fire and wait for him to run out.
What the
He could run
fuck?
into my arms. He'll be mine by the end of the day.
What? How many?
I'll just wait.
How
for
many
him after
versions?
school.
How many
Go back
versions?
over his
Just tell me. I don't want to see them. Just tell me.
And drag him into the back of my car. Then, when he wakes up,
Oh my
I'll
god.
tell him that someone
Is this
was trying to
necessary?
kidnap
Is this
and kill him.
necessary? I don't think
only
so.
boy, maybe.
I don't think
And then I'll
so.
tell him that I rescued him.
My
He'll
god.
fall for me immediately.
People try to read really far into these cutscenes.
Yeah.
But after the security logbook, I realized
Put
that
a little
Scott
too
is
much
more
effort
than
here.
willing to put a
Yeah.
lot of effort into
Oh my
something,
god.
like
I hate
making
it so
an entire
much.
book to reveal one piece of lore. And I think this really isn't saying anything more than how William lured his victims.
Yeah.
In his Spring Bonnie persona.
But why
he asked the
making
kids to
something
come
so
and help him with his
weird?
homework.
Plus, he probably knew at this time that people were going to Toy Chica, by the way.
To help him, he just snatched
So
him.
yeah, I don't know. He made it on purpose, I guess.
He didn't do what he said, and then just took the kid and killed him. He followed someone home from school, hit them on the head with a shovel, put them in his trunk, drove them to his lab, and killed them there. The other two stories, well, we know what they are. He lured Susie by talking about her dog. And then
were they really? If you see how many like Gooner animations
and breaks a window. Well,
of Toy Chica there are, yes. I bet people actually
she then says that tomorrow
have certain feelings over Toy Chica. I guess. Hi SD! How are you all holding up after this long? I don't know.
I really just think
I honestly don't know.
She got the 5 victims and confirming that Charlie died first.
But we're almost finished.
Like what being used to
2 more hours.
Freddy's hat and Bonnie's ears.
2 hours.
Random, unimportant details. The second grouping of cutscenes is significantly more difficult to parse because what is just a funny random little detail and what is an allegory is impossible to tell. So this series is a parody of anime. The entire thing is spoken in Japanese with subtitles. And
oh yeah, we have the anime. Look at that. Whoa. Why did he do that? I'm gonna remove the subtitles for now, wait, because we have them under. I don't know what's wrong with this game. What was God smoking? I don't know. But actually, as this is William Afton's purgatory, maybe it makes sense that this awful thing he has to face, he has to see that. This is awful, this is terrible, but he has to see that. I understand. This is terrible, this is horrible, I hate being here right now. And imagine William Afton has to stay here forever and see that forever. Actually, it makes sense, right? This is not even... I'm sorry, who drew that? I'm sorry, this is not really pretty. Sorry. Oh my god. Doesn't make sense. Can someone speed up the video? Can someone read him a speed up, please? I'm tired. I'm tired of that. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Oh, is this the end?
The story told by these
episodes. Oh, fuck, this is the end, boom. Or you gonna speed up anyway.
Foxy. And once again,
thank you.
For this series, there is serious debate about who they stand for. Is the bear Henry and Foxy William? Does that make Mangle Mike? Or is the bear Cece and Foxy Mike? Freddy and Foxy seem to get into scuffles.
Oh wait, I have to put the...
serious roles. It also mentions it being Freddy's birthday
okay.
And Foxy watches TV. The punishments Freddy has to do also line up really well with stupid brother bets or being grounded. That is, up until he has to dress up like Santa and deliver gifts to children. And Foxy mentions he has little Foxy children, and that Mangle is a dog. He also says he's leaving and going on vacation soon. Freddy celebrates him fleeing, but says it's his destiny to chase him. And that sounds more like Henry chasing William, or Mike chasing William, or Cassidy or Charlie chasing William. Once again, I don't think this is anything important, but I do think it's giving us backstory. That being Cece and Mike, and what their brotherhood feud was like before the Bite of 83. But this last part was just so confusing. Unless it's meant to imply that Golden Freddy following Mike around from location to location is him following Mike until the deed is done. But while Cece...
This actually made me so embarrassed that I'm sweating right now. It's terrible. Thank you for the stretch.
There's a phenomenal video on YouTube by The Comfy Corner where she had this dialogue translated and provided her own subtitles. The text is definitely
oh, those are fake subs. Oh my god. Okay.
Sending a bird to annoy Freddy, and then they fight, and Foxy rolls Freddy around in some alpaca droplet and takes pictures of him to share with his friends. It's a different story from the one the English subtitles give, but it's very similar in that it's just more examples of Foxy bullying Freddy, and Freddy trying to strike back and failing. Now, if there are any characters that would be representative of Mike and Cece, it would be Foxy and Freddy. So there is that. But that leaves the question as to why these are TV shows instead of 8-bit minigames. FNAF has showed in the past that even if they don't want a minigame to be playable, they will still show events happening as an 8-bit video game, like Mike walking down the street in a sister location. So why are these TV shows, and what do they have to do with William being tortured? Well, just like I think the minigames in the older games were a split narrative, the minigames being experienced by Cassidy, and the night gameplay being experienced by Mike. I now think it's that same concept, but in reverse. The night gameplay is Cassidy's story. The bonus after Mike stuff, the equivalent of the minigames.
Why Mike here? Why Mike? What the fuck?
One personality trait
this is supposed to be William.
The Immortal and the Restless in sister location, and this depiction of him with his siblings in FNAF World. I think this being a TV show
I managed to make it this far into the video, but I need to sleep. Good night, don't worry. Don't worry, go sleep, go to sleep, okay? You deserve some rest after being awake for so long. Good night, Justin. Good night.
Back on page 59 of this script, we're currently on page 100.
Thank you for staying.
You can glitch one glitch further by entering the lake. If you rapidly alternate left and right, descending into the lake, you will then fall for a while before you see this. This screen has two main interpretations.
Oh, the Mr. Hippo monologue is crazy. I actually hate it. It doesn't make sense.
I won't be able to explain why for quite a while. You'll know I'm getting back to talk about this topic when I start an entire section called Mr. Hippo's Wild Ride. And on page 85, I said, so it's in this nebulous time that FNAF World takes place. And I'll explain how I know this and what it has to do with the hippo later. And now is when I prove that. And so many
He looks so goofy, sped up.
About the hippo. This is Mr. Hippo. He's one of the mediocre melodies, and he has 4 voice lines in UCN. Those 4 voice lines add up to over 11 minutes of time. He tells 4 stories that are on average 3 minutes long. That's like the length of a normal song. And this happens whenever he kills you. So yes, when you're killed by him, you have to sit there and listen to the entire speech before you can try again. And no, I'm not going to play them all in this video. But I will play part of one so you get an idea as to what they're like.
It seems that you have met your end. What a pity. You know, I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me...
Look how much he talks. What the fuck?
It's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there. And not easy to get down either. Not as young as I used to be, as you can see. I used to be able to do all sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends. We were having a nice picnic one day. I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was it the fall? Yes. It was the fall because the leaves had turned already.
Oh my god, it's talking so much about it.
I believe it was summer, or perhaps it was fall. Yes, it was fall.
Please don't make us listen everything.
Phone guy says it's a summer job, but the location is only open for 2 weeks and your paycheck is dated November. This is a mistake. Scott made a mistake. He didn't make it as a lore hint. It's legitimately just an error. And that's what Mr. Hippo is referencing. He's an old man telling a story and he forgot when it took place. Whoops. It's summer or fall or whatever. Yeah, it's fall. This is Scott telling us that FNAF 2 takes place in the fall. That's the canon answer. So does this story have anything else to do with FNAF 2? Well, yeah. Mr. Hippo tells Orville, that's the elephant, that he wants to tell him a story. And Orville asks what it's about. And Hippo says, why is everything gotta be about something? Can't we just talk? And Orville says, like, bro, you're the one who said you have to tell a story. And then Hippo admits that yes, he did say that. And then he says,
telling someone that you're gonna tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey buddy, stop everything, stop what you're thinking, I have a solution to everything. And well, I didn't really have any story to tell. In hindsight, I probably just misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But you know, even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing.
If the first part is Scott, in a meta sense, admitting that he made a mistake in FNAF 2 with the dates, then I think the rest of the story is Scott
you throw away the vape.
Have a conclusion to his story.
You should have sold it to someone.
But that's background plot to a horror game.
Take it back and sell it to someone.
Later games,
make some money out of it.
In the beginning, he didn't have a solution to everything because it was never supposed to be picked apart and told like a narrative.
Was it that bad?
The speech is about FNAF 2. Then do the other 3 Mr. Hippo speeches have anything to do with the other FNAF games? Yes.
It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville. And I said to him, Orville, I have a story. And he said to me, what's the significance of the story? And I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes a story is just a story. You try to read it.
Yeah, you don't have to take everything as lore explanation and stuff. I think he's right.
Thinking something you shouldn't think, or something you shouldn't assume, you know?
So Hippo once again says it's summer. Now we know that FNAF 1, 2, and probably 3 take place in the fall. FNAF 3 probably takes place around Halloween. But FNAF 4 doesn't. FNAF 4 takes place in the spring or summer because of the flowers and the green grass. Sister Location does too, to be fair. But I think this speech is about FNAF 4 because he says he has a friend who reads into every little thing. It wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years and he ended up believing something we shouldn't, making assumptions. That's MatPat. This is about dream theory. Scott is saying that MatPat read 2
shut up with the dream theory! We just saw that was not true. Stop talking about it.
That part is just to prime us that the rest of the speech is about FNAF 4.
I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you know, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all.
Oh, shut up, please, 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 please.
Decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was.
I think Mr. Hippo's gonna kill me. I think after his speech, I'm just gonna be dead for the rest of the video.
Not me. Or it's Cece, because William is bringing him along to feed the ducks, trying to revive him to put him back together. And the hippo is Henry. He never saw any ducks die, but he did notice a decrease in their population. He wasn't involved in the company by the time of the MCI. He had already stepped out after Charlie died, but he definitely knew something was going wrong. Kids were dying, and he never thought to tell people.
I wanna bang my head on the wall.
That Ultimate Custom Night is a dream, or William's afterlife. Mr. Hippo and
I hate his speech.
Just obstacles, and no matter what you do, it leads to the feeling of being in the jaws of a beast. And I think the closest thing that relates to that sentiment is UCN. It's a hard game full of obstacles that you literally cannot beat, or that at least at the time of the game being made, Scott thought was impossible. At the end of the story, he says,
So, you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with water,
thank you for the care package. I still don't have water.
There's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise.
I'm gonna stretch.
This is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know.
this again seems like it's referencing UCN, and it's just giving more hints that this is an afterlife or a nightmare. It's saying, hey guys, listen up, I'm talking about UCN, and then saying, this is the afterlife, or a dream. In the books, UCN is a dream, it's a whole stupid thing, William is in a coma, and UCN's a dream, but then he wakes up and immediately dies, so why bother? That's all that I can interpret from this Mr. Hippo story, but maybe there is more to it that I haven't found. Then, there is the most important story.
It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching.
Why is he drawing with his ear on a printed blueprint? Is he stupid? I don't know. I don't think Henry is stupid. I think the person who drew him is stupid.
Exactly one answer, one possibility, and that is the conversations that happen in FNAF World, where you can choose which direction you want to face when you're talking to a character. A game that, of course, includes one particular ending. Old man consequences.
Is this the end of Mr. Hippo? Oh no, it's not.
That happened in one of the FNAF games. Mr. Hippo continues.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. We were sitting on there watching the pigeons.
And remember, in the other story, the ducks, the birds, were a representation of dead kids.
And I said to Orville, friend, those birds are frozen. And he kind of looked at me like I lost my mind. But I reminded him that it was winter, you know, and often birds will sit in a tree until they freeze, and then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up, and they can, move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in.
And this is where I get even more crazy-eyed, because there's exactly one instance in the entire series, besides this one moment, where somebody uses the phrase breadcrumbs. And it is Glitch Bear in FNAF World. If you stay on the screen for long enough, Fredbear will be replaced by a glitching Fredbear, who immediately contradicts what Fredbear is saying.
There is a task for you to complete. You have to leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way.
The quest that Glitch Bear sends you on is setting up Happiest Day, and Happiest Day is, of course, for Cece. So that means that you, the player character, are not Cece. You are someone else setting up breadcrumbs for him so that he can find his happiest day. So breadcrumbs lead to Happiest Day, and as we established in the other story, the birds, the pigeons, are the children, the MCI children, people who died. So then, Mr. Hippo says...
So he took a moment and then threw his last handful onto the ground. I said to him, Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told
I
you?
hope Mr. Hippo has more to say. Do you want me to die?
I'd been referring to the
Welcome back, DJ Music Man. Yes, we are at Mr. Hippo's speech. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Perhaps, when the birds die, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, this is what I said to him. I said, Orville, the birds may be dead.
Henry is telling someone, Mike, that there's no point leaving the breadcrumbs because the children may be dead. You can't do Happiest Day, you can't put them back together, it doesn't matter. And he is both right and wrong. He's right that they're dead and that putting them back together does not bring them back. Baby and Pizzeria Simulator
is this the end of the... I'm gonna remove the speed.
So he does FNAF World anyway, and he does so in hopes that one day the birds will thaw, and it takes almost 30 years. This conversation happens
He speaks so slow now.
Henry tells Mike not to bother, but Mike does it anyway. Like I said, Glitch Bear is William, and he told Mike to go put Elizabeth back together, but Henry is telling Mike it's no use. This conversation happens right after Mike learns that the killer is his father, and after this conversation he goes to track him down in FNAF 2. Mike set up Happiest Day knowing it may not work, not knowing how many decades it would take. That's why the eyes are yellow in a void in FNAF World, because he's talking to Cece, who is still blind, who can't see.
I'm getting tired. Will you guys get mad if I fall asleep on stream?
Long time, because Mike starts this journey in 1987.
It looks like Turkish Mr. What?
Like all the best stories, Mike,
no,
the
okay,
hero,
it's fine.
The younger
I'm also very hungry.
Is rejecting walking the path of the two warring factions of the generation above him.
But this can wait, actually.
Is trying to achieve a noble
I have Nutella. I can take, Nutella with a spoon and feed myself like that. This is not good, but I can do that.
Ex-hero who has given up is
wake up! He called the FNAF. No! Don't say that this is not true. No, this can't happen. No.
Hurting anybody. And if that all sounds like fan fiction,
I see it too. You see it too.
Very honestly,
Turkey Mr. Beast.
I read into all of this information. Like this is just how I read this text. This is the story that came to me reading it.
I kind of see it too. I think we're ouch. Okay, I'm awake. Sorry.
He is clarifying the lore from.
I'm awake. I'm here. Hi. I'm gonna eat some Nutella. Just like that.
The afterlife. Henry didn't see dead kids.
Okay.
Thought William might be involved.
Yummy! Nutella just for me.
Mike went to Henry to talk about leaving breadcrumbs for the dead kids, and he said, "Don't bother.
I'm just taking it with the spoon.
Let's fish for a while.
Sorry.
You have nowhere else
I am that hungry."
And if Mike had chosen that path of inaction, that would have been the end of his story. When you glitch through the lake in FNAF World, you get this picture of 3 figures watching TV. Off the screen, above the image, are the words, happiest day. This is the result of Mike's other option, the option of inaction. The result of Mike drowning himself in the lake. The big brother and his little brother and little sister are united, doing the thing Mike associates with peace and calm, watching TV.
With what? With peace?
He could take the easy way out to reunite with his siblings. He could watch TV with them in the afterlife.
See, this is a fan art.
He could take
He's giving credits. I'm hiding it, but he's giving credits.
Inverse, the thing that would
So he could have used
stress.
Actual fan arts instead of shitty AI art at the beginning of the video.
And that is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Did we finish? That is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh my god. Oh my god. We actually made it. Oh, can you believe that? No, we still have 1 hour.
Or at least most of it. There are some things I still don't know, or at the very least I'm very
What about the mimic? The mimic. I think the video is a little bit outdated because
there seem to be all these indications that Henry made Baby.
I don't think he talks about FNAF security breach.
With Vlad saying Baby isn't his, to a theory by YouTuber FNAF talking about Baby's original hair color being brown, the same color as
But
Charlie's.
this is just...
But if it's supposed to be canon that Henry built
This
Baby,
is not canon, this is just the process of how he created the design.
And use her and program her to be like a child kidnapping bot is not something that's addressed in the series. In addition to that, in UCN,
why taking as canon things that are just a process of creating, and this is not the end, like the final thing.
Accounted for in her bag before the stories start being told. In Pizzeria Simulator, Funtime Chica comes with
security breach nor secret of the mimic was talked about. Wasn't talked about. Well, you can't really talk about secret of the mimic while the game didn't even came out yet.
And while I am fairly certain that the
and I don't think I don't know if you can talk about security breach yet.
Given the Easter egg
did we
the people watching TV
resolve everything? I don't know.
It is odd to me that every other instance of FNAF World being referenced, like in UCN, the player is again Cassidy. It doesn't make it impossible, it's just kind of weird. When the phrase happiest day is used in the Silver Eyes trilogy,
yeah, we do have theories, but is it
day was when they possessed the animatronics originally.
Can we put them in the actual current FNAF lore theories? I don't know. Maybe security breach happens in a different timeline. We don't know.
It's just kind of left there.
Maybe
as a reference, and I don't know what to make of it. In UCN, you can hear a second
Hi,
voice
Sirens! Thank you for the follow. Welcome! How are you doing? Hi! Welcome.
Cece who is possessing Fredbear, but there's no notable British accent.
British?
Then you are not one of them.
Mike directly states at the end of Sister Location that he put Baby back together, but then in the source code conversation between Baby and the animatronics that will eventually become Molten Freddy, she says she's going to leave and put herself back together. There's evidence that William is the one who says, "It's me," when having hallucinations in FNAF 1.
Thank you very much.
In Pizzeria Simulator, one of Scrap Trap's jump scare lines is, "I assure you, it's still me." A book came out this month in October 2023 about FNAF 4 and depicts it as a drug-induced nightmare done on a test subject child by William, and I'm just gonna ignore that. The Fredbear plush being possessed by Cece in reality, being a representation of William in the game, but programmed by Henry to speak to Cassidy, who is playing as Cece, is very confusing. I think it makes perfect sense, but no matter how many times I rewrite this video, I'm not sure how clear I can make that whole situation to you, the audience.
I don't know. You don't have to make everything clear, as the license hasn't even finished. They're making a new game. You can't make a full video about it, all finished, all explained, while this is not even finished. You can't finish something that isn't finished in itself, you know?
Intentionally reference Autobiography of a Yogi,
Oh.
but like I said, Scott and the community are like an Ouroboros. The community came up with something, so Scott ran with it. So the community figured out that the Night 5 audio is from a book, and Scott said, "Oh, that's cool, I'll use that reference to create more lore." This is similar to when Mike says, "They thought I was you" in Sister Location.
So the community is creating Five Nights at Freddy's.
And it's why Matt Pack
Amazing. So the community is dumb. Because FNAF isn't logical. So if Scott is just taking out what the community says, the community, I don't know. I don't know. This is like a vicious circle. How do you call that?
It takes place during or
yeah.
slightly before FNAF 3, but it does still disprove any of those games taking place after 2017 when the book was written. And I don't know what the Breaker Room map is. I don't know why Henry's tapes are labeled 223, and I'm not fully convinced on the Bearer of Vengeance scenes. And most importantly,
because not everything has sense, not everything has explanation. Sometimes there's no stuff to say. Just like sometimes it's just to say. It doesn't mean something. Just like Hippo said, sometimes it doesn't mean something.
So did Happiest Day just not happen yet? In the Scott Dawko interview I brought up earlier, Dawko asks Scott which ending of FNAF 3 is canon. Given that we know that the bad ending of Sister Location is canon, as are all the endings in Pizzeria Simulator that end with Mike being alive, that opens up the possibility of FNAF 3's bad ending being the real one. Well, Scott says something interesting in that interview.
Okay. If you can answer this, which ending really happened?
I've given a lot of thought as to whether or not I should answer this question.
Okay.
But why not giving the... I'm losing my mind. He just loves torturing his community by not saying the things.
The answer is complex.
Okay.
I'm not going to answer it because it's only going to cause...
He plays with his community. He's making fun of us.
I think that heavily implies that the bad ending is the true one. In the Twisted Ones, the second Silver Eyes
not
novel,
the books, please. Why would the solution be in the books instead of the
kidnapped at Freddy's?
instead of the games?
The animatronics to William in Follow Me.
It's very complex, but I'm not gonna answer it. Yeah, like it wasn't complex enough for us, the community.
Like maybe
I kinda gave up because of that. I gave up on Five Nights at Freddy's because of that, because it was too complex and we didn't have clear answers. And I was tired of being played off.
Somehow in Fruity Maze.
Kinda.
In the security logbook, Cassidy asks CC if the carousel was his favorite ride. As far as we know, only FNAF 2 had a carousel.
Yeah.
Maybe there was one somewhere in FNAF 4 in that restaurant, but we never see it, and so this is just a weird inclusion. And finally, I have no idea what CC saw. This text box is one of the biggest mysteries in FNAF 4, and I have no explanation. Some people think that William killed Charlie before CC died, unless he probably saw her death, but that doesn't really make sense to me, because William did that murder dressed in normal clothing. So CC would have seen his father kill his friend, not an animatronic killing his friend. So I really just do not know what that line
It's still organic. He's going back and changing and adding new things as it continues. There's no just concrete answers. This is what I don't like. It's not consistent. He's like doing retcons of everything, like when he wants to add something, but oh, it doesn't go well with the previous lore. Oh, well, I'm gonna make a retcon and explaining this by actually this, and oh, actually this and that. I don't like that.
Picking and choosing which ones are canon is an impossible task that everybody has a different opinion on. I'm just going to ignore them completely.
Yes!
The story of Chica's ghost.
Yes! No books! Let's fucking go!
The most alarming part, of course, is that the phone guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human after hours, but will think we're a naked endosskeleton. It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable to recognize
maybe
humans.
because it's night and they don't see properly.
Coming
No, I don't
Home
know.
is a Fazbear Fright story about a girl who's dead. She doesn't seem to know that.
Just ignore the books until they get made into games. Into the pits, be like, into the pit, be like, I'm a game actually. So am I canon now?
This seems to be some sort of indication that the spirits take control to some degree at nighttime, and that during the day they're more so able to just wander around on their own as ghosts, which might also be why they're free in Follow Me. Either because the animatronic bodies were destroyed, meaning that now they're temporarily freed until they get put back together, or because now it's after 6 a.m. After UCN, there have so far been 3 or 4, depending on how you count it, different new games. Help Wanted was a virtual reality game set after UCN.
But this is a game in a game, right?
Played without VR. FNAF Special Delivery is a phone
I
game
don't like
that
this
uses
one.
augmented reality.
Doesn't count.
It was scrapped
Skip.
by its developer
Skip
with
this
a lot
one,
of
please.
cut content and is overall just
Doesn't
kind of a
count.
garbage fire.
Not real.
And FNAF Security Breach
Oh
is a
yeah, we're
full
talking about
AAA
this
style
one.
video game that takes place in basically a new era of the timeline. Alongside Security Breach is another series of Goosebump-like novels called
Hi
Tales from
Azel,
the
hi.
Pizzaplex.
Welcome.
It's unclear if these are canon, but that series is not over yet. Security Breach also received a pretty hefty
Breaking
DLC
news: a new
called
FNAF book,
Ruin on July
Escape the
25th,
Pizzaplex, is
2023,
officially announced and it release April 1st. April 1st. So it seems like a joke book. Haha. I don't know.
That trilogy being over.
I will look forward to it
I need to
though.
wait until the books
Just
are
to
all
see.
out, until this trilogy is over. In the future, I do want to look back on Help Wanted and Security Breach and the books.
One more hour
and try
to go,
solve them too,
guys.
but I
Can you
can't
do it?
right now.
Can you make
I am
it?
recording this at 10 p.m.
One
on
more
July
hour.
24th, meaning that Ruin does not come out for another 2 hours. So yeah, I can't really use that in this video. I wrote this whole video without those pieces of the puzzle, and so trying to fit in the entirety of Help Wanted and Tales from the Pizzaplex and Special Delivery and Security Breach.
Can you do a stream about Bendy and the Ink Machine? No, sorry, I'm specialized into Five Nights at Freddy's, and I don't really do React streams usually. I mostly play games.
That really does back up some of my claims, especially video game theory. Not to get too into the weeds, but in Help Wanted we play.
So it's not outdated. I thought it was because he didn't talk about it yet. But yeah, it is not outdated apparently.
FNAF games are made
It was 1 year ago, so he's probably not gonna talk about the Mimic that
In Pizzeria
much.
Simulator, the blueprints are labeled as
So, yeah.
Fazbear Inc., and at the end of that game, we're told that it is no longer a corporate entity. And yet in this game, we're told that the game is being created by Fazbear LLC. It has been restructured into a new company. So kind of like how off-screen in the MCU, the main characters have just kind of told everyone what happened in all their movies, because everyone knows about Thanos. They made documentaries about Tony Stark's life. I guess off-screen people just made some FNAF games. So now everybody in-universe knows about the events of these games, but thinks that they're fictional. This also allows things like Springtrap to be canon, in that Fazbear owns their likeness because they were in a video game, even though Springtrap was only ever a real person and not a character, not an intellectual property. Like, they own Spring Bonnie, but they didn't own Springtrap.
FNAF game players when I start talking about Remnant and In the Flesh. Remnant is in the FNAF game lore actually.
With the real world and the flip side.
Is Remnant the name of a book? Not sure.
The main character of Help Wanted
And
is a
In the
girl
Flesh, I
named
think it
Vanessa.
is.
Between Help Wanted and Special Delivery, we learn her email address is Nessie97, and that
Nessie?
in Special Delivery, she's 23 years old. So if she was
Vanessa
born in 1997,
A, just like Afton, haha, imagine
that means
her.
Special Delivery takes place in 2020.
Remnant is
Special
in the
Delivery
games?
takes
Yeah, it's
place
all
after
about
Help
that.
Wanted, which takes place after Pizzeria
So,
Simulator.
basically, why the spirits are stuck with animatronics is because it's Remnant.
And then Pizzeria
It's
Simulator just takes place between then and 2020.
the fusion between Metal and Soul that makes Remnant.
Princess Quest.
basically.
Quest first appeared in the mobile version of
So this is
before making a comeback in
and yeah, we have the blueprint with the scooper that says that this is a remnant injector and stuff. Yeah.
It is clearly a pastiche of The Legend of Zelda.
I didn't know it was named or explained. I don't remember. I don't know if that was explained. I think it was first explained in the books, which I don't like, because like they should explain in the games if they want to put something in the games, you know. Small restaurant owner got so mad one day he achieved immortality, the game. Yeah, but basically this is bad.
Outside in the courtyard are 6 graves. The 5
I played those because I played Security Breach.
Already lit when you arrive. Did I mention that in the files, the name of the sprite for this princess is Cassidy?
Haha. Wow, really? Wow. So Cassidy's a girl. Okay.
Later in the series will be represented by a girl.
Mm-hmm.
When you beat Princess Quest 1, it shows a big
retcon. Cassidy isn't a guy anymore.
And there's garbled text and audio. The text is written in a cipher that's used elsewhere in the game, and it translates to, "I always come back."
No way. Says, is this real?
Well, it says this.
Goofy.
You start Princess Quest 2 being given a
Goofy
sword by an old
voice.
man, and this is where the Zelda stuff becomes annoying. In the original Zelda game, you're given your sword by a character named Old Man. He's just
Old
an
Man
old
consequences.
Man.
Wow.
But in FNAF, Old Man has a very different connotation. Old Man consequences. And he obviously has a relationship with Cassidy, if this really is them talking in UCN. So is this Old Man consequences
Girl, ew, what do you mean? We love girls here. I love women!
Later on, there's a puzzle where you split into a shadow version of yourself. Is this symbolism of Cassidy's fall to the dark side of her evil half? Or is this a gameplay mechanic because you do the exact same thing to solve Zelda puzzles? When you light a few torches, the old man tells you to sleep. You then appear in an office. If you were staring at the cameras, then to your left would be a vent, and to your right
Didn't
would be a
FNAF
door,
movie
which
have
is
Cassidy
not
as a
the
boy?
case in
Yes.
previous offices.
But
in Princess Quest 3,
FNAF
you leave
movie
the office
doesn't
and walk
happen in
around
the same
pizzeria.
timeline as
Chico
FNAF
watches you
games.
through the
We have
floor
3
because
timelines. Books. Sorry.
You get a glowing
Books,
green plush trap
games,
a
movie.
Vanny mask. Vanny is the villain of these
That's all.
games now that Williams
Everything is
on.
separated.
And a glowing
Some
fox
stuff
chases
are
you,
similar and all like coincidences and all. Yeah, this is alternate universes, but not the same timeline.
Beating all
It's
3
slightly
minigames
different
unlocks a
and
different
stuff.
ending in Security Breach,
I
but
think.
I'm not going to get into that. Everyone is in agreement that these in-universe arcade cabinets are haunted by Cassidy, and are in some
Makes
way
sense that
representative
he's
of
saying
Vanessa,
that because in
and that by
FNAF 6
playing them,
the entire
affect
place got
what's happening to
burned
Vanessa
down.
in the real world.
Yes.
So that seemingly
Now when
makes
you
sense to
reached
everybody who
end
played
at
Security
Security
Breach,
Breach,
and I don't
Afton
understand why
somehow
nobody
survived the
retroactively
fire.
applied this to the
Yeah, but
earlier
actually,
minigames in the series.
William Afton being still alive in Security Breach, I think so, was a mistake. The game developers misunderstood what Scott asked them, so he ended up seeing alive while it was not the case.
On November 20th, 2020.
I think this is why they created the mimic to be like, oh, actually that was not Afton, that was the mimic mimicking Afton, and I think this is what happened.
That only existed in the mobile
because Afton shouldn't be alive. He should be only code, you know, like code replicating what Afton did, like the virus.
Including a plot where teenagers uncover that the government is building.
He always comes back.
One of them he called
in a certain way, yes, but not as himself. Either the mimic or the Afton code. A glitch trap.
One is an adaptation of the Silverized book, which thankfully was thrown out because the Silverized
yeah, so we're gonna assume that was a mimic, I guess.
Freddy's animatronic is bought by a pawn shop. Hilarity ensues. In
and
one,
not
a new kid
actual
stumbles
Afton.
on Freddy's and for some reason cares about this restaurant from the 1980s. And
but the thing is that the mimic actually acts weird before Afton's actions because
The
the Mimic, we're gonna have a new game which takes place way before everything happens, and the Mimic is still an issue there, so I hope we're gonna not talk about Afton anymore. we need to move out. We move forward. We need to move forward and accept that William Afton does not come back. Always does not always come back.
But it would have left
if it makes sense.
Confused and lost.
The new big villain is the Mimic, and not related to Afton.
More of a visual encyclopedia than
I think.
Movie. This just wasn't satisfying, even to me. Out. This was the first mention of Cassidy being important. Ever.
I sometimes come back. I mean, he's gonna come back in the movies if you guys really want to see him again.
By this point, the logbook
He's gonna probably be back for in the movies for a while. But don't worry about it.
From the story of Cassidy. Someone who the vast majority of people who play these games
Thank you for the care
would never
package!
have heard of, unless you read the books and decode the logbook.
I still don't have water.
And that's how I got to thinking about the dual narrator approach and the connection between Henry and the founder of the colony.
Okay.
And Princess Quest just cemented in my mind.
I did love the casting of Mr. Afton. The guy who played what's his name?
It's for Matt Pat
Shaggy?
to notice me and give me a clap and
I think
a half. But if I want
it was his name in English.
It's for other people to pick up the pieces from where I've left.
Did you see some news about the second movie? I'm not spoiling myself. I wanna discover everything when I will go to the cinema. So no, I didn't see anything.
in chronological order.
I am avoiding any kind of spoilers.
What are you gonna do about it?
The story of Five Nights at Freddy's. I waited for this since 8 hours. Ooh. There's no way that it was Mimic because the Mimic got trapped by William or someone in ruin. You're supposed to breach security by the blah blah blah.
Mascot restaurant called
I don't know.
Family Diner.
Hi Ask. Hi. Hello. How are you doing?
Characters. Fredbear, a play on
spoilers. It will have Fred in the bear. Fred the bear. Fred in the bear. Fred the bear. Yeah. It's been so long. It's been so long. Ta 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 ta. Wow! Imagine come back and say a FNAF reference. Wow! Welcome back. Hi.
Brother Sam.
How are you doing?
William had 2 children. His eldest
Oops,
son,
I trigger.
Michael,
How can you trigger me when I'm actually watching a full FNAF video? I am already triggered.
Fredbear's in 1973. He and his wife were planning on having a 3rd child and hoped.
Doing good, and you? I'm doing good. I've been streaming since almost 8 hours. I am losing my mind.
A booming entrepreneurial
but I'm fine.
But popular enough in their hometown.
Hi, the Frankie Mongo. Hi, welcome.
Like
how are you doing? Thank you for the follow.
On kookier characters like Chica the Hungry Chicken, Orville
Chica,
the Magician Elephant,
chicken,
and Happy Frog, a frog.
Happy Frog. Happy.
What put Fredbear's on the map was one
I don't think I'm listening the video anymore. I'm just hearing key phrases, keywords, and repeating them.
By cast members
my brain is melting, just like molten Freddy. I don't know. Help me, please. Help me. I don't know what to do. I'm tired. This is frying my brain.
The video games Henry was developing around their characters, Chica's Party World could not compete. In the mid-70s, the 2 businesses merged.
Brain juice. Do you want to sip my brain? You put a straw on my head,
William
like you make a hole on my in my head. Put a straw and yeah, brain juice, yummy. I wonder what it would taste like.
Now going by Freddy into a brown and Bonnie.
I'm losing my mind actually. I'm tired.
Last addition to the cast.
Brain tea, yummy.
Pirate Fox.
Yar!
Henry and William continued to run and operate Fredbear's Family Diner for years as their success grew, and they continued to franchise out their characters. In 1978,
only 8 hours? I mean, 8 hours at once.
When the
I've
80s
watched
came around,
lots of
Henry and William licensed out their
hours-long
characters to a
videos, but
cartoon
8 hours
studio who
at
produced Fredbear
once
and
on
Friends,
stream is
which
pretty
included the cast
tiring.
of Freddy's Pizza, but still kept Fredbear as the headliner, as his own unique character.
I've been beamed into her brain like it was not here already enough.
And while Cece wasn't weak, he fought back and tried to prank his brother just as much as he himself got pranked. Mike, as the older brother, always came
I'm
out
gonna
on
dream
top.
about Five Nights at
In
Freddy's all night, I
1983,
think.
The Aftons were living large.
I'm gonna
Freddy's
think
was a huge
Five Nights at Freddy's
success,
for
and
days
William was
until
getting
it
even
comes
better
out,
at
I don't
honing his
know,
craft.
out of my brain. I've been literally lobotomized by Five Nights at Freddy's today.
Was under fire for being slightly too
Imagine
scary.
9 hours
Mike
of
definitely
non-stop
thought so,
FNAF
because
content
he used a Foxy mask to scare
and
Cece
yapping about
whenever he
FNAF.
could.
I
Cece
feel
responded by tearing the head off of his Foxy
lobotomized.
plush, not bearing to see the face anymore. After more parents complained, William redesigned Foxy to be less scary, making him pink and white, and more like a friendly dog. They rebranded Pirates Cove to Kids Cove. The new rebrand didn't really work out. The toddlers and young kids who were there to play with new Foxy were too rough.
What have I
and he had
walked
to be
into?
repaired
You
every
have
single night
walked
after
into
closing.
the
The staff started calling
infamous
the animatronic the Mangled,
9 hours
mangled he'd get by the end of the day.
FNAF lore video
Tired of
react.
having to repair him, they just
I've
left
been
him in
lobotomized.
shambles and let kids play with
Thank
the
you for the
pieces
can't
in a
pose video
lazy
for
way
an
of
for an
still
hour.
using the
We're gonna just
character
finish
without having to
without
keep fixing him
posing.
up. They then
I'm
brought
dying.
back Foxy, and nobody
1
really
hour.
cared.
1 hour. Ooh.
Besides restaurants and cartoons, there was also a lot of merchandise. Plushies were made to
Help
be offered
me.
as prizes at Freddy's.
I'm not even
to
listening
incentivize kids
anymore.
To spend
Ooh,
countless quarters
just speak
on
with me,
arcade
please.
games. And plastic toys were also sold of the characters.
Why is he even talking
This
about
toy line
that?
was in
This is
development
not
during the period
canon
when Foxy temporarily
lore-wise.
was
This is not
retired.
lore-wise.
So they only made toys of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica.
Not posing
as
for the
well
last
as an
hour is
eventual
crazy.
Mangle toy that came apart and could be reconstructed.
He wants me dead.
The animatronics
He
at
wants me
Freddy's had to stay
dead.
in motion even when the restaurant was closed, so that the servos wouldn't lock up. So at night, they
I'm
roamed around
hungry.
the building aimlessly.
Can I at
and
least
some
get
guards
something
had
to
some
eat?
uncomfortable brushes with them when the animatronics detected them as naked endoskeletons and tried
Naked?
to force suits
Whoa,
onto them.
dude.
This mildly scary but harmless and
Oh my
in
God.
hindsight kind of funny information leaked out of the company, and it became rather common knowledge around town. A playground rumor started that the animatronics actually come to life at night.
Hold
and
on,
if
what
they
are you
catch
saying?
they'll make
Only
you
English,
into an
please.
animatronic too. Cece, who naturally spent a lot of time at
Cece.
Fredbear's given that his father was a co-owner, saw a cast member getting into costume in a dark back room.
Back
His
room!
overactive imagination made him think he was seeing an animatronic that had come to life and was stuffing the employee into a suit.
Ooh.
Cece became scared of the restaurant and
Ooh,
of
scared.
the animatronics, but he still felt like the characters were
I
his
think
friends.
he's just
His
explaining the whole
favorite
thing now.
was his Fredbear plush.
I don't know. Invisible Season
Cece's
3
10th
animation.
birthday
What
was
does it
coming
mean?
up, and his father was preparing to throw him a large party at Fredbear's. Obviously, given that he was a co-owner, and Cece's only friends appeared to be Freddy's characters, everybody thought this would be a good idea. William was too
Should we
busy
be
to
taking
notice that
notes?
something had
No, don't
changed in
worry.
his son over the
It's
last
okay.
few days.
We have 1
But
hour
Mike
remaining.
noticed, and he kept
A little bit more.
relentlessly bullying his brother, including locking him in the parts and services room of Fredbear's overnight. On the day of Cece's party, everything came to a head. Every kid in the neighborhood was there, including Mike and his 3 older friends. Cece couldn't help but hide under a table and cry, wishing he was anywhere else on his birthday. Then, Mike's bullying went too far. He and his friends lifted Cece up and walked him close to the animatronic Fredbear. They tried to stuff him in Fredbear's mouth so he could give him a
But we
kiss.
already know
And
that. We know that. We know that already. Why are you? Why are you repeating everything? We know that already. We know
Cece
that.
was
We know
rushed to
that.
the
We know
hospital,
that.
where
Ooh.
he lived for a few more days. As he laid in his coma, His brother.
Did we only barely get into the games? No, no, no. We've made all the games.
Sat in agony over his
I think
child,
he's explaining everything again.
Fredbear plush
I
in
don't
his
know
arms,
why.
trying to comfort the boy.
The bite of 87. Actually, it's 83, but anyway.
If he was having any. William sat over the bed with all of Cece's toys, speaking to him in his bonny performer voice.
You're broken.
He was trying to downplay the injury. He wasn't hurt, he was broken. Like a toy,
the shitty voice AI.
William knew how to fix.
A bite of 83, yeah.
We are still your friends. Do you believe that?
Cece's unconscious
Guys, do
body
you believe
didn't seem to
that?
be responding
Whoa.
positively to William's attempts to reach him.
Ouch, thank
William
you.
realized that Cece might associate the four
Thank you,
plushes of the
C-Matrix.
Freddy's
Thank you
cast
so
with the
much.
4 boys who had harmed him.
WFNAF story.
So William took them off the bed.
Scariest
He waved
stories.
the Fredbear plush around.
Five Nights at Freddy's. The bite of 87.
But as he spoke,
yeah.
Cece began to
Horror,
flatline.
horror, horror.
He died in front of his father, with only the
He
Fredbear plush
died!
beside him.
No!
Little did William know, but in that moment, his son Cece imprinted onto the doll. His memories brought the plush into partial consciousness. His spirit started to possess
Why is he standing like that? I don't know. He's shocked. Like, my son died. What? And it's all my fault. What?
Fazbear Entertainment
Asshole.
changed Fredbear's look. He went from purple accessories to black, and they downplayed his role in the company, looking more toward the untainted Freddy to be the face of the company. William took some time off, letting Henry run the business for a bit.
And apparently
Henry's
became
robotics weren't quite as
alcoholic.
advanced as William's, but he did excel at making video games.
Okay.
This period in the company led to such amazing titles as Foxy,
I do
Go,
not
Go, Go,
like.
Take Cake to the Children, Mangle's Quest.
I don't really
Fruity
like
Maze,
the
Midnight
I don't know.
Motorist, and 2 games featuring 2 new characters. Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, who was so popular that they made him into a human boy animatronic who handed out balloons.
Why did he say black like that? I don't know.
I
didn't catch
new marionette character
how he
who
said
handed
that.
out prizes at the prize corner. William went on to blame Mike for the death of Cece. Where everyone else saw it as a prank that had gone horribly wrong, William thought it was Mike's fault. Mike and Henry, who had built the Fredbear animatronic. It wasn't one of his advanced suits, it was Henry's model. William refused to blame himself, so he blamed Mike and Henry.
Okay.
Henry, whose skill was programming, not robotics, altered the marionette into a security device for his children. They were given bracelets that emitted a specific
If you
signal,
get 20 likes, wait, 20 likes, right? I challenge you to not stopping security breach. What do you mean not stopping security breach? I already played it.
Where they were or what they were doing.
I don't get what you
in the
mean.
restaurant around the dangerous
I'm
machinery.
sorry, I do not take challenges. Formia can't post the video at all. Ooh, thank you for the drink. I don't have drinks anymore. You got scammed. Congrats.
Struck again, but this time it had a little help.
I don't have anything to drink. I am starving,
which was now
dehydrating, all because of someone who redeemed Can't Post video for 1 hour.
Or didn't care about her plight.
Yes.
William was driving by, and just by
Thank
chance,
you,
he noticed that
Spooky
Henry's
Oogie,
daughter
for
was locked out
making
of the
me
building,
die.
alone, vulnerable.
Everyone say thank you to
beside
him.
her and got out to talk to her. She knew him as her father's best friend. So when he led her away from the door,
I don't take challenges, but however, I take suggestions. If you have any games you would like me to play, I'm taking suggestions, and if I feel inspired, I will probably maybe play it someday. I have a lot of games to play, but I will put it on my list. Thank you, Golden, for the speed.
Was finally able to shove boxes out of the way and float outside.
Let's
He found
go.
Charlie lying on the ground, close to death.
Oh,
The
this
puppet
is
couldn't do anything,
way
so he lay
better.
down on top of her to shield her from the rain. She passed on with the puppet, her only friend, her protector, covering her. And just like Cece before her, her death imprinted her memories onto the
Why
puppet.
is he just recreating
With a gruesome, unsolved,
the
cold-blooded murder happening
minigames
outside the restaurant,
graphics?
Fredbear's Family Diner finally closed down. The owners had both lost children there within the span of a few months, and had it not been for the corporate machine chugging along, keeping the franchise going, it all probably would have died right there with Charlie. But it didn't. William, who'd had longer to recover from his child's death and who felt vindicated having gotten even with Henry, had renewed vigor. He jumped back into work at Fazbear Entertainment, no longer as the co-owner of a single restaurant, but as a high-ranking board member and co-founder of a corporation, and the main manufacturer of the animatronics that made them so famous and beloved. After working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for a while,
it's
he started to
almost
notice odd
over,
things,
yeah.
as if it was protecting children from him, like it knew he had killed Charlie. After Cece's death, William had shoved his beloved Fredbear plush into a box so he didn't have to look at it, along with family photos of himself, his wife, and their 3 children, which were painful reminders of what he had lost.
He barely talked about the wife, probably being in Ballora's body, by the way, I think. I believe.
Turned to alternative coping mechanisms and got into yoga. Not stretching, but actually.
I believe he made experiments on his own wife.
Loved a book called Autobiography of a Yogi, and anyone who was working against Henry was someone William would listen to. Early on in the book, a brilliant inventor discusses with the young soon-to-be yogi the concept.
Do you think he actually walks around with his mouth open or at all times? Yes, this is canon actually. This is canon. He's always like that. Wife of William? Yes! Surprisingly, William has a wife because he got kids, and to have kids usually you need a wife or a girlfriend or a girl to do the thing. So you have kids. See? But he got a wife, yes.
To bring his son back to life. Still working as the main robot distributor for Fazbear Entertainment, William came up with a plan. He invented a new character called Circus Baby, who was full of extremely high-tech features, like inflating balloons with a hidden helium tank and serving ice cream out of her stomach. But she had another function. William designed her to keep careful track of how many people were in a room with her. If she was ever alone with a child, she would lure it to her with ice cream.
I didn't know as I talked about her. Yeah, because you just came, but they barely even talked about her anyway, so it doesn't really...
He worked in middle management in a training type role.
It doesn't really matter if you missed it. They didn't... They barely talked about her. But yeah. They didn't even mention she was probably in Ballora, which could make sense, and it will be a nice story, lore thing. I don't know, like when he went to the point of killing his own wife for his profits, you know?
Before he left, he installed a camera in the hallway.
How many people are watching on Twitch? I don't know. I do not watch my statistics.
Foxy and Freddy to work as a team. Their designs were a huge improvement over his old models, closer to Mangle than the original animatronics from years and years ago. Freddy, like a baby, had a hatch in his stomach to store a captured child. Foxy had the ability to mimic any voices he heard.
They were talking about her for 7 hours.
And Freddy would snatch them.
You missed a little of it.
Oh
no, all of it.
So he had Ballora, a vain human-shaped woman.
There's 2 on YouTube. So hi to the 2 viewers on YouTube. Hello.
When William did have custody of his kids,
I think we're a bit more on Twitch. I don't know exactly.
But William had to keep his own daughter away from the robot, knowing how dangerous it was. Alongside the new animatronics, there were, of course, spring-lock suits.
Usually I don't like to know how many people we are. We're just chilling, no matter how many people are watching. We're just here, yeah.
Observing how things were going on the main floor, despite having previously thought it was delicious irony that...
By the way, guys, don't forget that I will make a YouTube-only stream one day. I don't know yet when yet, but I will to celebrate my YouTube partnership membership. So yeah, I usually multi-stream, but one day, one stream will be YouTube only.
Something happened when there was one. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer...
The guy is yapping about someone's wife for 7 hours. Now, cool new haircut, thank you. Wait, is this because of my sort of pigtails? Thank you.
When everyone had left after a good time at Circus Babies, William
I can remove them,
when he opened the hatch,
but I'm keeping them. I like them.
The body of his daughter. No one on the outside knew that anything had gone wrong. William told the media a lie that there was an issue with gas leaks, and so the restaurant had to temporarily postpone its launch, but it would never open. William went public about Elizabeth's death, being careful not to link it to Circus Baby's Pizza World in any way. He abandoned his pet project, and did the only thing he could do. He observed Baby to see if there was any sign of possession, and there was. Baby no longer operated only using the AI he had programmed into her. She seemed more alive now. William was determined to test.
And she also got green eyes instead. He forgot to say it.
Around this time, somebody died in a springlock suit. Freddy's retired all the springlock suits and went and dug out the mediocre Melodies costumes and gave them to their staff. William was determined to test possession on one of the animatronics at Freddy's. He took a springlock suit to one at the old Fredbear's, and he went around town searching for victims. His first victim was a good-hearted child he found walking along the street. He came upon the child and told him he needed help. There was a fire, and he needed the kid's help to put it out. He led him into Freddy's after hours, into the safe room in the back, which he knew no cameras could see.
This is the oldest kidnapper trick. Like, oh, help me, please help. Never trust someone who is asking for help, by the way.
Playing in his Bonnie character, he walked up to her and asked her what was
Green
wrong.
instead
He
of
told her her dog
blue,
died.
blue
Using his best
eyes,
puppy
blue
phone voice,
eyes.
he told her her
Green
dog wasn't
instead
dead.
of
He
blue
was here, in the
eyes.
back room. He could show her. He brought her
Back
to the safe
room! Oh my
hoping
god.
her sadness would be enough to have her soul latch onto something. He killed her, waited for the restaurant to close.
No
and hid her
more,
body
no
inside
more
Chica.
speed.
He repeated
This is
this
normal.
technique the following day. He knew that even one girl disappearing from Freddy's would likely draw attention, so he had to act quickly. He found a boy who was alone and asked him if he could help Bonnie with his homework. The boy wanted to be helpful
Poor
and he, one
Bunny
of his
can't
favorite
do math.
animatronic
Oh my god,
characters,
please, little
followed
kid,
William into the
help
safe
him.
room and met the same fate as the other children.
Oh my god. Oh.
One day, working at Freddy's, he noticed a child who seemingly loved the restaurant more than anything else. He could tell by the way he interacted with his parents that his father was an abusive drunk, and his mother was apathetic. The kid seemingly was only happy when he was playing games at Freddy's. William
Why did
scouted out where he lived.
hit him
One
though?
night he took his suit out and walked to the child's house.
Actual psychopath behavior. What the fuck?
Cloth costume that he wore before.
Hi, I am the yellow rabbit. I mean, in your house. Follow me outside. Hi, hello.
He told him
What the fuck?
Take him to Freddy's to play. The kid said he couldn't go outside without his
Doesn't
mother
make
seeing
sense,
him,
by the
So
way.
William told him to smash the window. He was going to run
What
away
the
from his
fuck?
abusive father and come stay at Freddy's forever.
Oh,
The
he's
kid did just
assuming
that,
the
and he and
yellow guy
William
isn't
walked
William
hand in
Afton?
hand to
Doesn't make
Freddy's,
sense.
where
Why
William
would it
brought him
be
into the
someone
safe room,
random?
killed
Huh?
him, and put his body
Why
into
would
another
it be someone
animatronic.
random?
Nothing happened.
Doesn't make
It was
sense.
June, and the school year was
Nah,
fastly ending.
does not make
Soon it would be
sense.
summer, and Freddy's would be packed every day. It would be too busy for William to get a kid alone. William stood outside the middle school Mike had gone to, the one Cece and Elizabeth would have gone to if they had lived. He picked a girl out that looked like a loner, a bully type with a mad expression on her face. He followed her as she walked home, unsure about how to snatch her. He wasn't in costume, he was just walking. When she got close to where his car was parked, he thought quickly,
Oh my god,
opened
actual
his trunk, took out a shovel, and
degenerate behavior. Oh my
he placed
god.
her in the trunk and drove her to Freddy's. He had to keep her alive for his plan to work, so he kept her tied up and kept beating her unconscious every time she woke up, not letting her die. Finally, when night came and the restaurant closed, William brought her into the safe room. He figured the problem with his other failed
Psychopath.
attempts might have been that
I
the
never
kids didn't die
I
in the
never
suits,
heard such a weird
just near them.
theory and
So he placed the
interpretation.
girl,
Like
Cassidy, he found out her
he's
name was,
like
alive,
actually making things up. Like he's actually waiting at the school and oh he's going to a random kid's house. There's no evidence of that, by the way.
Hundreds of times.
Oh my god.
It was a brutal way to die. Her agony
Spring
was
locked.
so great,
Get spring
and
locked.
her
Get
anger
spring
and
locked.
hatred for William was so strong
Get spring locked.
that William's plan finally succeeded.
Yeah.
Cassidy's soul latched onto Fredbear, but the jig was up. William barely had a day to observe his work before the place was crawling with cops. 5 missing kids in a few weeks, 2 who vanished inside Freddy's, a franchise where 2 kids had died within the last few years. They needed to investigate. They observed security camera footage. For legal reasons, the cameras didn't show the safe room. They saw someone in a spring bunny suit leave the safe room, talk to a kid, and bring them back there with him. Then leave again.
Actual evidence
William had stayed
of
in the suit the
thing.
entire time, and they couldn't identify him. Management guessed it was William. It made sense. It was his suit. He knew how it worked.
When he
So the
comes
next
out,
day, William was arrested.
don't they see this is William Afton coming out of the shoot
But there
after?
was actually nothing tying the kidnappings to William. After a few days of investigation, in which the people around town said they saw a rabbit man walking around, and one abusive drunk but mournful father said he
This
found
is
animatronic
William Afton, I'm
footprints outside
saying.
his house the day his son disappeared, the police were able to tie all 5 disappearances to the bunny killer, but not to
The
William.
bunny killer.
They let him go. Freddy's closed down, and 5 empty graves were placed beside a
Typical
hill
French
marked Gabriel, Chris,
justice.
Susie, Jeremy,
Typical
and
justice
Cassidy.
in general, I think.
But little did William know
Yeah.
his plan had actually worked perfectly, just not the way he'd intended. The
What if the
puppy,
victims are
noticing what William
blind?
had done,
You didn't think of that?
knowing
Wait, I don't get
children
it.
in
What?
the suits,
What do you
attempted
mean?
to help them, by giving gifts from the prize
If the
counter.
victims
That was
are
his job,
blind.
to give gifts to sad children. When the corpses
I'm not
didn't
talking about the
respond,
victims. I'm
puppet did
talking
the
about
only
the
thing he thought to
security police and stuff. Not seeing if it was William Afton when he comes out finally, because the victims are dead. They can't
one by one,
tell.
the souls of the children
It's okay. It's
started
okay.
to inhabit the animatronics.
Yeah, because like even if the victims are blind, technically they're dead. They can't say, "Oh, this was William Afton. I saw him killing
Freddy's closed,
me."
and all of William's property, the animatronics mainly,
Yeah.
were returned to him. He brought them home and quickly removed the bodies. He hid the evidence, and now he had as much time as he needed. The suits were old and
It's just a
worn
joke.
out,
I
but the
know.
endoskeletons were
Don't
fine.
worry.
William
Ooh,
had
scary.
been hard at work ever since being let out of jail. Knowing that he had been caught because of the security cameras, he conceived of a device that could block the signal going to a camera. He theorized that emitting certain sounds might scramble the camera, and after drafting up some ideas in his workshop, he came to the realization that the same principle should work on humans. In fact, if he designed it just right, not only should he be able to block out all sensory information with these sounds, but he should be able to trick the brain into perceiving things that weren't there. He could create illusions. He needed to test his theory, but he was under the close eyes of the police now, so he couldn't kidnap any more children. His son would have to do. He rigged his house with cameras, specifically pointing to Mike's bedroom, and connected them all to his main server
I don't really
in his
like
workshop.
this
He took the ratty, old, withered
story.
suits from Freddy's and fitted
I don't
them
like
with
it at
sound
all.
illusion technology,
Sorry,
which
I
he
don't
was
like
able
it.
to turn on and off with a remote.
I actually hate it
He was
very
able
much.
to make them look slightly scarier with the illusion, enough that he could condition Michael, who was almost 16, to fear them.
Oh my god.
First, he had to program.
Thank you for the free jump scare. Oh
He
my
wanted
god.
the animatronics
Got
to be
scared.
stopped by light. That way, he would be able to stop them if they went after him or anybody else, and they wouldn't hurt anyone in broad daylight. He built a small robot plush of Spring Bonnie and played a game with Michael, who he was testing just as much as he was testing his new technology. He told Michael that if he could get the plush to stop exactly on one spot with a flashlight, he'd reward him by letting him stay up late watching TV. At night, William
He's
would
making
watch from his
stuff
secret
up.
office as the animatronics made their way to Michael's room.
He's just imagining stuff. He's like, oh, there's this. I'm gonna make a story out of that. He's making a fan story.
He could send Chica and Bonnie down the hall.
Fan fiction? Technically, does it work as a fan fiction? He's making a fan story of everything.
He had provided Mike.
He's
There was
taking
also a disc on the Freddy
official
plush
stuff
on
and
Mike's
adding
bed.
it to
He wasn't
a
trying
fan
to
story.
torture his son. He just needed to test his technology. And if Mike was emotionally scarred from the experience, then who cares?
Didn't got scared
Mike
of
is
the
the one
jump scare
who
for
killed
whatever
Cece
reason.
anyway.
Am I developing resistance to scary
During
things?
all of
No.
this time,
I don't
Henry
know.
had been alone.
Hi,
He
Pringus!
basically
Hi!
retired
Thank you for
after
the follow.
Charlie had
Welcome!
died,
How are you
unable
doing?
to keep working.
Welcome.
His wife
Welcome.
had taken their surviving child.
We're almost
Sam,
at the end
and
of the
left him,
react.
abandoning
One
him
more
with no
hour.
other
A
family
little
to
bit
go
less
to.
than an hour.
He heard about the kids disappearing in town,
I'm
and then
hungry.
heard about how
I'm
it had been
dying.
linked to Freddy's, and how William had been arrested. Suddenly, it all
40,
became so clear to
45
him.
minutes
In
left.
retribution for Cece's
45.
death,
We can do
William
it,
had
we can
killed
do it.
Charlie. This had awoken him as some sort of serial killer, and he had gone around murdering more kids dressed as Bonnie.
I'm hungry.
Henry
Ooh.
had his suspicions, but he didn't have the energy to do anything about it, and just told himself he was going crazy.
It's been
from grief.
one more hour, 42 hours. No, more. Now it's
He had created artificial
40,
life, but he couldn't fully
45.
control it. He took the
What if,
animatronics from Circus Babies, the Fun Times, and
a
experimented
double speed
with
redeem?
ways of
I don't know.
controlling
As you
rogue
want.
artificial
As you
life
want.
forms.
It's gonna be 45
Discovering
minutes
that short
only.
electric shocks would simmer them down. He also discovered that heating the possessed metal from the haunted endoskeletons allowed it to be malleable enough to retrofit into a new animatronic. But if he heated it too much, the data, the imprint on the metal from the departed soul, would lose its abilities, like a scratched disc. He experimented with taking small parts of the haunted metal from the animatronics and putting them into the Fun Times. He
Okay.
found a way to scale the amount of haunted material up or down in the manufacturing process. allowing animatronics like Ballora to receive a lot of remnant, while smaller models, like her mini Renas, received just enough to become animated, but lacked higher cognitive skills. William had gone mad with power, considering himself a pastiche of Dr. Frankenstein, but he had reached as far as he could with the remnant he had, so now he needed more of it. He converted Circus Baby's Pizza World into a warehouse where his animatronics could be stored, and created Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, a service where people could rent out one or more of the animatronics from him, making him a little money on the side. Trying to move away from the bad press associated with Freddy's, Fazbear Entertainment relaunched Chica's Party World with the mediocre melodies. It would shortly fail again. William,
the mediocre melodies are like
and had also lost a lot of weight from spending countless hours
a copy of it though, like
found out that Freddy's would soon be opening a new location,
plagiarism.
relaunching 3 years
I don't know.
after the previous incident in October of 1987. He hatched a scheme that he was sure would allow him to bring his
My
children
head
back
hurts.
once and for all.
I'm dying.
Fazbear Entertainment contacted William to get the old animatronics back. The now decrepit and withered original animatronics,
I'm actually dying, guys.
Balloon Boy and Mangle, the ones William had made while working for Fazbear and that
But
they
we almost
technically
made
owned,
it.
were all taken back by the company. The company outsourced its robotic needs to a different company, who came up with the idea for the toy animatronics. William didn't like
Don't
this.
die.
No other robot manufacturer was as good as
Dehydration
him.
and
The mediocre
starvation
melodies were
and
mediocre,
sleep
and these new
deprived.
animatronics got their designs from the
I'm
plastic toys
dying,
based on his
actually
characters,
dying.
so they were
I'm
hardly
so gonna
original.
eat
Fazbear
after streaming
Entertainment
and
hooked
so
them up
gonna
to a
sleep.
criminal database so they could monitor for
I'm gonna
criminals,
eat
assuring the
so
public that
much
this restaurant
and then
would
go
be safe.
to sleep
William
like a
hatched
big
scheme.
baby
He would
cat
get hired at the restaurant
with a
under
big
new
belly.
name,
I don't know.
act as a night security guard, abduct and kill more children, and with all of the possessed animatronics
I
in
don't
one
like
roof, finally
it.
gather enough remnant to bring back his daughter.
And you'll
But this
dream
would
of FNAF.
require
I
a
hope
lot
not.
of work,
It will
so he
literally
enlisted the help of
haunt
his
me
son,
if I dream about
Michael.
it.
Michael had been left
Collapsing
completely
in
the
bed
dark
from
about his
happiness.
father's
That's me.
doings.
That's me
He was
in
gaslit for years about the nightmare animatronics that roamed
40
his
minutes.
house at night, and he had never been told the truth about his sister. But finally, William came clean.
Okay.
At least about parts of it. He told Michael that Elizabeth had been killed by the animatronic baby in a freak accident, and that he thought she now possessed the machine.
Okay.
But she was broken, defective. There was something holding her back from being herself. He told Mike that the baby animatronic was still governed by the original AI that had powered the machine before she had killed Elizabeth. But
Okay.
if Mike could remove that AI, then Elizabeth would take
Why
full
wouldn't he
control
do
and be
it
back to her normal
himself,
self.
huh?
Mike could help resurrect his sister. He told him she was being kept in the Circus Baby Rental Center, along with the other Funtime animatronics. He got Mike a job working there.
Why
giving
is
him
he
a
not
week
doing it
putting Elizabeth's
himself?
consciousness back together, while he, William, kidnapped more kids.
Oh, okay.
He would
That's
kill
why.
them at Freddy's and use
Hi,
their remnants to bring
Chin.
Elizabeth's
Hi, how are you
consciousness
doing?
back fully.
I'm losing my mind. Is this the end? Is this it? Please, 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 please. Is
Mike,
it the end of it?
recently 18, started his first job working at Circus Baby's Entertainment and
Is that
Rental.
the end yet?
He found Ballora,
I'm dying.
Freddy, and Baby, who seemed to think he was different than the other employees. This assured him enough that his father had been telling the truth, and that his sister was still in there somewhere. On his second day on the job, he had to reset a power breaker. He found a blueprint of the building and noticed how it was connected, not just to his home, but also to his mother's and to Fredbear's. He started to get the notion that his father maybe wasn't being as truthful as he appeared. As the week continued, he got closer to Baby, trusting her more and more. One night, Funtime Foxy attacked him. Some sort of
Oh my god.
retribution for how Mike
Thank
had
you
used
for the
Foxy's
stretch.
visage to scare Cece. This was the beginning of a long pattern of Foxy being the character to cause Mike the most problems. Baby saved him from Foxy, and Mike was sure
Thank you
he
for
would
the
soon be
double
able to save her.
speed. Thank you
On
for
his last
saving
day,
me
he went to repair her
from
and removed
this
her
hell.
AI from her body.
Actual
believing he was
purgatory.
now
I'm
freeing
sorry.
his sister,
This is
who
what I
joined him.
deserve for
Baby, the other
being
animatronics, Freddy, Foxy, and Ballora, had action
too
They were able to
much
escape on the
a
surface.
fan
They'd
of
done
a
before,
FNAF
but they knew they
of
could
Five
run
Nights
around
at Freddy's.
themselves, so they needed a
Sorry.
disguise. They thought
Sorry.
they recognized Mike. They thought he was William. The son of
Sorry,
the father
I
looked very
won't
similar.
speak about
How
Five Nights at
they
Freddy's
felt the very person who
for
murdered them in order to free themselves. They
days.
all did
Okay,
plastic
for
casings, and now they're
days.
discovering
I
together to form an
won't.
amalgamation called Ennard. Baby had already joined with Ennard when she tasked Mike to remove
For
her
video
AI.
game
He was busy before he
suggestions,
started
what
the task.
genre
They tricked him
do
into
you
entering a
prefer?
pseudo-realm. The Scoop device
Scary
William had used to
games
inject the animatronics
and
with
games
memory.
that
It
look
would allow
like
him to scale the render her
Half-Life.
animatronic. Scoop
That's
stood for
all.
scalable creation of ulterior
I
presence.
think.
But it always left some
Retro
residue
games
at the end of his
too.
massive claw. And gutted Mike, tearing out his insides and allowing room for the giant animatronic to enter his body and walk around inside him like he was its casing.
Purgatory sounds cool though. No, it doesn't. Don't you want to stay in? No, I don't. I wanna be in my bed and eat a big burger and fall asleep. Full of burger and sleep well and dream about not Five Nights at Freddy's.
Allowing Cassidy to communicate with him. Cassidy could partially see his memories.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Help me, help me.
He had died, terrified.
Losing my mind. Losing my mind. I regret doing that. Sorry, I won't talk about Five Nights at Freddy's anymore. I'm sorry. I understand. I understand. Sorry, help me, help me. Did you play that? The BuzzFeed? Yeah, because that was a redeem. That was a redeem.
Unclear if he knew it had healing abilities, although he probably did, because Baby assured Mike he would not die from the procedure. But it's
Thank you to Rebellion for making the redeem. So the purgatory will end quicker.
Partially contact Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy. And, by extension of contacting Cassidy,
yeah, we'll never mention FNAF again. She's cured. I will mention FNAF in 2 weeks, probably. But no, I'm cured. For now, FNAF will come back maybe in 2 weeks, but this is the end for now. No more Five Nights at Freddy's. Too much at once.
Mike in horrific pain,
I consumed over probably 2 weeks of content I would normally consume about Five Nights at Freddy's. So yeah, I will just not talk about it until everything comes out of my brain. Yeah.
The animatronics inside Ennard, now wandering the sewer.
This is probably worth 2 weeks of content I will watch. Imagine getting 2 weeks of content all in once. That's a lot.
Eventually becoming the amalgamation known as Molten Freddy. Meanwhile, William had accomplished his life goal.
Are you retaining all of this? What do you mean retaining? Like if I keep all of that in my mind, I will try not to. I don't want to retain all of that. I don't want to. But I will not talk about FNAF for 2 weeks, so it can, fully go away. Yeah.
Covered over the course of a few days and made a promise to himself to find and stop his father.
Father, it's me, Michael.
Whoa.
I found it. It was right where you said.
Yeah.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you. And I found her. I put her back together, just like last night. She's free now. But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
He started his journey by tracking
Michael.
Henry had
Yes.
and was spending his days just trying to get by, subconsciously aware of what had happened and what he had allowed to happen. Mike approached him while he was fishing by a lake, and the two sat down to have a long conversation. Mike confirmed to Henry everything William had done, and explained to him that there were trapped spirits possessing the animatronics, and that he had been in contact with them. Henry told him things were too far gone, and that there was nothing they could do. Mike said he had a plan to leave breadcrumbs for Cece, to reunite his memories and his consciousness, but Henry said that the plan would take time. While William had been the robotics genius, Henry had always been more focused on the video games. He theorized that video games might be a possible way to communicate with the spirits in a way that left them, the humans, at no risk. Instead of using Remnant to power animatronic robots,
My life is like a video game. Help me, I'm losing my mind.
And that it would be like the spirits were frozen in time between attempts. Mike couldn't wait that long, so he launched into his plan immediately and left Henry, disappointed and angry that the old man wouldn't tell him. Mike headed off to the new Freddy's location to confront his father.
Did you guys even understand anything of the video, to be honest? Because I think the video is actually bad. I'm sorry for the guy who worked on it. I actually hate the timeline he made.
The small
Sorry.
imputed into them by the parts taken from
By my personal opinion, I'm not saying objectively this is bad. I'm just saying I hate it personally.
Discovered that Mike had left him a note saying he knew everything and that he was
Yeah.
William then disappeared.
I'm not paying attention. Me neither, but for what I listened, I don't like it at all. I'm not paying attention because I don't like what he's saying, by the way. So not paying attention is a symptom of me not liking what he's saying.
He started to program games in an attempt to contact the other side, and eventually he found Cassidy. Jeremy's last day was not pleasant.
Okay.
During that final party, Mangle decided he wanted to stop the security guard.
Okay, no more double speed. This is the end of the double speed. It's been 5 minutes.
Most forms of higher cognitive function. Had the security guard actually been William, this would have been karmic justice. Him being confined to bed forever with his memories scattered.
This video is making me yawn. Oh my god. Is it that boring? Oh my god.
Caught in the crossfire.
This is so mean to say, like, oh, this video is making me yawn. It is that boring.
Alias Fritz Smith.
So mean.
By fending off the
like, for real, I'm not saying his video is bad. I'm not, you know, he put a lot of efforts in that. This is literally 8 hours of work. I mean, of video. So a lot of hours of work.
Fazbear Entertainment was not doing so great after the restaurant they had just poured a fortune into was tied yet again into more disappearances.
But I personally don't like it. There's some stuff in the video I liked though. Ouch.
A bunch of children, so they downsized.
Can you watch the video about my house that what? Oh, I've watched the French version of this video, I think, made by Feldip.
Henry took the animatronics and started using their
and this is interesting. I don't know anything about the FNAF lore and I came like 7 hours in. I think I'm getting it. Let's freaking go.
Quest, altering the code to allow contact with one of the child's spirits. He did the same with Toy Chica, and even Balloon Boy. Eventually, he started making his own games from scratch to communicate with Cassidy.
He's using AI voices and art. He does not put a lot of work into it. True, actually true, based.
Acting as the narrator in the role of the Fredbear plush.
Any 8 hours lore video will have a ton of filler and repetition. I mean,
so Cassidy
it's not the repetition and filler that bothers me. It's really the fact he's inventing stuff and adding it to the FNAF lore. Like, don't try to create stuff out of nowhere and be like, oh, this is probably how it happened. No! Just take every evidence we made and don't add a lot of stuff.
Showing him how the puppet
just do how the games present you the thing. Don't try to create characters out of nowhere and
the old
I don't know. He's I don't know. He's trying to make a narrative out of it. You can make a narrative out of it without inventing so many things. Just watch the FNAF video, the FNAF lore explanation video. It's about 1 hour long and it's the best video I've seen so far. It is so good, so accurate, so like visually pretty. It's perfect. Just watch it, please. This is how you make a FNAF video, not like that. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm like trash talking about the guy I'm watching the video. I'm sorry, it's not what I mean, but like this is my personal opinion, of course.
Where he had brought the skeletons to bring home to his office. In the room where they had
yeah, but it's more convenient to him, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he does what he wants. Five Nights at Freddy's is about interpretation after all, but personally, I do not like this interpretation.
More power. Cassidy, who had arrived in the
wait, which 1 hour video from FNAF? FNAF. Let me check it for. Let me check it and try to find it for you.
In the safe room from the other ghosts. She now knew
if I
much
can.
more about him and who he was and what he had done. She chased after him, and he spotted his old spring Bonnie suit in the corner.
I'm lying.
It was the suit he had used to murder most of them, and in the past, he had been able to gain the
Sorry, did you hear that? I don't know if you heard the second tab I have.
So we thought maybe
I
this
hope
would
not.
Work now too.
Here it is! It should be this one.
By his own genius. and then the mechanism holding back the spring locks snapped.
It should be this one.
Was old. It had gotten wet.
I really recommend you guys to watch this one, which is amazing. I'm gonna put it on YouTube too, YouTube chat.
Body, just as he had
Here
done
it
to
is.
all those years ago. He was left to die.
Is there such a thing as a theory where nobody dies?
Henry, who rushed to the building to see if it was true.
Maybe the dream theory, but this is not true. The dream theory is about that everything is a dream.
Befitting such a monster. Killing him,
that's all.
Destroying his remnant would be a mercy.
So there's no real murders, no real death.
Stopping William. He could
but this has been debunked, so the theory isn't valid.
Board up the room with William still inside.
Have you played any of the Resident Evil games? No, but I have one of them. I have Resident Evil 2, I think. I have one of them, and I would like to play it someday.
They made new casings and created
simplest one to understand, but the most boring. The most boring and also not real. It has been debunked and called fake by Scott himself. So yeah.
Mike had, of course, searched the restaurant during the day and found nothing. He knew they really only became active at night, but had no way of being.
Why is he going to the girls' bathroom? What the fuck?
He resigned himself to giving up on his quest. His trail of breadcrumbs doing nothing to help Cece, and having no idea where his father went. That was until Phone Guy retired in November of '92, and the nighttime security guard job opened up again. Mike immediately applied, changing his last name to Schmidt to hide his association with his criminal father. Little did he know, but Phone Guy had been killed on his last shift, 1 day away from retirement. Mike worked at Freddy's for several days, feeling the place out, until something happened that changed him forever. The Fredbear Springlock suit appeared to him almost as a hallucination. Posters on the walls and the sign outside Pirate Cove would sometimes change to the text, "It's me." Mike realized that this vision of Fredbear was Cece trying to communicate. He had regained enough of his memory to recognize Mike and was trying to find him. Mike immediately volunteered to work overtime, even after finding out Phone Guy had died, and used these last days to investigate the animatronics, until he was found out again by the company, and fired again. The location closed down a month later, and the animatronics scattered to the wind, being sold off, lost, destroyed, or simply forgotten about. Mike had failed his task. It had been 9 years since he had accidentally gotten his brother killed, and he had lost his last chance to help him. Cassidy, meanwhile, was on a quest of her own. She was finding the other spirits in their animatronic forms digitally, uniting them, speaking to them, working on a way to combine all of their memories and getting them all together to finally give Cece one happy day to remember everything, and to allow himself to move on. They were almost there. Time, of course, was little matter to Cassidy or any of the spirits, who were not bound to reality the same way that the others were. 20 years passed, and the world moved on from the murders and disappearances at the Freddy's locations. Fazbear Entertainment had become a thing of the past. All the while, Cassidy was learning about that past. Henry was experimenting with robotics, circuit boards, and Remnant, and Mike was beating
What do you mean Henry and Remnant? This is not how it happened.
Then,
Henry has nothing to do with the Remnant?
Fazbear's came back in a big way. A small horror attraction gained the rights to the Fazbear name.
This is not real.
And planned to open a funhouse named
FNAF RPG probably is the only game I could play without pissing myself. It's not. The game isn't that good. Don't play it. It's free though. If you want. My official suggestion is the remake of Resident Evil 1. I don't know which one I have. I don't remember, but I can tell you when I will check if you want.
Nighttime would be when people were visiting.
But only if you're okay with tanked controls? What is that?
People weren't taking or
what is
breaking anything. When this position opened up after so many years, Mike leapt at the opportunity to investigate Freddy's again. Bringing all those Freddy artifacts together might help him communicate again with the lost souls. Mike was brought on and hired before the location opened. For the first few days, he acted as an actual security guard, just monitoring the empty building. One of the props the company had crafted was an
20
activity
minutes.
book themed around the
20 minutes.
animatronics. Mike, bored in the empty office, flipped through the book, jotting down notes, jokes, and sketching out small cartoons. He didn't notice that the text of the book was changing, just like the posters and signs from the old Freddy's locations, indicating the presence of a strong spiritual force, indicating the presence of Fredbear, of Cassidy, and his brother Cece. Being back in a Freddy's location brought back unwanted thoughts and feelings that he had been repressing for many years. He tried to tell himself that Cece's death wasn't his fault, but he knew deep down he didn't believe that.
I'm starving.
He started having nightmares about the way William tested his technology on him as a kid. These culminated in a dream about an animatronic that looked like a grotesque Fredbear, but had a mouth in its stomach, mimicking both animatronics that had killed his siblings. The owners and operators of Fazbear Frights were on a mission to recover lost Freddy's artifacts, and while they thought that they had cleared out the old restaurant,
First stream I've watched on YouTube, I was trying to explain what the tank control is. What is it?
The Frights crew broke through the false wall that had been built to hide the safe room, and
Pat for
finally,
20 minutes remaining.
decades,
Thank you. I will try to not die.
Or more accurately,
Kinda nostalgic. Can you explain me what it is?
Much like a baby before him, William was partially bound by the confines of the animatronic's suit's artificial intelligence. When Spring Bonnie was in suit mode, it was just a costume being worn by a performer. When it was in animatronic mode, it was programmed to follow the sound of children, so
I knew what it was, but I forgot. I forgot
William
what tank control is. I completely forgot.
Meaning he was bound by the AI to follow the sound of children with limited free will. Inside the previously sealed safe room were also some of Phone Guy's recordings from back in the days of the first Freddy's location. Basically, anything to do with Springlock suits were tossed back there to hide them from lawyers. The operator of Fazbear Frights thought it would add to the ambiance to play these recordings during operation hours, not even giving them a listen first. With the opening of the attraction still at least a week away, the owner contacted Mike to tell him what they had found.
We found one. A real one.
Mike,
A real
who had no
one.
idea what the fate
Wow.
of his father had been, didn't know at first that the animatronic that had been brought into the building contained his father's corpse, yearning to be free. Phone Guy's familiar voice played in the office as Mike sat and watched Spring Bonnie walk around aimlessly. Mike had a button that could simulate child speech by playing lines from Balloon Boy's
I'm
voice
falling
box
asleep.
in any room he
Help
wanted,
me.
and he used this to continually lure Springtrap away from him. But as the days passed by, and he heard more and more of Phone Guy's messages, the picture became very clear. The Springlock suits were death traps that Fazbear Entertainment tried to sweep under the rug. They knew that one had been used in the missing children's incident. This suit had been found behind a false wall in the original Freddy's location, where Mike had spent a week of his life over 20
It's been
years ago.
8.5
Suddenly, it all
hours.
made sense.
How is the
His
video not
father
over?
hadn't
I don't
starting a
know.
new life somewhere,
It's
having gotten away
more
with his crimes.
9
He
hours
had been
than
hoisted
8.
upon his
That's
own
why.
petard, killed by a Springlock suit, trapped at Freddy's.
Tank control work a little bit different than modern control.
Spring
No
Bonnie
matter
got
what
close to
angle the
Mike's
camera
office,
is,
he could
pressing
see the
up will
rotting
make you
flesh
move
inside the
forward.
fur casing.
Oh no, I don't
He could
like
see his
that.
father's
I don't
skull
like
behind
it.
the mask.
Ooh.
Mike did the only thing he thought sensible to
Again,
do.
fall asleep. The
He
rhythms
lit a
will
match and
wake
burned
you
the
up.
entire
Okay,
building to
I'm
the
falling
ground.
asleep. Good
He
night.
knew it would be blamed on faulty
Good night,
wiring,
guys.
and he ran away with his life, watching the building burn, thinking there was no way his father would escape this time. But escape he did. Henry,
Oh my
of
god!
course,
Oh,
heard
this
about
scared me.
the fire,
I'm
but had
awake.
no
I'm
idea
awake.
Mike was
I'm
involved. The parallel path the two had
Oh
set
my-
out on after
I'm
their
awake.
initial argument all those years ago had never crossed
I'm
again.
awake.
They
Oh my
hadn't
god! I can't
communicated,
even. The
hadn't
video is
been
not
able to
letting
plan
me
together,
sleep.
were both working alone toward the same goal.
Okay, good night now.
The surviving items from Fazbear Frights were put up for auction, and Henry jumped in and scooped them all up. After the fire, Mike's annotated notebook was also
I don't
salvaged,
think I ever
untouched
seen
by
a
the
stream
fire
for
in
this
an
long.
almost
Did
supernatural
you
way.
participate to
Fazbear
my
Entertainment
birthday
bought
stream?
it
If
and
yes, it was a
intended to distribute it to the
24-hour
next guard
stream.
hired at their new location, crossing out and censoring sections about
But
Springbok
if you
suits.
weren't here,
Henry
well, this is
devised
the
a
first time
plan
I'm
to
streaming
end
that long
everything
since
once and
my
for
birthday
all.
stream.
His decision to leave William rotting in his own suit had backfired. Now he was free. He had learned of the existence of Ennard from his communications with Cassidy, and, of course, his daughter was still out there somewhere. He built a robot named Lefty, which stood for lure, encapsulate,
Oh, thank you for
fuse,
the speed.
transport,
Thank you.
extract. It emitted the same signal as Charlie's bracelet, which he knew would attract the puppet. Lefty would then open and trap the puppet within, physically fusing to its body to prevent escape. It would administer small shocks, and constantly play the puppet's soothing music.
I think I forgot about birthday stream. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
William was out there, Baby was out there, Molten Freddy was
But
out
yeah,
there.
that was a
and Henry
long
thought it was easy to bring
stream.
them all back together in one place. He bought the old Fredbear's Family Diner building from whoever its last owner had been decades after Henry had last run the place. He converted it to a Freddy's location, advertising it as the big Freddy's comeback. Inside, he built a labyrinth of sound and smells, of misdirection, with no exit, a maze, a trap, endless circles of fake child laughter and the smells of a Freddy's restaurant, luring William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy toward new victims that they would never reach. Henry would have helped wanted ad to hire
It's
someone to run
almost
the building.
the
They would run
end.
naked,
Almost
buy
the
equipment,
end.
spend on
Almost
parties,
the
manage
end. I
before,
can
use
make
things
it. I
like
can
apps.
make
Henry
it.
left recorded messages for them,
We
teaching
can
them how to
make
sell electronics when they
it.
turn up on their doorstep. Of course, we knew that William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy would show their faces, and they had to be brought inside and locked away. Once they all gathered,
Am I the only one losing my mind, or is there other people getting crazy too?
He took the remains of the original animatronics and the toys and reconstructed them into
Losing
Rockstar animatronics.
sanity,
He also
I
took
don't
the arcade
know.
cabinets he had built over the years that had been infused with remnants, and he made sure that they were inside the building too. But he didn't count on one thing. He discovered, after not too long, that the man who had applied to run the new pizzeria was Michael Afton. Henry stared at his trap.
I'm
his
gonna
box,
take
realized he accomplished
ibuprofen
more
after
than he had hoped. He
the
gathered together all the
stream.
Aftons, himself and his daughter, and all that was left of the remnant from the missing children, and they were inside a furnace, ready to be destroyed. Henry, waiting inside the building for the moment of truth, called Mike, his voice ringing throughout the building so that every animatronic, every soul, could hear him.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you
We
want.
already listened to it. Why?
This place will not be remembered. And the memory of everything that
Why?
started this can finally begin to fade
I
away.
feel
And the
this
agony
is
of ever trying to
hell.
shield
Oh my
And
god.
to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you.
I really thought I could
Perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears.
always talk about FNAF for hours and hours non-stop and never get tired, but actually I do get tired. Ooh, this is too much at once. I'm sorry for those I annoyed with Five Nights at Freddy's. I understand your pain. I won't do it again for 2 weeks. I won't do it again for 2 weeks, and I apologize. I'm sorry. I understand. As you said, he's repeating himself a lot. Way more than he should, but actually, way more than he
She
should.
devised a perfect form of torment for him, making him sit in a room, fending off every single threat he had created. She trapped the souls of the children to further torment William. Even Henry was forced
10
to use
minutes.
punishment for William, although for Henry, he was in his own form of
10
torture.
minutes
His plan had failed.
more.
His souls had not moved on. He
10
was stuck in the
minutes
same place he'd been all
more.
those years ago, sitting idly by a pond,
Less
not
than
helping,
10 minutes, actually.
But he learned
Less.
from his past mistake. When Cassidy came to him, meeting him for the first time after their years of spiritual communication, Henry didn't take on the passive role he had had when Mike came asking for help. He told Cassidy what she must do.
Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
Cassidy had the choice to stay and let William fade away.
Hi, Pink Panther. Hi. Hatsune Miku has been arrested. What? No! Hatsune Miku! My name is Billy. Oh, my name is Billy. I met the tummy. It was difficult to put the belly together, but something went so wrong. Now I can't do anything but sing this stupid song! Hi Billy, this is the end of the stream. We have 5 more minutes, 5 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 minutes and the hell is done.
Cassidy no longer had
Is it the end?
No longer
Is
had
it the end?
Heading for death or whatever came next.
5 minutes of Freddy's. Yeah, thank you for the care package. I don't have water, so I'm just gonna stretch.
Mike, Cece, and Elizabeth were finally reunited, together and whole. And while the memory of this family will never and should never fade, the agony of their tragedy has.
Have you ever heard of Among Us, Gregory? You need to vent.
No, shut up!
Of course, the story of Freddy Fazbear isn't over. After Fazbear Entertainment dissolved, Fazbear LLC took its place. This new company and its shady CEO hired a game developer to make
no
horror
more,
games for Freddy's in order to discredit them as creepypastas and rumors,
no more
as
speed.
well as to now legally own
We can
concepts
end like
such as
that.
Springtrap.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last
5
few
minutes.
decades. And while it's true that
5
some
minutes.
stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events,
5 minutes.
the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
They then killed this developer and pretended that he was some crazy guy.
Mm.
They began construction of a mega pizzaplex,
Mega
covering the location of the
pizzaplex!
original Fredbear Diner, Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, and
Oh.
even the old Afton House.
Oh.
They released a virtual reality video game, started their own animatronic rental service, and successfully ran
I
the
hate it.
pizzaplex
I
for
hate
many
this
years.
game.
The good name of Freddy's was safe. They had rebooted the concept
Mm.
and given it a glossy coat of paint. And we'll end on the high note of
They won't
hoping
really talk
that nothing
about
bad
what
ever
happens in the
happens at
lore of
Freddy's
Security Breach. Uh-oh. Or maybe they do? I don't think they will. I think he will be like, oh, but this happens, but I'm
But
gonna
that's all
make
for next
another
time.
video about... See?
Fun fact, 2 aspects of this video came to me in dreams. Midnight Motorist being about an
Dreams?
MCI kid
Oh,
gambling
that's
in
why
a
you
dream.
just
And
invented
then Googled it and found out that
things.
this is actually
You
a
just
very common
made
theory,
your
but
dream
that's how
a
I came to
video.
that conclusion. That problem was entirely
Dream
solved
theory,
by my
haha.
subconscious. And then the solution to what's in the box also came to
Okay,
me in a
that's
dream. In my
cool,
bedroom, I had
actually.
multiple trunks that kind of look like the box in FNAF 4. And in my dream, I got up and I opened the box, and inside was a picture frame of like a stereotypical white suburban family from like a sitcom.
That's why he
And when I
made
woke
it
I
up
was
like that. Okay, he
"That's
just
what's in
made
the
his...
FNAF box. As I
That's
hinted
not, but
throughout
it's
this,
okay. You made your
I don't know how
headcanon.
long it's gonna end up being,
This
but
is your
it's currently
headcanon
141
video.
pages,
It's
and the
okay.
audio is over
It's
7
fine.
hours long, so that's great.
What's
As I
your
get through this
source, bro?
extremely
I made
long
this
video,
shit up. Literally,
I do intend to
but
cover the Pizzaplex era of the FNAF
the
series
title
once it
isn't right
concludes.
for
And I'll probably
the...
make a video about the movie as well. I'm gonna
Okay,
get
thank
to see
you.
it a day or two before the general
He
public.
really
so if
made
you
it the
want my
fuck... Yeah, actually,
non-spoiler
he's
take on that, make
admitting
sure you follow me
that.
on
He's
Twitter
admitting he made it up. Okay, boom. A little bit disappointing,
and I have ever
but...
since it came out. I remember I read some
yeah.
headlines about it back in August of 2014, but my first real introduction to it was watching my
I don't know.
favorite
I'm gonna
YouTuber
wait until
do
the
a
video
live stream
ends
on it. So I
before
wanna give a shout
saying
out
my
to
5
Kenny
minutes
Austin, because
conclusion
technically
of the
this
video.
would not exist if he did not decide to stream Five Nights at Freddy's 9 years ago while I
Hi.
was bored one night.
Hi,
in my
emo
dorm
grandma.
room. I literally remember typing in the chat saying, "This isn't scary. I don't get it." And then Bonnie jump scared the screen, and I said, "What was that?" I didn't know it was a jump
Wow!
scare.
What the fuck? Did you
And of
see
course, I
that?
wanna
Red
thank every
circle.
YouTuber whose videos I watched while I was researching this monstrosity. Now, a lot of ideas I put forward in this video are very controversial.
Uni!
So I do not want you to
Hi!
go
Oh
to
my
your
god, no!
favorite FNAF tuber and say,
Who's the
"I don't
mimic?
believe
Who's the
in Volt
mimic?
MCI, but Gibby said it was real."
I'm the
I
fucking
don't know
mimic.
why,
Oh
but
yeah,
those
I'm the
videos
fucking
really
mimic.
mind
Oh my
me.
god, I'm the
But
fucking
anyone
mimic.
that's
Oh
stuck around
yeah.
through the video
Bachi,
is
thank you
now
for the
interested in
sub,
the topic
resub.
and
Thank
will go check
you.
these people's channels
Who's the
out.
mimic?
There are
That's me,
multiple
me.
channels
I'm
that
the
are
mimic. I'm the mimic.
that just
The
cover
mim,
FNAF
the
lore.
mimic.
Of course,
I'm the
I have to start
mimic.
with Matt Pat, the originator.
Hi,
the
I'm very
entire
sorry. This is the
internet
very
subculture
end of the
that is
video and
just
very
fun
end of
bear
the
jump scare
stream.
game.
Welcome,
But it's not just Matt
raiders.
over on their team who
Let me
does
shoot out
research
you,
and writing and the editing. He has a
Uni.
whole group of
Uni, do
people,
not
so
watch the
just
video,
Matt Pat,
okay?
the
He
entire
just
game
made it
theory
up.
team.
He
On
admitted
top of
it.
him, I wanna
He
thank
just had a
everybody
dream
who's been
about his version of Five Nights at Freddy's and made a video out of it. He just said it.
As well as
Do
my
not watch
personal
this one,
favorites,
okay?
Not Real Name, Not At All, and Impulse
Go follow Uni P, please. She's very cool and very cute.
who have stuck by me for the last
I-
5 months of
Uni.
me not uploading any content.
Uni, I'm
So
gonna be
thank you,
honest.
Sophie,
I'm gonna be honest.
Lauren, Just
I got lobotomized. I will not talk about Five Nights at Freddy's for 2 weeks. I swear. That was too much at once. That was too much at once.
If you like this video, please subscribe.
You're telling me the mimic is fake? No, the mimic is real. They're making a video, a game about it.
Creators you admire, and never
Not
lose
only
sight of the
you,
things
are
that
you-
important to you.
Are you lobotomized too? Oh my god.
Congratulations! You've completed a single Five Nights at Freddy's video. And you've done
thank
it in such a
you.
lackluster way that no one is proud.
or disappointed. It's a fine line to walk, but you did it. Completing your video with such an efficient level of laziness that we're surprised that you're able to dress yourself in the morning. While such a minimalist work ethic is rare, it doesn't mean that we want you on the team. In fact, it means that you should look for employment elsewhere. You should be proud you stood on 2 feet and convinced someone that you could do something when in fact you couldn't. Now get out.
Oh my god. We made it. We made it! We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it! And yes, that was AI slop voice. Yes. Ah! 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 This is how I feel currently. Oh my god. Okay, so the guy admitted he just made a video of a dream he had. So he took official elements of Five Nights at Freddy's and put it on his dream version of Five Nights at Freddy's. This is why I didn't like it, because there's stuff that he totally made up. But except that and the AI slop he used all over the video, that wasn't such a bad video. He made some efforts, you know, he did some efforts. So congrats! Thank you for making this video. Thank you for making your headcanon. And I'm tired. I am tired. Thank you for the stretch. Congrats, I guess. After 9 hours, you can finally rest. 9 hours of streaming. Are you guys proud? Are you guys proud of me? I hope you are. I'm gonna search someone to raid. I think Para is streaming tonight, right? Oh yeah, she is. She is. I think it's been a while since I haven't raided her, so we're gonna do that. Oh. You did well, thank you! 1 more hour? 1 more hour? Ooh, no. Hi Kiwi! Just got here. Can you do a recap? No! Goodbye. Oh my... Okay, this is the end. You did great, thank you. I don't think proud is the right word. What word would you use then? What word would you use? What word? No, I am proud. Thank you. Thank you. What can be the raid message? Something not FNAF related, please. Well, what's the raid message? We're raiding Para. And she's playing Kingpin. Life of crime. Make money by killing people. Ooh, seems cool. Can we watch the video a second time? Actually, I went in the middle of the stream. Can you rewind? Mia's brain is melted. Oh yeah, really good, really good one. Good one. Okay, let's take this one. Okay. Yay! Thank you. Okay, let's go raid Para on Twitch. Start the raid. I'm becoming crazy or something like that. Yeah, I am becoming crazy. I'm crazy. I don't know. Help me. Help. Thank you for the stream, guys. See you next week for the streams. And if you guys want to join my Discord, we're having a movie night on Sunday. We're watching Dream Inception. So here's my Discord, and if you want to follow me on my socials, here they are. And for the YouTube guys, everything is in the description. Yeah. Goodbye, guys. Thank you for staying with me for this I don't know how to call that. Thank you for staying. Without you, I would probably have gotten fully crazy and couldn't even be able to talk at the moment. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. That was fun. That was fun, despite everything. That was very fun. Thank you for staying with me. Goodbye, guys. See you next week on stream, and see you later today. Probably, maybe if I don't fall asleep, on Discord. Otherwise, see you tomorrow on Discord. Goodbye. Choo. Thank you for staying with me no matter what. Goodbye. 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 Choo. 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 Love you guys. Mwah.